This young man just opened his eyes and the surroundings had completely changed. The sound of screams echoed continuously and the crowd's panic was evident. Hansu smiled, realizing he had truly returned to the past. Everything was now in his hands. Hansu observed the growing chaos and thought to himself, it makes sense they are panicking, it's their first time in another realm, a world that devours other dimensions. This place was ruled by hell where everyone learned skills, but the strange monsters had turned it into a nightmare. It was a world full of violence and lawlessness. Anyone who went to hell was transported to another realm. People appeared, the gates of hell opened, and a fierce battle began. He had 5 years to become truly strong, but his skills and strength were all gone. Never mind, it was probably time for it to show up. Sure enough, not long after, a crack appeared in the sky and a bizarre creature appeared. Hello, I am Fairy, your assistant. I'm here to help you process things quickly. Please pay attention. Hansu looked at Fairy's bright smile, internally despising the fake scoundrel. Quick process Fairy mentioned was actually to get everyone to start fighting. Fairy continued enthusiastically. First of all, welcome to the other realm. From now on, everyone will have an unexpected opportunity. An impatient man interrupted. Wait, what is the other realm? Stop talking nonsense, send me home. Let me explain. Fairy's smile faded, replaced by a frightening expression. Here you have unlimited freedom, no laws, order, or ethics. Have you ever dreamed of a world without rules? Not only that, but the physical limitations that were holding you back will also disappear. Your strength can reach limitless levels like the heroes in movies. This is the chance to make all your fantasies come true. Cool, huh? Let me demonstrate. Fairy pinched his thumb and index finger, using the man from earlier as the center, and shot a beam that sent him flying into the sky. Sorry, I really hate those big-mouthed guys. The crowd screamed in fear, panicking. Seeing this, Fairy targeted the fleeing crowd, shooting several beams. Then he angrily said, I told you I hate all the noise. As more people fell, the crowd realized the danger. Everyone immediately froze in place, terrified but too scared to make a sound. Silence filled the air. Fairy then cheerfully said, Isn't it nice and quiet? Pulled out a stone and explained, This is the ancient language. When you eliminate any living thing, you will obtain it. There are also 8 other ancient languages that will appear randomly in various colors. But if you work hard to grow, you can acquire more advanced ancient languages. This one enhances your strength. Who wants it? A hand shot up, none other than Hansu. Fairy stared at Hansu for a moment, then joyfully flew around him, praising him. Good, very enthusiastic. Hand it over to me. Hansu expressionlessly extended his hand as Fairy asked. Immediately, the ancient language hovered in his hand, glowing silver like the ancient language itself. Interesting, right? The ancient language can bend the rules. Scientifically, the human muscle mass has a weight limit of 117.1 kg, but now it has increased to 122.3 kg. Hansu sighed inwardly. This is so boring, I have to keep hearing things I already know. Fairy continued speaking. Seeing Hansu's emotionless face, Fairy lost his enthusiasm and flew off to another spot, continuing his lecture. Different ancient languages have different effects. Science cannot explain their complete supernatural powers. He wanted to illustrate further and asked, Anyone want to try? He gave a creepy smile, causing the crowd to fear. Hansu thought to himself, no matter what happens, ancient languages or enhancing abilities are all useful. So collecting as many ancient languages as possible is essential if you want to survive. At that moment, the ancient languages from the corpses of the dead rose into the air. Everyone stood still for a moment, but just a few seconds later, they rushed to grab them. Harry watched from above, delighted, and said, Judging by that guy's reaction earlier, it seems I don't need to explain further, huh? Now, I'll take back the ancient languages. Retracting his words, all the ancient languages flew back into Fairy's hands and disappeared. Oh, and by the way, if you touch your right hand, you'll see the number of ancient languages you own. Humans love to measure everything, right? Usually it's the number 10, that's enough for now. Hansu looked at his stats and thought his strength had increased by 1. If he gathered more ancient languages after hunting, his mana and magic power would increase too. First, it may seem a little unfair no matter what you get. At that moment, Fairy spoke, I will grant you a special privilege. Forget your past and enjoy this new life. As he spoke, everyone received a knife. When I leave, training will begin. Do your best. A person screamed in panic. Over there, everyone turned to see the Gopin army slowly advancing toward them. A girl spoke up to calm them. Everyone, stay calm, don't provoke them, and slowly retreat. People found her advice sound and followed, but they couldn't back up far enough. Suddenly, a giant wall appeared behind them, blocking their way out. They felt the walls slowly closing in, pushing them closer to the Gopin army. A young man unexpectedly squeezed through the wall, astonishing everyone. How did you get out there? The young man answered, I don't know. I have no idea how I managed to go through. A keen-eyed person noticed the number 49 on the wall, and another person tried to go through and succeeded. The number on the wall dropped to 48. Perhaps only 50 people could leave. A person hypothesized, leading to chaos as people tried to escape through the wall. Hansu watched and sighed. How pathetic. Everyone needs to keep their cool and fight together. You may suffer some injuries, but it will minimize casualties. When they first arrived, about 40 people had died at the hands of the Goppin. Of those who didn't make it through the wall, only 10 survived. This time would be different. First, they needed to complete this area and move on to the next level. Hansu drew his weapon and eliminated a Goppin rushing toward them, saving someone in the nick of time. Riding the momentum, Hansu continued using his superior skills, single-handedly taking down several more Goppin, astonishing the crowd. This feeling was truly uncomfortable for my body compared to 10 years ago, but fortunately I still have some hope. Hansu checked the stats, and his dexterity increased by 0.1. Dexterity not only helps improve the player's perception of time. Increase of 0.1 in dexterity means the player can act much faster. Just like now, Hatsu can take down a pin goblin in the blink of an eye. As expected, the remaining pin goblins immediately charged to attack when they saw the blood. However, they were all taken down by Hatsu's blade. Some witnesses felt empowered by this. They no longer worried about escaping the wall but bravely fought back with weapons against the goblin. Seeing this, Hansu felt somewhat reassured. Normally, when starting out, there's no need to rush, but this was not the time to relax. There are still many other travelers here. If you count this world, the number would be even higher. During the first 3 months here, people will be protected within the guide area. The 3 months in the guide area are over, we will have to face the 52nd and 53rd waves. No matter what you think, this is an opportunity to grow stronger, even if it's just a little. Sending me here was the right decision. Every battle will eventually end, and the team that gets wiped out will be the Pin Goblins. At this moment, the survivors sat on the ground, panting, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Hansu. Did he take them all down by himself with that short sword? Truly, he is a monster. Shortly after the battle ended, Fairy appeared again and suddenly exclaimed, "You did well, that was tough. There are still quite a few of you left. Now you must have figured out how to survive, right? Then I will disable the barrier. Keep going like this. I have other matters to attend to in other areas. Good luck to you all." After saying that, Fairy disappeared, leaving the crowd with a sense of frustration. During a break, Hansu stood alone and checked his stats. Strength 14.3, Dexterity 10.9, HP 10.1, Intuition 11.2. If it's just this, it's enough for the training rounds. I've also found something quite useful. Hansu looked at the blade in his hand before putting it away and continuing to think about his action plan. First, I need to figure out how to become stronger faster. Heirs can't Kendian, what would they do? Hansu recalled that Kendian had once mentioned the hidden dungeon. Deep in the training area, it was the hardest dungeon I could never clear. No, actually no one could clear it, Kendine sadly said. And yet, you've only cleared part of the hidden dungeon, but you're already this strong? That's right, wasn't I here as a member of Vakaji? Kendian smiled smugly before becoming serious again. If I could go back in time, I would definitely try to clear that dungeon first. If I did, I might have a chance to beat you, Hansu. One thing's for sure, the harder and more impossible it is, the greater the reward. Hearing that, Hansu silently made a firm decision in his heart. His goal was clear. To achieve that, he would need to handle a few things first. The first floor of the training room was where 100 people gathered and acted together. This area was only allowed to operate once a week, and they had to do hunting tasks for 3 months. After completing the second floor of the training rounds, the safe zone would be open, and players could interact with those who arrived earlier. Currently, there were 2 hidden pieces in the first floor, and no one had reached the end yet. To enter the hidden dungeon, I need to get those pieces. This is the only way to become stronger quickly. First, I need to find the first hidden piece. It must be around here somewhere. As Hansu was searching, a quarrel caught his attention. A beautiful girl was being forced by a group of thugs to follow them, with the excuse of helping each other survive the training, but the girl refused. I don't have time to care about this. I need to find the hidden piece since it will disappear in a week. Hansu thought to himself and turned away, but it seemed his plan wouldn't succeed. Just as he was about to leave, a young man called out to him. "Hey, Hansu, you're Hansu, right?" Of course, just when I was in a hurry. Hansu sighed inwardly but politely replied, "Do you know me?" The blonde young man aggressively approached and asked, "Hey, Hansu, are you crazy? We were together before we came here, what do you mean by that? How does he know my name?" After thinking for a moment, Hansu realized they were university classmates. The blonde young man's name was Jin T-sung, and the young man wearing the armband there is Sang Jin. He had traveled with them, but after everyone disappeared, Hansu had forgotten about them. "We'll go with you, Zumihi," the beautiful girl from earlier. As soon as she saw Hansu, she pushed the other thug's hand away. he resolutely said and walked straight up to Hansu. Hansu silently watched Zumihi. With her appearance, she would definitely cause trouble. The thug who had been pushed away by Zumihi was furious and wanted to teach Hansu a lesson, but when he realized who Hansu was, he hesitated. That bastard is the one who took down the goblins earlier by himself. But if I attack while he's exhausted, thinking this, the thug glanced at his lackeys. They understood the hint and smiled wickedly. Without hesitation, the thug stepped forward and taunted Hansu's group. Hey, don't you guys wait for the other person to finish talking? Who's that guy? I don't know, but he looks pretty beaten up. Well, what if he can't do anything? Come on, I'm still talking nicely, the sooner the better. You guys should come here before I come over. Hansu calmly responded, people like this are everywhere. Full of confidence after the first fight, not knowing who his opponent was, imagining that he could defeat them. Hatsu said while walking toward the thug, his face full of sharp intent. Do you understand what I'm saying? He shoved the thug aside with his shoulder and arrogantly walked past. You bastard! The thug gritted his teeth in anger. What else do you want to say? Hansu asked, drawing his blade, ready to teach the thug a lesson. At that moment, the leader of the thug group appeared, trying to mediate, suggesting, we're not bad people. Why don't you join us? Given the current situation, we'll have a lot to do. Wouldn't it be better to cooperate? Hansu stared intently at the leader, evaluating him. His gaze had completely adapted to this place. No more reason to hide his true nature and act crazed like a wild beast. Ultimately, he was a lawless action taker. Should I deal with him now? Ian's words echoed in Hansu's head. Air said, there's no need to kill unnecessarily, but don't pity the pests causing harm in this great war. Immediately after, Air's words appeared. Don't distance yourself from others and try your best to protect and care for them. Airs, you've saved many lives. I don't have time to deal with these guys right now, but they'll harm themselves once they're left alone here, Heizu thought, muttering a phrase before walking away. Whatever, disappear. He turned and walked away decisively. That bastard, he thought of the thug from earlier who had tried to boast. His leader stopped him. Hey, don't mind that kid, he said. Our goal is to establish order here in a place full of strange monsters, and most importantly, that damn fairy, but there's still something that satisfies me. The leader said joyfully, thinking to himself, here, the strong are the ones who rule. We shouldn't miss this opportunity, right? Let's go, he ordered. The Sung-ho said nothing, just silently followed the leader. Why are humans more terrifying than a battery? T-Sung looked at the figures leaving, then continued to follow Hansu, silently evaluating. I know Hansu is a strange guy, but does he always act like this? Before, he was just a kid sitting quietly in a corner. I didn't think much of him, T-Dung thought to himself, then suddenly remembered something. Hey Hansu, why are you acting like you don't know us? Hansu replied that he had lost his memory. The answer earned a critical look from T-Sung. Seriously, he said that. Is he pretending to be some old man? Mihai couldn't help but laugh at Hansu's actions and T-Sung's reaction. Hansu fell silent and looked at Mihai, sighing. It's a pity she could have lived an easier life, but here, beauty is like a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it becomes a powerful weapon. I think they'll be fine. Besides Mihai, T-Dung, and Sang Jin, the group had a few more friends. They kept following Hansu. The blonde girl couldn't hold it in and asked, we've been walking for a while without saying anything. Is there a specific destination? Mihai also asked, where are we going? Hansu looked at them and answered, you'll know when you see it. He stopped and pointed at the subway station. The first destination is Gangnam Station, but why here? It's not that I don't want to explain, but if it weren't for Air's words, I would have gone alone. Hansu didn't like explaining, simply saying, I have a hunch. Mihai, surprised, repeated, a hunch. Hansu replied, yes, when I think back, I thought of this place. I have superpowers. Everyone was shocked. Superpowers? Hansu looked at them and whispered, there are immortals here. Superpowers aren't hard to obtain. The blonde girl quietly asked her friend, are you sure it'll be safe following him? Though she spoke softly, Hansu heard her clearly. He turned to look at her and smiled, you don't have to follow me. I prefer doing things alone. If you want to stand there and watch, it's up to you. Dung envied Hansu's carefree attitude. I can't stand it, but I have to endure it now. The group continued down to the station. T-Sung walked up and patted Hansu on the back, asking, hey, are you sure we're heading to a safe place? This place looks too strange. Hansu replied, no, we're going to meet some friends who have been here before. T-Dung asked, who lives here? Someone you know? At that moment, Hansu spoke, wait, what's wrong? Mihai opened her mouth but saw something and screamed in panic. T-Sung, get out of the way. T-Sung turned around and saw Hansu holding a dagger, stabbing downward. What the hell? T-Sung yelled as the dagger kept approaching. That moment, T-Dung realized that Hansu's target was a worm-like monster under his feet. Hansu pulled the dagger out, picked up a stone, and began explaining. This is a dungeon modeled after Gangnam Station. These green worms crawl out when they sense vibrations from the earth. They hate sunlight and won't leave the ground, but if they bite you, you'll be easily torn apart and die quickly. We can fight back like this. Following Hansu's instructions, everyone started killing the green worms. Hansu stood observing, paying attention to the 4 people who were performing well. One person who had been holding a dagger and standing still the whole time also caught Hansu's attention. Sang Jin, Heizu called, walking over to remind him, if you're not confident, stick to the intact marble. If you see a wet spot on the ground, stab the dagger into it. Be careful with your hands. Not far away, Mihai had just killed a green worm, stood up to wipe the sweat, and said to the blonde girl, you probably need to stab into where the ground is bulging. The blonde girl nodded and replied, like the whack-a-mole game. Sang-jin gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, encouraging himself, I can do this, I have to do this. Suddenly, the ground behind Sang-jin cracked open, and a green worm crawled out and charged towards him. Sang-jin panicked, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Heizu quickly pushed him out of the way and struck twice, killing the green worm. Sang-jin survived and smiled at Hansu. Thanks. Hansu didn't reply, just turned away, thinking to himself, he can't participate in the fight, that's unquestionable. He'll just be a burden. T-sung came up and asked, did you know this was going to happen? How did you know? T-sung asked. Hansu interrupted, I told you it's my superpower. Everyone fell silent, then they continued focusing on hunting the monsters. Heizu walked up to a dead green worm's body, picked up a stone, and noticed everyone was watching him. He stood up, turned, and asked, why don't you pick them up? Mihai answered for everyone, we thought you should take all the stones and protect us. After all, you're the one protecting us from this place. You're the one who can protect us, so take them all. We're not as strong as superheroes, it would be better to collect more stones. Hansu sighed, everyone just take whatever you can hunt. If you want to be with me, at least follow the basic rules. The basic rules that those who have been through the abyss for many years have created. He continued, what I get is mine. In group hunts, the spoils are divided according to contribution and priority. In dangerous situations, good relationships can easily be broken. You'll soon realize how ruthless this place is. Hansu looked at everyone, silently sighing. Most important thing you should believe in is your own ability. If you're useless, you'll be eliminated. Everyone fell silent, and Mihai was the first to react. She walked towards a green worm. Mihai bent down to pick up a dead green worm, looked at it for a moment, then said, all right, let me get more for you. Everyone continued with their task, and no one said anything else. Anu stood still, watching them work, then turned his gaze forward, where the dark stone blocks were emerging. Remaining people exchanged glances before beginning to separate and collect the ancient runes. Hansu thought to himself that soon, they would get used to this and would fight on their own to claim the runes for themselves without needing reminders. Suddenly, T-sung shouted, hey look, there's a strange rune. Everyone curiously rushed over and saw a purple rune in T-sung's hand. This was the essence of the Akun goblin tribe. T-sung looked at the information from the system and grinned, thinking to himself, if I get this one, I'll have a new superpower. His eyes were filled with ambition as he thought, with this, I will gain super ability. Then, T-dung looked toward Hansu, his face expressionless, not far away. Earlier he said that sharing items was just for show, but if he acted too much now and demanded a share of the items, Hansu would surely make things difficult for him. Thinking this, T-sung asked Hansu, this should belong to the official, right? If you agree now, you won't change your mind later, will you? Hansu nodded and acknowledged, but in his mind he started to think. The essence of the Akun goblin tribe. Having it from the start of the game was very beneficial because it enhanced defense and gave the user the ability to regenerate. Everyone playing this game needed those two things, so it was sought after by many. Moreover, it was a passive rune. However, it made the user crave more food. But as they grew stronger, they could steal food from others, so hunger was never a problem. The skills level determined its power and proficiency. Those with sharp minds and a large amount of magic often had around 100 skills. Canyon, on the other hand, already had over 1,000 skills. However, we are not the same. Hatsu recalled a time when a few runes of different colors were displayed in front of him. He picked up an orange one to absorb. Others tried to absorb a green one inside with regret, saying, just as I thought, we're only allowed a maximum of 7 skill. If I had known this earlier, I would have learned stronger skill. Only 7 skills, this rule will kill the players. But Hansu possessed an incredibly great power. The limit meant nothing to him. Thanks to that power, Hansu had evolved his skills infinitely. The Doraro lizard essence, which initially only accelerated regeneration, evolved so much that it could now withstand Kang T's immortality spell. Glove immediately accelerated, matching the teleportation technique of Kenyan, which was a space jump. 7 stars was the nickname heirs gave to Hansu because only he was powerful enough to evolve 7 skills infinitely. This allowed him to catch up and stand shoulder to shoulder with them, even though he was 20 years behind them. Hansu thought to himself, it's the skills that have defined who I am. They've made me return here on their behalf, so I can't afford to make any mistakes in the end. Heirs had said that right. Choose the 7 skills very carefully. If everything goes according to plan, we'll leave the training zone. At this moment, Dung could no longer wait and decided to use the essence of the Akun Goblin tribe. System notification showed the physical resistance stat and the skill of the Akun Goblin tribe essence, proficiency 1%. Dung touched his ear with a finger to open the personal info panel. Jin Sung, strength 11.1, precision 10.1. Stamina 12.5 plus 1.5, perception 10.3, physical resistance 10.7 plus 0.7. Looking at the stats, Sung felt pleased. I have more physical resistance now, and all my other stats have gone up a lot. Then Sung turned his head, giving Han-Su a mocking glance. You fool, something so good, you won't get it from me anytime soon. Just wait, kid, sooner or later I'll catch up to you. Han-Su didn't know what Sung was thinking, and he didn't care. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to move. Let's go. Dung ran over, pretending to be friendly, and put his arm around Han-Su. Ho ho, it will be dangerous ahead, stay with me. The strong should go ahead to protect, right? You'll need me anyway, won't you? As he spoke, Sung turned his head and gave Mihai a meaningful look. Mihai felt a little irritated seeing the look Sung gave her and said, Han-Su briefly glanced at Sung. Don't tell me he sees me as an opponent. Well, if it's already bad, then don't act cute. I don't intend to let what happened earlier go, Han-Su thought, then pushed Sung's hand off his shoulder. The group walked down the stairs and Mihai curiously asked Han-Su, why not take a different route? Why go down? Han-Su replied, to catch the subway. Mihai asked in surprise, is the subway still running? You'll see, Han-Su answered, his mind drifting back to a moment when he was talking with a friend with colored hair. Friend with colored hair spoke, that person's information is never wrong. So after entering those dungeons, just then a friend with black hair added, those dungeons must be pretty lame. The colored-haired friend retorted, who asked you to butt in? The black-haired friend replied, because I heard you making so many wild claims and getting the basic knowledge wrong. Then the black-haired friend walked over, shoved the colored-haired friend aside and sat down between Han-Su and him, continuing, I'll tell you the quickest way to get stronger. You need to touch the most important thing in the training zone. It's under the subway station. Subway stations were located in different places and each station's structure was different. But from the third floor onward, they were the same. If you pass through the central gate of the stairs and go straight down, there's a subway train that hasn't left yet. If you can catch it, you're basically done. The problem is, it's very difficult to get there. Back in the present, the group had reached a large gate. Han-Su looked at the gate and thought to himself, one more day and the train will depart. What is the one thing I must resolve today, no matter what? Behind him, Mihai was also staring intently at the gate. This isn't the South Guard station. I've been to the South Guard station many times, but I've never seen this gate. Shaking off the doubts in her mind, Mihai asked Han-Su, are you really going in there? I don't even know what's inside. Han-Su replied, I'm just following what my instincts tell me. As I said before, if anyone wants to back out, feel free. Sung sneered and spoke up, I'll go in there. Mihai, with a determined look in her eyes, said, I'll go too, I'll go in there as well. Looking at Mihai, Han-Su thought to himself, she seems worried. She must have realized her own situation. People like her will face much greater danger. From now on, I don't know how, but she must become stronger, even if it means sacrificing her appearance. At that moment, the blonde girl in the group spoke up, we'll stay here. Anyway, we can continue hunting here. To everyone's surprise, Sang-Jin spoke, I'm going too, I want to go in there. Sung mocked, what are you going in there for? You were so scared earlier you couldn't do anything. Sang-Jin looked at Sung with a gloomy expression and replied, what's it to you? What I do has nothing to do with you. Dung felt insulted and pointed directly at Sang-Jin. What did you just say? You've been slacking off and now you're talking too much. Take back what you just said. Suddenly, Han-Su shouted, enough. Sung saw Han-Su shout and said nothing more, simply shutting his mouth. Stop arguing over trivial matters. There's no time for that. Just do what you can. After speaking, Han-Su walked toward the gate and Mihai followed, walking faster, overtaking him. Sung mumbled angrily as he watched Han-Su's back, furious that those bastards dared to insult him in front of Mihai. As Han-Su passed through the gate, he started thinking, there were over 1,000 types of monsters in the training area. With diverse terrain, there must be some common factor. Hatsu stopped and looked ahead, muttering, just as I thought, it's here. Behind him, Sang-Jin exclaimed in surprise, wait, no way, is that a convenience store? Han-Su's group entered the convenience store and split up to find the necessary items, while Han-Su took a round to observe. Han-Su's mind, he wondered, he had said there was a convenience store on the second floor of the train station. This was the lower reward. Dung held a spear, pondering whether to take various types of weapons. Walking through the kitchenware section, Han-Su thought to himself, it's more like a supermarket than a convenience store, but it really has everything I need. Mihai curiously asked, Han-Su, what are you doing? Han-Su placed a pot on the stove, took out a bag and said, cooking. He opened the bag and poured the liquid into the pot. Mihai was surprised when she saw the liquid. Is that green deep blood stir-fried? She recalled that Han-Su had earlier gathered some monster parts in a bag, and she had wondered what he was planning to do with them. Han-Su took out an elf skin, tore it into pieces and put it into the pot, thinking, Elf skin is highly toxic. When it comes into contact with green blood, the elves evolve to resist the green worms, making the toxin stronger. As Hansu focused on preparing the concoction, T-Sung approached and sniffed. "It smells good, can I have a taste?" Hansu remained expressionless and said, "It's poisonous." T-Sung jumped back 3 meters, shouting, "What? If it's poisonous, you should have warned me." Hansu frowned and retorted, "You came later, you're the one who smelled it." Mihai stepped forward, smiling and asking, "We never thought of cooking that, how do you know how to do it?" Hansu replied, "Superpower, my brain is filled with knowledge." T-Sung was angered and muttered under his breath. Hansu thought, "Clearly, I'm dodging the question. My brain is about to explode trying to remember everything." Recalling Kenian's training sessions, sitting there felt like my soul was about to leave my body. On the board, Kenian kept jumping, reminding them that going back to the past is useless without knowledge. The most crucial information wasn't just gathering items, increasing strength was also necessary. Without a brain, you won't understand the importance. Never share information with anyone. Knowledge from the future fuels the collapse of the abyss. Don't become like Prometheus from Greek mythology. Hansu snapped out of his thoughts, muttering, "Without knowing the exact ratio and boiling time, this is useless. That's enough." Once the poison concoction was ready, Hatsu poured it into an empty bottle and sprayed a little on his weapon. Mihai worriedly asked, "Can we use that?" Hansu replied, "Of course, but each time you use it, it costs half of your strength or stamina." T-Sung angrily shouted, "You're so stingy. I could give it to you, but in the long run, it might not be good." Hansu explained, "A one-sided relationship is fragile." Mihai said, "I'll give it to you later, let me use it first." Hansu looked at Mihai for a moment, then handed the poison bottle to her. Hansu reminded, "Be careful, it'll hurt if it touches your hands." T-Dung gritted his teeth, not daring to take it. T-Sung asked, "Can I use it first and return it to you later?" Singjin said, "I'll take it too." Hansu didn't refuse, letting them use it while he prepared other things. Soon after, Hansu had 2 backpacks full, feeling satisfied. "This is enough." The others finished and came over. Adu turned around, saying, "We're ready." Hansu simply looked at them, and one person asked, "Why are you looking at us like that?" Hansu pointed to the large bags on their backs. "With such big bags, do you plan on being bait for others?" Hansu demonstrated by burying some items in the ground and said, "If you don't want to carry everything and fight, bury it. If you take everything, others will chase you down with a thirst for life. Leave a little for others." Mihai looked at Hansu with sparkling eyes. "At first I thought he was silent, but he's really capable. Can I have superpowers like that?" She sat down, learning from Hansu, her heart filled with determination. Hundreds of millions of people went missing yesterday. No one could return, she had to survive for the rest of her life, no matter what. To survive, she had to do her part, and if there was Hansu, she'd do it again. She looked at Hansu once more. Mihai didn't hesitate, chasing after Hansu. T-Sung felt uncomfortable, that bastard acts like that. Then, T-Sung threw his backpack hard at Sang-jin, ignoring him, and chased after Hansu, asking, "Kang Hansu, can we have the superpower you mentioned?" Hansu replied, "It's possible." Hearing this, the 3 of them simultaneously exclaimed, "Really?" Hansu nodded. "Yes," Kenian had told Hansu. Among those who came to this world, a few people developed special abilities that they didn't actually possess. The original quote, "Be careful with those who come to this world. Some of them develop special abilities that they don't actually have." Diverse abilities. Some people are very dangerous with outstanding traits and a higher chance of survival than others. If someone is useless, eliminate them. Hansu's gaze turned sharp. Hansu's entire body became tense, causing T-Sung to jump back. "What's wrong with him?" Then T-Sung smiled, "By the way, you're really rude. Are you still mad about me getting angry?" Hansu stopped, turned to look at T-Sung. Hansu said, "I'm not used to it, I don't have much to talk about." Then he continued walking, his thoughts drifting back to the 5 years before coming here, as hope slowly turned into despair, blurring everything. T-Sung followed, watching Hansu's back, thinking to himself, where did he hit his head during the fight? Why does he act like this? If it weren't for that superpower, I would have been humiliated by him. T-Sung told himself, "I'll wait until I'm stronger, then Mihai and I will date, get rid of Sangjin, and take down Hansu." While he was still daydreaming, Hansu suddenly reached out and shouted. T-Sung asked, "What's that?" Hansu didn't respond. He sat down and scooped up some slime from the ground to examine. Could this be novice blue? But it wasn't like the beginner blue from sword cultivation. It had no sour smell and hadn't dried, so it wasn't the trace of a sword-wielding zombie. Then there was only one possibility, a land mermaid. This must be the trace of an earth mermaid. They weren't agile, but if they attacked and paralyzed you with venom, it wouldn't be hard for them to tear us apart. But I have a plan. Hansu smiled faintly, dusted off his knees, and stood up. Sung protested from behind, "Don't act alone like that, okay? Let me show you this. Come help me," Hansu said, turning back toward the convenience store. Mihai didn't understand but followed to assist. Soon, bottles of homemade bombs appeared before the three of them. Although there was no kerosene here, Hansu figured it would be enough. Mihai asked, "Firebombs? Don't tell me you got these from the convenience store earlier." T-Sung picked up a bottle and said, "This is a superpower too, convenient for you. Must like this place more than our original world, right? I mean, you can do whatever you want if I had powers like this." Hansu looked at T-Sung, wondering whether he should deal with him immediately in front of everyone. T-Sung noticed Hansu's strange gaze and asked cautiously, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Hansu sighed, set aside his thoughts, drew a plan on the ground with a stick and said, "I'll explain the plan. Listen carefully. One person throws a bomb, the other three advance and attack. The person in front gets priority to collect the soul shards." T-Sung laughed, "Then I'll go first. The skilled ones should protect the front, right?" Hansu asked, "Who will throw the bombs?" Mihai and Sangjin raised their hands simultaneously. "Then decide who's throwing." Mihai hesitated slightly, while Sangjin wrestled with the choice. Hansu decided, "Then the two of you will take turns." Decision made, all four continued moving. Sangjin thought, "How much farther do we have to go? I can't retreat now, just following along to avoid being left behind." "Is everyone truly okay with this?" Sangjin looked at the group. When his eyes met Mihai's, he noticed her body was trembling slightly. At that moment, Hansu warned, "Stay alert, they're coming." Strange, eerie sounds echoed. Hansu immediately ordered Mihai throw a bottle at the source of the sound. "Don't be weak. That's right, I can do this." Mihai encouraged herself, took a homemade bomb from her bag, lit it and threw it toward the sound. The bomb hit a monster, igniting a flame that burned it alive. Mihai shouted with joy, "I did it, the three of us will attack. Be careful, don't get hit by their paralyzing venom." Hansu reminded T-Sung and Sangjin. Hansu took the lead, weapon in hand, charging toward the monster. T-Sung thought, "That bastard is taking all the soul shards, can't let him win." Suddenly a monster lunged from T-Sung's side, startling him. He yelled, "Get off me, you maggot." T-Sung swung at the monster. "Damn it, I missed." He panicked, but then noticed the monster lying dead on the ground. Looking at his poisoned weapon, he said, "Ah, this actually works." Hansu asked, "The poison I gave you is worth collecting soul shards for, right?" T-Sung didn't reply, eyes filled with ambition, thinking, "With this, I'll catch up to that bastard soon." So T-Sung eagerly joined the fight with Hansu. Mihai and Sangjin also performed well on their tasks. The battle tilted in favor of Hansu's group, and the number of monsters steadily decreased. Hansu thought, as expected in a battle where paralyzing venom can ignite, bringing firebombs was wise. "The blade is worn, but that's fine. I've prepared the poison for this purpose anyway." Hansu continued fighting. T-Sung was drawn to the soul shards scattered on the ground. "These soul shards should be mine." He greedily reached to pick them up, unaware of a monster spitting venom toward him. One of T-Sung's legs got hit by the venom, causing him to fall. He cursed silently, "Damn, everyone's watching, how humiliating." More monsters emerged from the darkness, heading toward him. Terrified, he shouted, "Damn it, you bastards, get off me, save me." I saw T-Sung in danger and tried to take a firebomb to help, but finding her bag empty, she quickly said to Sangjin, "Sangjin, switch places with me." "Okay, wait," Sangjin replied. He tried to light the firebomb in his hand, but the lighter malfunctioned. Sangjin repeatedly struck the lighter, muttering prayers, "Come on, light, please." Finally, Sangjin succeeded, but before he could ignite the bomb, a monster suddenly crawled under his feet. Startled, Sangjin dropped the firebomb, which shattered. T-Sung angrily shouted, "You idiot, I told you to throw the bomb, not ruin it." Luckily, Hansu had dealt with the monsters and rushed to save them. He cut the two monsters charging at Sangjin and said, "Stay calm, follow the plan, everything will be fine. Take a moment and collect your soul shards." Out of danger, T-Sung exhaled in relief. "I thought I was dead. Looks like my skill healed my leg." Hansu looked at him and said, "If you improve your stamina and rest, you'll heal faster. I'll get my soul shard." Seeing the pile of soul shards he got, T-Sung felt displeased. "Is that all I get? That bastard divided it so meticulously." Then T-Sung looked at Sangjin, a mischievous idea forming. "What if I take his share too?" He grinned, approached Sangjin and said, "Hey, Choi Sangjin, is it your family tradition to be heartless?" Before Sangjin could respond, T-Sung grabbed his neck with one hand. Sangjin, you idiot, you couldn't even throw a single firebomb. Did you forget you almost got me killed earlier?" Sangjin struggled to speak. "That's because..." Mihai approached, scolding T-Sung. "What the hell are you doing? Let him go, he'll die like this." Since Mihai spoke, T-Sung had no choice but to drop Sangjin and said, "Your luck runs out tomorrow, bastard." T-Sung sat down in front of Sangjin. Rubbing Sangjin's hair, T-Sung warned, "From now on, pay attention. Do whatever you need to. Not long ago, you were crawling on the ground with your head down. Seems you've forgotten your place. Follow someone else's lead your whole life like your father and don't cause trouble." T-Sung turned his gaze to Sangjin's soul shard. "I'm taking these." He reached to take them, but a thrown dagger shot between him and the shards, blocking his hand. T-Sung quickly pulled back and shouted, "Ah, what the hell?" The dagger came from Hansu. Hansu looked at T-Sung and said, "Those aren't yours." T-Sung stood, smiling. "You're going to give the shards to that useless guy?" Certainly not, Hansu said firmly. T-Sung smirked, glancing at the pile of soul shards. T-Sung said nothing more and began collecting his own soul shards, muttering to himself, "As long as I'm stronger, no one can stop me." Don't you think that's basically throwing them away? What can they even do? Come on, we can share these runestones. Honestly, without this guy, we'd be fine anyway, right? Hansu replied calmly. You have to divide them fairly. From the start, you shouldn't meddle in other people's livelihood. Knowing nothing can be changed, T-Sung turned away and sneered, "Livelihood, don't regret it later." Hansu glanced at Jin and reminded him, "You should also pay attention to your share." Myth stood aside, observing, then approached timidly and asked, "Hey Hansu, am I bothering you? Given the current situation, seeing others fight might make you uncomfortable." Hansu replied, "This is fine for me. Even if you mess up something, I won't complain." Myth asked again, "So does that mean you'll come with us to the end?" Hansu answered, "It's just that you act like you'll leave any time." He didn't look back, walking ahead while saying, "Whether you follow me or not is up to you. Doing very well, so there's no need to worry. Focus on the runestones dropped by the monsters." Hansu thought, "Most are runestones for strength and stamina. Looks like I can't ignore this creature's traits. Not bad, since strength and stamina are both important. These are the stats I need." Hansu opened his personal panel. Strength 25.3, stamina 24.5, dexterity 14.1, just a bit more needed. Muttering to himself, Hansu absorbed a stamina runestone. On the panel, his stamina changed to 24.8. The system announced his first achievement. At the same time, Fairy appeared in front of Hansu and said, "Your total stamina and strength have surpassed 50. Congratulations, you are the first traveler." Myth was startled by Fairy's sudden appearance, shouting, "Why is that thing here? Where did it come from?" Hansu chuckled inwardly. "I managed to lure it out, huh?" Fairy flew closer to Hansu. Seeing his face clearly, it gasped and pointed. "Oh, aren't you the traveler who raised your hand before? I wondered who could progress so fast. Seems my judgment was correct. We always favor those who strive. Then for the most diligent traveler, I'll give a small gift. Curious what it is, right? Should I tell you?" Suddenly, Mih raised her hand. "Isn't that unfair? From the start, our body stats were different. Why do you have to be so intimidating? Once we start, we won't interfere with you. We won't kill you just because we dislike you." Saying this, Fairy flew to Mih, hovering by her hand, grinning devilishly as it whispered, "There will always be exceptions, right? And you might be one of them." Mist turned pale in fear. Fairy then held its stomach and laughed loudly. "Of course, I'm just joking. This lead never gets boring." Aha, then Fairy stopped smiling, glancing at Mist. "What's the matter? Unfair? Come on, you have some advantage over others that no one can match, right? People don't discard it to level with others. Life has never been fair." Saying this, Fairy ignored Mist's thoughts and happily flew back to Hansu. "Talking about nonsense is a waste of time. Now it's time for you to receive your reward." Hansu thought, "I know what the reward is." Fairy continued, "The reward for surpassing a total stat threshold is 3 optional runestones. Do you want a strength, perception, or healing runestone, though they can only be used once? If your stomach is pierced, it can heal that and cure most poisons. It's basically an extra life." Hansu added silently, "But if my limbs are severed, it's useless." The 3 Mih noticed the healing runestone's effect and their eyes lit up. That means they could survive danger at least once. They looked at Hansu expectantly, thinking if things go bad, he'll save one for them, right? Ignoring them, Hansu asked Fairy, "By the way, is there any runestone immune to magic?" Fairy looked slightly surprised but smiled. "Of course there is." Hansu kept observing. Seeing no odd expression, he pondered, "It doesn't care much, huh? So low-level tricks are fine, healing runestones are good, but magic and physical immunity is rare at the training stage, except special cases like stamina boosting, which only affects action speed and recovery. Physical and magic resistance are basic defensive abilities. I can use experience to counter some physical attacks. Magic attacks are different." Later, when Hansu received the reward, his personal panel updated. Kang Hansu, strength 25.3, stamina 24.8. Accuracy 14.1, perception 15.2, magic immunity 13. Hansu wondered, this should be enough to avoid dying instantly. After giving the reward, Fairy said farewell. "My job is done. I'm counting on you, so do well in the future." "How long and pretty." The 3 Mih gasped softly. "Oh, that's a girl. Let's go." Hansu planned to continue, but seeing their strange expressions, he asked, "What's with those looks?" The 3 averted their eyes. Nothing. Soon, the 4 reached the 3rd wall. Mihai had just killed a monster and wiped sweat from her forehead, thinking, this is easier than before. Suddenly, she noticed Hansu's action. He was doing something again, probably poison, right? But his movements were the same as before. Curious, Mih approached. "You have so many runestones, why isn't your speed changing?" "Sharp," Hansu silently praised. He raised his wrist. It's because of this. Mih asked curiously, what is that? The other two paused to watch as well. Hansu demonstrated while explaining, you can collect runestones like this. Raise your hand and think of the runestones you've obtained. Mih exclaimed, wow, how can you do that? Hansu replied, with my superpower I can try it once. Mih eagerly picked up a runestone, but Hansu said, following me won't help. She asked, but why? First, it slows down hunting, so you basically won't keep many runestones. Second, if I die, these runestones are useless. All collected this way will drop if I die. Sang Jin asked curiously, then why do you collect them? So I can use them for exchanges later, he added silently. Although unlikely now, once some rules are set, they can act as currency in the training area. Hansu advised, you won't manage that, just pick them up one by one. Dung asked irritably, just because we followed your advice, you look down on us? If you can do it, why can't I? Yihao sighed inwardly, never expecting them to misunderstand the danger of the situation. If they were cursed by the turtle below, they would understand everything. But before going down, some preparation was needed. Looking at the weapons in hand, Hansu turned to the three and said, listen carefully. Whether you follow me or are collecting the ancient texts, do as you please, I don't care. But right now, you must obey me and hand over all your weapons. There's no other choice. Tae-sung reacted immediately, you think you're a thief. You already have weapons, so why ask for mine? I mean ours, we can't defeat the monsters with this. Hansu threw the weapon to the ground and said, the blade is too dull, unusable. I need a new sword, understood? Tae-sung roared. You think saying that means I agree? This idiot is ridiculous. If you take all our weapons, what are we supposed to fight with? We still have to fight the monsters. You want us to hide behind you? Sang-jin spoke up unexpectedly. If so, I'll hand over my weapon too. Before he could finish, Tae-sung cut him off. You shut up. Hansu, unwilling to waste time, asked directly, so do you want to fight the monster below? Tae-dung responded without thinking, fine, why stress, leave it to me. I've always hated that condescending look in your eyes, this time I'll show you. Tae-sung's answer surprised Hansu. He expected refusal but got agreement so quickly. Oh right, he doesn't know what the monster below is like, Hansu thought, but my limit ends here. Hansu gave two options. 1, I retreat and you fight the monster. 2, you step aside and I face it alone. What do you want to do? Sang-jin resolutely said, I'll step aside. Also decided, me too. If you say that, then the monster must be very dangerous. Tae-dung, seeing this, tried to persuade, that's why we should cooperate, help each other in danger. That coward wants to abandon his friends and only care about the reward for himself. Are you going to let him do that? He didn't care if Sang-jin stepped aside, but if Myth did too, it would be difficult. Friends, nice word. Even if I have some memory of being friends with you, you should be glad Kenyon isn't back here. He's probably wandering in the faith space. We can't stay here long, we need to get there quickly. Hansu, listening to Tae-sung ramble, finally spoke. Enough, we'll think after going down. If I knew you'd argue like this, I wouldn't have said anything. Finally, they went down. You should have done this sooner instead of talking nonsense. Thinking Hansu had compromised, Tae-sung smugly thought, look at him trying to go down alone. He must know something important is below. Only an idiot would pass up this chance. Maybe he'll get some good loot. But soon after going down, he was the first to run out. Myth chased after him, shouting in panic, I told you the monster below is dangerous. Whatever, run. Tae-sung yelled no less, remember the image of the gigantic monster they saw earlier. How would I know a monster from another space would appear here? I can't believe he wants to fight it alone. His mind isn't normal. After Tae-sung's group fled, Hansu faced the giant serpent alone. As it lunged and raised its head to the sky, Hansu immediately shielded his hand. The monster screamed, shooting a beam of light straight at Hansu. Having anticipated this, Hansu leapt aside, dodging the giant serpent's attack. I guess this attack could be partially resisted thanks to my magic resistance. Strong shockwave, its magic is high, hard enough that no sword could pierce. Not an easy opponent, but I know its weak point. Scales are tough, but the gaps between are weak. Remembering this, Hansu dodged while accurately striking the weak point with a throwing star. The monster screamed in pain and attacked Hansu frantically. While Hansu was dizzy from the shockwave and poison gas, the monster swept its tail hard, sending him crashing into the wall behind. Finally, it reacted to the strike on its weak point. This was its nest area, its physical resistance was high. But I'm still weak against its poison. Hansu now had 5 knives, how so many? Simply, besides Mih and Sang-jin, Tae-sung also wisely offered them before fleeing. Hansu didn't rush. He rose from the rubble, staring at the monster, thinking, let us have some fun until my goal is achieved. Meanwhile, Myth paused in her run, worriedly looking into the cave. She fought from a distance, yet the sound still echoed here. Is Hansu okay fighting alone? Tae-dung noticed Mih's unusual expression and asked, Mih, why aren't you going on? Without knives, we have to rush back to the convenience store. Mih remained silent, and after a mental struggle, she decided to return to help Hansu. Tae-sung, for pride, also appeared righteous and followed Mih back. Hansu, are you okay? Mih called out but froze at the scene. Hansu's left arm was caught in the monster's jaws. Using the moment, Hansu stabbed the monster's weak point with a poisoned knife, making it scream in pain. Hansu's arm was freed. Finally, 3 strikes landed. It bit my arm too long, but thanks to protective clothing, it's fine. Luckily, I've increased endurance. It should heal quickly. In the next stage, these creatures will evolve to a new level. Their attack and recovery will greatly increase. Then, poison won't work and their strength and abilities will be harder to overcome. So poison must be used now for it to be effective. Without paralyzing poison, I couldn't have reached here. Now it's much easier, watching the monster succumb to poison and lose its defense. Hansu immediately used a knife to finish the monster. Hansu, are you okay? Mih called out loudly and ran to him. Only now did Hansu notice Mih's group, but he showed no reaction. He quietly walked to his backpack and asked, "Are you still here? I came back because I was worried about you, but it seems unnecessary. Is your arm okay? Just a minor injury. It's already healed, so don't worry." Dung couldn't believe that this man had fought off that monster alone. He looked at the monster's corpse on the ground, then turned to look at Hansu with a confused expression. He knew Hansu was very strong, but the gap between them was so large. How could he catch up to him? Hansu was collecting the reward from the serpent when he suddenly called out. Mih curiously asked, "What's wrong, Hansu?" Hansu silently stared at the jade fragment in his hand, probably because it was from a fairly strong monster, so the reward was. Sung noticed the jade fragment and rushed over to ask Hansu, "Are you going to use it?" Hansu thought for a moment. "If I had an ancient stone with magic, this would be far more useful. This one needs magic to activate, so I can't use it right now." Looking at the size of the monster, Hansu admitted, this must be a good one, really jealous." He honestly replied, "No, I won't use it. You can use 7 jade fragments, so keeping it wouldn't do much." Hearing this, Sangjin eagerly asked, "Can I use it then?" Dung replied, "You won't be able to make use of it. Know your place." After saying that, he shoved Sangjin aside. Sangjin, with a greedy expression, said to Hansu, "If you're planning to give it to this guy, stop. Give it to me." He rubbed his elbow, which Sung had nudged, and grumbled, "You already have one." Sangjin continued to challenge, "You think this jade fragment will work for you? If I had something as strong as you, I could have gone out and killed monsters just like you. No, I could do it even better than you." Dung felt insulted and angrily shouted, "Better than me? Didn't I already beat you up earlier? Do you want me to break your neck to wake you up?" Miss saw the exchange and stepped in to intervene. Hansu laughed, "I never said I'd give it to anyone. I want to sell it. If anyone wants to buy it now, I'll give a 5% discount. Let's see who makes the purchase first." Just this statement made Sung and Sangjin go silent. After calming down, Sung awkwardly asked, "Can I pay in installments?" Hansu replied, "In that case, pick someone to represent all 3 of you." He gave them time to discuss, then asked, "Have you decided?" Mih nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take it." As expected, they didn't trust each other, and only one person continued the transaction. Moreover, he had secretly collected the jade fragments when killing the monsters on his own. Since he had killed the monster and collected the fragments himself, there was no reason to hide it. However, it was no surprise the more mysterious a person was, the more advantageous it became, thanks to their survival instincts. He certainly had potential in that regard. After collecting the necessary items, Mih handed Hansu 1 speed jade fragment, 3 sensory jade fragments, and 7 strength and endurance jade fragments. Hansu said, "Since I said I'd give a 5% discount, you only need 6 strength jade fragments." He handed 1 back to Mih. Mih awkwardly replied, "Right." Mih scolded, "You're really particular." Hansu replied, "Don't act like I'm the bad guy. If you get used to receiving free stuff in this situation, you'll end up paying the price. Nothing in this world is free." Hansu finished his lecture and walked straight ahead. "Let's start making that thing." The appearance of the snake proved there was deuterium nearby. Sure enough, Heizu found deuterium and carefully snapped off a branch. After that, he collected some materials and began crafting. Meanwhile, Mihai and Sangjin followed like 2 tails, observing every move Hansu made and guessing what he was doing. Even Sung, when he saw Hansu adding ingredients to the pot, couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "What are you making with that?" "Another poison," Hansu replied. "No, this time it'll be something different. The snake's skin is tough, but it's not strong enough to make a weapon." Hansu explained, "This time, I need to make something else. The 11th weapon out of 134 weapons that can be made from monster parts and materials gathered in the beginner area. Items 111 with a limited damage range, making it hard to cause bleeding. If I can identify the opponent's weak spots and confidently strike the right place, this needle is the perfect choice." Hansu looked at his work, a bit disappointed that the needle's tip was a little dull. Hansu muttered, "Well, it's handmade, so I can't ask for too much." He tested the needle with a dagger to check its durability. When it didn't break, he felt relieved. All right, at least it's this strong. Considering the time alchemists need to create weapons, this was the best item he could make from basic materials in the beginner area. Hansu muttered, I need this to pierce through its scale. The monster needed to be defeated to obtain the second hidden fragment. Hansu wrapped the tip to make a sword's point, completing the creation of the new weapon. Kalaza, this one is slightly stronger than 117. If defeated, it will create an even better weapon. However, this weapon isn't bad. It's the best option for now. Dung watched from the side. Seeing him put in that much effort, it must be far better than the weapon I have right now. Sung silently thought to himself, then made an offer to buy Hansu's sword. This one's hard to use. If you're interested, I'll buy it. But right now I can't make another. I've used up all the material. His hatred for Sung grew. So this bastard used everything himself? Selfish prick. Dung thought to himself, no, there must be better things ahead. It's best to endure now. He and the others followed Hansu. This place must be the final spot. There's electricity and the train is very clean. Moreover, seeing that the man was always in battle mode yet still calm, Sung was secretly relieved. No more fighting, now we can relax and claim our rewards. He, along with Mih and Sangjin, boarded the train with Hansu, but Hansu's question made them freeze. Hansu asked, why are you getting on the train? This place only allows one person on. Get off. Seeing they remained still, he repeated, only one person is allowed for the train to move. Get off. Sangjin replied, I think you're mistaken. Dung chimed in, and what rule allows you to board, after all the battles we've been through together? Dung continued, why are you so selfish, only thinking about yourself? You got this far thanks to our help. He exclaimed, oh my god, is this the hypocrite who steals and then complains, just like in the legend? I hope the author makes it disappear soon. My head is throbbing. Back to the main matter, Hansu heard Sung sigh and mutter words of despair. Help him. These people are clever at seizing opportunities for themselves, but there's one thing they haven't realized yet. Of course, no law requires me to go first, because in this world there are no rules at all. Hansu drew his new sword and threatened, now you choose, either go down or stay here and deal with me. But if you pick the second option, you'll have to write a letter to the United Nations later. Maybe they'll listen. After saying that, he pointed the tip of his sword at Sung's neck, smiled without smiling and asked, so what do you want to do now? Sung wondered. This bastard, he talks like an uncle but does such crazy things. But if we all attack him together, maybe we have a chance to win. If we win, I'll take all his weapons and ancient texts. If we lose, just apologize and it's over. He won't deal with all three of us, right? Is the gamble worth it? As Sung calculated in his head, he caught Hansu's icy gaze. Before long, the train departed and the only passenger was Hansu. After recovering, Sung kept blaming himself. If I had moved even slightly, he would have killed me instantly. He's capable of much more. Why did I freeze just because of his gaze? We shouldn't push him away like that. We owe him for getting the three of us this far. We shouldn't have provoked him. Let's keep going. We need to move forward, Mihi said. Sung whispered bitterly in his heart. Those evil people, that's exactly why you'll never make it. Where is that desire for power? Aren't we here to become stronger? Doesn't the cost matter? I will become stronger. While waiting for the train at the next station, Hansu thought, if I compile all the information from here, this is what I've gathered. 1. The subway stops at 20 stations along the route. 2. The relics found at each station are random. 3. Once I pass a station, I can't go back. This is an architecture designed to create mental conflict, even if I reach the final point. There's no guarantee of a good outcome, so I need to be cautious. I'm currently at the 12th station. Before Larun's round, Kento's claws and Orc Rang's steel gloves, I've collected 8 weapons. Since they are weapons collectible from hidden fragments, their quality is probably quite high. The Larun ring enhances sensory stats to reveal a monster's weaknesses, but since I already know all of them, it's useless to me. I have plenty of weapons, so I'm hoping for something different. Maybe something like increased mobility. With it, I could move freely in battle, or at least that's the idea. Hansu stepped off the ship, astonished by what appeared before him. Maniac's cigarette. Maniac's cigarette, when lit, increases the archaic stat. As you smoke, the stat continues to rise. If you finish the cigarette and inhale all the smoke, all archaic stats increase by 20% and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. Hansu couldn't hide his excitement. Although it couldn't be used outside the training area, it was still a valuable item. Holding the pack, Hansu suddenly thought of her. Smoking again like before, she always said that every time I smoke, I age a lot. You know, if you keep it up, you'll ruin that handsome face. Don't worry, this time will be different, Hansu thought to himself, then returned to the original station. He returned, the Mihai gang had already left. Hansu didn't care and walked alone to the convenience store, picking up the pot he had used to craft weapons last time. There were still 4 days until the next hidden fragment appeared. Within 2 days, he had 2 choices. Focus on hunting and collecting archaic stats or take on the remaining missions. No need to overthink it, let's see. I've completed a few missions along the way. I don't know what I'll get from them, but now I just need to focus on the missions that promise the best rewards first. Among the remaining missions, there was one with a promising reward and a short completion time. The mission Stone with a clumsy mage companion. It increased my basic stats by up to 10, including its own bonus, and could heal critical wounds. Rewards for achievements like this were rare, not just in training but also in the red danger zone later. But who would have thought such a foolish mission could even be triggered? Ah, that's her, Anvi Aaron, a member of the death squad. She had been dragged into an abyss while volunteering in prison. Heard those she trusted most were there, but when training began, they all betrayed her, and her rage awakened her power. Within 7 weeks, she tore everyone apart and extracted their hearts. Then she tried to end her own life, and this mission appeared. Thinking of it, Hansu decided to skip it. It wasn't suitable for him and conflicted with his goal of saving as many people as possible. By now it must be night, so some missions with night-only time limits were appearing. Wait, tomorrow night, Hansu suddenly remembered. There's this Fu Hao Kayat Sea's food pack. That will be the first thing I use. I need to make sure I have enough stamina. I'll protect it under the moonlight, but first I need to eat. Hansu looked at the empty convenience store. Even the food he had buried was taken, leaving only 2 moon shells of leftover snacks scattered on the floor. These brutes' moon will rise soon, yet they dare to act so foolishly. Let's see how brave they really are. Meanwhile, the gang, having cleared everything from the store, was transporting it outside the station. The Mihai gang had reunited with the blonde girl and her friend. They just stood aside watching the thugs carry the food. After a while, the blonde friend complained, how could they steal everything? Should we stop them now? We ran in such a hurry when we heard them coming that I couldn't hold anything back. They even took my share. How could they clear everything so quickly? He said anxiously. We could be stronger, but Sang Jin added, they have too many people. Even with higher stats, we'd be in danger if they ganged up on us. Itsu hasn't returned yet, so don't rush. The blonde girl's face froze, then she whispered to her friend, I've never heard him talk so much. Me neither, the friend replied, glancing at the gang, a sudden suspicion forming in her mind. Can't believe they even knew the store's location. I thought we had more time. Let's go quickly, Sung Ho ordered his subordinates. Spotting the Mihai gang, he smiled and waved, startling them all. He just waved at us? They're trying to provoke by showing off that they took everything. No need to respond. Let's go, T. Dung said, turning away, thinking silently, what an idiot. Why did he wave at me? I'm doing pretty well anyway. Why would Sung Ho wave at T. Sung? Simply because not long ago, T. Sung actively sought them out and then personally led them to the convenience store. And the reason he did it is that he underestimated Hansu, thinking he would have to fight those guys for the food. And since Hansu wouldn't easily defeat so many, he'd have to rely on his help. Recalling that moment after hearing T. Sung's offer of help, Sung Ho laughed in his face and said, why should we trust you? Seems like you're setting us up to fight that Hansu guy. T. Sung, relying on the Akan dwarf tribe's archaic essence, was arrogant and fearless and began lecturing Sung Ho. You don't understand the situation, just follow me. What did you say, you bastard? Do you realize our leader helped you? Sung Ho barely finished his sentence before T. Sung physically struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. T. Dung stood over him, exuding superiority, saying, none of you are on my level, you scum. Why would I trap weaklings like you? Think carefully, I'm giving you a chance. Back in the present, after the thugs left, the Mihai gang decided to stay at a store near the station to wait for Hansu. As soon as they saw Hansu through the window, Mihai called out joyfully, all her worries seeming to vanish instantly. As for T. Sung, seeing Hansu, he smiled wickedly. No need to worry. Besides, no one knows I set that trap. Even if I get caught, I'll have a reason to get off. As Hansu entered the store, Mihai immediately explained the situation to him. We ran into trouble. While we were escorting Jixian and Yangjiu, they were taking everything from the convenience store. Hansu replied calmly, I know, I saw it on my way here. How much food do we have left? T. Dung smiled and said, not much. We tried to gather as much as possible, but you know how it goes. Now that you're here, we just need to take it back from those guys, right? Though of course, it would be hard for you to handle all of them alone. I can help if you want. Hansu didn't care to argue. He just smirked disdainfully, sat down quietly at the table and started eating. Seeing his expression, T. Dung fumed and immediately approached him, whining, wait, that's not okay. You really have no shame. We risked our lives to secure this food. Shouldn't you give something back? Give something. If you give me something good, I'll reconsider. He was shocked. T. Sung, what's going on? Giving this to everyone? T. Sung objected, so we just hand it over without reason. We risked our lives for this food, you should do the same. Even among friends, there should be fairness. Hansu. They didn't lift a finger while we struggled to gather the food. Didn't anyone tell you not to expect anything for free? Yun Jiao and Jaisin nodded in agreement. Seeing everything go according to plan made T. Sung even more excited. This is my chance. If I pull everyone to my side, this guy won't be a problem anymore. Let's see how long he can keep that annoyed look. Thinking this, T. Dung turned to Hansu with satisfaction, waiting for him to give in. Embarrassed, I have nothing to trade for food. What should I do now? T-Sung had been waiting for this and immediately made his request. Come on, you've got plenty. Share what you took from there. Jisun, curious, asked, what did he say? What did you get in there? He just went into a few secret places, you see. He must have found something good. He should share it with us, right? T-Sung turned to explain, then handed Hansu an energy bar with a bright smile, saying, so come on. Share it since you're coming with us anyway. Why should you be like that? Don't do that. Hansu glanced at T-Sung and sighed, you've learned well. What do you mean? Stop changing the subject and answer me. Hansu ignored him and slung his backpack, leaving the shop. It's not that I brought them along because I needed them. I don't need their ancient language anyway. Heirs, I came all the way here because of what you said. I've done what I could. If it were Kang T-Sung would have been gone from rank 3 without waiting this long. Anyway, whatever happens, stay safe. Be strong in the future, Hansu said, then decisively pushed the door open and stepped outside. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense and Jisun quickly stepped forward to calm things. Come on, everyone, don't fight. We made it here without trouble. So why stir things up? We'll take him back. Let him go if he wants. No need to stop him, T-Dung said boldly, silently cursing. Fine, leave, act arrogant until the end. Damn it. They act like that, but if we give him free stuff, he'll just leave it behind. Why do we need him? We can handle things ourselves. While T-Sung was rambling, he was startled to see Mih suddenly stride toward the door. Mih, what are you doing? Are you leaving us for him? Mih hesitated for a moment, then decisively grabbed Hansu's sleeve. I want to go too. Hansu, can I come with you? Hansu didn't even turn his head. I can't take you with me. Of course, Mihi said disappointedly, letting go, then Hansu added. But I said it depends on you if you want to follow. Mihi's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. No, you can't go, T-Sung shouted. You haven't taken my ancient language yet. I can give you my ancient language. Not saying Jin's yet, right? His heart was anxious. You think I'd let you go? I can let everyone else leave, but not you. Fine, since I'll be going with them anyway. Jin suddenly spoke and slowly walked toward Hansu, but T-Sung blocked him. Do you know what you're saying? You can't act like this. You really think my father would just let your father escape? I raised a wild dog and now you dare leave it behind? Crazy, don't you know who your master is? T-Dung hadn't finished when Sang Jin flicked his hand away. What would you do then? We can't even go outside now. The others don't know we're alive, so how would you explain it to my father? At this point, none of that mattered anymore. I have no reason to follow you like I used to, understand. T-Dung glared at Jin and Mihai as they left like he was losing his mind. Fine, go all of you, we'll still have all the food. Do you think things would be different elsewhere? In the end, you'll come back here anyway, so we'll see. The Hansu group walked a bit, then Sangjin anxiously spoke to Mih about the food. Are you sure we shouldn't take some? We don't have much in our bags. Right, but a clothing store by the road caught Hansu's attention. He admired a brand new coat on display, then put it on, replacing his tattered one from the solo with the big guy. He told the two behind him, it doesn't matter, it'll be meaningless anyway. We have work to do, so let's go. Seeing Mihai and Sangjin's doubtful expressions, Hansu kindly explained further. Because it's almost midnight. Midnight, Mihai repeated, then froze and pointed at the sky. There's something strange with the moon. Everyone looked up. The normal moon suddenly showed an eye which slowly opened, while Mihai was still in shock. They heard Sangjin scream. What's happening? The food turned to sand. No way, all the food we bought. Mih hurriedly opened her backpack. The place full of food was now only sand. What is this? It's glowing. Followed the gaze toward Sang Jin and was even more astonished. Is that a person? They're glowing, their positions are showing. Mihai raised both hands. Are we glowing too? Sang Jin looked at himself, then Mihai, and speculated. I think standing side by side won't show it, but everyone over there is glowing, even through walls. Mihai thought of something terrifying. So everyone can see each other, but that means we'll have to fight each other. Sang Jin remembered Hansu's earlier words and asked suspiciously, Hansu, did you know this would happen? Hansu smiled and replied, hey, come on, I have superpowers, but that doesn't mean I can predict everything. But looking at how calm he was, Sang Jin thought. Just then the shouting from afar grew louder. Hey, who buried the food? Who took it all? You ate it all, didn't you? I'll deal with you. Give all the food back, we don't have any. Hansu thought to himself, what a messed up world. That's why I said not to take it all. Because once that moon, which only exists in this world, appears, all the food everyone has will vanish. Elsewhere, T-Sung's group also realized their stored food had disappeared. What do we do now? Should we look for more food? By now, everyone has taken everything from the convenience store. T-Sung heard Jaishin and Yongjiu clenching his fists, knowing they had anticipated this. He had been played by that bastard with superpowers. Just then, Dai-Sin discovered something and urgently called T-Sung outside. Outside, thugs were attacking people. Where's that scammer? How dare he trick me? Go find him. T-Dung quickly hid behind a wall, worried they couldn't win if it reached the council. We escape and take them out one by one. In a critical moment, Dai-Sin had an idea. Go to him now. T-Sung stiffened. You mean we should go back to the scumbag who abandoned us and beg him? Do you have any pride? Sun countered, so what do you want to do? Do you think you can handle 5? Staying here won't help. Think carefully, if we don't find them they will go after Hansu. We can help them if they get into danger, right? Yang Yu also agreed to assist Jixian. Yeah, overpowering them would definitely work. If we talk to them, we'll be fine. They're right, a temporary alliance isn't a bad idea. I don't like it, but if I can take advantage of him, it's fine. Thinking to himself, Dung agreed with Dai Xin's suggestion, but as soon as he stepped outside, something tangled around his feet. What is this? He moved, but it didn't loosen. Hey, pull me out. Dai Xin and Yangju were about to help but stopped suddenly. Fear was evident in Dung's eyes as he looked behind. Hurry up, what are you two looking at, idiots? Don't touch it. If you pull it, you might end up in a wheelchair. Want to come here instead? I just want to talk. Leader of the gang spoke threateningly. Jisun and Yangju immediately ran away, leaving Sung to fend for himself. Hey, you idiots, Sung yelled. The leader of the gang slowly approached Sung. Why so harsh? You're still so young. He then looked down at Sung's bound leg. What do you think? This is called Iran's trap. While you were busy with your tricks, I prepared this. If we gang up, where's the fun? Enough small talk. But where are the others? Where are the rest? Seeing Sung didn't respond, gang leader immediately raised his foot, causing Sung to scream in fear. He didn't kick Sung, instead stomping the ground. That alone was enough to make Sung tremble in fear, quickly saying, I'll tell you everything, ask whatever you want, I can show you where they are. I'm glad you understand, the gang leader said. By the way, there's this guy who needs to talk to you. He turned to look at Sung Ho. Let's finish this and move out. Sung Ho smiled and walked up to Sung, greeting him. We meet again, how have you been? If I didn't do the same to you, I'd be sick. Sung gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, that filthy worm, if those bastards hadn't abandoned me. He muttered under his breath, he'll work with us, so let's just keep him under control. Gang leader said one more thing before leaving. Did you hear that, everyone? Keep it under control, just beat him up. Sung Ho reminded his gang and they rushed toward Sung. Sung held his head, watching as Jisun and Yangju fled. He ground his teeth, thinking, how dare they abandon me? I'll deal with their whole family. Jisun and Yangju soon found Hansu and his group, who were sitting around the stove, eating happily. What are you guys doing? Camping or something? It seems fine, let's eat together, Jisun said casually, then walked over to the 2 steaming pots of food. The 2 probably knew all the food had already been finished. Hansu stood up, chewing his food, then warned, don't come over here. Why are you being childish? We're not fighting you, it's Sung, Jisun replied. If I came in, what would you do? Hansu smirked and answered, my superpower tells me you won't get away with this. Yangju, looking displeased, said, that superpower of yours telling you all that nonsense? Hansu went back to his food and said, it also tells me other things. For example, you two are about to be in danger. Hey, you're quick, a familiar voice rang out, causing Jisun and Yangju to jump. They turned around to see the gang, led by the gang leader, standing not far away, looking at them with interest. Despite the greedy actions of the rich gang, Hansu remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his delicious meat, while the others looked on in confusion, wondering, is this guy okay? Meanwhile, Sung, with a menacing look, had his rage building toward poor Jisun. No matter how much Jisun tried to explain like a broken record, Sung's hatred burned hotter than the fire in the stove. At that moment, someone interrupted from behind, cutting off Sung's words. Calm down, the leader of the gang said. New guy, maybe you should calm down a bit. He then turned to Hansu's group and said, nice to meet you again, young man. You've got skills. Where did you get that meat? Be a good boy and tell me. Without waiting for the gang leader to finish, Hansu calmly replied, chewing his meat. It's everywhere. I don't think I need to explain what meat looks like, do I? The others, seeing Hansu eat so calmly, were frozen. Does Hansu dare to eat that? They wondered. I had someone taste it, like my subordinates. They all got dehydrated from the poison, yet these 2 eat like nothing happened. The gang leader, noticing this, said, it seems you've figured out a way to cook it safely. Once again, Hansu, as if he could predict the future, replied without waiting for the leader to ask. If you cook it with demon blood, you can eat it. Try it, I'll leave it at that. The gang leader glared at Hansu as if to say, you little shit, I have plenty I haven't said to you yet. He then recalled that Hansu had mentioned his superpower. He had also said his power helped him obtain a valuable item at the train station. Today seems like the perfect day to fight him. Even though we have the numbers, we can overpower him. After all, he's just a 20-year-old kid. Maybe he's used to fighting monsters. But that doesn't mean he's used to fighting people, the gang leader thought, grinning. He then called Sung. What are you doing, new guy? Then he ordered him, go try one of those moves, talk to your friends. What's the harm in asking for a little help? Sung cursed in his mind, thinking, why would I want to be friends with him? Why the hell is he ordering me around? He clicked his tongue. But this would benefit him since he didn't have to cause a scene in front of everyone. Seeing that they were about to move, Hansu slowly stood up. Even Zumi nervously stood up with him. T-Sung walked over, speaking, "He's right, let's talk for a bit." Zumi spoke up, "No, don't come closer, don't cross that line." But T-Sung ignored him, stepping forward and shouting, "Shut up, you're just the same. Damn you, just wait." Even sped up. "It's over," Hansu muttered. "So you chose death." He then thought, "Don't blame me." Ayers then drew his weapon, slashing decisively. T-Sung suddenly collapsed with a loud thud. "What happened? Why did I feel something on my head?" He fell to the ground with a crash, trembling, asking, "Why? Why?" Then, seeing his leg far behind him, T-Sung screamed in pain as he clutched it. "My leg!" T-Sung screamed. "Damn, you're crazy, are you out of your mind?" The others, including Jisun and Yangju, were stunned in silence. T-Sung continued to scream in shock. "Damn it, my leg, where did your humanity go? How dare you do this to me? Is it just over a piece of meat?" Clearly, even though he had stopped him earlier, it was because he didn't listen. Now, she could only sigh. Perhaps only he knew Hansu would act like this. Even Sang-jin was taken by surprise, just like the others. T-Dung then turned to the leader of the thugs and said, "Think carefully, he's doing this because he doesn't want to share food. If he were stronger, do you think he would spare you? He would kill all of you just for the food." T-Dung then urged them, "You should kill him now. Do you think you can make friends with him? Fool." The leader of the thugs, hearing this, immediately turned to his men and said, "Get ready." But Sung-ho was now scared of Hansu, quickly saying, "But boss." Sung-ho then fell silent, reassuring himself. Looking at Hansu, he thought, "That guy is right. He doesn't intend to fight now, but if he gets stronger later, he could easily wipe us out. Our side is fully equipped. His body is glowing from the moonlight, so he can't escape. We need to deal with him now." Then he looked closely at Hansu's cold face, trembling, thinking, "Damn, what kind of university student has eyes like that? What must he have gone through to have such a gaze?" Hansu didn't need to say anything. His face already exuded style. "If you're scared, just leave." Hansu saw them charging and thought back to Ayers and Kenyon, who often argued despite deciding to cooperate. Ayers said they shouldn't make enemies. But Kenyon said that if the enemy was right in front of them, they should crush them completely. Because if not, one day they would be overthrown. Both Ayers and I agreed with that view. Hansu thought, and then a slight smile appeared on his lips. He raised his hand, summoning a few spirit stones, and the smile slowly lost its warmth. Its expression immediately caused the others to panic. "What trick are you trying now? Since things have come this far, let's just kill him already, brothers." They charged, shouting, "Kill him." Hansu, seeing this, tightened his weapon and warned one last time, "Since you guys started this, by the time night ends." He leaped into the air, propelling himself with the wind. He charged swiftly and said, "Let me try these moves on you guys." Dung-ho realized he had hit the Grim Reaper's scythe and felt his spirit shatter. He was stunned, thinking, how is he moving like that? Before he could finish his thought, Hansu had already charged, sweeping through half of them. At this moment in the 360 strategies, escaping was the best option. Not running means death. The others realized this immediately and started fleeing for their lives, leaving only the leader standing there, frozen. He quickly realized, has he already gathered all the spirit stones? Just like this. He immediately shouted, "Don't run, we're more in number." We'll overwhelm him, but the thugs weren't that stupid. If you're scared, go back. In the blink of an eye, only 2 people were left. The leader knew he was hanging by a thread. Even though he knew death was imminent, his pride came first. He tried to hold his ground, challenging, "You think I'll back down? You coward. Think again, do you think that killing people will make you safe? This is completely different from killing monsters. Right now, what you're doing is killing people. Killing people. How could a kid like you do that so easily?" Hansu didn't let him speak any further. With a cold slash, the leader was cleaved in two. Hansu was so fast that when he landed, the body only started to react, rising into the air before exploding like a balloon. After the intense battle, the battlefield was filled with blood and corpses. The defeated lay scattered, and the sound of their painful moans echoed through the space. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out as if someone had been impaled. Blood sprayed everywhere, startling Yangju and Jixin, who were nearby. Hansu calmly walked over, inspecting each person on the ground. Anyone still moving, he would stab a few more times to ensure they were sent to the afterlife quickly. Sneered, his eyes filled with challenge, looking at Yangju and Jixin and asked, "Are you still here? Want to fight some more?" Seeing his expression, both turned pale with fear and could only remain silent, looking at each other in confused terror. Hansu said nothing, just turned and skillfully twirled his staff in the air. The two immediately turned and ran, not daring to look back. He stowed the staff. Hansu walked with a cold, confident demeanor like a swordsman. He returned to his seat, bent down, pulled out a small knife and casually dug into a piece of meat, bringing it to his mouth. Mihi looked at him in confusion, as if to ask, "What the hell are you doing?" Hansu chewed the meat noisily and turned to Mihi, saying, "What's wrong? Staring like that won't make me share my food." Mihi blushed in embarrassment, stammering, "No, it's nothing." Then the group sat down to rest, finishing the 2 enormous pots of meat. The sky was clear, with not a cloud in sight, but there was nothing poetic about it. Far, a blinding light suddenly flashed, and a spherical object slowly descended. It looked like a bulging eye sweeping across the city. Then it quickly closed and disappeared into the space. The 3 of them quickly moved. Hansu, walking with discomfort from eating too much, felt nauseous. In his mind, conflicting thoughts arose. I've ruined all the missions involving humans. But as he held the small bag in his hand, Hansu smiled inwardly. At least I've secured enough food for the next 2 weeks. This bag had a miraculous ability to preserve food from the moonlight and store items in a separate space. Hansu led the way confidently, while Sang Jin and Mihi trailed behind, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Finally, Mihi couldn't take it anymore. She stopped and asked, "Don't you think it's wrong to leave them alive like this?" Hansu lowered his head, his face darkened, and he remained silent. After a while, he looked up, sighed, and said mockingly, "Girls like you are really scary." "I'm scared of you?" Mihi heard this, her face turning red, and she muttered, "No, that's not it. I'm just worried about you." Hansu said nothing more. He just stood there, knowing full well that even if he tried to stand tall, they couldn't do anything. Hansu was growing stronger every day, and that made any efforts to resist futile. The journey continued, with the 2 quickly catching up to Hansu's pace. Deep down, they reassured themselves that there was no need to worry about anyone else anymore. If Hansu wanted to kill them for their spirit stones, it would only make him stronger. Hansu slipped his hands into his pocket, silently appraising Mihi. Her expression showed she was beginning to understand the dangerous situation here. Also guessed that she had the right perspective on everything. Though he was walking ahead, he couldn't stop glancing back at her, observing her. In his mind, he kept thinking about how to save as many people as possible, reduce conflicts, and unite the forces. He needed to create rules. He understood that to achieve that goal, he couldn't just kill people for their spirit stones. Though killing people and taking their spirit stones could make him stronger, it couldn't make up for the loss of them. Hansu realized that if he kept killing indiscriminately, your image in the eyes of others will only be that of a ruthless person. To impose rules and control the situation, there must be a powerful figure standing up, and you cannot afford to show any weakness. The atmosphere grew more tense as thoughts flooded Hansu's mind. He knew that sooner or later someone would find those ancient texts, and that would change everything. Suddenly, Sang Jin stopped and declared that he would not continue. Mihai heard this and was surprised, asking in disbelief, "What did you say?" Sang Jin answered frankly, without fear or hesitation, "I think I won't go with you anymore." Mihai was shocked, unable to understand why he had made such a decision. Heizu, however, was not surprised at all, calmly saying, "Do whatever you want." The simple words carried a respect for Sang Jin's decision. Hearing this, Sang Jin turned and quickly left. He ran far away from the group as if trying to escape everything bad that was about to happen. After Sang Jin left, Hansu quietly asked Mihai, "Why don't you do what you want?" The question startled Mihai. Hansu stared at her with cold eyes and continued, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Mihai was still stunned, unable to believe what was happening. She avoided Hansu's gaze but admitted, "I am afraid." But seeing Hansu standing there in the middle of the battlefield filled with corpses, she thought as long as she did not cross the line, everything would be fine. Mihai lowered her head, feeling sad, and moved closer to Hansu, saying that if she left now, she would never be able to come back. So she decided to stay with him as far as she could go. Hansu looked at her, his eyes filled with someone who had been through a lot but still carrying a hint of affection. Mihai's mood became complicated after she spoke. Her brows furrowed. Despite that, Hansu just laughed loudly and turned away, "Then let's go." And so, the 2 of them continued their journey. Meanwhile, the people Hansu had just knocked unconscious began to wake up. Jati Sung, trembling, his body shivering, cursed loudly, "This useless thing only knows how to talk big. If that damn dog hadn't hit me, I would have killed all of you." He had been crippled by Hansu with one leg injured. He could only crawl on the ground. He swore that when his injury healed, he would kill those bastards. And then it would be Hansu's turn. With his body covered in wounds and exhausted, Jin Tae-sung crawled on the ground, full of hatred. "Mihai, I won't let you go." His bruised face was still defiant, but then suddenly he stopped talking. In front of him appeared a shadow, and it was none other than Sang Jin. "Why the hell is this idiot here now?" He was overjoyed, thinking this was his chance. "Sang Jin, help me up," he yelled, but Sang Jin just stood still. "Hurry up, you can't leave me here, we need to work together." He kept trying to pressure Sang Jin, playing on his emotions. "This is your chance to become stronger." From afar, the gang leader had also regained consciousness. "Damn it," he muttered, turning around and taunting. "Who are you insulting, you weakling?" He threw a knife at Sang Jin and ordered, "Kill him. You're good at this, you idiot. I'll share half of the ancient texts with you." Sang Jin grabbed the knife, his eyes filled with sharpness. He continued to command, "Kill that guy and I'll share with you." As Sang Jin approached, Jin Tae-sung began to tremble in fear. "Why are you?" Sang Jin grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He screamed, tears and snot flowing. "What the hell are you doing? Let go of me." Sang Jin's face darkened, his expression narrowing. "Now I understand." Jin Tae-sung wondered how suddenly he had become so strong. Sang Jin looked him in the eye and cursed loudly, "You should have taken this chance long ago." "Isn't that right?" Jin Tae-sung tried to resist. "What nonsense are you talking? Let me go." Sang Jin's eyes, cold and piercing, stared at him. He could no longer hold himself back. Jin Tae-sung tried to grab Sang Jin's clothes, but Sang Jin struck first, stabbing the knife into his body. Jin Tae-sung cursed, "Damn it, you son of a bitch. You told me to know my place, well now it's your turn to know yours." Sang Jin looked him in the eye, cursing with satisfaction. "You're nothing. You used my father to intimidate me." Sang Jin released him, looking at his blood-stained hands, then laughed loudly. The knife, dripping with blood, slowly fell to the ground. Sang Jin collapsed, his mind in chaos, trying to calm himself down. "Don't be weak, especially over something so trivial." His gaze shifted to the scattered ancient texts on the ground. This was just a small matter, he thought to himself, but still couldn't shake the thought. "Why didn't you stop me, Hansu?" He stood up, continuing toward the gang leader. Gang leader panicked and quickly begged, "Hey, can we talk? If you let me live, we can cooperate, we'll be stronger." Sang Jin's heart was conflicted. "You think I'm pathetic enough for that?" He thought back to past events, the rippling feelings in his heart. "If I had the courage to fight alongside you, if I weren't so weak, you wouldn't have left me behind." Hansu's gaze tightened as he held the ancient texts in his hand. His eyes were full of determination. "I'll prove that I can become stronger just like you. If I use these idiots to catch up to you, I won't spare anyone." He was finished off. Sang Jin turned and walked away, his mind set on one thing. "Then you'll have to see me in a different light." The city was in ruins, lifeless, no one in sight. The crows, like demons, opened their massive beaks and swooped down, tearing apart anything still left. Amidst the dark rain of crows, Mihai stood there, her eyes wide with confusion as she watched the mad creatures circling above her. She took a deep breath and screamed, her voice so loud that the crows froze in fear. Just one scream, she knocked them unconscious, making them fall to the ground. Suddenly, from behind, a giant crow appeared, charging straight toward Mihai. A flash of green light appeared and Hansu emerged, slashing the crow in half with a single strike. Mihai felt a bit dizzy, fearing that she too would become roasted crow if not for the help. After dealing with the crow, Hansu handed her some ancient texts as a reward and advised, "Relying on others and acting alone are two completely different things. If skill has flaws, relying on teammates is necessary. But remember, this is a 50-50 relationship. I'll keep half of the ancient texts." Mihai looked at the system board with focus, thinking to herself, "Has it already been 2 days? Today is the 3rd day since we arrived here." She kept pressing the buttons, deciding to buy the skills from Hansu to speed up her magic recovery and endurance. Without these skills, keeping up with Hansu would be impossible. She glanced around anxiously, trying not to rely too much on Hansu. Mihai sighed in exhaustion while the information screen appeared in front of Hansu, his stats having increased. He cheered at the results. "I've killed 42 crows now. The best method is to keep all stats equal. Since Mihai's strength and endurance are a bit lacking, I don't need to put much effort into adjusting her stats." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Hello, hello, test mic 123, can everyone hear me? All teams at the starting point now. Those who are late will be punished." Mihai and Hansu listened carefully, recognizing the voice of the assistant. Hansu immediately responded, "Okay, file confirmed, let's go." The two of them walked side by side, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the quiet space. Mihai felt a bit nervous, glancing at Hansu. He sensed her gaze and felt a bit embarrassed. "If you want to say something, just say it." Mihai's cheeks flushed and she hesitated, unable to speak. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes to gather courage, and then yelled, "Hansu, do you have a girlfriend?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Mihi felt extremely uncomfortable. After asking the question, she couldn't help but wonder if it was too personal. Despite knowing she shouldn't think like that, she couldn't help but feel flustered when she looked at Hansu's cool demeanor beside her. Mihi fumbled with her hands, embarrassed, really wanting to ask a different question. Seeing Mihi standing there awkwardly, Hansu felt helpless. She seemed shy, yet at ease in her speech. "Think Kang T would definitely like that question, even if it's just a casual one." Hansu remembered when Mihi had been so nervous at the beginning she could barely speak. She looked like she was lost, then quickly said, "No, nothing. It's just a simple question, but it's making me think so much. Girlfriend, she's just someone I've never met before. I can't afford to lose her again." Finally, he answered, "I don't remember." Hansu's answer made Mihi feel utterly deflated. The conversation ended there, and the two continued their journey in silence. Finally, Mihi and Hansu reached the starting point, where everyone had gathered, packed tightly like ants. Mihi recognized many familiar faces, feeling like she was participating in a reality version of a familiar faces show, but the atmosphere around her became strange and indescribable. Suddenly, a yellow-toothed demon flew by, laughing loudly. Have all the explorers checked in? Everyone gathered too quickly. So boring, it looked around comically before continuing. Let's get to the main point. I've got two good pieces of news for you all. Demon raised its finger. First, if you survive the next 72 hours, you can leave this place. It flew while speaking, with a face that looked even more disgusting than a dog. Exciting news, right? Let's hear some applause. But the crowd's response was a complete silence. They stood motionless, unsure of how to react. The demon's eyes nearly popped out. No reaction. Eventually, everyone clapped in unison to avoid embarrassing the demon with its cringy behavior, even though their excitement seemed quite forced. Demon happily responded, "I'm glad you're excited." It continued, "Now let's introduce the star of this event." Suddenly, the palace began shaking as if a storm was brewing, leaving everyone disoriented. The palace you're seeing is undergoing a major shock. This is the most important location for this event, the demon explained. People screamed, "What is this?" In the distance, a large building appeared. It was the magic altar. He stared in awe at the enormous structure before her. An altar, she thought. A giant claw appeared inside the altar, along with a large set of teeth. The demon continued, "There's a very cute pet waiting for all of you. Looking at it, it seems tiny and adorable." The demon flew forward and asked, "Have you seen it?" It introduced further, "This little one is a carnivorous beast." The crowd shivered, their faces pale, their mouths hanging open in fear. The yellow-toothed demon continued, "Especially starved it all day for you." The loud sound of footsteps came from inside the altar, signaling the beast's eagerness to break free. Fairy knocked on the altar. Chuckling, it said, "This altar looks cool, but it's actually very weak. It could collapse in an instant. Look at those rocks falling." The beast inside the altar continued to howl. Fairy spoke again, "If this little one breaks free, I wonder how many of you will survive." People below stared at the famished beast, their faces grim. "If the altar collapses, do we have to fight that beast?" Fairy, with its yellow teeth, grinned. "Now I'll announce the second piece of news." It pulled out a pillow to lean on and comfortably rest it. "Luckily, there's a way to make it sleep. If it sleeps, the altar will remain safe and it won't break free, right?" Fairy blew 1,000 air kisses to the people below and continued, "I wonder what this method could be. Any guesses?" "If you do well, I'll bless you." The people below felt colder than the beast in the altar. "We don't need it," they murmured. Hearing that, Fairy's amusement dropped. "What a dull group of actors." It grinned, a wicked expression appearing. "This method is simple. 5 people a day, just feed it 5 people every day. It's a very efficient and useful method." The crowd panicked at this news. "We have 72 hours, which means you need to feed it 3 times, right?" Hansu surveyed the surroundings, thinking that with over 60 people present, if Fairy's plan went through, a quarter of them would become the beast's dinner. Fairy continued explaining that everyone could choose to fight or give up. Those having trouble deciding, Fairy had prepared a video. With a snap of its fingers, a green screen appeared, showing scenes of those who had fought the beast before. They screamed in pain, their bodies covered in wounds, and the beast with bloodshot eyes gnawed at some of them, chewing them up. These people quickly became a delicious meal for the beast. Fairy emphasized that this video illustrated the consequences of deciding to fight the beast, and everyone started whispering among themselves, discussing how to deal with the monster. Some thought it was unreasonable. One person suddenly raised their hand, catching everyone's attention. They asked how the sacrifices would be chosen. This question left everyone feeling confused and awkward. Fairy lazily replied that the choice could either be forced or drawn by lots. It was up to them. Fairy emphasized that the only thing to do was to sacrifice the living. It then announced that they had an hour to think, setting the timer for them. Within 24 hours, they would have to choose more people to sacrifice. The screen activated and the countdown began. Fairy disappeared, leaving the crowd frustrated. Mihai, feeling a bit scared, turned to ask Hansu what they should do now. Hansu, calm and unflustered, replied that the outcome had already been decided. The person who had asked the question earlier now proposed a fair method. Choose 5 people on the first day and 5 on the second. Hearing this suggestion, Hansu laughed and asked why they should do that. The others fell silent, and Mihi, standing behind, was shocked. Sang-jin stepped forward. Looking at everyone, he said with style, "Why should it be fair? A normal day, but not really normal at all." When Sang-jin, a usually timid person, suddenly switched to full confidence, the group was shaken. The enormous beast was standing by, but Sang-jin walked forward without a trace of nervousness, as if taking a stroll in the park. "What did you just say?" A person from the group jumped up, likely shocked by Sang-jin's calmness. But Sang-jin didn't seem to care, casually replying, "Everything I say is right, I said it already." Is there any reason to be fair? Hearing this, the other person was speechless but still tried to maintain composure. What do you want us to do? You can't just talk without offering a solution. Sang Jin, still calm, replied. Why not? He turned and walked straight to a utility pole, placing his hand on the pole as though he were about to do something grand. He said, we have a simpler method. Then, without hesitation, he smashed the pole in half. The crowd stood there, their faces darkened in shock, not knowing where they were. The broken pole fell with a loud crash. Sang Jin looked at them with a gaze that seemed to say, see, isn't that impressive? Not stopping there, Sang Jin continued his performance. Start with the weakest and most useless ones. Just throw in 5 people, right? Then he turned to the group as if deciding who would be lunch for the monster, looking at the faces of his teammates fading with fear. Sang Jin felt satisfied, even smiling at how cool he looked. He continued, now was not the time to waste. We have to sacrifice the weak so the strong survive. Fighting the monster? Forget it, we don't need to do that. We need to cooperate for a higher purpose, and for that we don't need weaklings like you. Then Sang Jin cast a friendly glance at one guy in the group, but he didn't stop there. He continued, so clearly we should throw the weak ones first as sacrifices, right? At this point, Sang Jin turned to Hansu, who had been standing silently all this time. What do you think about this, huh? Hansu, Sang Jin asked, expecting agreement from the strongest member of the group. Hansu looked at Sang Jin, expression calm, though inside he probably thought this guy was scared of humans. Before he could say anything, Sang Jin defended himself further. I'm not weak anymore, Hansu, you can see that, right? I'm much stronger now. I'll help you because I don't intend to make you my enemy. I'll become even stronger, and to do that, I need your help this time. I'm sure you'll make the right choice because my idea is the best. Hansu crossed his arms, sighed, and said, your idea isn't bad, but let me suggest something. Everyone follows it, we could all survive. No need to sacrifice anyone. Hearing Hansu say this, the others were like seeing a miracle in the desert, buzzing with excitement. Really? There's a way like that? Only Sang Jin began to worry, thinking silently, don't say something strange. Then suddenly, a guy in a red beanie, quicker than his brain, said, don't tell me you're saying we'll fight that monster together. That's unrealistic. After seeing that footage, you should have realized. Even if we try to overwhelm it with numbers, fighting a regenerating monster, every time it eats someone, it's nothing short of a cruel joke. The group couldn't understand why they had to face such a difficult opponent. Then Hansu, expressionless, calmly said, Red Hat, who said you have to fight? The red beanie guy was stunned. Wait, what? You mean you'll go alone? Hansu interrupted proudly, guess right, that's exactly what I mean. Of course, the group started whispering and speculating. The whispering was tense, not amused. Then suddenly, a short, fat, ugly man shouted, what are you saying? These aren't goblins. He even accounted for the time, acting as if monitoring it. We have less than an hour to decide our course of action. Hansu cut through all the chatter, but everyone was on edge. Meanwhile, Sang Jin sat there feeling a storm inside, muttering to himself. I thought I was close to catching up to his strength, but now he's strong enough to defeat that monster alone. He seemed absorbed in his own world where only Hansu existed. Hansu suddenly said, I'll fight it, but not yet. Sang Jin immediately saw hope, thinking, oh, so you need help too? But Hansu snapped irritably, enough. Stop talking. You people love to interrupt me. Truly, a pig's heart is hard to chew, a man's mind is hard to read. Sang Jin was angry but tried to stay calm, asking again, so what's your proposal? Hansu went silent, pondering. Mihi beside him watched and started thinking Hansu would probably take me along into battle, but then rejected the idea. No, there's no way he'll do that. Hansu thought for a moment, then said simply, if everyone gives me all their relic points, I'll take responsibility for killing the monster. Immediately, the group started panicking. Some doubted it, some thought 60 relic points, who would give them to someone else? Hansu ignored the buzzing around him. He calculated in his head, power 100, stamina 100, speed 50, perception 50. If I can maximize these stats and use some recovery item tricks, I could defeat the second hidden fragment. Even Candian, Ayers, and Kant couldn't win it. The only one who figured this out was the allied warlord Clementine. Even he, with innate abilities, would almost die before defeating that monster. I must get this hidden fragment. I'm stronger and faster than before. Thinking this, Hansu clenched his fists subconsciously, showing determination. He spoke, I don't care who gives it to me. Once I've gathered enough to take down the monster, I'll go to the altar and face it immediately. Delaying further only wastes our advantage. By now, nearly 20 minutes had passed. On the other side, the bald old man reacted, roaring. A weakling like you can't have that many relic points. If we had that many, we'd already be much stronger. He turned to the crowd, shouting, come on, everyone, give me relic points. I'll fight, or we'll draw lots to see who sacrifices. If we can't decide, then do that. But no one replied. They just looked at him like he was a monkey in a zoo. Another person stood up coldly, you selfish bastard. The bald man turned. Angry what? Who dared say that? Behind him, a long-haired, muscular man stepped forward, smirking. Yes, you're the first one to be thrown in, if we start with the weak. Then why should we give relic points to a weakling like you? Is the gap between the top and bottom like heaven and earth, or are you just hoarding your few points? The long-haired man stepped closer, eyes threatening. Clearly the weak were meant to hide. Can't help here at all. The bald man trembled, trying to stay calm. How dare you say that? The dog, but the other continued, don't be foolish, old man. Or do you want to be cut limb by limb and thrown in there? As he spoke, he drew his weapon, startling the bald man back. You treat elders like this? Don't you know respect? Don't you understand democracy? The old man shouted, but the long-haired man just smirked. Fine, then vote. Let's see if we save you or sacrifice you. Of course, an anonymous vote, just like you wanted, democratic. The bald man knew he was weak and ran to Hansu for help. You can easily take relic points from him, right? If you kill a few strong people, you'll have enough without taking risks. Before he could finish, a powerful punch to the face sent him sprawling. What did you say? Wanna die? Turns out it was a guy in a beanie. Bald man tried to cry for help. Save me, I'll give you all my relic points. I have a family, please spare me. A touching scene, but no one paid attention. The beanie guy shouted, throw him in first. If the monster isn't satisfied, we all die. Hansu ignored it, checked the clock, saw just over 38 minutes left. He sighed, stay quiet, go home and argue. The chaotic scene left Hansu speechless. They never knew when to retreat, when to advance. As usual, this wasn't anything unusual. We need to resolve this conflict. Hansu spoke up and everyone fell silent. The crowd immediately stopped moving. I gave everyone some options to find out who should be sacrificed if no one was willing to hand over the ancient language. This is a command for the weakest. Hansu pointed to 5 people, including the bald old man, the man with the beanie, and a family of 3. They were all stunned, trembling, unable to believe it. Are you telling us we have to sacrifice someone? Some shouted, but Hansu just gave a cold smile, because you deserve it. The clock kept ticking, and now there were only 29 minutes and 56 seconds left. The ticking sound echoed steadily, creating a chilling atmosphere. In front of the grand and sorrowful altar, Dumi stood, her face filled with worry. If you keep acting like this, you might as well go with him. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside her. Maybe he will let you follow him. Sang Jin spoke, causing Mihi to softly call his name. You still not know what kind of person Hansu is? Mihi's face turned red with a hint of sarcasm in Sang Jin's voice. The words instantly left Sang Jin frozen for a few seconds. His face stiffened. His gaze immediately shifted toward her. I want to go with him too, Mihi sighed, her gaze lost in the distance. She stopped teasing Sang Jin. But how can I follow him forever, right? Her voice dropped and her expression became serious. Sang Jin fell silent, a fear of being left behind rising in his heart. Sang Jin asked Mihi, so what are you going to do now? Just sit and wait for him? Not a chance, Mihi quickly responded, turning around, preparing to leave. If I do that, Hansu will scold me mercilessly. She looked back and smiled, but it wouldn't be any different from those people. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness. Elsewhere, Kang Hansu stood before a group of people trembling like leaves. He coldly asked, while everyone else is busy, what are you all doing? Hansu didn't care whether they were exhausted or not. He continued, if I've given you a choice, you have to take responsibility. Hansu's gaze swept over the trembling group, stern and cold. It's not because you're weak that they abandoned you. It's your weakness that caused you to fall behind. Hansu crossed his arms, his voice firm. He continued, you've come all the way here and now you want to slack off. Hansu glanced at the group who were avoiding his gaze. His voice was calm but full of authority. If you want a chance at survival, each of you needs to give up 2 of the ancient languages, all 15 of you. Hansu looked at Mihi. His tone grew firm. I can only help you up to this point. Your job is to hunt and return what you've borrowed within the next 72 hours. If anyone tries to run without returning it, report to me. He smirked and lightly added, I'll cover for you. If you've got the guts, try it. Mihi heard this and turned to leave. But before she did, she didn't forget to message Sang Jin. Hansu always keeps his word, so he'll handle this himself. That also means I need to speed up. Her gaze became sharp. She showed her determination to catch up. Sang Jin, his face unchanged, responded, you only need to come with us. The others are also happy to have you along. His words made Mihi stop. She turned back, giving him a wry smile, thanks, but not yet. I'll give you an answer later. With that, she continued walking. Sang Jin stood there, watching Mihi's retreating figure deep in thought. He didn't need to see her fight to know. Since the last time they met, she had become far more formidable. He silently clenched his fists, thinking to himself, I have to show them too. This isn't enough yet, I need to be stronger. As Sang Jin was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted his emotional moment. A man with long hair tied in a knot spoke up. followed by a group of people exuding a dangerous aura. Under their menacing gazes, Sang Jin replied simply, but inwardly he was trying to figure out their intentions. Before he could fully assess the situation, a man dressed in a neat shirt like an idol stepped forward. He gently patted the long-haired man on the back and smiled. "Relax, bro, no need to be tense." This man confidently introduced himself as Park Soo-yeon and then asked Sang Jin if he was the leader of the group. Sang Jin paused, saying that they were just friends, but Park Soo-yeon insisted that he was the leader since everyone often listened to him. He praised Sang Jin and then suggested they have a chat about Hansu, someone he had seen earlier. Elsewhere, Hansu was leaning against the magical altar wall next to a door that led to another realm. He checked his gear on the ground, muttering to himself that the poison from the goblin wasn't effective and he needed to use the superior elixir. He picked up a small bottle and a stick, reassuring himself that it was probably enough. Then Hansu looked at a health recovery item, an object he had swallowed while hunting, and decided to replenish it. He gently descended the stairs, his stats no longer balanced, but there was no turning back. To defeat the terrifying monster in front of him, he knew his current condition wasn't enough. The monster had a bizarre form. Its head was like a bull, its face like a horse, but its body and legs resembled that of a dragon, making for a hideous sight. Hansu didn't care. He simply pulled a cigarette out of his pocket. He knew he'd need to smoke a lot of these quickly, and he lit one up. It had been a while since Hansu had felt this, and he thought to himself that it was only natural. Wind blew up from below and Hansu knelt down, his hands pressing the ground. In his mind, an ancient language came to him. When the ancient language stats exceeded 100, the colors mixed together, starting from colorless and gradually turning red, green, and yellow. At the moment, Hansu's stats included a colorless strength at 0.01%, colorless endurance at 0.01%, agility at 50.5, nerve at 5.06, magic at 2.64, and magic resistance at 1.56. All these stats were influenced by Maniac cigarette, fluctuating by 20% depending on the situation. To realize that although a normal ancient language with a stat of 99.9% was no different from a colorless one with 0.01%, at higher levels, the difference between them would become terrifying. He looked at the monster in front of him and thought that although it hadn't appeared in the first training round, the colorless language was still strong enough to handle. Hansu told himself that if he had a quality essence from the goblin, defeating this monster would be much easier. He muttered curses under his breath as he stepped forward, picking up his weapon. As he got closer, Hansu reminded himself that as the only one who had completed the hidden task, he could be certain of one thing: the harder it was, the greater the reward. He looked at the monster, which was already noticing his presence, and resolved to take it on. He raised his weapon high, preparing to unleash a skill from the mysterious door leading to another realm. Some people were entering, and Park Soo-yeon reminded everyone to keep quiet as they entered, greeting Sang Jin cheerfully. He asked if Sang Jin was upset for not bringing his friend along. Despite the apparent displeasure of those around him, Sang Jin simply replied lightly and quickly asked for directions to help Hansu. The monster's racial skill wasn't just a born characteristic, it was something they used expertly. The monstrous creature faced off with Hansu, who slammed the ground with a powerful strike, sending dust flying. Hansu quickly jumped to avoid the blow. The monster, not to be underestimated, quickly detected Hansu's presence. The monster roared, its movements swift and lethal as it prepared to counterattack. Hansu was ready, eyes fixed on the beast as he drew on every ounce of strength, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The three bulging eyes on its face shone brightly, staring directly at Hansu, making him dizzy and frozen for 5 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the monster swung its massive hand toward Hansu at a terrifying speed, creating a powerful wind capable of blowing everything around. But Hansu was no amateur either. He quickly dodged to the side and landed gracefully. He had already understood the monster's fighting style. It paralyzes its prey with fear, then consumes it to heal itself. Looking at the creature in front of him, the monster's loud roar made him slightly anxious. After spewing blood, it used a life-draining skill on living creatures. He couldn't defeat it easily. Hansu realized that minor injuries couldn't affect the monster, so he decided to focus on limiting its movements. He studied the veins across the monster's body, knowing that striking its main nerves would be effective. Once again, the creature reached for Hansu, who skillfully evaded, focusing not on attacking but on waiting for the right moment. Stabbing his staff into critical points would paralyze it and increase his effectiveness. Finally, Hansu saw the perfect opportunity. Like discovering gold, he committed and drove the staff into the second vital point between the monster's joints. Immediately, the grotesque monster screamed like a pig being stabbed as pain spread throughout its body. This should be enough, Hansu thought confidently, watching for the next opening. The countdown showed 12 minutes and 1 second left in his arena. Loud crash echoed, but Hansu remained steady, enduring the blows. The giant monster continued its furious assault, forcing Hansu to retreat, blocking and dodging like a ninja. He gently braked to avoid being thrown farther. The monster seemed momentarily stunned, though it appeared to have exhausted its mana. Its 3 eyes widened again, levitating surrounding debris. Hansu immediately recognized this as its supreme skill, fear. The monster roared again, but Hansu stood unmoved. He thought silently that the skill's effect depended on one's mindset, and magic resistance reduced damage compared to monsters he'd faced before. This one was child's play. He smirked, confident in his abilities. He felt no need to panic. Having survived encounters with many vicious monsters, he had learned to heighten his senses and predict his opponent's actions. Hansu recalled Kang T's words that combat was simply about anticipating enemy moves. He laughed loudly, pulled out a cigarette and lit it, continuing to mull things over. Finally, he understood what Kang T meant. He observed the monster and predicted where it would strike when the creature attacked. Hansu simply dodged to the side. Tension surged. Hansu realized that even with some foresight, facing this monster wasn't easy. He worried that without boosting his strength and stamina from the start, he wouldn't be able to continue attacking or dodging as before. Fighting in this shrine was still tough. He reminded himself, glancing at his cigarettes and the remaining time, knowing he needed to act quickly. Meanwhile, above, Park Soo-yeon watched with his group. His power was no joke, Park Soo-yeon thought. Despite the long hair draping over his shoulders and tall stature, he couldn't believe Hansu dared to solo that monster. He even had time to smoke, truly insane. It seemed Hansu had been confident in taking it down all along. But now, time was running short. Park Soo-yeon emphasized that Hansu didn't need to risk himself unnecessarily and suspected he might deliberately provoke the monster. As Park Soo-yeon spoke, Sangjin's gaze grew serious, assessing the situation. Without extra power boosts, defeating the monster would be impossible. The long-haired man spoke softly, "Come on, stay quiet and get down." However, Sangjin quietly crept closer. Suddenly, he shouted, "Hansu, we're here to help you." His words made Hansu, sweating in battle, glance back. Sangjin continued yelling, "Wait a moment, we'll come down right away." Park Soo-yeon panicked, startled, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? I told you to stay quiet. What if we get spotted?" Park Soo-yeon grabbed Sangjin's shirt, sweating, and said, "Don't do that, try to stay silent." Meanwhile, Sangjin pretended not to hear and replied, "Of course Hansu should know we're here, but if you shout like that the monster will know where we are." Park Soo-yeon could only watch as Sangjin rubbed his head, sighed, and said, "You're right, I didn't think it through. Didn't you consider that? Yeah, probably just a coincidence." "Aha," Park Soo-yeon stammered, forcing a laugh with a cowardly expression. As he turned to leave, he muttered under his breath, "Damn idiot, never thinks ahead." Sangjin suddenly smiled wickedly and said, "Oh, I feel so guilty." Below, Hansu smiled helplessly and said, "Ha ha, look at that idiot. We might get in trouble because of him." Park Soo-yeon whispered to the long-haired man beside him. His face was tense, the situation clearly spiraling out of control. "Don't worry," Park Soo-yeon continued. "Stay calm. Once they're distracted by that carnivorous monster, we can take them out. They won't have time to notice us." He carefully descended the stairs, looking down at the chaotic battle below. Park Soo-yeon felt an unsettling anxiety watching Hansu's actions. He was dangerous, he thought. He wasn't like them, he was a full tiger still hungry. His wild gaze sent chills down Park Soo-yeon's spine, as if waiting for prey to fall into his mouth. The image from the first night haunted him. Hansu had handled all those people alone without flinching, seemingly enjoying every second of the fight. "I can't let such a threat roam free," Park Soo-yeon thought, anxiety surging. Once he dealt with Hansu, the remaining lackeys and Mih would be his. Mih would be useful, and he wouldn't miss this opportunity. He turned to the long-haired man and ordered him to go down and assess the situation below. By now, there was nothing to fear. The carnivorous monster's movements had slowed, making Sangjin pause slightly behind him. He suddenly smiled and jerked his chin toward another direction. But as the long-haired man prepared to move, he noticed suspicion on his face. The man turned back, worried, saying the idiot had suddenly gone unusually quiet. Just then, the staircase they were standing on collapsed. Massive stone fell with a crash, making the long-haired man yell, "Careful, it's collapsing." He cursed in anger as he lost balance and fell freely. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" When they hit the ground, fortunately, the casualties seemed minimal. The man coughed and muttered in confusion. Why did the staircase collapse all of a sudden? He looked around, thinking, "We're trapped." But the monster seemed exhausted. "Maybe we can do something." However, the creature began thrashing its long tail and stared at them hungrily. Everyone felt an overwhelming pressure facing the monster's 3 enormous eyes. "Damn it, what are we supposed to do?" They trembled, sensing the fear radiating from it. The monster growled menacingly as it stood before them, and Park Soo-yeon felt uneasy. Thought we couldn't attack and defeat it, but with Hansu here it should be fine. However, he noticed Kang Hansu standing still, showing no intention to intervene. "Hey, where are you going?" The broad-shouldered, long-haired man demanded as he saw Kang Hansu leaving the shattered stairs. "Weren't you supposed to come down and help us take this monster down?" Park Soo-yeon also turned, surprised and worried. Together, we could have defeated it quickly. The long-haired man's face turned pale with fear, as if he might soil himself at any moment. Don't tell me he's going to give up when it's almost over. Kang Hansu let out a tight sigh, smoke curling from his mouth, and said, I intended to, but now everything's fallen apart. The monster just spat blood again. He looked at them, thinking it was tough, but I barely dodged its attack thanks to the cigarette. They aren't skilled enough to defeat it. Once it finishes them off, how many paralysis poisons will we have left to use? Hansu turned away, leaving them shocked and worried, continuing to think he needed to level up and try again. If possible, you try killing it. The long-haired man shouted angrily. So you're going to tail off and run, he barked, veins bulging. Seems you forgot your friends are here too. Maybe we should use him as bait. Bring that middle-eye guy here. The man turned to Park Soo-yeon but received no reply. Enraged, he shouted, where is he? Suddenly, from above, Sang-jin calmly descended the stairs and asked, who are you looking for? He smirked mockingly. You all think I fell in the explosion too? The long-haired man and his group panicked. Damn it, no wonder he was silent, the long-haired man thought. He destroyed the stairs because he was wary of us. I'll kill you, Sang-jin. Sang-jin replied straightforwardly, if you're eager, come up here. Then look at the monster waiting behind them. Do you have time for that? The monster is already waiting for you, just anticipating your trembling fear. The monster continued growling. His eyes gleamed with delight and excitement as it watched them. Park Soo-yeon shouted worriedly, if it recovers its strength, it'll be trouble for you. If you abandon us like this, things will only get worse. Spurred on, Park Soo-yeon yelled again, we have to cooperate, that's the only way to survive. Haezu calmly replied, assuring them that they didn't need to worry about the stairs breaking due to the monster. Weren't they the ones who willingly entered here for the sacrifice? Back Zion didn't understand and asked again. Their shoulders trembled violently as they stared at the monster. Barry's voice suddenly echoed and its figure appeared. The method was simple. It said that 5 people a day was enough. Just feed it 5 people every day and it would be fine. The monster opened its mouth wide towards them. Soo-yeon and the others could only tremble in fear and let out a desperate scream. Finally, a loud cry of despair rang out as they realized the situation could no longer be salvaged. I truly appreciate everyone's spirit of sacrifice, Kang Hansu said cunningly while maintaining a polite demeanor. He gently stepped up to the high wall and approached Sang-jin, asking, why did you do that? I know you brought those people here for a reason. He continued, but be careful with your words from now on, and looked at Sang-jin thoughtfully. Oh, I understand, Sang-jin suddenly said, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. The way for me to become useful, he spoke softly. Now use me as a tool. Sang-jin looked seriously at Kang Hansu, but he didn't respond immediately. He just gazed at him. A calculating look as if contemplating each next move in this dangerous game. Sang-jin did not take his eyes off Kang Hansu, his gaze determined, as if to say, I'm not joking. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu also remained unyielding, looking back at him with a serious expression. Hansu, he placed his hand on the table and asked challengingly, you want me to see you as a tool to use? Why should I do that? Sang-jin didn't hesitate and answered immediately, because I know your goal isn't like the others. Hansu took a puff from his cigarette and remained silent. While still listening to Sang-jin's words, his friend continued, you always have a long-term vision and never stop acting. Sang-jin didn't forget to add his own thoughts, noting that even though he had fought against Jin Tae-sung and those thugs, he hadn't killed anyone. This surprised him, making him silently comment that despite this, it might come back to haunt him in the future. Sang-jin continued, someone else might harm you later, even when the altar appears. You could easily use force to remove them, but you didn't. I don't understand why you didn't deal with them. I guess your real personality isn't like that, right? Hansu remained silent, not replying immediately. Sang-jin, with determination and a bit of daring in his voice, emphasized again, so use me. I'll do the dirty work for you. He extended his hands toward Hansu with a tone that seemed to be shifting toward pleading. In return, take me along or just let me follow you, Sang-jin asserted. This time, Kang Hansu couldn't hold back a laugh which shocked Sang-jin. I don't know, Hansu said, walking casually past Sang-jin. After causing trouble like that, Sang-jin was forced to explain, saying it was the only way to resolve the situation, so he got caught up in it too. But next time I won't let anything happen to you. He turned to face Hansu with certainty. Next time will be different, I promise you. There will always be someone trying to block your way, Sang-jin thought, a flood of ideas running through his mind. You stand out so much, so for the people you can't handle yourself, I'll deal with them one by one so you can focus on your goal. Sang-jin thought, if you tell me your goal in return, let me follow you, I'll become stronger. The stronger you get, the stronger I'll be. Suddenly, Kang Hansu stopped and turned back to look at Sang-jin. This left him stunned. Even if I agree with you, what will you do if something happens that prevents you from joining me? Hansu looked at Sang-jin with a knowing smile. For example, what if you have to retreat? Then I'll become stronger and come find you, Sang-jin immediately replied. After that, you can continue to see me as an ally. Hansu softly answered, go ahead. He then turned and walked away, enjoying the cigarette in his mouth. Sang-jin stood there, confused, and thought to himself, damn, he's still so cold. Before Hansu could walk farther, Sang-jin approached him and said loudly, Kang Hansu, give me a chance. I'll make up for all the mistakes I've made before. At this moment, Hansu just stepped on the burning cigarette and didn't say anything more. Sang-jin kept shouting, pleading for Hansu to use him. Suddenly, Hansu stopped, turned, and looked at him coldly. Don't misunderstand what I said. Sang-jin froze, but before he could respond, Hansu continued, meet me here at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Hansu kept walking, his voice low, because at that time, the monster down there won't be here. He took a pack of cigarettes from his chest pocket, preparing to light another one. Huh, Sang-jin mumbled, still confused about his intentions. Heizu added, also take all the old corpses down there with you. You've dealt with that guy, so you should take their corpses too. Maybe it'll be enough. Opened the cigarette box and said one last thing before leaving. All right, see you next time. I hope we're both in a better mood. I'm off, goodbye. And with that, Hansu left Sang-jin standing there, bewildered, alone in the empty space. A few seconds later, as Sang-jin excitedly thought like a child about the opportunity, Hansu quietly pondered. I'm still not sure about him, but I'll need him later. In his mind, the image of Iris appeared again. She had told him that no matter what, he was returning to the past to save humanity. Ironically, there will be people who want to block your way. Prepare for a punisher. Hansu silently repeated Air's words. They are the ones who do the dirty work for the Emperor and help him get closer to his goal. He glanced at Sang-jin, who was working hard to collect the corpses below. Well, I'll give him a chance, but I'm not sure he'll remain loyal when the second training phase starts. When everyone is forced to move to different places, will Sang-jin change his mind? But with 8 corpses and a few cigarettes, if he could find a useful punisher. Hansu thought that this investment would be worth it, but if it failed, there would be nothing he could do. He turned around, focusing only on the important task at hand, to get the hidden puzzle piece. I'll prepare well and defeat it once and for all. Kang Hansu definitely wants to see what I'll get. Carnivorous beast roared again as it withstood his attacks. Looking at the conditions of the second hidden puzzle piece, it seemed very simple. He exhaled with effort, the cigarette still clenched in his mouth, holding steady with his weapon while thinking. Before the carnivorous beast destroys the altar and escapes, the stones were once again knocked off balance by a strong force and flew into the void. Meanwhile, he remained focused on his thoughts, ready to defeat it, truly a man of action. At this moment, Kang Hansu was alone, standing right next to the carnivorous beast, but no one had thought that anyone would complete this condition. Kang Hansu sighed, exhausted. No one thought this could be done. In front of him, a golden door leading to another space appeared, along with a mission completion notification. He walked through the door, reaching for the glowing object in front of him. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he held it in his hand, the vampire Lord Numa Hand's ring. He looked at the metallic ring with the glowing stone and spoke, that little girl and her foolish emperor. Wonder where she got this from? Hansu chuckled as he wondered. So this is why no one could get it. The ring of Numaha, the metal ring attached to it, a glowing stone, a treasure. Amidst the empty space, magical items gleamed with vibrant colors. Hansu pondered in the world of magic. There were countless ways to classify the levels of artifacts, but none was more important than color. An ordinary item had only basic colors, while high-level artifacts glowed with special, dazzling hues like starlight. However, life is not as dreamy as one expects, and there are always shocking exceptions, like the fact that travelers created ancient scripts capable of changing the colors of artifacts, making them look more impressive than anything else. Among them, the highest grade item was the number 1 series, a rare magical item with a bright purple gleam, marked with the sparkling number 9 on Numaha's ring. The artifact symbolized Clementine, one of the special numbered series. Hansu was surprised, and in his mind, Clementine's image appeared, someone with silver hair and red eyes like a vampire. He thought to himself, Clementine was the sole owner of Numaha in the past, which was why it became a symbol of that time. This item was so powerful that anyone facing the 8 abilities from the ring would be completely destroyed. Hansu couldn't believe his eyes. My God, do I actually have this? He held the ring in his hand, giving a slight smile, unable to hide his satisfaction. Incredible, I can't believe it. Hansu put the ring on his finger, amazed by his accomplishment. Looking back at the struggles he had gone through, he realized that this item wasn't easy to come by. The ring was now his, and a sly smile crept across his face. He mocked, it's just a numbered item, huh? The system immediately displayed a message. Numaha's ring is colorless, currently only capable of unlocking 1 power. Hansu was a bit skeptical. It said that Numaha's ring has 8 powerful abilities, right? Why does it only have 1 ability now? The system displayed information about the current power. Destruction ability, which nullifies a characteristic or ability of a target, including both innate and skill-based ones. Further explanation. Simply activate the ring and you can directly affect the target, causing them to be attacked. The effect will automatically end after a set duration. In the red box, the system displayed the message, Destruction Power Time Limit 0. After hearing this, Hansu felt a surge of joy because in reality he could nullify his opponent's skill. This was a huge advantage, he had to make the most of it. Hansu predicted that to fully utilize the ring, at least one of his stats had to align with the colorless ancient script. He checked his stats. The system displayed Kang Hansu strength 84.3, agility 85.8, endurance 42.1, perception 42.2, magic 22, magic resistance 13. The training tool for the day increased strength and defense rapidly. Its true hard work compensates for lack of talent. Around Hansu, a faint purple aura of power emanated. He stroked his chin, a mysterious look on his face. Now I need many magical ancient scripts to unlock all 8 powers. Balancing my stats can wait. From the magical portal, a familiar footstep emerged. Indeed, it was no one else but Hansu. He had returned from the barrier and the real world had crumbled. It was devastated as if after a violent storm. Seeing him return, Myth quickly ran toward him, calling out, "Hansu!" She was overjoyed, certain he had won. "I heard from Sangjin you defeated that monster, right?" Suddenly an earthquake shook the city, and everyone, including Myth, was startled. Meanwhile, Hansu remained calm, his eyes fixed on something as if nothing was happening. Everyone gaped in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Someone shouted, "The altar!" It turned out that the altar was shifting. The system displayed a message, time remaining 0. Myth saw the altar disappear and gasped, "It's gone." At that moment, Hansu calmly spoke, "I told you." Myth seemed a bit stunned, but Hansu smiled brightly. "If I were there, I'd have to apply sunscreen for it. I'll take responsibility for defeating it, right?" Heart could barely take it, her face turning bright red. She turned away, pushing her hair back in a feminine gesture. Her heart raced as she replied softly. Meanwhile, Sangjin stood nearby, secretly relieved. He felt lucky that he had chosen the right person. He had succeeded. "I trusted him and it was the right choice." Hansu turned to Myth and said, "We still have some time before the next training session." After speaking, Hansu turned and walked away, determined to get some work done during his free time. "Let's go hunting now." Myth's expression darkened as she called after Hansu, I want to break away from the group." Hansu stopped, turning back to look at her. She hesitated, a worried look on her face. "I'm not worthy to be by your side. When I'm close to you, I become dependent on you." Myth forced a smile, continuing her excuse. "Fortunately, Sangjin said he would go with me. I also know many people here." Hearing this, Sangjin was startled. "Wait, is that true? Did I say that? I don't remember." However, Sangjin still had to cooperate with Myth to finish the scene. He walked past everyone and said, "She's very well liked, everyone likes her." Myth comforted herself, feeling a bit embarrassed but thinking that breaking away from Hansu was probably the best choice. "Well, if I can handle things on my own, that's even better." Hansu seemed to read her emotions and thought to himself, "Anyway, we'll part ways when training 2 starts." So she's already thinking about independence. It's a good decision with inner praise. Hansu turned around and continued walking. Myth felt conflicted, but since it was her own decision, she couldn't say anything more. At that moment, she shouted, "Wait!" Hansu nonchalantly stopped. He turned back and Myth promised, "Next time we meet, I won't just give up." She smiled brightly, her hair flying in the wind, her eyes shining with determination. "See you again and good luck." Hansu smiled faintly. It seemed he was also looking forward to their next meeting, curious about what surprises she would bring. He turned and left, leaving Myth and Sangjin standing there. Then he continued, "Ah, Sangjin." Hearing his name called, Sangjin jumped in surprise. "You said you wanted me to take advantage of you. If you're serious about it, just tell me, the decision is yours." Hansu's words made Sangjin smile. His eyes seemed on the verge of tears as he grinned broadly. "It's been a week already." At the gathering place, Fairy hovered in the air. It spoke in an arrogant tone. "You've been waiting for a long time, right? Well then, the second training session begins." Fairy seemed slightly surprised to see more people than expected but remained expressionless. "This round is bigger than I thought, but who cares?" Fairy grinned eerily, revealing yellowish teeth as if they hadn't been brushed in decades. It continued, "I had already predicted this." Hansu's sharp eyes were fixed on Fairy, as though he wanted to pierce him with that deadly stare. Fairy grinned maliciously and snapped his fingers, signaling, "All right, let's change location." Fairy grinned, spreading his hands, and immediately green light erupted from the ground, flooding the city. People panicked. "What's going on?" Myth was frantic. "There's light under our feet." A young girl next to her clutched her father's arm and screamed in fear. "Father," Hansu remained calm, his expression focused as if he had expected this. "Finally, it's beginning." The green light shifted and Hansu landed safely. "It's Sukana," he thought as it transported everyone to an entirely different space. Person asked, "Where are we?" In the room, a strange voice echoed, "Everyone is here, right?" The little girl who had screamed earlier was now so scared she looked ready to cry. The voice continued with instruction. "Before the second training session, let's first check the head count." The people present looked at each other in confusion. A young man with short black hair, sweating heavily, asked, "How many people?" The system explained the rule. From now on, only 50 people will remain. Those around him grew anxious, recalling the brutality of the first training session. "We're all done for now. There won't be more than 7 people in a room. That's the rule. If you're scared, you can leave." In the cramped room with 4 solid walls and weak lighting, the system issued another command: no more than 7 people per room. We will continue after the check. The brown-haired guy with glasses raised his eyebrows. His gaze swept over everyone in the room. His lips curled and he spoke with clear irritation. Damn, there are 8 people here. His voice, sharp as a blade, echoed. I wouldn't mind reducing the number even more. Each room may have different situations, but they all start the same way. Don't you think so? Discuss among yourselves. The young man with short black hair who had been silent until now thought, well, it's all been going too smoothly so far. What should we do now? He crossed his arms, his gaze turning toward Hansu, who stood quietly in the corner of the room with a strange weapon shaped like a needle. This weapon was unlike anything he had ever seen before. A girl with long, shiny black hair, wearing a purple outfit, observed Hansu from a distance. This Hansu, he doesn't seem special, but that gaze, he's no ordinary person. Indeed, someone like me needs a sharp eye to see clearly. She spoke in a tone that was gentle yet calculated. Anyway, the others will fight together. So someone has to leave, right? Her voice, sweet, but with every word aimed like an arrow at everyone in the room. Why don't we introduce ourselves to convince everyone? She spread her arms, her face feigning innocence yet carrying hidden meaning. The entire room fell silent. Every gaze turned toward her, evaluating and waiting. Suddenly, one person boldly stepped forward, his voice full of confidence. I'll go first. The one who stepped forward was a tall man with a fierce appearance. In his hand was a sword enveloped in flames, radiating terrifying power. He raised the sword high, his gaze full of arrogance. This is the first time you've seen this, right? Dekun, don't think any of the skills here can defeat me. I'm no ordinary person. Hansu, from the corner of the room, stared at Dekun, his expression calm yet profound. I see, he hasn't learned his lesson yet. Chi techniques, he's using chi techniques. In Hansu's mind, thoughts rushed through like a blazing fire. What was this chi technique? It was an ancient skill that used magic to enhance all attributes. He can even reinforce his weapon by enveloping it in magic. But can he use it properly, or is he just a boastful fool? Everyone in the room hesitated, thinking he was incredibly strong. But as he examined the weapon in Dekun's hand, he coldly assessed, that toy looks powerful, but its effectiveness is probably minimal. But still, it's better than nothing. The brown-haired guy with glasses suddenly came up with an idea. His eyes gleamed with arrogance as he stepped forward. If we consider the importance of skills, I have an advantage. I'm Kangmin, I have a healing skill. After Kangmin introduced himself, another man didn't want to be left out. He wore a white shirt and had black hair. Stepping forward, he said, I'm Hanshin, I have combat skills. Anyone can fight, it's just about strength, right? Isn't that obvious? In the corner of the room, a family of 3 began to worry. The father immediately asked, his voice full of fear, what do you mean someone has to die? We're a family, can we be an exception? The mother and child hugged each other, trembling, their eyes pleading. Whether they would be an exception or not, no one could yet decide their fate. The 3 men in the room exchanged cold stares, none spoke, but each had their own thoughts brewing. Suddenly, Dekun turned his gaze toward the black-haired girl, his voice laced with provocation. Girl, you haven't introduced yourself yet. You were the one who suggested this first, so set an example. The girl forced a smile, but her eyes remained full of confidence. My name is Jimin. She moved gracefully. Her figure was slender but undeniably seductive. Her walk was not ordinary. Everyone watched her every step, sensing the danger emanating from this woman. As she walked, Jimin spoke, her voice soft yet full of underlying meaning. As for my ability, I'll show you all right now. Her steps grew closer to Dekun, causing him to instinctively retreat, panicking. Why are you coming so close? Jimin's gaze now turned vicious. What's she going to do? Everyone, hold your breath and watch. She ignored Dekun's threats and continued to approach. He gritted his teeth, raising his weapon. You'll regret it if you dare attack me. But Jimin didn't listen to his words. He didn't understand. In that moment, a thrust hit Dekun's chest from behind, making him scream, his voice echoing throughout the room. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, unable to believe what had just happened before their eyes. Father turned pale as if he had just seen a ghost. How could this happen? He stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Despite his fear, he gripped his hands tightly, stepping forward to shield the trembling mother and child. Dekun's body lay there, blood pouring out, staining the floor. All eyes were now fixed on Jimin, stunned and horrified. What did she just do? Unfazed, Jimin spoke. That was a lucky shot. A fake smile appeared on her face. Then she walked over to where Dekun lay. I didn't expect this to fall out. She picked up a bright red ancient skill orb from his body. This was the skill he had boasted about. Jimin turned back, her voice calm yet commanding. Share the rest, right? In the corner of the room, Dung Hanshin stepped back, his eyes full of doubt. Getting something for nothing, she's truly crazy. I should be more careful, there's no free lunch. He lowered his head, deep in thought, clearly unable to trust Jimin. From afar, Hansu folded his arms, watching the scene with a sigh. So, a useless person gets something beyond their abilities. Things just got easier. Coldly observed the situation, feeling the atmosphere grow even more suffocating. The girl, seeing this scene, was terrified, trembling in her mother's arms. The mother tried to comfort her, don't worry, my dear, but inside she too was filled with fear. The father pondered, his gaze deep. The people who had died in the past were now here in this room. The flow of fate had changed. Hansu smirked, intrigued by the current situation. This is getting interesting. As their group dwindled to 7 people, Fairy appeared, floating gracefully in the common space. You guys are the first to reach 7, she announced, her voice cheerful, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Great, now let's begin the explanation. Fairy waved her hand and a grand scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Floating islands hovered in the sky amidst the ethereal clouds. This is the path to ascension, Fairy explained, her voice full of excitement. The mission is simple. You must climb the mountain continuously for 3 months. Let's go and reach the dormant volcano at the center of level 2. That's the first target. Fairy paused for a moment, eyes gleaming mischievously. But getting there might be even more exhausting than climbing the Himalayas. Be careful not to die early, guys. It grinned broadly, revealing yellow teeth, oddly irritating. Then Fairy began gesturing toward the distant, beautiful scenery. Once you pass this tutorial, the world of adventure will open before you. A world full of wonders and power. Its voice was sweet but carried dangerous undertones. After speaking, that damn fairy waved goodbye and vanished into the folds of space. Before leaving, it left a sarcastic good luck. Fairy's words left the group standing there, some anxious, some fearless. Are they ready to face this challenge? Who will survive till the end? Hansu rubbed his jaw. We'll see, he thought. Along the suspended rope bridge, the 7 of them advanced with Hansu leading the way. Air was cold and tense as everyone kept their distance. It seemed everyone feared something. Hanshin tried to forge a connection with the group. We'll go together for a long time, so stay united. Watching Hansu walk ahead so coldly, he felt his words were meaningless. In Hanshin's mind, Hansu resembled the protagonist in Life or Death Be Damned, indifferent to everything around him, caring only for himself. What's wrong with him? Why is he in such a hurry? Hanshin wondered, a spark of anger rising. Suddenly, the father trailing with his 2 children shouted in panic. Wait, he turned and realized the terrifying truth. The bridge was collapsing. The planks behind them began falling one by one, forming a bottomless pit. The group instinctively obeyed the father, running forward with all their strength to escape the collapsing bridge. The pounding footsteps and cracking wood behind them heightened their panic. Finally, they reached solid ground. Hansu remained unscathed, watching the others gasp for breath while they collapsed, exhausted. He remained calm, unaffected. Just then that damn fairy reappeared, pointing skyward as if remembering something. Ah, right. I forgot to say, over time, the lower part of the island will start collapsing, and it'll fall faster, so be careful. It smiled cheerfully as if nothing serious had happened. Why didn't you say that earlier? The group glared at it, minds cursing silently. Trapped, how could anyone play fair like that? After their mix of anger and helplessness, all eyes turned to Hansu. Hanshin saw him walking on without notice and asked, Hey, where are you going? Hansu ignored him, continuing forward. Observing him, the group began feeling annoyance and resentment. This selfish bastard surely knows the rules but isn't telling us, they thought. Anger gradually spread. Jimin, losing patience, suggested, should we just follow him? Hanshin was surprised. What? She didn't hide her thoughts, speaking loud enough for Hansu to hear. Who knows, seeing how confident he is, he must know where to go. Agreement quietly spread among the group, though no one dared voice it. But they had no choice. The remaining 6 decided to follow Hansu deeper into the island. Hours of walking left them drenched in sweat, Hanshin growing tired and frustrated. We've been walking for hours and haven't seen any bridge yet. To know where he's going? Jimin began doubting. I don't know, don't talk to me, she snapped, face wrinkled in annoyance at the tiny, troublesome insects. These bugs, she muttered, swatting them away. Hanshin sighed, exasperated. They all seemed to lose patience while Hansu kept walking, indifferent to anyone. Are we going the right way? That question gnawed not only at Hanshin but everyone else. Hanshin noticed Hansu eating something as he walked. What are you eating? He asked curiously. Hansu replied briefly, it works as a mild antidote. He held up a piece of bark. The system note read, oak bark antidote. Hanshin grew more curious. Why would he need an antidote? But before he could ask more, a strange sound from above caught their attention. A giant green snake suddenly appeared, lunging from a branch at terrifying speed. Hanshin froze, but Hansu swiftly grabbed his collar, pulling him out of the snake's path. Hanshin panicked. What are you doing? Hansu said nothing, eyes fixed on the snake. Hanshin realized Hansu had anticipated this, collapsing to the ground, heart pounding in fear. Meanwhile, Hansu stood as if nothing had happened, eyes shining strangely. Found it, he whispered to himself. Just like a god, Hansu had timely pulled Hanshin out of the deadly snake's attack. Safe, Hanshin looked at Hansu, puzzled. How did you know the monster would attack? Hansu calmed, chewed the bark and replied, superpower, believe it or not. Superpower? Hanshin asked, bewildered. The tension escalated and soon the snake maneuvered swiftly, biting Hanshin's right arm. He screamed in pain, damn it, but didn't let the pain take over. Hanshin forcefully shook his arm, sending the snake flying. Stubborn little brat, he muttered, glaring at the writhing snake which continued convulsing after biting his dagger. It was an adult ancient snake, and as Hanshin knew, its essence fluctuated depending on the arrangement of its ancient markings. The random markings made the creature extremely unpredictable, seeing the deep bite from its sharp teeth on his arm. Hanshin panted, trying to say, "Damn, with its constant attacks we have no chance to heal." He muttered further, "That Hansu showed us how to trap them, but now I'm hurt, too weak to catch them." Anger surged. He shouted at a small family of 3 hiding behind him, "Why aren't you fighting with us? Don't just stand there, come fight them." The father stepped forward, still polite, leaving Hanshin speechless. "I'm sorry, please understand, I have to protect my family, I can't risk helping you." Hanshin stood, face dark as coal, radiating faint killing intent. Damn it, he thought, so what if you have family? Fighting ahead, trying to prevent everyone from dying here. Unable to convince them, Hanshin turned to Kang Min, leaning calmly against a small tree as if meditating. "What about you then? You don't have family to protect, do you?" Hanshin asked angrily. Kang Min pushed his glasses up, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He replied mockingly, I can't guarantee I won't get injured in battle, can I? We'll heal you if I'm not here." Hearing this, Hanshin's anger flared even more. Gritting his teeth, he thought, this guy is his sword just for show. He turned his head, speaking in a tone of reluctant acceptance. "That's right, I am the healer after all." Before he could finish, the medic added, "Let me inform you, if you want me to treat you, a strong 3 Lingyu, you'll have to pay me that much. Otherwise, 1.5 agility points or a bit of mana will do." Hanshin glared back at him, eyes burning with anger, thinking, damn this man. Unable to tolerate it, Hanshin turned to Jimin and shouted, "Are you just going to let them push us around like this?" Jimin, standing behind Hansu, stayed silent for a moment before replying, "What else could we do?" Despair spread through Hanshin, he thought, damn humanity, as he looked around at his group. Meanwhile, Kamen happily accepted the Lingyu from the small family. Began treating the man's wife, while Jimin and Hansu fought fiercely up front. "Right, I'm probably the only one seeing how critical this situation is," Hanshin muttered, feeling trapped among useless people. Camille looked at him, raising a hand invitingly. "Why are you just standing there? Go fight." Hanshin's face darkened with anger, thinking, this guy's playing hardball because he has healing skills. So frustrating, I always end up with useless teammates. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Hanshin's mind. "Chio, are you listening?" The tone grabbed his attention. "Hanshin, how's your side?" the other asked. Hanshin raised his hand, muttering, "Don't ask, how's your side?" "Not bad, there's a rescue ladder above, so clear the path and climb up," the voice replied. "Try to recruit a few new teammates along the way, our group will be stronger, right?" Hanshin sighed, rubbing his head in frustration. Muttering, "I want to, but I don't know who among these people can join me." He glanced at Hansu, the self-proclaimed superpowered one, and Jimin, the crazy one with the sword. Next was Kang Min, a skilled healer, and finally the useless 3-person family. Survival is what matters most. "Captain, I'll meet you later," Hanshin messaged tiredly. Meanwhile, Hansu noticed all his actions. He looked at the seal on Hanshin's hand, allowing them to communicate, and thought that the king's traits were developing quickly. Part of a player's traits, like kings such as heirs or rage kings, include leadership skills to strengthen their group. King gives each team member a unique symbol, and those with matching symbols can connect, enhancing combat coordination. Heizu thrust his staff into the serpent, thinking, a king can only summon a limited number of people, but everyone is busy recruiting members now. Competing with them will be challenging. He held the Lingyu of the ancient serpent, eyes calculating. After an intense fire dance battle, the remains of the old Lingyu lay scattered on the ground. Atsu exhaled lightly. It seemed the monsters were thinning, leaving the territory. He flicked a tree branch aside, eyes brightening at the open ground ahead, thinking silently, almost at the target. The lair of the mutated serpent was near, but there was no joy. Before him appeared a gigantic real serpent, coiling around a giant tree like it was doing yoga. When it noticed him, it roared as if to charge Innova immediately. Father and the group suddenly blocked. "Wait, do we really need to engage this serpent? If we don't provoke it, it won't attack. Should we take a detour?" Hansu turned back, smirking. "Go ahead if you want a detour. I have some business to handle here." Saying that, he prepared to move forward, startling the man. "Wait, why fight it? It's meaningless." Hansu replied calmly, "You misunderstood. I'm not joining you, just clearing the path. Soon enough, we all go separate ways." Saying this, he strode confidently, not looking back. Jimin quietly turned to the group, smirking, "Then there's nothing more to say." The father anxiously asked, "Wait, who will protect us then?" Jimin shrugged. "He's not our bodyguard. He takes care of himself. If you like, stay here." He stood there, swallowing nervously, unsure what to do. Jimin simply told the group to move, leading them away. But Hanshin remained, eyes fixated on Hansu. "Stubborn as he is, I can't leave him behind," he muttered, scratching his chin. Kang Ming sighed beside him. "Why haven't you gone yet?" Hanshin smiled. I'm thinking how to get him to come with me. Kang Ming shook his head. Stop dreaming. Everyone needed my healing, but him, never. Terrifying, he fights as if taking a stroll. People like this can't be controlled. The healer turned, muttering, at this rate, he'll die eventually. Hanshin followed, his mind racing. He's so skilled, yet I can't get him into the group. What a pity, and he's hard to manage too. Hansu was battling fiercely with the giant serpent, eyes bright with determination, ready for a prolonged duel with this yoga opponent. Real serpent suddenly bit a nearby tree, forcing Hansu to dodge. Yet he remained calm, constantly calculating. When his Lingyu activated, the serpent avoided him immediately. Once it lost track of a target, it would strike instantly. At that moment, the Lingyu on its head glowed brightly. Before it could attack, Hansu struck swiftly with his staff, piercing its arteries repeatedly. He calmly thought, it's stronger and faster than a regular serpent, but far from the beast that ate me before. He observed it, strategizing. When attacked, it shifts its Lingyu to defense, weakening my strikes. This battle lasting won't be difficult, but complications could arise. Hansu held his cigarette, eyes locked on the old serpent. The strategy was simple, he thought. Focus on the trees in the middle like its nest and the space it's trying to protect. Smirked, this is child's play, he thought. Ignore the serpent and strike there first. Acting on instinct, he charged forward, leaving the serpent behind. Naturally, it would loosen its defense to protect the nest. That's when the weak point would show. Hit. When the serpent seemed to grab him, he abruptly stopped, then swiftly drove his staff into its vital points repeatedly, making it scream in pain. As the smoke cleared, Heizu stood there, heroic like a Marvel movie protagonist. He stepped past the venomous snake, speaking faintly, realizing this was faster than he expected. Then he approached its nest, where a large egg was hidden. The egg of the ancient serpent, he whispered, but before he could examine it closely, it stirred slightly. Hansu carefully held the tiny green egg fitting in his palm and brought an ancient shard close. He warmed it gently, treating the egg like a treasure. Suddenly, with a crack, the egg split open and a tiny snake with shining golden eyes peeked out. It looked utterly cool. Oh my god. He exclaimed in awe at the tiny snake compared to its kind. The system displayed ancient serpent larval stage. Its head was larger than its body, looking like a little cheese stick, but extremely dangerous. Eat up, dear, Hansu offered the shard to the baby snake. Eyes glimmered, tongue forming a heart shape like it loved him the most in the world. Eat it up. This snake was special. It could consume 3 ancient shards at once, spitting out 2 at the owner's will. Innocent in appearance but deadly serious. The tiny snake even managed to swallow a shard half its size. Eating 3 shards at once is a bit much, but the little snake was extremely devoted. After finishing, it spat out a shard. Hansu caught it, chuckling, absolutely perfect. From now on, he could feed it shards freely. Hansu happily petted the little snake, which seemed thrilled. Time to boost magical and physical resistance first, he thought, then told the snake to rest. It crawled onto his wrist, and Hansu gazed at it fondly, thinking, with you, I can achieve anything. Time to go or not? Hansu pondered, a small family fumbling to find their way. His little daughter whispered, Dad, where are we going? Quietly, the father replied. He stared at the map, tense. The map of the island they had when leaving the room was too vague. It didn't show the paths. Who knows what's here, what's safe? They've abandoned us. The wife suddenly screamed, honey, did you hear that? The husband froze for a moment, then broke into a sweat. Monster or someone else? Either way, we're done for. He spread his arms to shield his wife and child. Suddenly, Hansu stepped out of the bushes. Tense, Hansu, you're back. The man beamed with relief. Hansu looked at him, why are you all here? The man smiled sarcastically, scared of the monster, so you ran off? Hansu remained calm, I killed it. His face cold as steel, brushing leaves off his hair. The man's eyes went wide in shock. He killed it and returned just like that. Only had minor scratches like pink fuzz. Where are the others? Hansu asked. The man stayed silent, the wife glanced worriedly, and the daughter avoided his gaze in fear. Back then, what did you all mean? Go away, the man shouted at the group. His wife clutched their daughter, anxiety painted on her face. Going separately is dangerous, don't abandon each other, we don't need conflicts, the man pleaded earnestly. Hanshin scoffed, so you're just waiting for us to lead the way, sticking to our tail. Jimin's eyes were sharp, he's right, you guys split from the group. If more roadblocks follow, it'll be troublesome. Yamin glared at the man, everyone likes shards, but I want to go with someone stronger. After saying this, the group took a different path, blocking the man from following. He was devastated, cursing silently, these brats daring to disrespect others. Hansu prepared to move, the man panicked. Wait, where are you going? Adults should listen when speaking. His wife and child stayed silent. Hansu turned away coldly, I'm leaving, too much wasted time. The wife signaled, the man nodded in understanding. Hansu walked on with the family tailing closely. He looked back, asking, what are you doing? The man raised his hand, didn't you say you weren't coming? Just go, we'll manage ourselves, he said. The wife nodded rapidly. Hansu thought they flip attitude fast. Then he replied, even though it's you guys, I'm used to solo. A bit tiring, but my stats are off the charts. After saying that, Hansu resumed fighting, swinging his sword, using skills to defeat the damp wolf. The little snake crawled from his collar, quietly approaching the shard. Hansu was pleased. Boosting resistance first was the right move. The snake happily devoured the shard. System stats displayed. Kang Hansu, strength 0.13%, durability 88.8%, magic 58.4%, agility 84%, senses 85.1, physical resistance 32, magical resistance 32. Hansu carefully handled the shards, now as light as a feather. The family could only watch. Hansu grabbed a small knife, preparing to cook. The little girl's eyes widened. He's getting stronger, truly amazing. The parents exhaled in relief. Luckily, he's not paying attention to us. The little girl asked her father, should we fight monsters, Dad? He comforted her, calm down, being together is already a blessing. Being safe is a great fortune, obedient daughter. The father signaled. The family continued to follow Hansu. Seeing him enter a dark cave, they were surprised. Where is he going? A tunnel? They saw Hansu enter without expression, sunlight slanting across his face. Family trudged after him. The father tried to peek around worriedly. Finally, he exclaimed upon seeing Hansu's destination. It was crowded with adversaries. They watched the newcomers, stunned. Safe alive, thank heavens, so lucky. Hanshin was utterly shocked to see those left behind still alive. Looking at Hansu, he thought this guy returned unscathed. The rumor about Han Solo and the beast must be true. Harry appeared, voice sharp, already late and making noise. His expression clearly sour, the man startled at Fairy's sudden appearance. You're the last ones, close the doors, Fairy commanded. The door slammed shut, everyone shocked. Fairy smirked, snapping his fingers to start the main event. It soared, voice booming, welcome to Dock Level 1 with 75 people remaining. Impressive, minimal casualties. This special event is a battle for tickets. Electronic ticket appeared before everyone. The little demon continued, you'll use this ticket to travel from the collapsing level 1 island to another island, some overrun with monsters surrounded by lava. But if lucky, you might reach the central or southern islands full of treasures. But that's too simple, so I have rules. Fairy snapped his finger. Explaining the brain-challenging rules, each boat of 3 people needs at least 3 tickets. If 3 people use 2 tickets, they will be scattered across different islands randomly. 2 people using 3 tickets can travel together but cannot choose the destination. 1 person using 3 tickets can move freely. Everyone broke into a sweat. The man and his family were terrified. Hansu remained calm. Islands began collapsing from the outside in, each varying in difficulty. Everyone wanted the good islands, right? Fairy, annoying, brought out an explorer outfit with binoculars, scanning the boats closely. In 30 minutes, all level 1 islands would collapse with 25 boats around the volcano rim. Begin, you know what to do. Survive at all costs, Fairy laughed savagely, that's the fun. Everyone scrambled for tickets frantically, killing and betraying each other to secure a survival ticket. Hand over the ticket, dare betray me, I'll crush you, don't leave me behind. Hansu watched the chaos unfold, knowing it would only get worse soon. A voice rang out, tense and pleading. Hansu glanced over. I beg you, just this once, help me, no, help my family. Uncle fell to his knees, begging desperately. Hansu watched the man kneel pitifully before him. The uncle raised his head to speak. We need more tickets to reach the safe zone. You just grab a few, it's as easy as turning your hand. The uncle's crooked smile made Hansu want to throw a rock immediately. His kneeling was just a cheap act to hide his scheming. The uncle bowed his head, continuing to plead. You just need to snatch a few tickets from others and hand them to us, that's all. Begged relentlessly, probably thinking that if Hansu agreed, everything would go smoothly. You're saving innocent lives, please, the uncle cried pitifully. But Hansu only stared coldly, responding in a detached tone. You are responsible for yourself. Handle your own problems. Though the uncle continued clinging and pleading, trying to sway Hansu, his resolve did not waver. What's so hard? You're too cold-blooded. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through. Shut up, you dog. Hanshin appeared, kicking the uncle away. He grabbed the man by the collar, glanced at Hansu and said, this old man is too annoying. You just sitting there quietly? All you need is to grab the tickets, then it's done. Hanshin mocked. Kang Hansu, join our team, I'll give you tickets if you want. He sneered at the uncle's family. Even though they're my teammates, I don't like them at all. Hanshin pressed on, you see what I mean, right? Know you're strong, so why not join people of your caliber? Hanshin held up a badge. This is the power my teammates have awakened. It surpasses ordinary skills. If the leader approves, you could have it too. He moved closer to Hansu. I already mentioned you to the leader. He'll review it. Going alone is lonely. Hansu looked at his hand without expression and shook his head. No, I refuse. Hanshin froze, shocked, unable to believe Hansu's reaction, feeling like he'd just been hit by a deadly strike. Hanshin didn't give up. Wait, we're not like those nameless scum. Maybe you don't understand the value of a guild. Hansu thought about the past, feeling how important camaraderie had once been. His eyes hardened, resolute that he wouldn't serve a king who might distract him. Hanshin stepped closer. You still won't listen? Damn it, there's no other way. He threw the ticket at Hansu. Take it. Taking it from that pathetic man, the uncle shouted. That's my ticket. Hanshin spoke to Hansu. I regret that you refused, but I don't have time to argue. I'll meet others at the central island. Consider it a gift for the future. We'll meet again and I'll ask again then. Hansu thought, whatever he does is useless, at least for now. The crowd erupted in chaos as a ticket fell at Hansu's feet. They pounced on the ticket like starving tigers. One snatched it and yelled, "This is mine." The man clung to the thief's leg. "No, it's mine, give it back." The thief refused. Anger flared. "Do you want to die?" Yu watched indifferently as the struggle unfolded. He reached for a knife to stab the uncle. A young girl ran in to intervene. "Dad," he grabbed her by the collar. "Is this your daughter? Then let me give you a proper death." Barry watched, smiling. From the start, they had orchestrated this family confrontation for us to witness. Ultimately, what they wanted had come true. No matter how they struggled on the staged scene, their deaths were already arranged. Its hands controlled countless threads, manipulating the players like puppets. A voice asked Hansu, "Why did you refuse Hanshin's offer?" "Personal reasons," he replied. "What do you want?" Jimin stepped forward slowly, the bloodied chaos behind her. "I also have an offer." She squinted, pulling off her gloves to reveal hands sealed with magic. "Come with me." She smiled at Hansu's dismissive gesture. "I already guessed your answer," she said. "But before we go, I have a question." Jimin looked at Hansu coldly. "You have no pity left, do you? I believe you're not that pathetic." Hansu glanced back at her, eyes ice cold. "No humanity, no pity," he smirked. She was the last one. Everyone else had left with the departing boats. Only one boat remained. No one knew what would happen next. The remaining people on the shore were like beasts cornered. "Hansu, you know me, I beg you just this once, you can save us." Hansu looked at them, his heart heavy. These were people he should have saved, but the monsters in the guide area were too strong. He couldn't save them all. That's why he had to do what was necessary, because if he failed, everything would be meaningless. He turned back, facing the desperate pleas. Sorry, he gripped his weapon tightly, heart full of compassion. But the fate of those who couldn't reach the next area was clear. Beneath the poison sea, monsters delighted in their suffering. Their screams echoed, "Don't kill us, it hurts too much." Hansu's face darkened. "Blame me if you wish. Instead of enduring exploitation to death, I show mercy in my own way." On the boat, Hansu let the sea wind wash over him, gazing at the deep blue sky. He fed ancient runes to his pet piece by piece. "You're remarkable," Barry said, a hint of surprise in its voice. "I didn't expect you to say that, though it's a shame it all ended too easily." Barry laughed mockingly, just as expected from a rising star. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." But its expression changed as it squinted at Hansu. "Then I'll wait for you ahead." Hansu remained calm. "I won't regret it." He didn't turn back to save everyone, but to win. He clenched his fist, determination burning. He couldn't linger here, he had to move forward. The lone boat carried Hansu to the central island. The magnificent white clock tower rose before him, a silent challenge. The system announced, "Congratulations, 1,921 travelers have arrived. Welcome to the land of opportunity, the central island." A white castle appeared, governed by an unspoken rule everyone must know. First, protect the castle's crystal. Second, battle in dungeons to strengthen power. The final rule, the author doesn't say. Outside, monsters prepared to assault the fortress. Skeleton-layered monsters waited for the chance to charge at the players. The players urged each other frantically, "Stop the monsters. We're too few." One by one they fell, yet the monsters kept coming in swarms, climbing the walls to push deeper into the fortress. Everyone rushed forward to block the powerful attacks from the monsters, giving their all to protect the fortress. The team cheered each other on, determined to hold out. "If we can hold, we'll buy some time. Keep going, don't give up." Some couldn't take it anymore. "I can't take it either. Fighting non-stop for a month, I have no strength left, help." They shouted to each other, maintaining the defense line. On this side, a hand slammed on the table. With a serious tone, "We need to set some rules immediately. This situation cannot continue." A man standing in the middle of the room proposed a strategy change to the others. "Our defense was almost broken in a single day. The losses are severe. How long do you plan to just stand there? If this continues, not only will we fail to protect the crystal, but all of us will be slaughtered by the monsters." This man was Park Yoongguk, the guild master of his guild, and Ju Hyun, guild master of Gojong, asked, "Should we wait for the other guild masters to arrive?" Xia, guild master of NOA, quickly replied, "The powerful ones are already here. Waiting now would be useless." Lee Guk, guild master of Smog, continued. "So what do you want us to do?" Park Yoongguk, with a serious expression, continued, "The biggest problem is the lack of defense forces. So bring in outsiders even if we have to use force. Everything is about to reach a breaking point. What about controlling wandering intruders?" Zia asked. "We will handle them with force. I don't think words will work on those who don't listen. Another attack will come in 3 hours and there's no guarantee we'll hold this time." T asked suspiciously, "What if our guild alliance recruits and combines forces with them?" Do you think we can manage? Park Yoongguk pointed out the difficulties. The increasing number of people entering the dungeon is a serious issue. They are now on par with the Guild Alliance members. Those people formed an irrational group called the Dungeon Alliance. Since the start of their actions, they've been beyond our control. My question is whether the Guild Alliance focused only on defense can handle them. Can't let ourselves sink to the bottom of society like this. Yoongguk turned to the clan leaders and said, so why not send the frontline guilds into the dungeon first? Zahyun immediately flinched and asked, then who will protect the castle? If that's the plan, smaller guilds should go first to minimize losses. Zia thought they only care about their own interests, so noisy. If only the original 1,900 people had focused solely on defense. She clenched her teeth in worry, damn it. If everyone had just stayed to defend, it wouldn't have come to this. The strong got what they wanted and started leaving the weak struggling to defend. At first, everyone joined the defense because survival depended on it. When some returned from the dungeon with rare items, they began to withdraw one by one. While she worried about protecting the crystal, Jimin entered cheerful and said, "Ja, hot news." Ja quickly waved him off. "Stop, Jimin, my head hurts already." Jimin hurried to explain, "I didn't come to bother you, it's important news. I received a report that someone is fighting the Dungeon Alliance." Startled, "What and from where?" A shout rang out, "Help me, I said I'm not going." The clan leaders panicked upon hearing the scream. Everyone turned toward one person, moved by a man's sincerity. "I plan to hunt for 2 more days, then return. I will join when I'm stronger." No more words. An arrow was shot straight at the target, flying, piercing the shoulders of the man pleading. He only had time to finish. The face of a young man appeared, a cigarette in his mouth. He said, "Fine, from tomorrow you'll fight above. If you're lazy today, you'll work hard tomorrow to make up for it." The pleading man thought, "Don't come near me." Clearly his ancient stat was lower than mine, yet why can't I beat him? It's Hansu, the one with a cute snake on his shoulder. He reached out and ordered, "I need a weapon." Jimin panicked, "That's him." Beside an angry man shouted, "Who gave you authority?" Without further words, he gripped his knife and charged at Hansu. Hansu calmly analyzed, so the knife has a cutting enhancement skill. For an uncolored item, this is quite good. Hansu moved lightly, revealing a gleaming ring, cigarette still in his mouth, becoming serious. Using only his arm strength, he easily knocked the man away before he could touch him. Everyone cheered excitedly, "Finish him, yes, kill him." The man thought in frustration, the knife's skill disappeared, even the knife can't penetrate. Damn, how much strength does he have to resist? His hands trembled, the knife slowly losing effect. "My turn, no more delays." Hansu punched straight in the face. His face contorted horribly. He just thought, fighting you without killing is really annoying, but he had to accept it. "Who told you to be a precious resource?" Ignoring advice, he fell to the ground. Knocked out after just 2 punches, everyone was astonished by Hansu's strength. He calmly said, "I only have one thing left, but it's enough." Kang Min and his group began to watch, fearful of Hansu. Guild masters hurried over to see the situation and were shocked by the fight. They asked, "Who is that?" Jimin beside them smiled brightly. Finally, all guild masters had gathered for a meeting. Everyone was thinking about one person. "Hansu," my guild master pondered. So he was the person Hanchin mentioned. Hansu spoke first. "Starting tomorrow, the Dungeon Alliance and the Guild Alliance will cooperate, alternating between hunting and defense. If anyone has objections, speak now." Although his cold and imposing presence was intimidating, the cute owl snake on his shoulder slightly softened it. He continued, "It's hard to command them without someone strong, so bring as many capable people as possible and have them join our guild. I guarantee those outsiders will follow your orders, so no problem." He held a serious meeting with the guild masters. Ja thought, this benefits us, but what does he really want? Guk T responded cautiously, "What do you want? Someone not on our side. Strong enough to cause this mess. Don't you have other intentions?" Hansu smirked. He calmly replied, "As long as basic rules and systems are established, I have no intention of interfering." However, Guk T still doubted. Who knows, someone might suddenly change their mind and want to eliminate the guild alliance. Hansu stood up, cutting him off. "I don't care about petty disputes. But if you're worried," Hansu displayed his power to everyone. Everyone panicked, shouting. Hansu disappeared. "He will attack, get ready to fight." Everyone quickly assumed combat stances. Guk T reassured that was just a simple projection skill. He cannot move from his position. Hansu quietly spoke, "You think I can't attack you?" From somewhere, he moved behind Gu Ti, pressing a knife to his throat. Gu Ti vaguely realized that this wasn't just a simple trick but a dragon that dulled his senses. It was unbelievable how easily he had been caught. Hasu slowly spoke to everyone, "I have a new item. I had to prepare it before coming here." On the other side, people panicked and shouted, "Lord, put away your knife." Hasu calmed them, "Calm down, I have no intention of hostility towards you. Current situation forces us to cooperate. Can't you see? That's all I want," he continued, looking around as everyone remained on alert but listened to him. "Up until now, we have always been against each other. It will be difficult to cooperate immediately. But there's still time," he said. The clan leaders furrowed their brows at him, looking helpless and confused. This is just the beginning of what's to come, he muttered to himself, leaving the meeting. A voice stopped him. Wait, are you just leaving like this? Jimin asked him to have a chat. This time I want to hear an answer. What do you think? Hello, Hansu, do you want to join our group? Simple words flowed from Jimin's small mouth. Asked you before, do you want to join our guild? She lightly stepped closer to him, her breath faintly scented with flowers. This time I'm making a sincere invitation. It's lonely being alone, or are you dreaming of somewhere else? She continued, her tone playful. I heard you were with a girl named Mih at the Gangnam station. What's that about? His face remained unchanged, cool as always. She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, thinking to herself, no reaction, so it's not a sweep then? A bright smile bloomed on her face. Oh, is that a yes? She said, her voice sweet. If you join our guild, it would be great. He didn't respond, smoothly sliding past her, leaving her with a shocked expression. What's going on? Her eyes widened in disbelief. You can't even pretend to listen to me. Annoyed and disappointed, she yelled, you jerk. He just sighed in resignation, not bothering to reply. Meanwhile, in another scene, screams echoed through the chaos. Gather the corpses, we need more supplies, those with support skills come here now. A gray-haired man quickly asked the man ahead of him. Sergeant, the southern wall has been reinforced somewhat. The Hanshin responded to his subordinate, good. Those who are injured go down, the rest take a rest. He then asked, how is our guild holding up? The gray-haired man, after hearing his question, immediately took the floor. We've done better than last time, he said. Reflecting on the scene full of death, he added, we've stationed people at all positions without missing any. The ones who joined from the Basement Alliance didn't cooperate at first, but they've done quite well. Thanks to them, we didn't suffer heavy losses. Hanshin could only stand there, speechless and sweating. With such a situation, they couldn't afford to slack off. With monsters guarding the defense line, what other choice did they have? Hanshin thought about Hansu, and a scene filled with death appeared before his eye. Hanshin softly muttered, that guy handled a pile of monsters by himself. The image of him driving a steel sword into the ground and wiping the sweat off his face made Hanshin think. It's surprising that he handled such a large number of monsters alone. His expression shifted to one of frustration, as if thinking, if only he had some manners, I could have recruited him into our guild. In his mind, he pictured Kang Han-soo and sighed. Life isn't fair, is it? He thought to himself, however, with this speed we can hold on. Suddenly, his subordinate shouted loudly, wait, Sergeant, there's a mark in the sky. A strange face appeared out of nowhere. Oh my God, it's that idiot fairy. The figure slowly floated down, smiling sweetly. Hey everyone, have you been waiting for me? Have you had enough of my tricks these last 2 days? Hanshin's face shifted from surprise to horror. He thought, oh my God, whenever this demon appears, something bad is sure to happen. Barry clapped his hands, his voice excited. Get ready, everyone. A tough mission is coming your way. From today, demons will appear in the defense battles. These demons are pretty strong. But don't worry, the zombies you fought before were just a warm-up. But hey, killing 4 demons will drop small crystals. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you all. Everyone immediately opened their systems, checking the items they could exchange. Even Hatsu was focused on the shop. Barry continued to tempt them. You can exchange these crystals for high-quality items at an exclusive store here. It's not just items, you can also use the crystals to buy a ticket to leave this place. Doesn't everyone want to leave this cursed place as soon as possible? A voice came from behind Han-soo. Hey, did you hear that? We can leave this place. Han-soo turned around to see a middle-aged man with a hopeful expression. Is that for real? The man asked. Barry just said so. We can buy a ticket, Han-soo replied. People around them started to murmur. Han-soo looked at the system shop and saw a new option, exit ticket, 600 crystal. Han-soo muttered, that's really a steal. Well then, let's head to the top and start hunting demons. Vast blood-red void suddenly tore through the sky above the castle. From the hole, a long arm with sharp claws like razors slowly reached out, thickening the air with fear. The grotesque face of the monster gradually appeared, its mouth filled with blood-red teeth. Ha 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 ha, its savage laughter echoed through the space, making everyone's legs go weak. Damn it, it's coming, they said, as the monster slowly advanced towards them. Everyone began to panic, shouting, who's going to take the lead? Please, we don't know how strong that demon is. I want those items too, but in the chaos, a calm voice rang out, everyone step back. Hasu jumped up, holding a sword larger than himself. Everyone stood in awe as he charged at the massive monster with lightning speed. He swung his sword straight at it. The monster casually raised a hand to block. Before Hasu could breathe, it unleashed a terrifying attack toward him. He dodged just in time. The monster's overwhelming strength shattered the ground beneath them. Sword resting on his shoulder, Hasu thought, it's definitely a demon, even if it's the weak version. I can't deal lethal damage with my regular attacks. Without the right tools, I've enhanced my defense and resistance with the Snake Eater skill, he muttered, looking up at it. But my attack power isn't enough. Now I'll make the best use of the items I got from the dungeon. The low-level monster roared. Hasu's image grew even cooler as he focused his strength in his legs. Light system, Raju, he thought as the system displayed. I'll fight it with speed, he concluded, swiftly responding to the monster. With a swift leap, he soared upward, raising the heavy sword to strike down. The monster was startled, following his hyperspeed movements with its eye. It tried to block his rapid attack with its hands, the spikes of its immense strength colliding to create a series of elaborate slashes. Each rapid swing carved a streak of light. His expression hardened as he deftly launched the next strike. The monster couldn't keep up, forced to endure the full force of his devastating blow. It wasn't ordinary, it braced its arms, forming a sphere in preparation for the counter. An immense power surged straight at him, and he quickly used his sword to parry it. A damp explosion erupted as he deflected the monster's attack. He slammed against a boulder but survived the lethal strike. The system's support immediately nullified any skill upon contact. Everyone was buzzing about him. "Oh my god, he's taking on that demon alone," Hanshin asked in shock. "How much stronger has he become?" The person beside him nudged him. "Get ready, Hanshin, we should seize this chance too." Hanshin asked again, "Captain, do you want us to join the fight? I'm not sure if that's the safest decision." Captain Dunguk replied, "Even if we don't act, others will scramble for this opportunity." Everyone leapt down together, shouting, "It's only one demon, let's all charge." "I'll take it down, we're joining too," Jimin said, turning to Zhe. "I'm not thrilled about this either, but should we join as well, Zhe?" Zhe quickly replied, "No, wait." She glanced at Hansu and whispered, "Stay tense, Hansu. I need to see how capable he really is." Everyone closed in to support him, and he flicked his eyes toward them. A fleeting thought passed, and he sighed, irritated. The monster was about to use its skill, and he couldn't let the other travelers distract him. Before him stood a formidable demon. It smirked silently, and he thought to himself, "If it hasn't used its skill yet, could it?" He questioned its next move. Hansu stood there, calmly facing the demon, while his mind continuously analyzed. He realized that each demon possessed different clan-specific skills, making them unpredictable and dangerous. His clear-headed reasoning reminded him that if this demon hadn't used its skill yet, then it was likely waiting for the right moment to unleash a powerful area attack. He couldn't underestimate any of its actions, as even a small mistake could have severe consequences. The monster raised its hand, preparing to unleash a destructive skill capable of wiping out everything within its reach. The tension filled the surrounding space as Hansu hesitated, shouting loudly, ordering everyone to fall back. He knew this demon was not an easy opponent. Anyone who dared to directly face it could pay with their life. Kai and Ming, standing nearby, couldn't hide the worry on his face. The growing sense of unease in his heart made him wonder if they should retreat and let Hansu face the demon alone. But before he could speak, another man interrupted. He firmly maintained that they must stay close, ready to strike when the chance to finish the monster presented itself. His determination blazed like a fire, not allowing anyone to stop him. The monster bared its sharp teeth, a wicked grin spreading across its face. Its hands glowed brightly, preparing to unleash a deadly move. Sang quickly grabbed its hand and with a powerful slam, cracked the ground beneath their feet, causing it to collapse and erupt in fierce flames. The ground split open, as if swallowed by the blazing sea of fire. Heat from the flames surged upward, making the air stifling and hard to breathe. Amid the chaos, a brave warrior stood firm, using his steel shield to protect those around him. He reassured himself that he could easily extinguish these small flames with the newly acquired artifact. Yet deep down, selfishness and greed took over. As he thought about the reward he would get if he delivered the final blow to the monster, fear still lingered in his mind, causing his body to tremble before the immense power of the enemy. Screams echoed everywhere and people panicked, trying to flee from the inferno that was consuming everything. Some were burned alive by the intense heat, and the chaos worsened when someone screamed that the monster was advancing. While others ran, Hansu stood still, his heavy sword resting on his shoulder, showing no sign of fear. He was the only one standing strong in the fiery hell, unshaken by the situation. The ring on Hansu's hand began to glow with a brilliant blue light, as if responding to the strength of the flames surrounding him. He understood that he had to channel all his power into the ring. There was no other choice. With iron resolve, Hansu raised his sword, channeling all his power into the blade. The blue light from the ring merged with his strength, creating a powerful force, preparing for the decisive confrontation. Hansu poured all his energy into the sword, striking with a blow so powerful that the ground trembled. His sword was sharp and strong enough to cut through the oncoming flames, creating another shockwave that cracked the ground further. The bright red flames were split in two, revealing a clear path ahead of Hansu. Hansu stood there, his face calm yet powerful, appearing like a true hero. Despite executing a commanding strike, Hansu knew the monster was not an easy opponent. The ground split under his blow, but that was just the beginning. His hands began to shake from the immense power just unleashed, but he wouldn't allow himself to falter. The monster slowly approached. As Hansu thought about his mission, he knew he was the only one capable of facing this creature. The strength of a fiery hell, the monster grinned wickedly, flames blazing in its hands. With brutal intent, it charged toward Hansu, and he was ready to face it. When the monster swung its fiery arm toward him, Hansu focused his power into his sword, blocking the violent strike. Dust and smoke rose in a thick cloud, obscuring everything around them. The onlookers, including Gu Tae, watched with growing concern as the intense battle raged on. Tae looked at Hansu with a mix of surprise and admiration. He wondered if Hansu was just an ordinary traveler like them. They all started from the same place, but Hansu had surpassed them all. Gu Tae understood that they needed to come up with a plan to catch up to Hansu if they didn't want to be left behind. Battle between Hansu and the monster became more intense. Hansu's blocks were not only perfect, but also displayed enough strength to withstand the terrifying creature. The flashes of light collided, reflecting Hansu's unyielding resolve. The fight escalated in speed, making the air thick with pressure. The spectators watching from the sidelines were on edge. Some were astonished by Hansu's power, others terrified by the grim prospects, and some scoffed, thinking it was to be expected. The monster prepared its next attack, charging at Hansu like a cat pouncing on its prey. A malicious grin appeared on its face, its eyes glinting with evil intent, signaling an impending, difficult-to-counter skill. Hansu had to act quickly as the situation became more dangerous than ever. Just as the tension reached its peak, the guild members quickly regrouped, preparing for the next wave of attack. Shouts rang out everywhere, calling for everyone to change positions and get ready for any situation. Atmosphere was bustling and urgent, but amidst the chaos, Jimin stood silently, arms crossed at the corner of the wall, seemingly waiting for someone. A voice rang out from behind her, cold and full of meaning. Hanshin stood beside Jimin, his voice gentle yet persuasive. He advised her that waiting here was pointless because every time he waited for someone, everything turned hopeless. He absent-mindedly scratched his head, a gesture showing his frustration and disillusionment with the situation. Jimin remained calm, deflecting his remark with a question of her own, asking who Hanshin was waiting for. She seemed unwilling to admit something that both of them already knew. Hanshin merely smiled faintly, feeling no need to say more, knowing that there was no one left to wait for but Kang Hansu. The conversation continued in a more relaxed tone. Hanshin asked Jimin if she too was following the leader's orders. However, Jimin attempted to dodge the question, not wanting to reveal anything further. But Hanshin, persistent and calm, kept trying to convince her that there was no need to be overly cautious since it was just the two of them here. He also mentioned the current state of the alliance, that it was on shaky ground, and the reasons for it were well known to everyone. The tone became more serious, emphasizing the importance of what he was about to say. Jimin, not wanting to appear weak, immediately responded. She wondered why Hanshin was sharing this information with her when it was so obvious. But before Hanshin could explain further, he suddenly stopped, a chill running down his spine as he glanced around. Surprised by his action, Jimin asked if something was wrong. Hanshin replied that he had the feeling they were being watched. We scanned the area carefully, he couldn't find anything suspicious on the quiet path. On a nearby high-rise building, Gu Tae silently observed everything below. He watched the two of them, thinking about the current situation. It'd been a while since Kang Hansu began taking control of the demons, and the Alliance had not received any reports on this situation, which made Gu Tae even more suspicious. He turned back to his close associate, his gaze full of contemplation. The servant, fully aware of the situation, reported that they had been closely monitoring Kang Hansu's movements. However, aside from defending, hunting demons, and occasionally exploring the underground dungeons, Hansu hardly rested. This made the defense easier, but it also created another problem. Those who hadn't joined the guild continued to cause trouble, attacking members and creating potential dangers. Gu Tae's sharp gaze revealed his growing concern. Thinking with disdain as he heard the report, he had anticipated this outcome. The presence of Hansu, a person not affiliated with any guild, allowed the free agents to appear. It was understandable, as even the Alliance had to obey Kang Hansu's word. While Guk T pondered the situation, a group of people slowly approached the room where he stood. He welcomed them with a calm smile and confident words, assuring them that everything was prepared. Just as they arrived, Guk T opened his arms to greet everyone to the crucial strategy meeting. He emphasized that if their authority faltered, control would become more difficult than ever. For the sake of future plans, they could not allow this situation to continue. While the meeting proceeded with tense discussions elsewhere on the battlefield, a magnificent scene unfolded. Hansu stood tall on the battlefield, having just defeated the monstrous creature. The sword in his hand shimmered in the dawn light. The purple blood of the monster pooled around him, creating a scene both terrifying and grand. Hansu looked down at the sword in his hand, clearly feeling that its power had nearly been drained. The blade was now chipped, no longer holding its original perfection. He let the sword fall to the ground, realizing it was useless after this battle, exhaling heavily. Sweat dotted his forehead. His hands gently cradled the small snake slowly crawling out of his clothes. He smiled with satisfaction upon reaching level 60. Thank the heavens, he finally achieved it. A sense of accomplishment and fulfillment washed over him as he opened his crystal shop. The shop displayed high-grade artifacts, each specially designed for guild, with powerful effects. Hansu considered the fierce competition if these crystals fell into rival guilds' hands. He knew that to protect his own and his teammates' interests, preventing this competition from the start was essential. He scratched his head, carefully examining each artifact and contemplating the best way to manage and safeguard them. The small snake, now back inside his clothes, no longer caused trouble. Hansu continued surveying the shop, noting that there was also something very useful here. When the system notified him that 60 crystals had been successfully exchanged and the corresponding amounts deducted, Hansu smiled proudly. He could use most weapons, but it was best to stick with what he knew. He spoke as a chain slowly appeared in his hand. This was the weapon he had mastered. To Kredel's verdict, he felt familiarity and confidence as he grasped the weapon, making combat feel effortless. With a serious and slightly confident expression, Hansu prepared to test his new weapon. You have to practice every day, he emphasized, spinning the chain and preparing for the next battle. On the ground, a pile of goo began to form. New monsters started to resurrect, and Hansu rotated his hands continuously, ready to face the slowly reforming skeleton. The surroundings shifted from bright dawn to the red glow of the battlefield. He sneered, eyes full of anticipation and determination. About 10 days remained before the defense ended, and Hansu knew he had to prepare thoroughly. Meanwhile, Guk T, with a sly smile, had completed all preparations for the upcoming battle. A red symbol marked his arm, signifying careful preparation and unwavering resolve. Those invited by Guk T were also ready, fully equipped and strategized for the imminent battle. Everything was set for a decisive conflict where all would be on the line. 10 days later, Fairy smiled slyly, eyes gleaming as he anticipated the coming excitement. This group of travelers was certainly making things interesting. For those who survived the longest, an event awaited them, akin to the twist of the year. A scream rang out, hands bound, startling everyone. Panic ensued, with some wondering what was happening. The monsters weren't due yet, and confusion spread. Corpse remains littered the ground, looking like swept-up trash. Suddenly, a skeletal head moved. Its purple eyes with slit pupils glowed hauntingly. Everyone nearby panicked, screaming in chaos, unable to comprehend what was occurring. The corrosion demons had gathered within the fortress. The monster's essence was drawn into a mysterious gate, gradually converging. Then, like a gruesome assembly, they began forming a new shape. A creature of immense power was being resurrected. Everyone sensed that something horrific was about to happen, as if a collective thought rose in their minds. It has begun. The resurrection continued, with a villain slowly returning, preparing for an unexpected battle. It was pure intensity for those witnessing it. The wicked woman appeared with long white hair, full lips, and enormous horns extending over half her head. The hidden mission at the central island was the Demon King's enslaving battle, and she was the Demon Lord preparing for the forthcoming great battle. Her eyes opened wide, revealing beings that did not exist. Only a vivid red hue made her face terrifying. Her cunning smile revealed jagged teeth. She grinned wickedly, her laughter echoing everywhere. Her power was unique, making corpses hover midair. Her massive black wings spread once more. A red barrier arose, blocking all escape attempts. The blue sky instantly turned deep red. Fairy laughed, telling the foolish players that if it were him, he wouldn't approach the fortress walls, as that method wouldn't allow escape. They had only two choices, he mocked, seeing their panic and worry. Then he explained the rules of this battle. Either stay and face the upcoming attack of the corpses, or escape using the crystal. But remember, the previous corpses still linger, and if they didn't want to face them, they could confront the summoned Demon King inside the fortress. The entire castle, already ominous, became more dangerous than ever. Zahyun paled, terrified at the mention of the Demon King. The woman beside him, likely his wife, immediately panicked and questioned him. Previously, there had been no mention of the Demon King, but Fairy remained calm. He replied that it was a minor matter. He hadn't wanted to mention the Demon King because it was highly likely they would all die. But now there was no choice. No traveler had ever survived this. Fairy continued, stating that the crystals would activate 30 minutes after the corpses' attack began, and only 500 people could teleport. Thus, half of them would be left behind. But if they defeated the Demon King, everyone could escape. Despite the event's uniqueness, he would patiently wait for their answer. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. They looked at each other, eyes sharing the same thought: I will be the one to survive. Sweat poured down, gazes meeting as if reading each other's hearts. The system began a countdown. Kang Min, terrified and frustrated, exclaimed, "Damn it, I thought we only had to survive for a month." Others panicked at the sudden event. Guk Ti tried to reassure them, clapping to remind them, "We have 30 minutes here and can escape using the crystals, just hold on. Everyone be ready, Alliance members gather near the crystals." All those in the front, he gripped their hands, resolute, determined not to let the situation defeat them. Kang Min, unable to contain his anger, shouted in accusation, "You think we don't realize you're just trying to let your allies escape?" Gaze at Guk Ti was filled with resentment, as if challenging him to face the truth. Guk Ti looked back at him and calmly replied, "Defending isn't better than moving innocently. We need to think of a way to save as many people as possible." Kang Min did not hold back and responded immediately, "That's really the idea of someone who only cares about themselves. No matter what happens to others, you only want to protect those who will obey you." Guk Ti smirked, but his eyes remained calculating. He continued, "Do you have another plan? Even the demons from day one wiped out dozens of our people with just one strike. How can we defeat the Demon King?" He recalled the bloody battle Hansu had fought just earlier as he spoke. And as if provoked, Guk Ti laughed maniacally, taunting Kang Min and those around him. "And what about you? Do you want to survive and make it to the next island, or will you charge in like moths to the flame?" He couldn't respond, only remaining silent, biting his lip. Wiping his face with his sleeve in frustration, everything had changed completely. The atmosphere between them now felt suffocating and tense. Though Hyan thought to himself, a selfish thought began to form: we should form an alliance with the Mist Guild. Maybe that's the only way we can safely leave here. Someone stepped forward, approaching the clan leaders, and bluntly declared that the only way for everyone to escape was to hunt the Demon King. Zahyu looked up, startled to realize that it was Hansu. He continued, explaining that if they focused on hunting the Demon King, all the survivors would have a chance to escape. Hyan was annoyed, thinking to himself, why does this guy always have to meddle in other people's business? He should worry about himself first. Guk Ti looked at Hansu, growing irritated. He tried to maintain a serious demeanor but couldn't resist mocking. "Are you confident you'll survive this? Or are you just playing the lead role in your own action movie?" Hansu shrugged, sighing indifferently. "Who knows? But if we sit here waiting for the crystal, over 500 people will die. If you think that's not enough, there might be even more." Those invited by Guk Ti began to agree, telling themselves, "Well, we can't trust those guilds, there's no reason to follow them. Consider hunting the Demon King like a field trip." They turned to Hansu, deciding that fighting the Demon King might be less of a headache than hearing more plans. "Let's join Hansu," Zahian quietly thought to himself. Knowing the situation had spiraled out of control, he thought to himself, "Even if I have to grab a stick and hit him, I must stop him. But first, I need to figure out how to break their spirit. Otherwise, before I can act, they'll charge in like a swarm of bees." Hyan activated the power etched on his arm, sweat pouring down his face. Looking at Hansu and his allies filled with momentum, Zahian couldn't help but think, if I keep worrying about keeping my life, soon enough I'll become a demon. Just as he was about to plan, Hansu unexpectedly turned and looked at him with a gaze sharp as a razor. Made him shrink back. Hansu smirked slightly. "Hey, don't think about internal fighting anymore. I know what you're trying to do, but now is not the time. Save your energy to fight the monsters." He jerked in surprise, hastily avoiding Hansu's threatening chain swing, the chain embedding itself into the ground with a powerful thud. Hansu pulled the chain back, his eyes full of authority, then coldly warned, "You can't handle the consequences." Juhayan stood frozen in fear, not daring to move. Meanwhile, Guk Ti looked at him with a gaze full of killing intent, clearly not letting it go easily. Guk Ti silently calculated, "For now, let's try to cooperate. Wait for the right moment, we anticipated this situation." Zahian looked back at him, clearly sensing something was off. Meanwhile, another thought crossed Guk Ti's mind. "For now, let's agree with his plan, but there's still a chance to turn the tables." Hanshin and Kang Min had never liked each other, and now they were forced to team up, making the atmosphere even more tense. Hansu looked around and noticed the discord within the group. He spoke to his allies. "It seems like everyone has decided, but wait, we need to settle this first." Hansu scoffed and slowly walked towards the crystal. With a powerful swing, he crushed the crystal in his hand, his gaze unwavering. The pressure from his grip caused the crystal to crack. The crack spread, shocking everyone. No one had time to stop him, and in an instant the crystal shattered into tiny pieces, falling to the ground. Both Guk Ti and Ju Hyun were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Shouts rang out, "What the hell did you do?" But Hansu only smirked, his eyes filled with satisfaction at his decision. He replied slowly, his voice calm but sharp, "We're going into the fortress, so we won't need that anymore. Leaving an escape route will only make everyone weaker." Hansu's words hit the group's morale hard. They all voiced in unison, "He's right. We need to look forward. Let's defeat the Demon King, follow Hansu." The cheer was loud and his allies' spirits were lifted, ready to face the battle. But Hansu suddenly raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be silent. He spoke with determination, "Don't follow me." He then slowly reeled in his chain as if preparing for a major battle. The air seemed to still, time seemingly stopped, leaving only the tension and burning determination. The battle had truly begun. The heavy doors slowly creaked open, revealing the entrance to the ancient, mysterious fortress. Inside, the space was dark and gloomy, entirely different from what Hansu's group had seen from the outside. They entered, their footsteps quiet but unable to hide their nervousness. Hanshin glanced around, his eyes wide in surprise as he realized this place was nothing like the fortress they had seen before. Inside, the light from the candles shifted to an eerie purple hue, and the space became bizarre and threatening. The group continued, their steps slow as the tension enveloped them. They moved deeper into the fortress, where the darkness seemed to suffocate everything around them. Flickering fires appeared from a distance, glowing in the pitch-black space, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The long corridor stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. Their footsteps echoed in the empty hallway, each small noise amplified, heightening their anxiety. Suddenly, the group stopped when they realized the surroundings had become even stranger and more terrifying. The darkness thickened, and the air grew heavier. Ahead, a black curtain loomed, with weak lights flickering from afar. Soon after, a chilling laugh broke the tense silence from afar. The sound was unlike any laugh from their group. It carried an eerie, terrifying quality. The Demon King appeared, her figure standing out against the darkness, her eyes burning bright and a sinister smile as if mocking them. It had been a long time and she spoke, her voice reverberating in the space, tearing apart the silence. "You've come all the way here to play with me. Then I won't let you leave so easily." Immediately, the door behind them slammed shut, the sound echoing and shaking the space around them. Panic spread through the group as they realized they were trapped in the fortress. The situation became even more dire when the system announced that the fortress had been sealed. Before they could react, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Cracking sounds echoed from all sides as the ground beneath them began to collapse. The group screamed in terror as they struggled to maintain their balance amidst the chaos. Wide cracks spread open, revealing dark gaps below. From those cracks, grotesque arms slowly emerged, creeping upwards like something out of a nightmare, wrapped in fiery purple flames. It was as if they were rising from the depths of hell. Soon after, disgusting creatures emerged from the ground. Goblins with sharp fangs appeared, their mouths wide open, emitting terrifying sounds that shook the very space around them. The young man in the group screamed in fear, calling for help as a monster prepared to charge at him. But in that critical moment, Hansu swiftly used his chain to bind the monster, preventing it from attacking further. Hansu spoke calmly yet authoritatively to his group, telling them not to panic. "These monsters are no different from the enemies we've fought before." His words helped the group regain their composure. Gathered together, preparing for the upcoming battle. Hansu glanced at the young man he had just saved, his gaze full of resolve and coldness. He ordered, "Stay calm and fight. We will overcome this." Hansu focused his gaze on the cracked floor, carefully observing the small movements on the debris. In his mind, the real challenge lay with the gate to face the Demon King. They needed to get past that gate. Suddenly, the ground shook more violently, and a column of fire erupted from the wreckage. Everyone immediately felt a surge of fear and began backing away to avoid the danger. From the flames, a knight appeared holding a sword. Brilliant purple light enveloped it, as though it had been born from the very fires of hell. The knight's eyes glowed bright red, filled with hatred and death. Hansu immediately recognized it, the gatekeeper demon, a powerful foe they had to face. Screams rang out as people scrambled to avoid the demons slowly rising from the earth. They appeared in waves surrounding Hansu's group. The demons formed ranks, their red eyes glaring at them as if they wanted to devour each one. One of them howled, the sound deafening and full of power. It swung its sword in a long, powerful arc, capable of sweeping everything in its path. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the group's vision. Hansu quickly assessed the situation and issued orders to the group to prepare for battle. He clearly divided the tasks. "We have two enemies. Supporters move to the back, skilled ranged attackers move to the front. Those who are not skilled enough should handle the surrounding." Dong-gyu, who was standing nearby, spoke anxiously, "Wait, charging in like this could put us in danger." But Hansu cut him off immediately. "To the left, we attack first." Without waiting a moment longer, Hansu charged straight toward the monsters, leaving Dong-gyu behind, who was left in a state of panic. While fighting, Hansu observed and analyzed. The gatekeeper demons seemed to be modeled after the gatekeeper demons from the abyss, weaker but with similar movements. Using this, Hansu could predict its next attack. He wielded his weapon with skill, rushing toward the monster like the wind. His long chain closed in on the creature with incredible speed, but just as he thought the chain would pierce its head, the monster managed to knock his weapon away. Hansu remained unshaken, quickly calculating in his mind. More importantly, he could use the power of Durkados. These long chains, tens of meters in length, wrapped tightly around the sword the monster held, preventing it from moving as it wished. Hansu easily controlled its action. He completely suppressed the monster's strength. The chain tightened, forcing the demon to fall to the ground. Now the demon was bound, unable to move, completely under Hansu's control. Hansu smiled slightly, confident in his plan. The binding and suppression of the enemy had been successful. The chain not only drained the demon's magic but also cast a curse to weaken its ability. Although this also drained Hansu's own magic, he was still able to maintain control of the situation. The chain wrapped around his hand was the most powerful weapon against the demon. Looking toward his teammates, Hansu said, "You're just going to stand there and watch." His strength stunned the group. They stood frozen in place, unable to believe their eyes. Overwhelmed by Hansu's abilities, it took them a moment to recover their senses. Dongyu quickly urged everyone, "Of course not, prepare to attack. Remember, you are making the name of our guild famous." At Dongyu's call, everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Another member, Zia, shouted, "Those with low resistance, support from the back." "Charge!" Jimin's voice rang out. "I'll lead the charge." The group gathered their strength and charged forward, shouting as they attacked. Weapons and magic erupted in the air, completely obscuring the giant form of the demon. The onslaught was fierce, with light from spells and fire bursting everywhere. The demon recoiled, its red eyes staring intently at the sword in its hand, preparing to use its power to break free from the binding. Hansu noticed this and immediately deduced, "That fire, they're trying to summon infernal flame." As predicted, a beam of light struck down, the ground cracked open, and the group screamed in fear. The demon began to thrash, trying to break free from the chain that bound it. Tremendous power broke Hansu's control, and in that moment it roared fiercely. Hansu was thrown back but remained unfazed, signaling for everyone to continue attacking. Though the chain still wrapped around the demon's chest, Hansu knew that once it struck him, it would be incredibly difficult to resist. But he was determined not to give up, watching the demon with intense focus. He aimed directly for its chest, the weak spot he had noticed during the battle. With a powerful leap, Hansu charged toward the demon's chest. Fatal stab pierced through its body, but the infernal flame still burned as if nothing had happened. Jimin screamed in fear, "That infernal flame, it makes our attacks useless." However, Hansu ignored the warning. He continued stabbing directly into the demon's chest, despite the raging fire scorching and burning his flesh. The pain of the burns seeped into every cell, but Hansu endured. "I need to remove the firestone," he thought, reaching out to the spot where the infernal flame had been summoned. In a decisive moment, Hansu used all his strength to yank the firestone out of the demon's body. His hand was burned by the fire, but he didn't care. With a firm grip, Hansu crushed it, causing it to vanish into thin air. Though the onlookers were bewildered, they whispered among themselves, "What just happened?" The flames surrounding the demon had disappeared. Hansu reeled in his chain and ordered, "Continue attacking." He turned back to look at them, his eyes exuding strength and coldness, as if to say that they no longer needed to worry about it. "Keep attacking, it can't use fire anymore." Suddenly, one of the group shouted, "Hansu, be careful." He heard it and immediately glanced over. In an instant, Hansu perfectly dodged an attack from another demon, one that the non-guild members were fighting. Dongyu called out, pointing toward those who had been knocked down, "Look!" Everyone in the group began to panic as they noticed some had fallen. They cried out for help, "Help us." At the feet of the monster were the defeated corpses, and it stood there, arrogantly looking down with contempt. People whispered in fear, "Shouldn't Kang Hansu take care of that demon? What should we do?" They were worried and panicked. Meanwhile, Gukti stood from afar, smiling to himself. He whispered, "They're starting to move. Things are easier now." Gukti took slow steps towards Hansu, a mocking grin on his face. He stopped in front of him, his eyes full of provocation, and began placing all the blame on Hansu with disdain. He mocked, "Kang Hansu, you've led everyone to their doom and still pretend to be unaware." Without hesitation, he pointed directly at Hansu's face, blaming him for everything they were facing. "It's all your fault. You've put us in this situation, so take responsibility." Meanwhile, Hanchin, though struggling with the monsters, couldn't stay silent in the face of Gukti's accusation. He yelled while fending off the creature, "Shut up and come help." He pushed the monster back with all his strength, delivering a painful kick that forced it to retreat. Hanchin continued to speak, reminding everyone that it was Gukti who had been standing on the sidelines, doing nothing but spouting nonsense. Gukti was unfazed by the criticism. On the contrary, he looked at Hanchin with a challenging gaze, declaring that he was not weak. "Do you think I'm not fighting because I'm weak? Let me show you how I'm different from a loudmouthed fool like you." T tossed his coat aside and shouted for his special forces to advance. His subordinates immediately charged into the battle, attacking the monster. Their swords struck its legs while arrows flew directly at its chest. Finally, the monster collapsed in pain. One of Guk T's group couldn't contain himself, exclaiming, "Amazing." Hansu stood still, watching, then signaled for everyone to join the fight. He gently hoisted his chain blade onto his shoulder, moving forward to face the demon who was preparing to swing its sword down. As its sword struck, the ground shattered, debris flying everywhere, but Hansu swiftly dodged and jumped high. The monster's eyes glimmered with fury. But Hansu remained calm. He spun in midair, spinning the chain and delivering precise strikes from the monster's shoulder to its flank. After landing safely, Hansu stood steady, without a hint of hesitation. Ju Hyun, observing from afar, was so shocked he couldn't speak. He couldn't believe that the monster they needed a whole group to defeat was now brought down by Hansu alone. "What is he doing?" Ju Hyun mumbled in disbelief. While everyone else continued following Hansu's orders, he remained composed, unfazed by the surrounding chaos. Even though Guk T was trying to show off his strength and special forces, it didn't distract Hansu. He swung the chain once more, binding the monster and pulling it down. The group immediately jumped in, attacking it, making the monster scream in agony. Seeing an opening, Hansu coldly moved in, delivering a powerful slash that ended the monster's life by severing its head. Its head rolled to the ground as the chain fell slowly after. The air around them became eerily silent. Hansu stood there, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd as though he were the master of the battlefield. Guk T, though he had witnessed Hansu's strength, was still frustrated, but he couldn't do anything. Anger and fear were evident in his eyes, yet his feet stood still, helpless. The group began to gather around the monster's corpse. Ju Hyun, holding a gemstone, raised it up and suggested using it to trade for goods at the shop. He awkwardly said their special forces were built with the help of guilds, and investing in them was important. Guk T meanwhile sneered, saying the gem would be used by the Smog Guild first, as the special forces belonged to the Alliance. Hearing this, Dung Kwok was surprised, wondering when the Alliance had created such a special force. He immediately responded, saying this was the result of secret schemes happening in the shadows. She furrowed her brows, looking at Hansu and thinking about how the Alliance had successfully taken control of their lord. However, Hansu seemed uninterested in what was going on around him. He simply walked over and opened the shop, continuing his work as if nothing was happening. Zia and Jungkook approached Hansu, worried that the Alliance was quietly provoking him. However, Hansu just smiled and reassured them that he had known about everything in advance and that there was nothing to worry about. Zia was still puzzled, asking, "What do you know?" Hansu calmly replied, "Unless they have a real plan, otherwise just watch what they do." After that, he went back to his work, ignoring the concerns around him. Beside him, the small snake still loyally followed like a silent companion. Hansu knew he had prepared well and that nothing could surprise him. At the same time, Hanchin and Jimin also approached, discussing how the Alliance members had gone to the front line. Hanchin appeared optimistic, believing the situation would be easier now that they weren't stuck in the back. However, Jimin was still annoyed, doubting whether the Alliance's unity was real. Dung Kwok emphasized that to get out of here, they first had to kill the Demon King. The group agreed that the task ahead was a difficult challenge, but no one could give up at this point. In the tense atmosphere, a strong voice suddenly rang out. A girl approached Hansu's group, introducing herself as Seo Jaeyoung. She walked up confidently, reassuring everyone that the only way out was to kill the Demon King. However, when she placed her hand on Hansu's chest, several people in the group were surprised and uncomfortable. Jimin couldn't hide his jealousy, while Zia and Hanchin just watched, helpless. Hansu, with his usual cold CEO demeanor, immediately swatted Jaeyoung's hand away. He wasn't concerned with this sudden familiarity and continued signaling for everyone to move forward. He didn't care about Hanchin's complaints and quickly led the group onward. As the group moved forward, they were suddenly stopped by a large barrier. While they were discussing how to overcome this obstacle, a mocking laugh echoed through the space. Barry appeared with a contemptuous smile and sneered. He declared that they didn't need to defeat the Demon King to open the portal to the next island. They just had to hold out for another 30 minutes. This information stunned the group, but Fairy didn't stop there. He continued explaining that if they could hold out, the crystal on the throne would activate, opening a portal to any island they desired, or they could use the crystal to buy their escape. But that wasn't the official way. Hansu stood silently, thinking. He realized that Fairy's game hadn't changed, it was just another trap to test them. After giving a fake farewell, Fairy disappeared, leaving the group standing there, preparing to face the upcoming battle. The Demon King's throne, his figure appeared in the dark space. The Demon King quietly issued a command, and the corpses around him began to rise. The dry bones gathered into strange shapes, and from the darkness, dark souls were reborn, rushing toward the battlefield. The Demon King sat leisurely on his throne, legs crossed, a proud smile never leaving his lips. Beside him were the minions he had created with dark magic. Hansu stood not far off, his eyes fixed on him, silently contemplating the Demon King's power. This is just a low-tier version, not even half the strength of the original from the abyss. I know it well. While Hansu was analyzing, a skeletal soul suddenly lunged at him. Its mouth was wide open, preparing to attack him immediately. In an instant, the system shop notification appeared, suggesting he could use the crystals to purchase an artifact. His hands began to gather blue light, gradually forming a new weapon, a pair of chain sickles named Decredo's Judgment. Without hesitation, Hansu hurled the chains at the demon. They whistled sharply through the air, piercing straight into the skull of the skeletal soul. The impact made the spirit scream in agony as Hansu prepared meticulously for the upcoming confrontation. He decided to use Degrado's unique skills, separation and redemption. The dagger in his hand was enhanced, wrapped in brilliant blue light. Hansu summoned a barrage of small, sharp daggers, this time taking the fight seriously. The daggers flew swiftly toward the seat of the demon lord. However, she showed no fear. Her minions quickly raised themselves to block Hansu's attack. Smirking wickedly, she raised her hands, infusing them with magic, then unleashed a devastating strike at Hansu. The spell shot toward him, carrying immense destructive power. The demon lord laughed, but Hansu refused to be overwhelmed. He quickly threw his chain up, intercepting her attack. Repeated clashes created ear-splitting sounds. Yet the demon lord did not relent. She relentlessly pressed Hansu with her massive magical power, forcing him to constantly defend. The battle intensified as she commanded another monster to be summoned. The colossal beast charged straight at Hansu, obeying its master's orders to tear him apart. Despite being cornered, Hansu stood firm, ordering his teammates to handle the demon lord while he dealt with the summoned monster. Henshin looked back anxiously and shouted, but there were too many of them. He yelled toward Guk-T to fight, but Guk-T and his men only sneered coldly and retreated, warning not to get involved. The reply infuriated Jimin, finding her too reckless. Hansu just smirked, recognizing Guk-T's intent. He told Jimin to hold the demon lord briefly. Jimin panicked, asking, "What? Can we stop the demon lord without more help?" Hearing the conversation, her eyes widened with excitement. She summoned yet another monster, and from the ground, a gigantic hand emerged, lunging straight at Hansu. Hansu could only watch in shock. Dung Guk, standing nearby, tried his best to form a sturdy shield to protect Hansu. He shivered under the overwhelming force of the attack. He shouted, "We can't hold much longer, fall back quickly." Hansu shifted focus, his sharp eyes following the fleeing group. They panicked, constantly warning each other of the overwhelming number of monsters. In the chaos, one suggested helping teammates by buying time. Instantly, a dagger shot into his mouth, killing him on the spot. Ju Hyun screamed in horror, "What is happening?" Guk-T, with a sinister grin, ordered his men, "It's time to clean them out." He did not hesitate to kill anyone in his way. His soldiers surged forward, attacking former allies. Ju Hyun, in the midst of the battlefield, shouted, "Do you think we'll just stand still? Fight back." But his men were completely overwhelmed. They fell one by one, unable to resist Guk-T's brutality. Seeing the dire situation, Ju Hyun tried to negotiate with Guk-T. The battle was far from over. At this rate, all of them would die. Even he and his guild could not survive, but Guk-T paid no attention. He sneered coldly, "It doesn't matter. They have chosen death for the king." Guk-T's words made Ju Hyun sweat in panic. He wondered silently, who is the king he's talking about? Just then, a figure lunged at him with a sharp knife. Shouting, "It's time for you to disappear," Ju Hyun could only freeze, watching the knife fly toward him. But before it could strike, it was knocked away by a powerful force. Hansu appeared just in time, saving Ju Hyun. Picked up the knife, speaking coldly, "Finally, you've revealed your true face. Your dirty tricks remain the same." Guk-T, enraged by Hansu's intervention, shouted, "You were supposed to fight the demon lord. Why are you here?" His eyes filled with resentment at seeing Hansu interfere. But Hansu remained calm, realizing Guk-T was just a pawn in a larger game, ready to be sacrificed to stop him. Hansu knew he could not be swayed by such schemes. He replied, "You're mistaken. I didn't come here to block you, but to make an offer." Guk-T hesitated, but before he could react, Hansu turned back to the battlefield. On the other side, his teammates were still struggling against the demon lord. Han-Chin, in a desperate situation, tried to resist, knowing time was running out. In a decisive moment, Hansu leapt into battle, using his chain to seize the beast. Tearing it to pieces, Zia saw Hansu return and asked, "Where have you been?" Hansu just shrugged, replying briefly, preparing for the next move. Zia panicked, what next move? But Hansu didn't answer. He saw in the distance Han Tion trying to support Dung Guk while Jimin had been knocked down. After Jimin, Han Tion shouted, anxiously scanning his teammates. Jimin, struck by the demon lord's attack, struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth. The demon lord watched, laughing mockingly, finding this increasingly tedious. She raised another gigantic arm from the ground, preparing to smash down, but Hansu wouldn't allow it. He swung his chains toward the demon lord, the chains weaving around her giant arm before wrapping tightly around her body. She screamed in pain, eyes filled with rage. "How dare you?" But Hansu didn't stop. He raised a hand to prevent his teammates from advancing. Hanshin asked in surprise why he was blocking the way. But before they could understand, a purple flame from the demon lord surged at Hansu. He took the hit, his body thrown far away. A massive explosion erupted, smoke and dust engulfing the battlefield. His teammates screamed his name in desperation. Kang Hansu. The explosion shook the entire field. Everyone shouted his name in panic as smoke obscured their vision. Hansu dead? Someone asked desperately, straining to see through the thick smoke. They feared seeing no trace of him. In that moment they began to feel the terror of losing the hero who led them. Z tried to stay calm, looking around at Hansu. There was no way he could have been taken down so easily, but deep down she couldn't help but worry. Hansu was the pillar of the group if he failed. Everyone was facing a catastrophic fate. As Zia finished speaking, Jimin, battered and exhausted, rose from the rubble. She looked up and pointed, and everyone quickly followed her gaze, unable to believe what they saw. Hansu was still alive, hovering midair, preparing for the next attack. Seeing him survive and fight, everyone felt astonished and admired Hansu's resilience. He unleashed his skill, blades enhanced by his hands flying faster than the wind, striking directly at the targets below. The sharp blades pierced the chains, tightening and forcing the Demon King down. The Demon King's resistance seemed hopeless as Hansu's power grew overwhelming. When Hansu delivered the final slash, one of the Demon King's wings fell. Blood streaming from the wound, staining the battlefield red. Those around cheered. The attack had worked. They believed victory was near. But instead of collapsing, the Demon King laughed savagely, and excitement quickly turned to dread. "Ha ha ha ha, how amusing," it said mockingly, while restoring its magical power once again. A new arm slowly grew from the severed wing, grotesque in appearance. Hansu thought, is it planning to channel its magic to strike me? He could not let the battle drag on. He knew that if it wasn't ended quickly, there would be no chance left. Determined not to let the enemy recover, Hansu gripped his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He realized the Demon King was gathering power for a counterattack. Its wings began transforming into gigantic hands, converging to form streams of binding purple light. Hansu could not allow this to happen. He slammed into the ground and leapt, dodging the incoming beams. He knew this was the decisive moment. Meanwhile, the Demon King's wings continued to grow, becoming larger and more powerful. Ada prepared to strike down Hansu, but he quickly called, "Hanshin, greatsword, hurry." Hanshin immediately hurled the sword toward Hansu. In the briefest moment he caught it, remaining calm under pressure. Demon King's massive wings slammed onto the ground, creating deep cracks. Zia, Jimin, and Hanshin stood frozen, worried for Hansu's fate. The space fell silent, with only smoke rising from the ruin. Just when it seemed all was over, Hansu appeared through the smoke. He was still alive, unbroken. He swung his sword, severing the Demon King's colossal wing. The Demon King could not believe its eyes filled with horror. "How could you?" It screamed, rage contorting its face. But Hansu gave no chance to retaliate. He surged forward at terrifying speed, swinging his sword down. The Demon King tried to spew fire to stop him, but Hansu showed no hesitation. Lunged, driving the sword into Ada's neck, blood gushing. Ada screamed in agony, unable to believe defeat. Those around murmured, "Is it over?" They watched in shock as the Demon King's giant wings slowly dissolved. But the silence was brief. The crystal remained unchanged. There was no sign that victory was confirmed. Why had the crystal not reacted? Panic rose as fear crept into their minds. Hansu, despite defeating the Demon King, kept a serious expression. "Not done yet," he said, coldly tense. He seemed to notice something unusual. He held his side, clearly injured. But before anyone could react, the Demon King's insane laughter echoed. Its eyes flared red. "I will not be defeated so easily," it roared, releasing dark power that flung Hansu away. He slammed against the wall, pain shooting through him. Demon King decided to unleash all its true power, holding nothing back. "I will unleash everything," it screamed, excitement echoing. At that moment, a spear shot forward, piercing the Demon King's arm. The attack forced the poised arm back. Everyone was astonished to see who had thrown it. Zia, who had saved Hansu just in time. The Demon King glared at Zia with contempt. "Filthy insect," it sneered, summoning another monster that charged at them at terrifying speed. But Jimin leapt to protect his teammates, striking down the creature and severing its soul. Zia exhaled, praising Jimin. "Well done, Jimin, but we've only bought a little time, fall back now." The Demon King was far from subdued. It raised a hand, gathering dark energy, preparing a final strike to annihilate all. "Try to run if you dare, I will erase you all," it hissed, eyes wild as it readied its devastating attack at Hansu. Hansu was struggling to rise after the harsh blow, with only seconds to respond. A wave of dark energy surged toward him, hitting his position. Everything around exploded, debris and dust obscuring vision. The shockwave hurled everyone backward. "We are swept away by the blast," Hanshin shouted in panic, trying to locate Hansu amidst the smoke. Dunguk called anxiously, "Kang Hansu, are you alive?" From the thick smoke, a blue glint suddenly appeared. Lying straight ahead, it was Hansu's blade. Thankfully, he was alive and hadn't given up. The blade pierced the Demon King's chest, blood gushing unceasingly. Despite grievous wounds, the Demon King forced a mad smile. "I didn't expect you to survive that," it said with delight, acknowledging Hansu's resilience. But he, bloodied, responded coldly, "Finally, I can rest now." The Demon King's laughter faded as it clutched the blade, trying to remove it from its body. Exhausted, it continued to screech. Who would have thought a weak strike could do this? This damned force, yet it knew time was short. Those around stared in disbelief. The Demon King remained standing despite severe injury. "Look," someone shouted, "the monster is dead, the crystal." An instant, anxiety surged as they saw the crystal gleaming on the throne. The system notification appeared, signaling victory conditions met. Finally, a team member cheered. The crystal glowed, "We've succeeded." Everyone exhaled in relief, joy filling their faces. Kang Hansu had defeated the Demon King. Cheers erupted everywhere. The survivors were overjoyed at overcoming the terrible trial. "We did it," they said happily, proud to move on to the next island after defeating the most fearsome enemy. But just as celebration began, the Demon King's body convulsed violently, a pink flame enveloping its form. Excitement in everyone's eyes quickly turned to terror. "Fire, what's happening?" someone shouted, trying to understand what was unfolding before them. Hansu couldn't hide his shock either, standing still, staring at the burning body of the Demon King. "Impossible," he muttered, "both of her hearts should have been destroyed." Hansu's eyes widened as he realized something terrifying. The Demon King, though defeated, was rising again, as if she couldn't be destroyed. She smiled wickedly, her voice deep and harsh. "Finally, I can feel some excitement. I can't let this end so easily." The Demon King's face twisted in disgust more than ever before. Her body was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating her next slaughter. Her gaze was filled with a desire for destruction. "I swear I will burn everything before I am completely destroyed. No matter the cost, I will bury all of you here." Flames engulfed the Demon King's body, signaling her power was reaching its peak. She had nothing left to lose and was determined to turn everything to ash before disappearing herself. Hansu sensed the danger, preparing for her final assault. But just as the Demon King was about to launch her destructive strike, a voice suddenly rang out, breaking the suffocating atmosphere of the battlefield. "Enough!" The cold voice belonged to Fairy, who pointed at the Demon King, his face showing no fear in the face of her brutality. "I didn't expect you to dare use your real power in the guidance area," Fairy said, his tone sharp as if reprimanding her. "You have violated the rules and you must be punished." Without waiting for a response, Fairy summoned a gigantic arm from the air. The arm appeared as a colossal entity, gripping the Demon King's body and holding her tight. The Demon King was horrified as she realized she was locked in place by a force beyond her imagination. Fairy showed no mercy, ordering his creature to eliminate her. The giant arm tightened, preventing the Demon King from resisting. Though Agath struggled to break free, Fairy's power was too overwhelming. The Demon King, once their nightmare, was now just a helpless beast in the hands of the true ruler. Fairy pointed directly at her, his gaze full of contempt, his cold voice echoing, "Who allowed a fool like you to exist?" Without waiting for a reply, Fairy continued to order his subordinate. "Drag her here by the neck." A short phrase, but it was filled with authority. Fairy didn't need to say more. Hansu stood below, hands in his pockets, eyes looking up. To him, this was no longer surprising. The drama kept unfolding before his eyes, and Hansu simply sighed to himself. Another scene in the ongoing play. The Demon King, despite being subdued, still refused to give up easily. She screamed, her voice echoing through the space, "You brought me here and now you won't let me use my power. I won't go anywhere. I will kill them all, these worthless bastards." The Demon King's voice was filled with anger and despair, as if she couldn't accept being imprisoned without the ability to fight back. Fairy's smile disappeared and his face grew dark. His gaze was as cold as ice. "This is why I hate mongrels like you." This statement seemed to mark the end for the Demon King. After Fairy's warning, the Demon King had no choice but to accept her fate of being subdued. Fairy's subordinates immediately acted, showing no mercy. The people around watched the terrifying scene. They said nothing, silently watching as Fairy coldly crushed the Demon King's corpse. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating a horrific scene that no one dared look at directly. Even the bravest warriors had to turn away, avoiding unwanted memories. Fairy then turned around as if nothing had happened. He chuckled softly, his tone light-hearted as if he had just finished a performance. "Sorry, everyone, things got a bit chaotic, but don't worry, it's all over now. Now it's time for the reward." Fairy flew over, his smile returning to his face. He congratulated Hansu's group, praising them for defeating the Demon King. "But sadly, there's only one reward, so I'll give it to the one who contributed the most." As usual, Hansu showed no real interest in the reward. His face remained indifferent, as though he had more important things to think about. He thought to himself as he received the gem from Fairy. The gem glowed in his hand, its light reflecting in his eyes. It was something powerful but surely not easy to use. The system quickly provided information about the gem. When used, all ancient language stats would be fixed at 99.99% for a day. However, after that, all stats would drop to 0.01%. Hansu smiled slightly. It was indeed a trade-off that wouldn't be easy. He shrugged, laughing as he said goodbye. Well then, see you all at the next island. He disappeared right after that. Hansu looked down at the gem in his hand, his gaze filled with thought. He still had many things to deal with. He muttered to himself, reminding himself that this was just a small step on the long road ahead. Hanshin stood beside Hansu, his voice full of disappointment. So, we defeat the monster and there's only one reward. He looked at Hansu, unable to hide his frustration. It seemed that all their efforts had boiled down to just one reward. Dung Guk, standing nearby, quickly intervened. Don't worry, everyone knows who killed the monsters. He tried to ease the situation, but clearly no one felt any lighter. The fatigue from the battle began to show on everyone's faces. Just stood quietly in a corner, her heart full of worry. The Smog Guild won't let this go. She thought to herself, feeling uneasy when thinking about the traitors in the battle. I need to contact the guild members immediately. Jimin, always ready for battle, confidently suggested, why not just deal with them now? Her voice rang out with confidence as if this was just another small task they needed to complete. But Hansu just waved his hand, dismissing Jimin's idea. It's done. I don't want to get involved in any more drama. We need to focus on the main goal. That was the only thing on his mind at that moment. All eyes turned to the empty space where the lords had once stood. Murmurs of surprise and horror filled the air. They've disappeared and the tattoos are gone, which means they are dead. It's finally over, Je said, her body trembling. No way, she said, her voice shaking with fear. The Smog Guild betrayed us. They used special forces to abduct the lords. Su stood beside her, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. In the dark forest, a mysterious shadow moved like a whirlwind. Covered from head to toe, he appeared and disappeared, dual swords in hand, stained with fresh blood. Gukti's guild had been completely wiped out, no one survived. It seemed the cleanup had been completed. Going back a few minutes, Gukti's group had been surrounding the large tower, believing it held immense power. Gukti sneered, thinking he had already won. But my job is just to cause trouble and kill all the lords. Easy as pie, Gukti confidently believed everything was under his control. But fate had a different ending in store for him, one he had never expected. When Gukti ordered his subordinates to tie up the lords. Now he can grant his guild tremendous power. He recalls what Hansu had given him, those sparkling crystals as a bargain for the traitor Hansu, that fool. He sneered. We made a deal with him just to escape temporarily. Contact them right now, Gukti ordered his subordinates. It seems we are in a different location from the waiting area. Suddenly, one of the lackeys yelled out, warning that there was someone over there. A sharp throwing knife zoomed through the air, piercing a guild member. A scream rang out, breaking the silence. Gukti panicked. Who? He couldn't sense anything. An eerie voice echoed from the shadows. You really came? I was still skeptical. The voice made Gukti's group wary. They searched for the enemy but saw no one. Thick darkness around them prevented them from distinguishing friend from foe. An invisible force slowly gripped Gukti's legs, rendering him immobile. Why can't my legs move? I'm sinking into the ground. Gukti's desperate voice echoed in despair, but no one came to help him. I already set up the trap, a voice said flatly. All thanks to me knowing the position of that person. I have top-tier sixth sense. Gukti panicked, stammering, no way, how could you know? Ghost grinned, did you forget I'm the Mango Saint? My sixth sense is even better than Google Maps. Before he could finish, a sharp sword thrust through his chest. Gukti fell, blood gushing, staining the ground. Zahian stood beside, witnessing the horrifying scene, his face drained of color. Please spare my life, he shouted, voice trembling. I'll follow your orders, I'll donate to Rabbit Jade Studio. The mysterious figure coldly responded, not interested. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward, slamming Jahian's face into the ground. The impact was so strong that the earth cracked as if it had just experienced a mini earthquake. You don't have what I need, he said, slowly lifting his hands. Wait for those coming from the central island and kill them all. Slowly, he removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. This is the first time I've heard about the central island and the tower, he muttered. I don't know what he meant. As always, he's as formidable as ever, and kind of devious. In Sangjin's memory, Hatsu's image appeared, saying, You want me to use you, right? If you want, fine, Hansu said. Follow what I say and you can become stronger than those at the same starting point. Go to the place I mentioned, whether you follow me or not is up to you. A sudden silence descended. Hansu quietly walked away, leaving him. His face slowly curved into a smile like an addict, then he murmured to himself. The more Hansu believes following me is the best choice of my life, the more I just need to wait. Under the moonlight, the bright crystal appeared before the desolate forest. A couple was discussing something together. The old man said, damn it, to which the old woman responded, who? Lai Gukti, she recalled. Wait, what? Central Island? failed, right? The man replied. He last contacted us from the Demon King's fortress, so he must have died there. At least he cleaned up a few enemies for us. Saved us some work. He clenched his fists and a symbol resembling Guk-Ti appeared. Enraged, he said, I had a feeling. Seems like we have an obstacle. This time I'll deal with it myself and show him what a festival feels like. He assured that they were heading to the Tower Island, which had more rewards than the others, and there was only one route after using the crystal to reach it. Prepare yourselves. His guild surrounded the spirit stone, feeling smug. Won't leave here in one piece, he said. The image of small islands floating apart in the sky was clearly marked on the map. The map of the islands was distributed at the ascension path, showing hundreds of islands to climb. The islands were divided into 3 main stages, starting with the first stage at the ascension path, like a free-fire match. Passing through the military island, then reaching the gate to heaven. Racing through training sessions like running, they passed through stage 2 islands, including the central island, and finally reached the stage 3 islands to complete the tutorial. One of the stage 3 islands was said to offer the highest rewards. Heizu explained to the others about the rules of overcoming the islands to gain power. Tower Island was like the Free Fire's green zone, where there were many valuable items, but competition was fierce. Sometimes you get shot dead without realizing it, he said. However, going after high rewards to become stronger is understandable. Hansu smiled, but his voice turned serious. He was still chewing the delicious piece of meat in his hand when someone questioned him. What do you mean? He looked at them seriously. I'm saying, if you're going to the Tower Island just for the rewards, you should rethink. Although he was explaining, their faces showed confusion, not fully understanding him. Over here, Hanshin stared at his meat, drooling, thinking to himself, how much food does he have in that bag? Despite appearances, this guy is very skilled when it comes to eating. Izu continued to caution them. You almost got wiped out when you went to the central island just for a test, right? His face still had food on it, but his sharp gaze warned them, think about it. I'm giving you sincere advice. His warning made everyone cautious. Surviving on the Tower Island will be much harder than on the central island. It won't help if you die before you get stronger, he added. One person asked him, so what should we do? Zia raised his hand and asked, aren't you going to the Tower Island? In the distance, Zyojin stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a pillar. She seemed to have overheard their entire conversation. Hearing her question, he replied, every island has its rewards. I'm just warning you, you must take responsibility for yourselves. The girl standing afar heard this, grabbed her sword, and quickly turned away. Hearing his warning, Zia frowned and pondered. I thought he was the type who would take big risks. Was I wrong? Dung Kwok, seeing he was right, spoke up in defense. He has a point. He told everyone that their guild had persuaded the remaining adventurers to join. Kings are gone now and everyone's exhausted, so we need to rest. It's best to go somewhere safe, he concluded. As expected of a leader, words hit hard. Hansu looked up and saw Dung Kwok extending his hand to him, saying, since we're about to leave. He continued expressing gratitude. I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, we survived. But Hansu didn't even bother shaking hands, turning away and saying, see you if you're still alive. Despite being brushed off, Dung Kwok calmly replied, all right, just like that. He turned to Hanshin and said, let's go. Hanshin replied from the side, all right. Jimin, seeing them leave, asked, should we get ready to go too? Ja, following his advice, responded, he said not to go to the Tower Island. I think listening to him won't hurt. Inside the tower, a portal barrier suddenly appeared, emitting a dazzling golden light. The commander had made the decision, but there were still a few people murmuring underneath. The decision had been made, but whispers of dissent lingered in the air. So you're leaving for somewhere else? I don't mind places like this anymore. Going somewhere that even Hansu can't handle is too risky. Hansu spoke to the others there, telling them to move on as he had things to do. Dongguo responded, then we'll go ahead. Commander Dongguo, along with Hanshin and his team, moved towards the golden magic portal. He turned back and promised, do your best to stay alive, see you again. Over here, Zia muttered, while Jimin, seeing her slow movements, moved ahead. She snorted and said, I'll go ahead. The short-haired girl indifferently said, do whatever you want. Adu stood silently, not saying a word. Zia began to approach the boundary portal. Before stepping through, she glanced back at him and said her farewell. I don't know about farewells, but I'll see you again, as everyone else stepped into the boundary portal. The portal slowly disappeared, leaving Hansu standing there watching them leave. Hansu knew someone was still here. He turned his head, questioning her. Why haven't you left? Seo Jaeyeon, distinguishable by the freckles on her face, countered. Why haven't you gone first? Need to check something? Did your family used to sell butter or something? She teased. Every time you meet someone, you offer them a ton of butter, making them sick of it. Asu, hearing her, turned around and replied, if you want, I'll do it. He then gradually entered the boundary portal, his body halfway through. He turned back to bid her farewell. See you on the next island. She had just been fed butter, now she was given grapes. His farewell left her confused, and she exclaimed, what? By this point, he had already left. She began connecting a device to someone, whispering, they're gone, but some people will definitely head in that direction. After the boundary portal, a man with long orange hair appeared. He sighed. The message came quite a while ago. Seeing the portal emit a strong light, he looked up suspiciously, wondering if they had just arrived. He grabbed the sword he had prepared for someone. Around him were several hidden assassins lying in wait. He commanded them, prepare to move out. Holding the sword, he let out a loud laugh and quickly darted towards the portal, shouting, "I'll kill the first one." Boundary portal opened and a blinding light emerged from within. He squinted as he saw the person stepping out, ready to fight. He shouted, "Get down!" But the person who stepped out of the portal was the freckled girl from earlier. She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh!" The sword swung towards her. She was startled but fortunately managed to duck in time. Her face went pale. She ran hurriedly, her eyes wide open, and muttered, "I dodged his attack." She regained her composure and said, "That was a rather intense greeting, intense enough to make my heart race. If I had heart disease, I would have passed out by now." He muttered, seeing that it was only her who had stepped out and no one else was with her. He suspiciously asked, "Why did you come alone? Where are the others?" In response, she said, "I purposely waited for them to leave first before coming. No one else is coming." His face was grim and not a single ant would dare to pass by. "You must have stayed until the end to confirm." She asserted firmly, "I am certain I saw them leave, there's no mistake. It's hard to believe they were all tricked by the tricks of the one using chain." "The beautiful yet short-sighted one," he muttered before speaking angrily, "it's that man again. Both of those damn kings fled because of that kid's words." His hands were clenched, tightening around a large tree. He was so angry that his internal energy caused the tree to explode. His face turned as black as a pot, fuming, "This is making me furious." The tree he gripped shattered into small pieces, rolling across the ground. He was powerless. "We can't kill them. Trying to locate the portal with my people is useless." A middle-aged woman with shoulder-length hair appeared beside him. He turned to ask Seo Jijian, "Do you know why he's doing this?" She lazily raised her hand and answered, "Who knows, from the way he fights on the front lines, it seems like he wants to protect everyone. He has never killed anyone." "That's what I mean, don't judge a book by its cover. You act all mysterious and dangerous, but in reality, you're a good guy. Truly, you're full of style." The old king gives off an ominous aura. He will be a barrier to our plan. He ordered the middle-aged woman to tell the members of the guild on the other islands that if they find Kang Han-su, they should kill him immediately. The woman objected, "But Kang Han-su is as powerful as a king." He sneered, "No, didn't you say he doesn't kill anyone? If they attack him, tell them not to hold back." He stepped towards the woman, grabbing her scarf and sternly said, "Don't forget the goal. You haven't forgotten what the kings did, right?" Upon hearing this, the woman looked a bit uneasy. His voice was stern, eliminating all obstacles at any cost. The woman covered her chest with her hand, feeling a little scared because of those they had lost. The two of them turned and he spoke again. Jaejun reported the appearance of Kang Han-su and the weapon he used. "Now let's go up the tower." Seeing him leave, Seo Jaeyeon hurriedly asked, "Aren't you waiting?" He responded brusquely, "I don't like to wait." He then ordered the assassins to withdraw. Meanwhile, the yellow barrier gate opened again. From inside the gate, a familiar figure stepped out. It was Kang Han-su, the one he had been waiting for. "Knew her goal, so you held back a little to arrive last. Seeing that no one was here, you felt confident. It looks like they've all left. I knew he would give up. His plans were the same as always. Now I can leave." In the forest, a person with a covered face was hiding. Heizu walked by and clearly noticed the presence of the other person. He asked, "How long have you been here?" Surprised at being discovered, the man took off his hood and greeted. "Long time no see, Hansu. I've followed your instruction." Heizu got straight to the point. "Did you bring what I asked for?" Under his coat, he wore a pair of jeans. He smiled and replied, "You're still the same, huh? I brought them, the earrings of the 7 siblings." He handed over a ring and added, "I don't know what you plan to do with these. But since you got what you wanted, good job." He sighed in relief, then said, "Thank God, now I'm off to the next island." Sang Jin blushed at the compliment. "This is really exciting, isn't it?" he thought. He was startled when he saw your body transform into a girl. The look in his eyes, "What is that?" "You're using a creation." Hansu explained to him, "This way it's harder to be detected." Hansu officially became a girl. "My God, you're so beautiful, I'm blown away." "Now let's go up the tower." In the dead of night, the tall, ominous tower loomed, cold and eerie. Inside the tower, on the first floor in the main hall, groups of people had gathered, divided into factions. Everyone seemed unsure of where to stand. "Which side has more people, or should we go somewhere quieter?" "Luckily, there are fewer people than I expected," a young man wearing an orange hat said as he observed the surroundings. He continued, "Now that kid is probably using that annoying voice of his to explain everything." While speaking, the young man glanced toward a girl in a black outfit at a distance. "But isn't he not here?" The girl with a hot figure and a bit of an edge, sporting short tomboy hair and a tight black outfit, was talking to someone. The young man in the orange hat seemed to recognize her. "Who is that? She looks so familiar." As he observed closely, she suddenly noticed him. She turned and stared at him with a cold look, causing the young man to panic, not knowing how to react. She began walking straight toward him. "Staring at me like that, do you have something to say?" He looked up, her ocean blue eyes captivating, exuding style and personality. The young man in the orange hat felt like his soul left his body, stammering, "We've met somewhere before, right?" He asked with his mouth, but his mind was already thinking. Even the way she speaks is so familiar. As the two of them were talking, a young man with glasses spoke up from afar. Are you two together? They say people who wear glasses are dangerous. He said in a tone similar to a salesman, do you want to join us? The young man in the orange hat quickly declined, oh, we're not together. But before he could finish explaining, the girl pulled him away, come on. The young man could only think to himself, she really has style. The scene shifted to another location where someone asked, are we all here, can we go now? In front of them stood a large gate glowing with blue light. He and the girl were standing with a group of people. The young man with glasses spoke awkwardly. Previously, everyone had their own guild, so it was a bit hard to find people to join. Fortunately, we've found them now. Haha, it seems that the higher we go in the tower, the better the rewards. A young man with blue hair, full of energy, impatiently said, why talk so much? We just need to go in. He sneered, we just need to enter the room, defeat the others, and the last one standing gets the reward. Didn't come here to make friends, so speak less. How many of us do you think will survive? You can already tell who's going to die early, so let's not waste time. Hansu gave him a probing look, full of charm. The surroundings shifted, now filled with giant ants. Just looking at them made sweat pour down. The sound of people shouting signals to attack each one, separating them from the group. The ants, with yellow eyes and large pincers, charged at everyone aggressively. They kept attacking, forcing the group to defend and fight back. One ant struck a girl with brown hair, sending her flying. Just as she was about to fall, the young man in the orange hat and Hansu heard her scream and realized what happened. Hansu thought to himself, wearing the earrings of the 7 siblings halves my stats. I didn't plan to fight head-on in this state. However, a small green knife appeared in Hansu's hand. He thought, I need to know my current level. He wasted no time and rushed straight to the brown-haired girl. You're blocking the way. He pushed the young man in the orange hat aside. Move over, let me show you how it's done, then grabbed the knife and charged at the giant ant. With a swift thrust, the knife pierced the creature. He then leaped into the air, gaining momentum before plunging the knife into the ant's back, killing. He looked up, thinking to himself, normally I could defeat them with my bare hands, but now I have to fight back and forth. The brown-haired girl, now calm, spoke up. Thank you for saving me. You defeated that giant ant with such a small weapon. Must have fought a lot, right? She said, smiling with admiration. I'm looking for someone very strong here. I heard he helps people and wields a weapon like a chain. Do you know him? I really need to meet him. He replied in a pompous tone like some chapboy, stop asking meaningless questions. Orange Hat spoke up, talking a bit won't kill anyone. Why be so rigid? The teacher couldn't get anything from her, so the brown-haired girl turned to him. Do you know him? I heard he's formidable on the central island. His name is Kang Hansu, right? Hearing this, the assertive girl smirked slyly. The orange-hatted guy was startled. Kang Hansu, his expression tense. He scratched his head and began, I know him. We started from the same point. Eyes lit up like headlights. Really? He's your teammate. Amazing. Adu said nothing, coldly walking away without concern. The other two continued talking. Orange Hat asked curiously, but how do you know about Kang Hansu? She responded, her eyes gleaming with joy. I heard rumors from adventurers about his strength. You're Kang Hansu's teammate, right? Do you know where he is now? Orange Hat put on a 3-part helpless, 7-part regretful expression. I don't know, he's always busy. Where he is now, only heaven knows. Lips said one thing, but his mind thought, if there's a rumor about a powerful man named Kang Hansu, it must be him. He looked back at Hansu thinking, now that I think about it, she does resemble Kang Hansu. I thought he just talked big. But if Kang Hansu wasn't here, many would have died already. He must have surpassed me long ago. Scene shifts to others in the group. The blue-purple-haired guy spoke arrogantly, no loot at all, killing all these ants and only drops a shiver. With low difficulty and many people, the loot quality drops. There's a door over there, looks like the one we entered. A young man wearing glasses spoke. A massive door glowing blue appeared. We can go to the next floor. Will there be loot outside? Then let's go out. Suddenly, a scream rang out. I won't allow it. The purple-haired man laughed maliciously, blood smeared on the face of someone he just forced out. He shouted, I will kill all of you and take the loot. Then he charged, slashing indiscriminately. Laughing, he said, you die because you only know how to curl up and run. All of you are weaklings. He lunged at Hansu. You prepared to fight back, but he flung your knife to the ground. You fell, and he arrogantly mocked, what is this? I thought you were the strongest here. Pathetic, so weak. Orange Hat trembled but still guided the girl. Go hide behind me. When I signal, run far. He didn't know someone behind him was pulling something out. The girl signaled boldly, stay there. His eyes widened in confusion as she drew a crossbow, raising it. If you move, I'll shoot. An arrow flew straight into the purple-haired man, pinning him on the spot. Orange Hat was relieved, turning back. Perfect timing, he was distracted. She replied, it's my first time using it, not very skilled. He thought she was on his side. He didn't expect her to aim the crossbow at him. He continued, I have to take out both of you at once. One shot hit Orange Hat in the head, dropping him instantly. Only at the last moment do you know who is friend and who is foe. Done, she cheerfully picked up the loot, smirking, having handled both. She picked up the communicator, reporting, "Sire, no one using chains in room 10 on floor 1. I've handled the rest. If I catch him, I'll present him to you. If I find him on the next floor, I will report immediately." He was focused on reporting, unaware that Hansu was slowly getting up. The king on the other end said, "Understood." Hansu asked, "What if he's here?" She turned back, startled to see Hansu alive. "I thought you were." Before she could finish, a blue chain shot forward, wrapping around her tightly. Hansu advanced, pressing the knife to her neck. "You're looking for me, right? Surprise, old lady." He pressed the blade firmly against the girl. She panicked, eyes wide with fear, almost losing control. "Clearly you," she stammered. Hansu stared coldly into her eyes. "Looks like my performance isn't bad. Don't think about contacting your king." Before she could speak, Hansu blocked her mouth with his hand, eyes piercingly cold, silent. "I will deliver your message for you." Immediately after, she collapsed unconscious. Hansu gently lowered the chains at her feet and muttered, "Looks like they only sent one person in here. Your snake still holds the stone. I didn't expect them to give up so quickly." Hansu stared ahead, determined. "We will meet again soon." He had heard this before in the tutorial area in a previous life. Remembering Kenyan's words, the hidden dungeons are not separate entities. The tower has a specific structure. It is a fortified, vast city. You must pass through dungeon rooms to reach higher floors, meaning there will be dungeons beyond floor 3. Hansu stood there, stunned, glancing coldly around. That was the final objective of the tutorial area. On the main section of floor 2, Hansu stood alone, thinking he needed to take care of a few things first. He looked at the ring on his finger. His current creations were not up to standard. Except for the developed Numaha, the rest were quite poor. Suddenly, a noise came from beside him. He needed to find new creations to compensate for those that fell short. Elsewhere, people were chatting excitedly, while Hansu remained lost in thought. "Tense, I will use the guidance you gave me." A number appeared on the notice board and everyone gasped in panic. Only 50 people remained entering from floor 1. "Hurry up!" The scenery changed abruptly, resembling a dense forest. Fairy floated overhead, speaking, "Welcome to floor 2. I'll explain a bit. You've waited long, right? Then let's begin." A treasure appeared, sparkling with ancient stones. Fairy said, "Welcome to the treasure island with clear springs and dense trees. Choosing this room shows good judgment. Among all rooms in the tower, this one is the largest. Your task is to defeat the treasure guardian." Fairy conjured a golden bull and emphasized bringing the treasure to the center of the island to exchange for creations. Everyone listened intently, worried. Fairy continued, "Time limit is 2 weeks. And of course, anything too easy isn't fun, right? Only those who convert treasure into creations and possess them can leave. In other words, without creations, you will die." Multiple blue notice boards appeared with different numbers. "There's only one treasure, so you can choose some creations to save everyone or fewer to let only some survive." Fairy smiled slyly. "The fewer the creations, the higher the quality. I hope you make a wise choice." In front of each person was a different number. Total of 128 guardians. Fairy said they would mark them on the map. Hansu couldn't believe it. 128 guardians in 2 weeks. He glanced at others to see their decisions. "This will be tough. Let's see what you do." Suddenly, someone stepped forward boldly and spoke loudly. "I have a plan." The blue-haired girl laughed loudly and explained her plan. 5 teams, each with 10 people. Each team would hunt and eliminate 2 guards per day. She looked around and asked, "Can you handle that?" Everyone began to murmur and debate. Some suggested guilds cooperate and only form 10-person teams. Those outside the guilds would be at a disadvantage. Hansu heard this and commented that the plan wasn't bad. Suddenly in the crowd, a blonde girl nudged the person next to her. He immediately understood and said, "We agree too. 2 guards per group per day seems reasonable. If we fail, someone will be held accountable. Our guild already has enough people, the other 2 will make the decisions." Hearing this, everyone else grew more restless and anxious. "Right now, we have no choice but to comply if we want to survive. If we find the treasure, we'll report it and head to the center immediately." Hansu remained standing there, motionless, attentively observing those around him. 5 more people arrived. Our guild already had more than 10 members. He looked at the map appearing before him. 128 guards scattered throughout this dungeon. "We must act fast." Then he quickly turned away, saying nothing. "For now, handle this yourself." The blonde girl watched him with a puzzled look, wondering where he was going. The sound of footsteps rustling through the dirt echoed. Something was hidden here, the dead stone and a strange condition. A loud voice rang out, "I bet no one else has succeeded. Kang Hansu, I'm speaking to you alone, listen carefully." Among the orbs obtained from defeating the guards, all but one glowing orb were ordinary. Everyone only visited the treasure once and usually discarded the orbs. Hansu closed his eyes and said seriously, "But I discovered they are not just ordinary orbs." Then he waved his hand and said mysteriously, "See how clever I am? If you collect all 32 orbs, you can exchange them for a creation that simulates the dead stone. You didn't know this, right?" He laughed loudly like a fool. Discovering hidden events is my specialty. It even frustrates others. Who is this person always so talkative? Heizu immediately spoke, though it's different from the stone anvil Aaron consumed. The effect should be roughly the same. The dungeon's difficulty is steadily increasing, and the number of encounters per day is limited. He gripped the staff tightly in his palm, striking a cool pose. To move quickly, one must go alone. To go far, one must go together. Without being detected, outside something lay still on the ground. Suddenly it rose, blasting dirt and rocks aside. A giant monster appeared, its body caked in mud. Its face pointed skyward, emitting a strange sound. Everyone heard it and tilted their heads, wondering what it was. Fairy suddenly announced that the second guard had been eliminated. Congratulations, 2 down in a single day. At this rate, you'll complete the mission soon. Immediately, a loud shout rang out, focus. The girl turned and said, I got it. The monster Lulu appeared from behind, opening its mouth full of jagged teeth, aiming to bite her, but she quickly leaned back to dodge. She lifted her leg, ready to kick. With just that, the monster was flung 1,000 meters away, writhing in pain, saliva dripping. Immediately after, an arrow shot straight into its stomach. His strike looked incredibly cool, clearly someone who could avoid it without even seeing. I wasted my effort, the girl exclaimed. You should have handled it yourself from the start. The two argued briefly. We haven't encountered a guard before, but everyone acted so quickly. We've only caught small pests so far. The girl shook her head. No, the first and second guards weren't defeated by a group. Someone is going alone, I have a hunch. Others listen. Turn to ask each other. If you say that, then it must be the King Unkai, right? She replied, I told you not to call me that. This possibility is troublesome. She looked at everyone and ordered, let's move on quickly. It seems the one ahead has already run. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Wait, something is approaching. Since the start, I felt this powerful presence. Indeed, ahead, a formidable army was advancing. Leader said, I told you we shouldn't target the guards. Even if we find the treasure, we cannot safely bring it to the altar. They discussed as they moved, observing other teams. I see many tough opponents. Yes, but we cannot sit idle. The leader turned back, voice firm, precisely. While others search for the guards, we should seize this chance to train a bit. He devised all sorts of devious plans. Even hunting monsters will give us enough strength to fight. We only need to target those carrying treasure back. If someone goes missing, no one will notice. They continued planning, unaware someone was eavesdropping. 2 weeks without finding the treasure and we're all dead here together. The girl hid behind a tree, muttering, if everyone thought like you, it would be chaos. But the strange feeling I have isn't from these people. Suddenly, Hansu appeared and spoke, I agree. His words startled everyone. Hansu leaned against a nearby tree and continued, you all should follow the rules. The girl stared at him, silent, thinking, she's bruised and battered already. Where's her team? Her face showed worry and fear, yet something about her seemed suspicious. Hansu calmly looked into her eyes, smiling faintly. Their gaze met. Hansu, in female cosplay, leaned against the tree and said, you all should follow the rule. Brown-haired man heard movement behind him and quickly spun, clumsily drawing his bow, immediately aiming at Hansu and demanded, hey, what are you sneaking around back there for? Are you alone? Answer honestly. Hansu remained calm, saying, I'm here to give you a hint. The brown-haired man still didn't lower his bow, continuing to scold, have you lost your mind? Why should we listen to you? Hansu glanced at them and said, vigilance is good, but you're wary of the wrong person. Moreover, I'm not here to talk to you. Turning to the blonde girl, Hansu said, King, I want to speak with you. Without waiting for her reply, Hansu continued, with your intuition, you probably already know. The blonde girl listened, sweating nervously, thinking this person. She's the reason I've felt uneasy for so long. Though hard to recognize immediately, there's no mistake. She continued thinking she has intuition like mine, or perhaps even subtler. It's not just her appearance, but a layer hiding more dangerous things inside. Something malicious lurks within her. She must be watched at all times. Wow, women's intuition is truly terrifying. Seeing the tense face of the blonde girl, Hansu reassured, no need to be tense, didn't I say? I'm only here to make a suggestion. The brown-haired man nearby still didn't understand and raised his bow again, intending to shoot. What are you planning to do? If you keep spouting meaningless words about the leader or whatever, the blonde girl shouted, cutting him off before he could finish. Step back, I'll talk to her. Seeing her reaction, the brown-haired guy stopped. Thought to himself suspiciously, our leader has never been this flustered. The blonde girl stepped forward, looking strong enough to handle this situation on her own. Why is she making this proposal to us? I need to know the reason. Even if you're strong, we won't back down easily, she said, but she edged closer, hiding behind the brown-haired guy like, who knows, maybe no one knows anything. Hansu didn't really care, responding, everyone has their own reasons. Need someone to fight on the front lines for me. Hearing that, the blonde girl interrupted, you want us to deal with the people who just passed by, right? Before Hansu could answer, she refused. I understand why you want that, but we can't handle 40 people like that. Hansu replied calmly, what are you talking about? You only need to deal with 10 at a time and they... the ones weaker than you. Use the leader's authority, start with the weakest groups, turn them into your members, and increase your team's numbers. Hearing that, the blonde girl suddenly felt a headache, thinking, are you kidding me? Managing so many people is already troublesome, and now she wants me to recruit more. Does she want me dead? But she only dared to think it, not say it, because her intuition warned her that speaking out would be self-destructive. Brown-haired guy next to her saw her expression as if she had stepped on a thorn, so he coughed lightly, knowing she was complaining about managing too many people. The blonde girl, a little bored, replied helplessly, seriously, I just want to get through this peacefully, but it seems I have no other choice. So I'll give it a try. With that, she and her group turned to leave. Hansu at the back warned, I'll be watching. Hearing that, the blonde girl tiredly replied, I'll warn you, it won't succeed. After they left, Hansu said it was the perfect time to prepare the next step of the mission. A moment later, in the distance, a young man was pinned to the ground. It turned out to be the blonde girl's group subduing them. The brown-haired guy approached, reporting these guys refused to join the guild. The blonde girl didn't care much, replying, they're already part of the guild, just tie them up, no need for trouble. On the other side, the ones who resisted were tied up, like using ties, penthouse style. Girl in the group questioned, there's no need to tie us up. Are you discriminating against us because we're from another guild? We haven't done anything yet. The blonde girl criticized internally, you think I want that? In the end, she followed what she had said earlier, except for these people. She recruited everyone else present as guild members. After a moment, she sighed, tired from the effort. I don't really approve of this, but this damned mission. Suddenly, a notification sounded, congratulations, you have found the treasure. Everyone froze for 5 seconds like, what just happened? The notification continued, you need to bring the treasure to me for the transaction. The blonde girl, surprised, asked in confusion, but if everyone is here, who found the treasure? Just then, from behind, someone spoke, leader. He stepped forward, holding a glowing golden orb, giving it to the blonde girl. I found this under that tree. Blonde girl stepped closer, looking at the item and murmuring, she said she'll help us. She took the golden orb to Fairy, saying this must be the real treasure, right? Fairy took it. Smiling, the notification announced, yes, confirmed as the perfect treasure, unfortunately no one died here. But you did well, even if it seems you weren't the ones who directly obtained it. The blonde girl asked, so there's no reward. Fairy replied, no rush, don't worry, I'll give you plenty of time to choose. Then it snapped its fingers, generating a number and asked which one you want. Since you are the monarch, but the only yellow robe is out of reach. Hee, the others. Watch the blonde girl preparing to choose, nervously swallowing, silently praying for each person to get an artifact. It must be number 50. At this point, the blonde girl revealed her corrupt nature, laughing, hee, saying, what should I choose? Should I choose number 1 and kill everyone? Hearing that, one in the group gasped, shouting, please save us. Then he yelled, number 50, you saved all 50 of us, we'll follow you forever. The blonde girl looked at him, expression saying, enough, shut up. She turned, smiling coldly. But this is getting boring. How about a survival game? All new guild members must stab or kill each other. That's the guild's order. Those opposite her all released their anger simultaneously. This kind of kid is weird, living strangely, who wants to play. They shouted, but also prepared to rush at the blonde girl. But at that moment, the marks on their hands suddenly glowed. Someone yelled, do you think we'll obey just because you're the monarch? Then they realized something was changing. The marks on their hands began to break, not just one, but all at once. They exclaimed, the guild tattoos on our hands are gone. So that means we're no longer guild members. We're free. Barry interjected, sneering, you think those orders would work without loyalty? Pathetic, go quickly, this place will soon be sealed. The path to the 3rd floor is open. The group panicked, starting a marathon toward the door leading to the 3rd floor, shouting, damn it, we have to get out now. While the crowd wasn't paying attention, the green-haired girl freed herself. She turned to her comrades, saying, I've untied the ropes. Hurry, we must report to the monarch. Another responded, the monarch went ahead of us, probably on the 3rd floor already. Nearby, Hansu stood silently, listening, and began paying more attention when he heard about the monarch. The others continued talking, unaware that Hansu was behind a tree, hearing everything. One in the group held a phone, talking to their monarch. Yes, monarch, we could kill them all, but there's a problem. Before finishing, the monarch on the other side seemed to give an order. The person immediately responded, yes, understood. Then the voice suddenly changed, what, you want me to come right now? Yes, I'll go immediately. Ending the call, he turned to his comrades, shouting, hurry, the monarch's place is urgent, go to the 3rd floor now. The monarch is in danger, don't dawdle. Hansu behind the tree smiled lightly, having caught them. He thought silently, now, show me the way to your monarch. Hansu eagerly anticipated the upcoming encounter. 3rd floor is vast, called hell. Finding someone here is not easy, there's only one way. Earlier, Hansu's group discussed a plan. One said, if we don't catch the Dark Monarch in the guided area and let him move elsewhere, all our efforts will fail. While everyone focused on planning, Hansu thought seriously, while the orange-haired guy was heavily drunk in a corner. At that moment, the blonde-haired, intellectual-looking guy with a fragrant body spoke up. We must block all the paths and lead him in one direction. How about we choose the Tower Island to execute the plan? Heirs, stepping in from outside, agreed. You're right. The first and second floors of the Tower Island are off limits, but the third floor is fine. There are hundreds of starting points on the third floor, but once he enters, he'll need the help of the guild members, so he will call them from everywhere, she emphasized. It will be your only chance. The third floor of the tower is the place you must go through before entering the other world. Though it's slightly different from reality, the environment here is exactly the same. The monsters here also belong to a different level. At that moment, the orange-haired guy who had been nodding off suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "So the plan is to lure him," he continued, stating the obvious. "If he smells danger, he'll run away. We can wait until he feels safe, then attack. He's very cautious. I think he'll call all his guild members to that area." Hearing him ramble, Hansu gave him a look as if to say, "Are you done? Go play outside." The orange-haired guy went on, "Though he's not as strong as me, he's still very powerful. You know what to do to kill him, right?" Back in the present, Hansu was holding a red gem, a replica of the gem he had taken from the treasure. Everything was prepared. But before that, I need to deal with the Dark King on the third floor, Hansu thought to himself. With that thought, Hansu charged through the portal, crossing the boundary and stepping deep into hell. As he ran, he excitedly spoke, "Finally, it's time to face him directly." After Hansu entered the third floor, the guild of the blonde-haired girl, hiding behind a stone pillar, smiled deviously and murmured, "Follow her." At that moment, amidst the vast darkness and cold stones, a scream echoed. "Quick, contact the guild members, tell them to come to the third floor today." It turned out the one shouting was Lee Won-kyung. A little while later, his entire guild had gathered. However, they were surrounded by 3 giant monsters. He muttered to himself, "This place is full of poison, the air is harsh. Countless monsters are appearing, and this is just the beginning of the other world." He said they wouldn't intervene, but I think there's no need anymore, he thought. Just then, a monster suddenly appeared. It charged at him, mouth wide open, aiming to strike with its sharp teeth. But as soon as it sank its teeth into the large military flag, Lee Won-kyung swiftly blocked it with a huge sword, breaking a few of its teeth. The monster didn't relent, continuing to attack with even more force, making Lee Won-kyung struggle to hold his ground. He gritted his teeth. Don't let him get angry. When he does, it'll be tiring. Somehow, Lee Won-kyung managed to tear open the monster's mouth with one slash, like ripping through fabric. At that moment, someone on the other side shouted, "More monsters are coming." Lee Won-kyung stepped up to the fallen monster and shouted, "You, come with me. Everyone move forward, don't let the monsters defeat us." Hearing their king's command, all the guild members shouted, "Understood," and immediately charged forward with their swords. Lee Won-kyung gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I can't die here. My guild is the strongest on this floor. I've killed so many to reach here, I will not die." A moment later, Lee Won-kyung began to notice something. He asked in confusion, "Are the monsters from that fragment? It looks like a living creature." Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a person, not just one but hundreds. Lee Won-kyung exclaimed, "There are people in there." Seeing this, he approached the red cross-shaped hole. Upon noticing him, Fairy spoke up, "Isn't it beautiful here? Standing here, it's absolutely stunning." Of course, it's not just that. Fairy gave a cryptic smile and continued, "Look closely, you might recognize a few familiar faces. Those who have passed the guide section." After hearing this, Lee Won-kyung glanced at Fairy, then bent down to pull the stone fragments beneath the cross. Just as Fairy said, he saw a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was his daughter. Seeing her, Lee Won-kyung trembled with emotion and reached out to touch her. He called out, "So-jong," perhaps meaning to say, "Come home, my daughter." And he collapsed, crushed by despair, muttering painfully, "If only I had become the king earlier." Lee Won-kyung recalled the past, back when he was on the first floor. The monsters appeared and everyone fled. Seo-jong had grabbed his legs, begging, "Don't leave me behind." She crawled on the ground, trembling, calling out, "Dad, save me." When Lee Won-kyung saw his daughter like that, he shouted, "Seo-jong," then he rushed to her, but the damn king had stopped him. That man said, "No, you must protect me, that's an order." At the time, Lee Won-kyung didn't have the courage to resist. Hesitantly, he said, "But my daughter," the vile king continued, "your duty is to protect me, not that worthless child. You must remember I am your king. If I knew about the monsters here, I would have made that shrimp girl a snack long ago." A moment later, when Seo-jong seemed to lose consciousness completely, Won-kyung finally rushed to hold her and begged, "Seo-jong, my daughter, wake up." In contrast to his sorrowful appearance, the king felt no remorse. He even boasted, "Dying for your king is an honor." Lee Won-kyung couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up, muttering under his breath, "If I had known that my daughter was nothing more than a shrimp in the eyes of that king, I never would have joined this guild." But the vile king didn't know that, besides the giant monster, another one had appeared beside him. So he still called out, "Go quickly." While the monsters were feasting on his daughter, "You cannot defy my order." Before he could finish speaking, Lee Won-kyung rushed at him, delivering a single strike that sent him straight to the afterlife. After dealing with the trash, Lee Won Kyung held the bloodstained knife in his hand and declared, "If trash like you can be king, so can I." Immediately, a mark appeared on the back of his hand, proving that Lee Won Kyung had met the requirements to become king, his mission being to exterminate pests like that bastard. He clutched his hand and murmured, "Because of this power, for my daughter I will rule this world." Won Kyung was filled with regret. His determination grew as tears streamed down his face. "I won't stop until I find my daughter." Back in the present, Lee Won Kyung still couldn't believe it. He mumbled, "I thought I would never see my daughter again. Thank God, the gods still have mercy on me." Immediately, Lee Won Kyung turned to Fairy, urgently asking, "Tell me, how do I save her?" Fairy, seeing the heartfelt family scene, laughed and said, "Calm down, that's just a model. We created a replica of your information and stored it in the cross. Though it's just a replica, the power and memories are just like the real thing. It means a lot to you, doesn't it? The rule is simple. I need materials to create a new one, preferably someone alive." Upon hearing this, another guild member immediately felt hope and asked, "Then my son can also be used?" The person trapped on the cross, Lee Won Kyung over there, was equally anxious. He hurriedly asked, "But how do we find someone to sacrifice?" At that moment, the smile on Lee Won Kyung's face gradually lost all humanity. He thought to himself, "If I just sacrifice the weakest one, so Jong will come back to life." Indeed, in front of his daughter, all beings are equal. But these secret thoughts seemed to be read by Fairy like an open book. She immediately rejected them. "No, you can't use your guild members. Then that's too easy. I want you to sacrifice someone else. Choose carefully." "Ah, 4 more have reached the next floor. There aren't many survivors left on this floor. You must know that by now," Fairy said sarcastically. Hearing this, Lee Won Kyung angrily slammed the cross and growled, "Damn it, I've traveled all this way. This is my only chance to see my daughter again." While still tormented by despair, a voice suddenly called from behind Lee Won Kyung, "Warrior King, there are people climbing up." Our men were pushed down by them. Hearing this, Lee Won Kyung smiled, a smile that seemed to say, "If I arrive, you're doomed." Then he ordered, "Capture them alive for me." Meanwhile, where the guild member of Lee Won Kyung had been knocked down, a set of footsteps quietly approached. It was Hansu, who wiped a few drops of sweat from his forehead and muttered, "So boring, it would be nice to have a smoke right now." At that moment, Hansu noticed some visitors. He glanced and murmured, "Here they come." It was Lee Won Kyung's guild. Hansu looked at the leader and thought to himself, "One of the warrior kings I must eliminate, the Dark Warrior King, Lee Won Kyung. Accounting for all the crimes he has committed would fill countless pages. Though these crimes haven't happened yet, soon the Dark Warrior King won't be able to save his daughter." That's why he became obsessed with finding his son and fell into the abyss. In his despair, he committed a massacre, becoming a ruthless killer. Hansu drew his weapon and thought, "I will save his son no matter what, even if I have to kill him." One guild member saw the weapon in Hansu's hand and suddenly realized something, shouting, "He's the one with the chains." Lee Won Kyung laughed maniacally upon facing the enemy he wished to kill and said, "Perfect. The one I want to kill has brought himself to me. Surely a fine gift for the line." Immediately after, Lee Won Kyung's expression changed as he shouted, "I'll make use of your pitiful life." Hansu frowned but remained silent, perhaps thinking, "Quiet now, my little brat." Lee Won Kyung didn't speak further and charged with his blade. Hansu swiftly assumed a defensive stance. But before they could clash, the ground suddenly shook violently. Both Lee Won Kyung and Hansu became alert. The earth then exploded, and from beneath the rubble, a gigantic worm-like monster emerged. Massive worms surged upward, sending rocks flying. The Dark Guild members panicked instantly. Lee Won Kyung looked at the monster and realized it was overwhelmingly powerful and disturbing. "Damn it, if there's a monster here, we have to retreat immediately," Han shouted to Jaijun. "Don't let the one with chains escape." Jaijun was about to respond when Hansu interrupted. "It's about skill." Hansu whipped the chains, quickly wrapping the plump worm like a rice roll. With one swing, he cut the giant worm into pieces, sending it crashing to the ground. After swiftly and neatly handling the monster, Hansu declared, "Nothing can stop me now. If you won't do it, I will." Saying that, he directly charged at the stunned Lee Won Kyung. Witnessing this, Han couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this guy a monster?" and shouted, 500 men, kill him." Obeying the warrior king's order, the subordinates charged. Hansu smirked, "You're surrounded by me alone." The moment they approached, Hansu struck them away with his chain. Standing amidst the circle, he swung the chains with gusto. "Make way for me to shine, everyone." Seeing this, Lee Won Kyung looked up at the sky, shouting in unparalleled rage, "Who said I can't kill?" The white-haired girl looked on judgmentally and asked, "What sloppy information is this?" Meanwhile, Hansu's sharp chains kept flying toward them. Even Jae-sun had difficulty dodging them all. While blocking one attack, Jae-jun shouted, "Ah, I know he's strong, but I don't see him using any techniques. Does he not know any?" Won Kyung didn't bother asking. "Is it reliable? Fine, I'll trust you once more. Overwhelm him with numbers. If he has no defense skills, sheer strength will suffice." Prepare. Li Wen Kaiyang began directing his skilled members to charge forward and block Han Su's movement. Obeying the warrior king, the subordinates shouted in unison and quickly rearranged their formation. But it wasn't going to be that easy. You're still inexperienced. Seeing them charge, Han Su leapt into the air. Then came a spectacular twist. Jaijun was already waiting from behind. Just as Han Su jumped, she shouted, "Surprised, old lady, try dodging this." Han Su realized the danger up front. Driven by survival instinct, Han Su thought, if I can't dodge, I'll counterattack. Jaijun struck downwards, but Han Su blocked again. After the block, his arm tingled as if struck by electricity. Grimacing, Han Su thought she was strong and he couldn't trade blows without injury. Seeing this, Li Wen Kaiyang behind shouted, "It works, keep going." Soon, more guild members rushed forward. For these weaklings, Han Su didn't even need to look to defeat them. Once struck, a guild member of Li Wen Kaiyang accidentally flung a white orb. Seeing the glowing stones, Han Su's little snake darted out immediately. It snapped up the white orb and happily devoured it. The subordinates stared in confusion. Wait, is there a monster on him? Is it absorbing the orb? Li Wen Kaiyang also noticed and hurriedly scolded his subordinates, "Don't let it grow stronger." Meanwhile, the white-haired girl was released by her trainer. She waved her hands continuously, and purple magical circles appeared beneath Han Su's feet. Tentacles shot up and coiled around Han Su's ankles. At that moment, Jaijun tried to jump up and swing her sword at Han Su, but he couldn't be killed that easily. Han Su reacted quickly, raising his chains to block the strike. Seeing this, Li Wen Kaiyang shouted, "No, we've come this far for revenge against those who trampled us. Don't retreat. We must destroy every obstacle in our way for our comrades." He had fallen because his family had fallen, but these words felt like they were spoken to Han Su. After hearing this inspiring speech, he threw the chains further into the blood pit. Li Wen Kaiyang on the other side hadn't stopped. He shouted that his words would guide how they live and how they take revenge. Su observed and assessed and, if necessary, forced the clan members to fight regardless of their condition. Although this contradicted his claim of not treating clan members as disposable pieces, he was weakening himself before giving his all. The longer he delayed, the more losses he would suffer. Seeing Li Wen Kaiyang's twisted smile, Han Su told himself no, he had to finish this fight now. At this moment, the white-haired girl continued her attack, shouting, "I'll dazzle you, you fool." Han Su responded, then drove the dagger on his sharp chain directly into the magic of the white-haired girl. It was disabled, causing her wrist to sting. Han Su then played the role of the Pathfinder, clearing the surrounding familiar soldiers, overcoming all obstacles to reach her. Seeing Han Su charge, the white-haired girl changed her expression, giving a twisted smile and saying, "Fall into my trap." Immediately, tentacles rose again from the ground formation, wrapping tightly around both of Han Su's legs. This time there were even more than before. The tentacles tightened further around him. The white-haired girl, seeing him trapped, smirked triumphantly, "You think I'd let you rush straight to me?" At this point, seeing Han Su in a weak position, Li Wen Kaiyang arrogantly said, "No matter what you try, you're alone. You won't survive this, now it's time to pay the price." He finished speaking and swung his sword directly, stabbing straight into Han Su's shoulder. After injuring him, Li Wen Kaiyang laughed maniacally, his face lit with excitement. "I've won. My daughter will live. The first step of my plan is finally—" Before he could finish, Han Su interrupted, "You sure about that?" He then reached out, grasping the sword at his shoulder, which had cut halfway through him, and stopped with a smile. "You won't escape too by without love. I've already prepared your coffin." Li Wen Kaiyang, furious, ground his teeth. Han Su just smiled. "Angrier you are, the more I like it." But when Han Su swung his dagger, another appeared to block it. Li Wen Kaiyang smugly said, "Fool, you think I have only one weapon? I've seen all your tricks, you're still green." "Oh really?" Han Su replied, "Then so is your father. Chains aren't my only weapon." Han Su summoned another dagger. "Surprised, old lady, didn't expect that, did you?" He then hurled the dagger straight at Li Wen Kaiyang. Since he couldn't dodge, it pierced his chest immediately. The white-haired girl and Jaiyun standing nearby screamed, "King, stay away from the king or we'll die." Han Su ignored them and slowly stood up. Li Wen Kaiyang, using his remaining strength, propped himself up and asked Han Su, "Didn't expect you to use your own body as bait." Han Su then suddenly shouted to his subordinates, "Now's the chance to take him before his wound healed." The guild members charged again on command. Han Su on the other side didn't even bother to notice them and calmly lectured, "If you want to kill others, you must be ready to die. Do you have the determination?" His subordinates died, yet he persisted. As expected, Han Su alone swept through the entire guild. Li Wen Kaiyang was completely shattered. "I'm in pain, I collapse," he suddenly yelled. "Why do you block my path? What have I done to you that you treat me this way?" Wounded after just a few shouts, Li Wen Kaiyang ran out of breath. He panted heavily and accused, "Is it because of that absurd law you set? That ridiculous law forbidding killing travelers. Hansu felt helpless. He was tired of hearing the words pure maiden. Lee Kaiyang shouted, "Is it because we broke your guild's rules?" His words threw Hansu back in time to his childhood. In the previous life, when the group defeated him, Lee Kaiyang had said the same thing. He asked, "Why did you chase me so far to attack? Was it revenge?" Hearing this, the orange-haired man next to Hansu couldn't contain his hatred and shouted, "Do you know how many people you've killed? Because of you, even my guildmates Kang Hansu stepped aside, letting me smash his skull." Lee Kaiyang showed no remorse for his crimes and calmly said, "The world has always been like this. Sooner or later, they would die." Now Lee Kaiyang grew more agitated. But why did Seo Zhang and Minty have to die first? What wrong did they do? You say you saved them. What right do you have? You couldn't even save my daughter and son. It's all because of hypocrites and worthless kings like you in this damned world. That's why I want to destroy everything, humans, kings, even the world. Why should I obey that law? Kaiyang repeated the exact same words, still blaming Hansu. "Look around. You're the real insane killer, hypocrite. Doesn't your self-made law apply to you?" Hansu replied, "I don't kill you because you broke the rules. Who has time for that?" Then he sat in front of Lee Kaiyang and said, "The power gained from accomplishing many tasks still has limits. You are only stepping stones. My goal is," a blonde-haired man once said, "not only to unify humanity and overcome 3 trials, we must do everything for what will come in the future. Even if we have to kill everyone in the guided area." Then he turned to Ayers and asked, "You don't object, right?" Ayers thought for a moment. Before she could reply, the orange-haired man quickly interjected, "Don't worry, Ayers, I'll handle this important matter myself. I will kill anyone in our way and take their treasure. I will be called a hero and become a ladies' man." Hearing this, Ayers couldn't resist, secretly kissing the orange-haired man. She replied, "Although I don't agree with sacrificing the few for the many, we need to grow stronger because we don't know what will appear in the hidden dungeon." Then Ayers emphasized, "Still, we need to find another method to avoid killing everyone." After being lightly hit by Ayers, the orange-haired man ran to the blonde-haired man, complaining, "I didn't do anything, just touched your head." He said, "Actually, no one is more suitable than me." At this moment, a magical formation suddenly appeared in front of the orange-haired man. Boom, he was scorched black. It was Hansu. "What does this calculation just show?" he asked. The orange-haired man fainted instantly. Kedian on the side explained, "The tower dungeon must be completed, but we cannot finish it by normal hunting alone. There are people we need to deal with before the guidance ends. We need to eliminate them, so use them." The orange-haired man continued to meddle, standing up. "Right, if we kill all the villains and absorb their runes, we will surely be strong enough to complete the hidden dungeon. We've been granted body refinement and have become heroes." "Wonderful." Hansu heard this and replied, "If everyone agrees, I agree too." At that moment, a hand rested on Hansu's shoulder. The person then said to him, "Don't overthink it. Anyone who obstructs our goal is our enemy. Help him return to the present." After recalling these words, Hansu said to Lee Kaiyang, "You wanted to kill me. You trampled over everyone to get here. Why do you look like I don't deserve this? Isn't it better to see this as the reason we're facing each other?" Lee Kaiyang laughed when he heard this. "I thought you were trying to play the hero, but this is your true self, isn't it? He has just realized it now. We've provoked the wrong person. The moment I predicted has come earlier than expected." Lee Kaiyang began to backpedal. "If someone finds my son, please take care of him. He has red eyes like mine. Whoever is free," Hansu interrupted, reassuring him. "But if my plan succeeds, everyone else, including your son, will survive." Hearing this, Lee Kaiyang froze and said, "Ah, so that's it. I didn't understand anything at all." Hansu didn't even give him a chance to finish speaking and immediately sent him flying onto the altar. After finishing Lee Kaiyang, Hansu let out a sigh of relief. He stood there looking around, feeling as if only a tense silence remained. What had happened was part of Hansu's plan, but he could not deny that things were getting increasingly complicated. Elsewhere, at the blonde girl's location, she suddenly shouted, "How long do we have to defend this place?" The brown-haired man over there asked, "Do you want to leave?" The blonde girl immediately broke into a sweat. "Jun, I didn't do it, really, I didn't. I wanted to follow her secretly, but I didn't expect to be discovered. If needed, we will ambush her. Mention Cao Cao and Cao Cao will arrive." At that moment, Hansu appeared behind them, saying, "I let you be on purpose. Are you protecting this place well?" Hearing Hansu arrive, the blonde girl immediately stiffened, then obediently replied, "Of course, we already caught those following us here. We're from the countryside." Hansu thought to himself, "She hasn't seen anything. I was going to kill her if she saw, but I've already handled it. She won't find anything." Thinking this, he turned and before leaving said, "Well done, it's over. You can leave now." The blonde girl didn't believe him. "It's over? What do you mean? We can leave already?" The brown-haired man said to her, "Your Majesty, let's go. We can return and find another route." But the blonde girl didn't listen. "The more you forbid me, the more I'm going." He said, "No, we continue. I need to find out what that person did." This girl was really interesting. A moment later, Fairy's clapping echoed. He shouted, "Awesome! A new traveler has arrived. Excellent, excellent, so interesting. Let's begin about using the crucifix. Elsewhere, Hansu had stepped through the gate. He held a shard, looked at it, and muttered, "This shape is meaningless now." The place Hansu reached through the gate was where separated travelers would gather after completing all rooms from floors 1 to 3. This is floor 4. Hansu had removed his earlier disguise. Standing there, he thought, "Tower Island, I'm coming to you." He felt each step bringing him closer to the final goal, but also knew many obstacles still lay ahead. No one could predict what would happen. Along with old enemies, Hansu had to be ready for fiercer battles ahead. Yet one thing was certain, he could not turn back now. At the preparation area before entering the red zone on floor 4, enough people seemed to have gathered. Traffic was busy, and in front of the waiting area was a river as red as blood. This was also the workshop for building ships to enter the red zone. A series of elite monsters appeared, and materials would be collected by hunting beasts and monsters around the red zone. Assistant Fairy began lecturing extensively, emphasizing that nothing in life is easy. Rank of the ship players built would largely depend on the materials used. Fairy added vivid visuals to illustrate, reminding players that if they could build a ship, they could leave with anyone they wished. Building a large ship was always better than a small one. The all-powerful Fairy generously provided players with a list of basic and essential materials, including images and detailed information. After Hansu shared a lot of rules, Fairy announced it was almost time to enter the new world. It instructed everyone to be ready to depart. Players immediately stood by their gates. The brown-haired man was amazed by the wild, majestic scenery outside. The brown-haired man turned to remind everyone to try to build a ship large enough for the entire guild. Another guild offered help and requested cooperation. Kang Hansu, standing behind, paid no attention to the guild alliances. His mind was only on finding that place. Sang Jin approached from behind and asked if he had completed the tasks he wanted to. Sang Jin's group had arrived early to gather materials. Kang Hansu had completed his tasks and wanted to confirm if Sang Jin remembered what he had said on the first floor. Sang Jin confirmed he had prepared what Hansu instructed. Sang Jin inquired about his current form, and Hansu honestly admitted he no longer needed a disguise. Seeing Sang Jin relax, Hansu wondered why he was still there instead of gathering materials for a large ship. Time was limited and materials scarce. Sang Jin was confident that the guild and Mihai had it handled. Sang Jin repeated the name Mihai with doubt. The scene shifted to somewhere in the mission area. A monster screamed in pain as countless arrows pierced it. Mihai had fired the powerful arrows. Images of a confident Mihai appeared. Sang Jin recalled meeting her on the first floor and confirmed that she had changed significantly. He continued rambling about how happy Mihai would be to see Hansu again. Hansu ignored him and threw a snake at Sang Jin. He walked away, leaving a message that he no longer needed the snake, leaving it for Sang Jin as he might need it more. The white-clad person didn't understand, while Hansu left without looking back. Before leaving, Hansu warned that there would be less idle time for chatting, as the areas beyond the guide zone were far more challenging. Sang Jin knew Hansu's warnings were serious and understood he couldn't be this strong without him. He promised that they would meet again on the upper floor. Hansu didn't reply, only glanced at Sang Jin silently. After a moment, he smiled and walked away, a smile that served as his recognition of Sang Jin. Sang Jin didn't seem to notice the smile, nor did he expect a response. A couple returned from a nearby teleport gate, and their conversation caught Sang Jin's attention. The blonde girl felt their group had wasted too much time at the intersection. The brown-haired man also felt this way, and he believed that bringing Wonkyung along was a mistake. The blonde-haired woman reminded the brown-haired man to be careful with his words, as others might overhear their conversation. Sang Jin could clearly hear the entire conversation between the two. A voice rang out, instructing someone to step outside. Foot stepped out of the teleportation gate, accompanied by an apology. One Kyung stepped out and expressed his concern for his daughter. The blonde-haired woman criticized his excuse, questioning what he had to worry about when there was someone guarding their rear. He maliciously pointed out that he didn't remember anything. One Kyung was confused by everything. He only remembered taking a walk with his daughter and didn't even know where they were. The blonde-haired woman sighed in frustration, not knowing what else to say, silently cursing herself for wanting to find someone more competent to guide them. Little did they know resurrection meant memory loss. The blonde-haired woman mentioned the pair of twins trailing behind and that she needed to speak with the fairy guiding them. Sang Jin had been observing the whole situation. He remained silent, watching without saying a word. The scene shifted to Hansu. You were venturing deeper into the mission area. You wandered around but didn't notice much. Most of the monsters were concentrated at the center of the preparation area. From what you knew, each floor and room was a completely different environment. Some spaces even looked like real skies or underwater. But in general, everything was artificially created. You touched a certain barrier. Focusing intently on it, you confirmed that there would be some kind of ending. You had heard that this tower had 4 floors, but in reality, there were a total of 5 floors. The image of the fifth floor appeared in your mind. The fifth floor was the dungeon to obtain the hidden shard. You gripped your dagger tightly. You knew that using normal methods would make it difficult to obtain the shard. You decided to act. Gritting your teeth, you slashed continuously at the barrier in front of you. You attacked relentlessly, combining your power with the Numaha's abilities to break through the wall that formed the tower. A hole appeared in the barrier. You wanted to use this opening for the next step. A massive explosion occurred, dust flying everywhere. Heizu effortlessly crawled through the gap. You seriously carried out the insane plan in your head. If you couldn't climb up from inside, you would climb from the outside. From the outside, the tower stood towering, both terrifying and magnificent. You looked back at the hole you had just made in the tower wall. In the blink of an eye, the hole disappeared. Without the Numaha ring, it would have been incredibly difficult to attempt such a crazy plan. Heizu carefully looked at the system panel in front of him. Staring at the stats on the panel, you muttered to yourself that your stats were truly pathetic. Strength was at 60.8%, dexterity at 61.1%, endurance at 66.7%, senses at 67.7%, and the rest were at 58.7%. Hansu, while climbing the tower from the outside, kept calculating his stats. You had raised all your stats to 50 by using relics from fighting the Black King, but you had only reached the minimum level. From here on out, everything depended on how you handled it. It seemed like you had reached your destination. You slowly climbed into the tower from the outside. Climbing to the top of the tower drained all your energy. You panted as you looked inside. Finally, you had made it. You had reached the fifth floor. The system notification appeared, showing the name of the floor you were on, the dungeon of the fifth floor. You grabbed your spear and sword from your back. According to Ralph Lauren, what existed here was still a mystery. A series of swords and spears fell to the ground. They surrounded you, forcing you to be on alert. You were determined to win at any cost. The core light of the fifth floor gradually emitted a strange energy. A dragon appeared. At the same time, the system displayed a notification that a monster had been created based on the intruder's memories. You stood there, unmoving. Your eyes could not hide the shock and extreme fear. The monster brought back painful memories for you, a golden dragon that ravaged everything and killed everyone. Ayers anxiously asked where Kyriel and Hansu were. Her entire team was desperately fighting the dragon in front of them. A wizard with a staff declared that all of humanity was in turmoil. Another person swung a large sword down, knowing he couldn't hold out much longer and had to help everyone move through the crystal sphere immediately. The command notification was passed to Anvi Aaron. Both Aaron and a man nearby were stunned upon hearing the news. Hansu had also exhausted himself. In his arms, he tightly held a blonde-haired girl. The surroundings were in ruins. Monsters flew everywhere. The girl seemed severely injured. Hansu questioned the girl as to why she kept trying to protect him. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be in this condition. He recalled the image of her pushing him back and charging ahead. To his surprise, he helplessly tried to grasp her figure. Unconsciously, he called the girl by the name Kyriel. He was speechless in his sorrow. Kyriel reached up to caress his cheek. She was so happy, constantly thanking the heavens. She smiled the happiest smile of her life, content that Hansu was safe. Didn't want him to stop, especially not now. He remained silent, continuing to listen. The last thing she said was that she wanted him to promise to keep moving forward. After that, she could no longer hold on and passed away. He witnessed her body gradually stiffening, and he could no longer hide the pain deep within his heart. He gritted his teeth, blaming his own helplessness. He screamed in agony. Memories rushed back, accompanied by the pain in his heart. Back in reality, he still couldn't believe the monster the system had created from his memories. It was the dragon that had taken Kyriel from him. The image of the golden dragon from the Bellium region grew clearer. Finally, he had encountered it. The golden dragon had yet to awaken. The recreated image was still taking shape. Hansu stood below, observing the strongest enemy from his memories being recreated in the hidden dungeon. Hansu stood in silence, the pain from that time still fresh in his heart. He knew this was the golden opportunity to defeat the monster, and even though the monster was just a weakened red mark, he couldn't afford to be careless. Two unusual items appeared in his hand. The items he brought into the hidden dungeon were only to be used to clear the fifth floor. The two stones in his hands were a fake version of the stone of the tortoise shell and the essence of the demon pearl. Both were items obtained from a treasure hunt. Heizu recalled the event where he exchanged the tortoise shell stone for 32 marble stones on the second floor. He knew the stone was imperfect, and as soon as he thought of this, the stone began to crack slowly. Heizu squeezed the stone tightly, deeply worried. Though the stone wasn't perfect, if he could use it, all his marks would enter a red state. He was about to put the essence of the demon pearl in his mouth. This item alone was valuable enough to kill the demon king. He bit down hard on the essence of the demon pearl, and the gem cracked open after he consumed it. The notification panel immediately displayed Hansu's stats. All his stats had reached 99.99%, with each stat increasing by an additional 99.99%. However, this buff would only last for one day. After one day, all his stats would plummet to 0.01%. He had worked hard to create a red mark. His body erupted with immense energy. Red-hot streams of energy poured out from around him, sizzling as they moved. His eyes were cold. He had pushed himself to achieve the red aura for this moment. The golden dragon had successfully been recreated, and it roared loudly. He looked at it, determined, vowing to bring it down. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Hansu was forced back. He used his entire body to stop himself from sliding backward. A long, straight friction trail was left on the ground. He was not afraid and continued to steady himself, preparing the first power of the Numaha. His hand gripped the sword's handle, and a place on the blade began to gather red energy. First power was the red destruction strike at 99%. Hansu charged at the golden dragon, sword in hand. The dragon remained still, unfazed and unmoving. A sharp, unrelenting sword strike was unleashed, powerful and decisive from Hansu's position. But even though he had used a buff on himself, and even on his sword, his blade couldn't cut through the incredibly tough armor of the golden dragon. He realized that his sword had snapped in half, and the damage he had inflicted on the dragon was just a small wound. A burst of energy was starting to form in the dragon's mouth. The destructive power of this attack could be overwhelming. He seemed to recognize the impending attack as the energy sphere gradually took shape. The golden dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing an energy ball glowing bright red, as hot as a miniature sun. Once it had gathered enough energy, a powerful force shot out like a storm, heading straight for Hansu. It seemed like he would run, but instead, he stood there waiting for the incoming wave of destructive energy. Suddenly, he smiled smugly. The scene shifted to another area within the mission zone. A giant chameleon monster with a long tongue had been taken down, its tongue hanging out and eyes wide open. Sanji jumped onto the monster's carcass he had just collected. Yumihi followed behind, announcing that this was the last monster. Sang Jin was focused on extracting the venom pouch from the creature. After collecting the venom pouch, Sang Jin decided it was time to return to the dock to begin the process of crafting the ship. Mihai felt a bit uneasy and thought that it would be better if they waited for Hansu to return and join them. Sang Jin refused her suggestion, knowing that even if Hansu was here, he wouldn't go with them. Convincing him to join was incredibly difficult. Mihai asked again, not understanding what he meant. She truly didn't grasp his point. He quietly explained that they had come this far only by hiding in his shadow as they advanced. Back on the 5th floor of the dungeon, the golden dragon fired a powerful beam of energy toward him. He watched the attack closing in and quietly assessed the situation. It was not much different from the previous challenges he had faced. The only difference now was that he had the ability to dodge this time. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. He had narrowly avoided the attack. His eyes widened, full of focus, looking serious and frightening. The golden dragon seemed ready to launch its next move. He drew a throwing dagger in his right hand. Ordinary weapons couldn't do anything against this monster. What he wielded now was the judgment and justice of Degrados. It was a dagger and a sickle, and their true power could only be realized when used together. Hansu grasped the chain in front of him, holding an upgraded version of Degrados' dagger. He combined it with the second power of Numaha, Blood Torrent. The dagger's duplicates linked together, forming a spiked chain, deadly and ominous. The chain wrapped around the golden dragon's neck, preparing to tighten. The dragon seemed to sense the imminent danger. The dagger pierced through its scales, breaking through its armor, causing blood to spray from its neck. He gripped the chain tightly, pulling hard from below. As he saw the dragon in pain, a bit of worry crept into his heart. The cost of upgrading his version was durability. He couldn't maintain this power for long, while the dragon's breath remained formidable. He grips the chain tightly, unsure if he can make it. His eyes shine with determination. He cannot afford to lack confidence like this. He must succeed. He arranges the chain around the golden dragon's neck. He is willing to sacrifice all his weapons to maintain the damage output as it is. He will continue to attack even if it means sacrificing all his weapons. The golden dragon swings its tail towards him, the one controlling the chain. With his attack stance fixed, he can't avoid it and takes a full hit from the dragon. The impact is so strong that it sends him flying. The chain slackens. The golden dragon seems to have been slightly freed from the pain around its neck. The blow is so powerful it causes his head to bleed profusely, but he doesn't care about the pain. He grips the chain tightly, preparing for the next attack. The chain surrounds the weapons he had previously set up. The weapons hitting the chain create a loud, jarring noise. He retracts the chain, pulling all the weapons closer to him. With force, he hurls all the weapons toward the golden dragon. The golden dragon flaps its massive wings. With a single sweep, it destroys all the weapons he was using to attack. But the pressure around its neck suddenly intensifies, causing blood to burst out. The golden dragon howls in pain. Hansu tightens his grip on the chain, channeling all his energy into this strike. The golden dragon roars in agony, its mouth wide open, revealing its fangs as saliva flies everywhere. Hansu closes in on the golden dragon. He's still increasing his strength in the fight against the golden dragon. The dragon is blinded by pain. It only knows how to scream and doesn't notice how close Hansu is getting. Meanwhile, Sang Jin, on a mission, knows that Hansu is extremely powerful and his team must work hard to catch up to him. Sang Jin looks over at Mihai. He has some things to take care of. He also informs her that there will be a few more people on the ship. She is puzzled, unsure who he is referring to. She guesses they might be his friends or people close to him. Sang Jin glances toward Lee Won Kyung's group. He isn't sure if it will happen, but seeing Lee Won Kyung from afar, he believes the man will be useful later. The scene shifts to a desolate area with trees broken and the ground eroded. It looks like a recent crisis has occurred. A red substance appears on the ground. A man steps on it and smoke rises from his shoes, which appear to have been burned. The substance looks like real almond acid. The short-haired man runs while observing the liquid on the ground. Poison spreads rapidly, reaching near the player's base. The short-haired man calls out to his teammates to wait as he hasn't boarded the ship yet. In response, a barrage of weapons is thrown down from the ship. The action leaves him stunned and in disbelief. He angrily questions the people on the ship, asking if they know what they are doing. The people on the ship mock him, saying he has good reflexes and knows how to dodge. It dawns on him that he has been tricked. They took advantage of his isolation to have him collect materials for them, and now they are abandoning him. The people on the ship shamelessly claim their faction has no obligation to take outsiders along. The short-haired man grits his teeth in anger. He silently curses the people on the ship, calling them heartless scoundrels. He no longer has much time to collect the material. Engaging in an argument would only waste time, so he decides to head back to the mission area. The people on the ship taunt him, saying if he wants to go, he can make his own ship, though he might die from the poison first. Their mocking laughter echoes from behind. The short-haired man ignores them and hurries to find the materials. He curses the faction on the ship for being shameless and despicable. He complains about the mission area not having a time limit. Things are becoming more difficult. The short-haired man anxiously searches for a target to kill. He is looking for a resin to collect the poison from. While searching, he fails to notice the clear wet mark on the barrier of the tower. When he realizes, a hole has already been made. He turns around and sees a hand reaching in from the outside. He cannot believe his eyes and screams in terror. The one who broke the barrier and climbed in from the outside is none other than Hansu. The short-haired man is so frightened that he falls to the ground. He cannot believe what just happened. Looking at Hansu's battered body, he nervously asks who Hansu is. Hansu calmly steps in, unaffected. Though Hansu is in tatters, his eyes express the triumph of victory. He pays no attention to the young man's questions or fear. He is focused on the poison flooding the ground. He confirms that he still has time to do a few things. Finally, the short-haired man catches Hansu's attention. He asks who he is. He pokes at the barrier, rambling about how to break it. No matter how hard he stabs, the barrier doesn't even have a scratch, let alone break. But Hansu remains silent, ignoring all the questions. The man calls out to him, but Hansu continues walking, not interested in talking. Hansu is very busy. The short-haired man understands that Hansu is in a hurry and won't be bothered. Though he says this, he continues asking bizarre questions, like why Hansu isn't wearing a shirt, why he tore his own shirt, and whether he enjoys walking around barefoot. Hansu shows no irritation, simply explaining that his shipbuilding task isn't finished and there's little time left. After speaking, Hansu activates a skill to summon strong winds. The short-haired man continues asking how he expects to complete it alone if time is running out. Hansu doesn't answer and shoots into the air at an incredible speed, moving swiftly to gather the necessary materials to build the ship. The short-haired man stands below, stunned by Hansu's superior skill. Even after Hansu leaves, he still doesn't understand what just happened. The scene shifts to a battle in another area, where a man is hurled through the air, slamming into a tree, breaking it in half. Teammates, seeing this, urge those who were knocked down to calm down and fight, as time is running out. The monster they are facing is a Galapagos crocodile with 4 eyes and a back covered in spikes. The brown-haired man looks at the creature before him, terrified. He can't defeat the Galapagos crocodile because it's beyond his team's capabilities. Hansu glides by like a gust of wind, not forgetting to leave a message. He'll deal with it if they don't take action. He passes like a breeze and strikes the crocodile with his bare hands, leaving everyone in shock. Watching Hansu repeatedly punch the crocodile's tough skin until it begins to bleed, they can hardly believe their eyes. He's not using a weapon, yet he's still able to fight the Galapagos crocodile with his bare fists. Blood splatters everywhere, and one of the bystanders asks in astonishment, "Who is he?" While the group remains confused, the short-haired man finally catches up to Hansu, gasping for breath. He's finally caught up with him, impressive. The others assume Hansu is with him, but he seriously denies it, honestly admitting that he just met Hansu. Meanwhile, Hansu continues to punch the crocodile. He beats it into submission ruthlessly. Hansu pulls out materials from inside the Galapagon crocodile without mercy. The sight leaves everyone speechless. Everything falls silent when Hansu stops attacking. The onlookers don't dare say a word. Looking at the Galapagon crocodile's materials in his hand, Hansu feels a bit conflicted. He doesn't need these materials, he only went after it because it was in his way. Someone standing below suggests Hansu should cooperate. The short-haired man immediately seizes the opportunity, wanting to work together to build the ship with that group. But he was immediately rejected because the parasite of the Galapagos crocodile could only be used to build a 20-seat ship, so the space was already very limited. The short-haired man immediately rushed to take the materials, but the other side did not allow it. Hansu slowly stepped down from the crocodile's back and moved toward the two people who were arguing. Neither side gave way, both wanting the parasite and the ship. One man grabbed the other's head to claim credit, but Hansu didn't care. He threw the materials toward the short-haired man and the horned man, leaving them to divide it among themselves. He simply said that he didn't need it. He also stated his goal, aiming for a 500-seat ship, so whatever they wanted to do with the materials was up to them. The image of the Knockrock lizard appeared. Its heart was the main material for creating the 500-seat ship. To build a larger ship, naturally, the materials had to be of higher value. The short-haired man surveyed the surroundings and no longer cared about fighting for the parasite with the others. He noticed that poison had filled the entire fourth floor, and time was passing like a dog running in the field. Then he considered Hansu's absurd statement about wanting to kill a Knockrock to create the 500-seat ship, which seemed impossible. Hansu, very justly, proposed an attractive condition to trade with the other players. He told them to inform the others that anyone who wanted to board the ship should exchange some materials. In return, he would allow them to board his ship. The short-haired man couldn't believe his ears as he had just been tricked by a guild. He wanted to confirm Hansu's words, asking if people like them could really board with him. The scene shifted to the player shipbuilding area. A large crowd had gathered there. Everyone was gossiping, wondering if the news that had been spread was true. Everyone was anxiously waiting. They didn't know if Hansu could really kill the Knockrock lizard to create the 500-seat ship, as he said. The short-haired man looked at the pile of materials he had hunted. This felt like his last gamble. It was all or nothing. He hoped this wouldn't turn out to be a lie. As he was thinking, a loud noise outside caught everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look outside because the noise was so loud. A giant lizard was thrown down from the sky, to the shock of all the players. The short-haired man and the others were in complete panic as the huge creature was falling right toward them. A scream of panic rang out and the lizard's body crashed violently to the ground. Everyone thought the monster was attacking, and their faces turned pale as they fled. Hansu appeared from atop the lizard's back, scanning the surroundings and confirming that all the remaining players had gathered. He jumped down and told everyone to prepare. The short-haired man admired Hansu because he never imagined that he had truly hunted that monster by himself. Hansu walked straight to Assistant Fairy and requested an exchange since he had brought the Knockrock lizard's heart to this place. Assistant Fairy stroked his chin and thought. It was true that Hansu had brought the main material here, but there were still supplementary materials needed to build the ship. Fairy reminded him that his time was still running. Hansu, of course, knew that. He presented Kelt's memory bag, the Aran tree, and other items that the other players had brought, adding them to the exchange. Finally, there was a Rax thread. These items were the conditions he had used to trade for anyone who wanted to board his ship. Fairy kept judging. Even though the supplementary materials were enough, he still sarcastically mentioned that he hadn't seen the Knockrock lizard's heart yet. The short-haired man watched from the outside, puzzled by the mysterious nature of Hansu's bag. When Hansu said that the main material was right behind him, Fairy chuckled and let it slide. It took the necessary materials for the 500-seat ship and didn't forget to congratulate Hansu for successfully gathering them. Fairy even wanted to reward Hansu since he was the only one who had managed to bring so many materials here. The other players noticed that the poison had spread to their location, but Fairy didn't care and instead asked about celebrating Hansu's success. However, others, seeing death looming close, yelled at Fairy to hurry up and finish the ship. Fairy sighed in frustration and said nothing. It preferred when others yelled because of their trembling fear. The materials were gathered and the magnificent ship appeared above everyone's heads. Fairy announced that this was the ship they had built from the materials gathered. The short-haired man was in awe of the ship's grandeur. Hansu allowed everyone to board the ship and also instructed those who contributed materials to come meet him. Everyone cheered and raced to board the ship. Fairy kindly informed them that it would be in charge of steering the ship and that they didn't need to worry about that. Hansu focused intently on the ship's wheel. Fairy continued talking about the estimated arrival time being 3 days and advised everyone to sit back and relax. The ship set sail, gliding across the bright red waters. From this point onward, Fairy wouldn't intervene and it was glad to be able to lead everyone to the safe red zone. The magnificent ship sailed through the Red Sea. Fairy wiped away tears, moved that its efforts hadn't been in vain. told everyone to try to survive in the coming time. A series of ships appeared on the sea. The next phase was awaiting them. After leaving the guide area, they would face the first red zone area that the players had to confront. The people on Han-Su's ship looked at the other ships and began discussing. They didn't know if this was the entrance to the red zone because many ships were heading in the same direction. Another person was amazed by the magnificent scene, staring at the murky red water flowing beneath them. The ocean, created from toxins, looked beautiful but was terrifying. Han-Su stood behind, listening to the two continue chatting. They felt grateful for being allowed to board. Without Han-Su, they might have been stuck on the 4th floor, surrounded by poison. They looked at Han-Su, admiring him. He had allowed everyone to board with such a simple condition. They were curious about Han-Su's identity, as he was a righteous and kind person. They had no idea he was in danger, as all of his stats had dropped to 0.01% after using a special skill in his battle with Kim Long. He had anticipated this when using the Demon S. He looked at the mysterious energy in his hand, not expecting to receive this in his battle with Kim Long. It turned out to be Dragon Energy, the first skill he had received in his life. He had once dismissed this skill, but now it was enough to be his first skill. Given the current situation, this skill was enough to be his first. As he was still studying how to use Dragon Energy, someone suddenly yelled, seeming to have spotted something. A ship ahead had been sunk. Wreckage was floating on the surface, with someone desperately clinging to a piece of wood to avoid sinking. When they saw Han-Su's ship, someone yelled for help. The short-haired man recognized the voice as the one who had tricked him and left him on the 4th floor without any materials to craft a ship. The person pleading for help continued to beg, mentioning something that was still here. Before he could finish, a trident pierced through his body. Blood flowed down from the trident. The man who was impaled was lifted into the air. Wound caused him to scream in agony. The attacker was a muscular man with pale skin. They seemed to be monster-like human phantoms. The others reported the appearance of monsters on the sea. Everyone quickly moved into position, preparing for battle. Everyone saw the ship's direction change, and one person questioned who had changed the course of the ship. The short-haired man looked up at the wheel and realized that Han-Su was the one steering the ship in a different direction. No one knew what would happen next, or what Han-Su's next move would be. The ship suddenly changed course in the middle of the East Sea. Kang Han-Su held the wheel steadily, while everyone else on board looked confused. The short-haired young man spoke up, trying to stop him, pointing fearfully at the wrecked ships. If they kept heading that way, the ship might be attacked. Being attacked in these poisoned waters, no one would survive. He couldn't believe that if the ship were attacked, Kang Han-Su could save everyone alone. Him, it was impossible. Everyone on board would die. Kang Han-Su suddenly recalled an old memory, hearing a voice asking why he risked his life for others. He had to remember his own and his friend's purpose. Kang Han-Su pressed his lips together, saddened by the memory. The short-haired young man was still trying to persuade him. Approaching the area with the wrecked ships would be dangerous. He had to steer the ship back on its original course. But Kang Han-Su ignored him, sensing something interesting had arrived. All of them seemed to have made it up. Caught off guard by Kang Han-Su's words, he thought he had changed his mind and turned the ship back, but soon realized Kang Han-Su meant something else. While confused, suddenly a hand grabbed the ship and climbed aboard. The short-haired young man saw two people climbing up. Two who had climbed up were gasping, relieved to be alive. The short-haired young man stepped back in fear. More people from the sea climbed onto the ship. They were from the wrecked vessels. The first to climb stabilized their breathing. Angry, he blamed the short-haired young man, having heard everything he said. He accused him of wanting to abandon them. They survived only because they swam as soon as they saw the ship approaching. He grabbed the young man's collar, wanting to see how he would struggle if thrown into the water. He swung his fist, but just as it reached him, something sliced across it. Startled, he let go of the short-haired young man, who fell hard to the deck. The assailant looked shocked at the object thrown. It was a sword, now stuck in the deck. Kang Han-Su had intervened, stopping everyone from causing more chaos. He alerted them that something was coming, successfully silencing their commotion, though they were confused about what he meant. The ship began to shake violently. Someone screamed it was here. The monsters were beneath the ship, guarding the entrance to the red zone. Survivors were caught unprepared. These creatures could only exist in the East Sea. A simple attack method was to pierce the ship's hull. Now they were attempting to do just that. Everyone on the ship panicked. If this continued, the ship would sink. They had to stop them, but the problem was how to reach them. Attackers from a distance needed to shoot them from the surface. They needed more firepower as the monsters were blocking their attacks. Kang Han-Su climbed onto the ship's side. If they didn't come down, he would jump in. Saying this, he leapt into the poisoned sea, catching everyone off guard. They didn't expect him to be that reckless. He quickly entered the water. Everyone on the ship feared that jumping into the poisoned sea without equipment would surely kill him. The more he sank, the more the purple water surrounded him. The monsters had noticed him and simultaneously turned to focus on him. The poisoned water could easily be pushed aside using dragon technique. With his magic level in the red zone, he could manage it. The monsters began to attack, charging at him. Kang Hansu activated his power. Dragon technique allowed a person to harness a dragon's energy. Moreover, it gradually transformed the user's body to resemble a dragon. Such legendary skills and items were called Level 0. Dragon scales slowly appeared on Kang Hansu's body. Dragon technique truly deserved its title. His hands became dragon claws, brimming with power. He hadn't yet tapped the full power. Kang Hansu threw a punch strong enough to pierce a monster's chest. A deep, gaping hole appeared in the creature's chest. Kang Hansu silently admired the piercing power of dragon technique, knowing he nearly died to obtain it. He couldn't waste this ability. The monsters were startled to see one of their own easily defeated. They began to flee. Letting them go would only give them another chance to attack. He couldn't allow that. Time was running out. Kang Hansu chased them, determined to eliminate them all. He killed each one, his power engulfing him. The monsters turned back, surrounding him. One wielding a trident lunged at him. Kang Hansu caught the trident in time. He struck back using their own weapon. Blood splattered as the monster was decapitated. Kang Hansu felt a pang of discomfort. The monsters had been completely annihilated. Looking at the holes in the ship's hull, he sensed the surface situation was still unresolved. He decided to return to the ship quickly. Red water was pouring in through the holes. Everyone on board struggled to block them, ready to attack if more monsters appeared. Realizing something was approaching the holes, they shouted to attack. A sword swing was blocked by a trident. Kang Hansu advanced, wielding the trident he had taken from the monsters. Seeing him return unharmed, everyone was surprised. He brushed water from his hair, obviously guessing they thought he would fail. After a brief shock, they blamed him for making a larger hole in the ship. They were curious what he intended to do with the wood. Seeing him use it, Kang Hansu broke a piece of wood in half with his bare hands, silencing everyone. Someone ran down, urging the group as they gathered. They were astonished by the scene. Kang Hansu was using wooden planks to seal the holes. They called on each other to follow, gathering more Azun wood. He reminded them they needed kelk slime to seal the gaps. They were noisy, still not believing what they had witnessed. They couldn't believe he had broken the wood with his bare hands. Finally, everyone successfully patched the holes. Now they had to deal with the poisoned water inside the ship. Kang Hansu told them to leave the poisoned water alone. It would evaporate. They decided to go outside, knowing staying too long with the evaporating water would risk inhaling toxic fumes. Kang Hansu led the way up, with everyone following behind. He exhaled lightly, feeling he had done his best with decent results. He also acquired a useful replacement for his broken weapon, the trident from a decapitated monster. The trident was durable enough to withstand the poisoned water, so he would be fine. Everyone, exhausted from the sudden battle, heard a hint that looking ahead might reveal something beautiful. They were confused, seeing only water. Suddenly, they were shocked and screamed excitedly. They had spotted land. Finally, they reached the red zone, amazed at how fast it had been. But they noticed something strange. The ship did not stop. It was fully automated. The short-haired young man reminded them the journey would take 3 days, so it wasn't time yet. Kang Hansu spoke. It wasn't land. It was the roots of the world tree. Everyone was shocked. What kind of tree could be so enormous? The short-haired young man asked about his earlier announcement. Was this the beautiful sight he mentioned? Kang Hansu told him to keep watching. The real performance was just beginning. Something hurtled toward the moving ship. The ship shook violently. Everyone was terrified at what appeared. A gigantic monster rose from the sea, creating waves and tossing the water, shooting a massive column of water straight into the sky. Everyone panicked except Kang Hansu, who remained calm, showing no fear. The monster slowly opened its mouth, spewing murky red water that surged into the sea, making the waters churn. Its sharp teeth were revealed. The reflection of the cold light startled everyone. They panicked and screamed, "What the hell is this?" Its bright golden eyes flashed, emitting beams of light like glowing yellow streaks flowing down, looking bizarre and terrifying. Monster roared, the sound reverberating across the space. Its long, winding tongue shot out like a snake preparing to strike. The people around screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, trying to escape the nightmare unfolding before them. They ran while crying out in desperation, "We're dead, we're doomed." The monster slammed its tongue down, shattering wooden pieces on the water's surface. The waves rose higher and more violently than ever, as if the creature wanted to devour the entire ship. The giant waves crashed into the hull, forcing everyone to cling tightly to the railing. Some screamed in fear, "Hold on." A young man, looking quite young, shouted to those around him, saying it wouldn't eat them. Everyone looked towards the monster and saw it devouring some branches. They concluded that it wanted to eat the branches. The young man continued, "The roots are as big as an island." At that moment, Kang Hansu steadily stepped up the stairs. His face was calm, deep in thought. The ships leaving the training area would head toward one of the many routes. Depending on the path, the monster was known as the World Tree Root Fish, and it was named the Omen Fish, one of the 5 disasters causing the World Tree to wither. Explained that the creatures living in the red zone of Elfenheim were created to preserve their species from the dangerous environment. They created the world tree using mystical techniques. He continued, but they couldn't stop the southern calamity or Elfenheim. These mutated monsters seemed to exist solely to destroy the world tree. As he held the ship's controls, he blamed himself for not being able to protect the world tree before. But now, he had a mission. The ship moved farther away from the monster. He thought that since it had eaten, it would slowly move towards its next target. He had to start with an easy target at the edge of the area, far from where they originally started. A young man walked up and asked him, "Wait, what were you doing just now? You were sweating and acting like you were about to collapse. Are you chasing that giant monster? Are you crazy? No matter how strong you are, that monster is on a whole different level. This isn't right. You should ask the others if they agree." He replied simply, his face showing a beauty that captivated millions. Some might not agree. The young man was stunned, finally realizing, "So you're saying?" The young man said, "Well, they can get off the ship right now." He smiled warmly and said, "I really need to chase after that monster. Anyone who wants to get off, raise your hand and I'll let you off." The ship sailed deeper into the sea. A scream was heard. "What's going on?" The ship stopped next to a tree stump. The people around started discussing. The world tree, the edge of the world tree's roots, where the world tree begins. Everyone around said, "That's it." A sign appeared stating that the world tree was withering. A voice rang out, "I thought this was land, but is this where the roots begin? It's so huge that I can't even tell how far it stretches." Kang Han-soo said, "It's better to go underwater, right?" His words made the young man hesitate. "Now let's laugh, we have 2 weeks. If we keep going up, it'll be safe." The young man turned to him and asked, "What do you mean, 2 weeks? Didn't you just say we need to reach the world tree?" A man spoke up, "Aren't you coming?" The young man was confused. Kang Han-soo said, "We can't just stay here, you have to go with everyone." The young man replied, "Wait, I'll go with you." He said, "Hurry up." He thought to himself that the omen fish would come to eat these roots in 2 weeks, so he needed to find that person. He picked up his weapon and spoke. "Before, I couldn't let anyone use this ship. I have to destroy it now." After breaking the ship, he said, "They should be seeing the cross soon." The young man turned around to see what he was doing. He thought to himself, "It seems like he's saying something." He wondered, "Aren't you going this way?" The young man walked and thought, "He's hard to read, but I feel extremely at ease with him around." An adult man shouted, "Wait, that thing." A cross appeared in front of everyone. "Is that the cross?" A young man spoke, "It must have been made by someone. Let's head that way." The young man replied, "Wait, if someone made it, it could be a trap. It's dangerous if we all go together. How about we send a small group? After all, none of us belong to any guild." The young man continued, "A few people can go in pairs and scout the area." He thought, "This is why cautious people are such a pain." A voice rang out, "It might be better for survival, but it's really annoying." Everyone around screamed, "Someone!" They looked up at the cliff and saw 3 people standing there. The man with black hair said, "Only you find it annoying. Deal with it before they misunderstand us." Then the blonde-haired man jumped down and a loud explosion rang out. Everyone around shouted, "Ah!" The blonde-haired man looked around and said, "Let's see, 148 people." People responded, "I'm surprised so many from the guild survived." They answered, "I'm from the Valkyrie Guild, part of the support team. We're basically your new saviors." A young man spoke up. "What does he mean?" He explained, "As you know, after the tutorial, the fairies don't intervene or guide us. Of course, they're watching us from somewhere, but they won't interfere, so just follow us." People murmured, "Is that okay? They're not many, we might be able to take them down." A man heard this and mocked, "Are you seriously saying that? Let them follow us." The man with black hair introduced himself. "I'm Big Min Chun from the support team and this is Pamperis. Let me explain." He began to explain that they came as support and were assigned to help. The travelers came from the tutorial area. Aaron Pat replied, "That's what I said." People asked, "So who gave the orders?" They replied, "Heirs Valentine, the ruler of the Valkyrie Guild. She left us, the support team, here 20 years ago before heading to the Orange Zone." Pamperis continued, explaining, "She said she didn't believe we could do it, but she and they came here to help you adapt to the Red Zone. They said this was the last stop, quite far from the World Tree, so you'll need our help." Everyone around discussed it. "They don't mean any harm. In the worst case will be more people." They thought it should be okay. At this moment, Big Min Chun said to Aaron Pat. The young man spoke up, "All right, we'll follow you." The 2 other people looked surprised and responded, "What did you say?" 2 began arguing, making the young man very uncomfortable. Pamperis spoke, Stop wasting time. We have a responsibility now, let's guide them." Aaron Pat replied, "Oh, you told them not to push their weight around." The young man worriedly listened to them. 30,000 helpers have been here for several years. If you don't want to die, get in line." Aaron Pat thought to himself, "Those rookies." Hearing that number, they went pale. The more they know, the more they'll realize there are creatures whose mere name is terrifying. The Red Zone has its own laws. No one is allowed to mess with the rookies. The young man turned and asked, "What's that noise? Are people fighting over there?" Aaron Pat reminded him, "Don't pay attention to it, just keep going." A loud crash sounded. "No, it sounds like people are fighting over there." Aaron Pat was stunned. No one here could handle anyone yet. Erez Valentine responded, wait, that skill looks familiar. Why is that woman fighting? Aaron Pat replied, what an Asian woman, the explosion roared violently. Woman was attacking Kang Hansu, why would she attack? She screamed, shut up, she told you she just completed the tutorial and doesn't know where this place is, yet you dare talk nonsense. Sophia Varing gazed across the ruined beach and whispered to herself, finally, he's arrived here. Her glasses reflected a creature, it was the Calamity Beast. Her expression fell, she wondered if she still had the right to avenge her parents. She drifted into a daze, looked up at the sky, and silently thought that this was for both her and her brother. He would eventually be drawn here, she thought, saying she would end everything. She silently cried out, Master. She reflected that people's eyes when seeing one kill the Calamity Beast were insane. No one dared risk their life to kill a monster larger than a mountain. Told herself perhaps the train had already departed. Later, a muscular young man appeared. He asked, are you Sophia Varing? She whirled around in shock. What? A rookie, how do you know I'm here? The muscular man was Kang Hansu. He assumed he couldn't precisely read her stats, but she seemed newly in the red zone, apparently without proper weapons or items. He coldly told her he had business regarding the Calamity Beast. Hearing this, she froze, stunned for a few seconds. He said to talk he needed her help. She replied she had never met him. She asked if he was Quadratus. He smiled, noting her hesitation. Following Kang T's advice, he said this would also benefit her. She was shocked to hear that. She had been worried, fearing she was dragged here. He clearly said that if they killed the Calamity Beast together, her brother's survival chances would rise. Before he finished explaining, she lunged to attack. She screamed, what do you know? Luckily, he dodged. He gritted her teeth, swearing. His face showed astonishment at her ferocity. A loud explosion rang out. She raised her fists, but he dodged every strike. They clashed back and forth. He struck her shoulder and said, let's talk. She nearly fell, intending to use magic against him. She yelled, how dare you, then screamed, are you joking? She conjured a magical array. He was stunned, thinking she must be furious. She unleashed the 3 Jade Ice Sphere skill. Small ice blocks rained on him. He thought he still wasn't skilled enough, so he used his dragon technique. He considered it risky but worth it and ignited his magic, the flames heating up. His whole body seemed ablaze as he transformed into a level 1 reptilian. Hundreds of sharp ice fragments sprouted endlessly. She said, the 3 Jade Ice Sphere freezes instantly anything it touches. He cannot escape my attack. It even freezes the air. She screamed, I must know the source of your power since I'm sure you won't die. A voice called out, sorry. She was shocked. The ice gradually dispersed and he appeared, saying she wasn't the only one with power. He raised his hand, his sharp black nails were solid. He struck, shattering all the ice, causing her to scream. She said he destroyed her 3 Jade Ice Sphere. A transformation skill is a cultivation method, obtainable in the tutorial area. How dense was his protective layer? She screamed, impossible, she could not lose. She recalled others' prejudices. If she didn't follow them now, she'd be left behind. She was wasting time on the Calamity Beast, something she couldn't kill. She screamed. She continued casting magic, yelling, impossible. Thousands of small papers fell as she channeled magic into the Alice book. She used freezing magic. A statue emerged from the book. She shouted she wouldn't stay to be looked down upon by people like him. She attacked directly. He prepared his stance, one hand crackling with electricity, enough to neutralize her power. Exhausted, he returned to his original form. He stood and asked if she wanted to continue. She screamed in despair, meaningless. He asked why she backed off. Done, yet he knew he could keep going. He replied, do you think I'm an idiot? His special abilities weren't even perfected. She explained 3 factors determine a cultivation method's rank. First, its expansion and amplification value. Second, mana barrier efficiency and strength. Third, its unique minor abilities. Depending on these, a cultivation method's power and application can vary. She thought to push him to the brink of death, but he endured her attacks unscathed. By Red Zone standards, his method was top tier. No need to probe further. She told him she understood him well, but how would he kill the Calamity Beast? She explained people gave up after purging thousands. Did he know fighting a monster could mean purging an entire ship? It was more of a natural disaster than a monster. She lamented others still foolishly worshipped it. She was tired of fighting alone. He should leave before the outcome mirrored hers and it would be in vain. He said bluntly if it were easy, he wouldn't have sought her. He asked for her help. He had a plan. She responded coldly, seems you're mistaken. I have no intention of continuing this. She explained this was the 14th time she deliberately tried to kill the Calamity Beast. A voice behind asked, giving up. She turned and replied, no matter what you say, I won't fight anymore. Sophia Varing stood against the Calamity Beast. Her parents were purged before her eyes. She kept challenging it. The first time others chased her, second time she was beaten, third and fourth times she failed. Even the 10th time was meaningless without success. He said perhaps she hadn't succeeded. But she survived being purged 13 times. Without him she would fail again, but now he was here. He said he would help her kill the Calamity Beast. His words shone like light in her life. She remembered her sister saying, "You don't need to come, I know you can do it, trust yourself." She held him in place. She asked why he was so determined to capture it. He looked away, saying he only wanted to save 1 billion lives. She asked what? He clarified, no, maybe about 1.5 billion. He stood confused and motionless. She said he was crazier than the lunatics. A man was eavesdropping on their conversation, wondering what was happening. She said if they got involved, it would be troublesome. He tried to stand, but a stick struck his leg. He shouted, "Impossible." He asked, planning to leave without asking anything. It was Aaron. Aaron thought, how did he sense my presence? She yelled, "What, Aaron, what are you doing here?" He smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Sophia." She looked at him, Aaron pat. He had been here all along. She asked, "Can you guide us?" The sun began to set, the remaining light cast over a tall cross wrapped in red vines glowing across the sky. Now the group traveling with Kang Hansu had also arrived at the Valkyrie Hall. The short man in the long robe looked around at the bustling crowd in surprise. "Too many people," Big Min Chun explained, turning to them. "Refugees from the root zones have to keep moving constantly. If the calamity fish take over that spot, we must relocate immediately. So we have to minimize this as much as possible." Then he turned fully around. "They will give everyone a brief introduction at the central house and help everyone settle in the upper town. Is everyone hungry?" Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered as food was placed on the table. Finally, we have real food. Incredible." The plump chef pointed at the slimy heap on the plate in front of her, holding chopsticks in one hand and picking at it with a toothpick, smiling awkwardly. "Welcome. I heard you were coming, so I prepared the freshest dishes." The short rogue pointed at her with a horrified expression. What is this? I heard there would be food, but this, do you expect us to eat this strange stuff?" The plump woman laughed loudly. "Haha, yes, everyone here eats this. It has all the necessary nutrients. If you want something else, ask the others over there." A gruesome scene unfolded before them. They didn't know what those people ate, but they were vomiting uncontrollably, green bile, yellow bile. The plump woman continued, "I warned them about the toxicity of the red zone monsters." Everyone fell silent, sweating bullets. Not knowing whether they'd survive or end up as an early reunion with their ancestors, hunger drove them to take the risk. Eyes wide, they stuffed the food into their mouths. The texture was grotesque. The plump woman crossed her arms and laughed at them. "Once you finish eating, I'll hand out the harvest devices." Big Min Chun turned to leave. "I'll handle the rest, you take care of it." The plump woman replied, "No problem, leave it to me." After a few steps, he noticed Sophia walking with a pale-faced man and wondered who he was. Min Chun entered the tent and asked, "When did you get back? I saw you carrying the person you just fought. What are you doing?" Aaron busily mended his clothes while smiling. "Calm down, I'm just fixing my outfit." I was shocked. "How did it come to this?" Aaron shouted angrily, throwing down his needle. "That lunatic just fought Sophia." Min Chun's eyes narrowed with disdain. "I thought you said you'd only scout and wouldn't be seen." Aaron sighed. "What about the others?" Min Chun looked outside and replied straightforwardly, "Same as before. They're much stronger than last year. The red zone grows harsher, those who enter are stronger, and this group has many skilled people. Without the calamity fish, any group could bring this many. Adventurers need time to adapt to the root zones. They must stay near the center because the calamity fish consume the periphery. The guides know this and adjust the difficulty to introduce stronger individuals." Aaron muttered, "No one's that crazy." He squinted and spoke, inspecting Min Chun. Sophia Vara, someone from the guides, could fight her. Rumors had probably spread, so he would show up soon. In the distance, a man stood on a cliff, searching for something. Let's see." Then he smiled wickedly, having pinpointed his direction, his red eyes glowing. A red mark ran down his chin, showing his arrogance and cruelty. Back at the Valkyrie Hall, Sophia approached Kang Hansu. "Did you get the harvest device?" "Without it, you won't survive." Hearing this, he asked, "Where are you going?" Sophia raised her brows in surprise. "You're asking me? I have business." She handed him an outfit. "Take this." I grabbed it quickly, so it's better than nothing. "I still feel bad for attacking you." He took it. "We'll work together." As he examined it, she blushed and shouted, "Wait, I didn't mean for you to change here." She covered herself but still revealed part of her. He froze at her overreaction. "I wasn't wearing anything anyway," he said plainly. "Of course not, I was just checking the size." "Thank you, Sophia." She pretended to calm down. I just didn't want you at my feet. Before we go, we have to stop here first." A yellow flagged tent marks the assistant center. Adventurers not moving to the next zone can use it. It was created to help those with arriving families. One section was left by Erez Valentin. Sophia told him to wait outside. Short-haired girl saw her and greeted cheerfully. "Oh, Sophia, it's been a while." Sophia turned to men. "Hello, may I check the list of new adventurers and the items I left here?" The girl opened the system check panel cheerfully. "Of course, you're the guest writer, wait a moment." The assistant center not only helps newcomers but also provides extra services for major contributors. She recorded the names and placed the list in front of Sophia. "This is the list of those recently rescued near the root zones. Checking other zones would take 2 more days. Come back later." Sophia silently considered, "Are they not in this world yet?" No, I need to focus on the calamity fish. Seeing no movement, she called out immediately. Once finished, we'll discuss the plan. Startled, she turned. Yes, I've changed now too and said, we have 13 days and 18 hours left. Not much time, so we must start immediately. Sophia Sickle, overwhelmed by Men's handsome, charismatic presence, her cheeks slightly pink, said in awe. So, what's your plan? He said seriously, simple. You just need to lead me inside and I'll strike its weak points with a special weapon. Then spoke, a silent tension passed, confusing Sophia. Just that, what kind of plan is that, she asked. He blankly asked, something wrong, her expression changed. No, but it's precarious. Playful, should I give up? She reminded him it couldn't be killed from outside. But it's not that simple. Men replied, don't worry, we can dock the ship. Sophia asked, you've prepared a ship, I have a 30-seat one. He glanced, 30 isn't enough, we'll use my ship. I have a 500-seat ship. She was shocked. What, you left it outside? He said plainly, I'm not new here, you'll see when we arrive. She hesitated, you are new, right? I mean you just arrived. Ann, consider me having special powers. We have the ship, now we just need to gather materials. Split up, if you trust me, everything will go smoothly. Men's confident tone surprised her, his decisive gaze. His blonde-haired figure next to Men reminded her of her master. She silently decided to trust him and smiled. I'll gather materials over there, don't hesitate now. Oh, and don't forget this. Men held out Sophia's item. Your weapon is about to break. This is better than your trident. Don't refuse. She took the finely crafted black pear, studying it, thinking, this was when she taught me survival. He recalled the past life moment when Sophia gave it to him. This is the first weapon I entrust as your master. Take it. Some things never change in past life or now. He slung the weapon behind him. Sophia looked at the system panel. I found the necessary materials to hunt the calamity fish. Men nodded. I know, Thurvia. She was surprised. How did you know? Do you have psychic abilities? He replied. Yes, I can visualize all the information. She tilted her head, watching him intently. I don't know everything, but no one understands the red zone better than me. Yet even with that, I still can't fully grasp you. He smiled and turned his head. Then I'll go to the outskirts. Are you ready? Yes, Sophia replied confidently, smiling. She believed she would solve this problem once and for all. Sophia ran at full speed, thinking of creating a poison that could defeat the calamity. We need to gather enough materials to extract the essence of a bon. I'll have to pull it out of its nest. While running, she heard a strange noise. Someone from afar launched a green-hued weapon with explosive force toward her. Sophia turned around, flying up to cast magic and intercept the unusual attack. She landed on the ground, staring at the person in front of her and shouting, "What are you doing?" Jiang Gashu, he laughed mockingly, his hand constantly controlling the green light. Hey Sophia, your body is still as great as ever. You want to have fun with me? She gritted her teeth. Get lost, you bastard. Are you here to commit suicide? I'm too busy to deal with trash like you. Go away. But he wasn't fazed. Instead, he got even more excited. Are we really this close? Come on, that's part of your charm, he said with a grin. A teammate returned with me from the belly of the calamity fish. He spoke while turning the gold necklace around his neck into a weapon and approached her. I hate those who fight without knowing their limits. With that, he unleashed his weapon, sending green light beams like lightning toward her. Sophia used one hand to cast a spell and held a magical tome in her other hand. A magic circle appeared, along with purple sword energy that struck down directly. The attack was stopped. A large purple sword energy flew toward Gashu. He was lucky to dodge it, losing only a few strands of hair and getting a minor wound on his face. Sophia's face darkened, warning him and mocking his earlier words. I hate those who don't know their own limits. He smiled grotesquely, wiping the cloth on his forehead. It looks like this can't be avoided. At that moment, Sophia's sword energy continued charging toward him, and he used his hand to remove the cloth, revealing his third eye. She was startled, halting her sword energy just before it hit him. Gashu arrogantly stared at the hovering sword energy. Haha, that was quick. Jiang Gashu laughed proudly, brushing his headcloth. Haha, you know about this eye, right? The lighthouse is watching. Do you think I'd attack without a backup plan? We have an entire organization behind us. I don't just have the lighthouse, I also have something connected to you. It would be very troublesome if you get involved. Sophia gritted her teeth, fuming. That jealous third eye of yours, you really have an annoying skill, she muttered. Seeing her tense up, he quickly changed his attitude. As I thought. You're quite smart, Sophia. You know I don't mean any harm, right? I just wanted to see if your skills have worn down after hearing you lost to the newbie. Your sharpness is still as it was, maybe the rumors were just exaggerated. Didn't want to hear him boasting anymore and turned to leave. This isn't your business, I'm tired of dealing with you, get lost. Hearing this, he stopped laughing. His face turned curious as he reached up and pulled the cloth covering his third eye. Don't worry, I'll leave after I find out one thing. I need to know where that newbie you fought is. She snapped, turning to yell at him. I'm not telling you. I knew you'd say that. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Then I'll use my investigation skill. Thanks for your cooperation. Unwillingly, he was pushed back by a force. When did you learn that skill? Of course, you could block it if you tried, but you're still too soft. Her face darkened and she was losing patience with this bastard. You should have died in the belly of the calamity fish that day. He jumped back, sneering. Not my fault, it's yours. Gashu laughed cruelly, his 3 red eyes glaring at her. You should have joined Quadratus when I gave you the chance. You're the one acting foolish, Sophia. Quadratus is a disaster that threatens the ecosystem of the Red region. The Quadratus organization turns fear into worship, serving the 4 calamities. They don't care if these calamities lead humanity to extinction. After hearing him talk about his organization, she snapped. Join a garbage organization like that, she continued angrily. They sacrifice people with the strength of the calamity fish and then sell the relics of the dead. You even human? Do you know how many people you've deceived with your lies? She thought of the innocent people who trusted his words only to become monster food. She continued, promising them safety under the protection of the above. Then they ended up in the belly of the calamity fish. Gashu showed a nonchalant expression and asked, "So what?" He sighed and grinned. "I just make money with my skills and participate in the religious ceremonies while at it." He mocked with pride. The fools who believe in it are the real idiots. Won't live long. They should be grateful they got to live in the beautiful space of the calamity fish's belly, even if only for a short time. At that moment, Sophia's expression darkened, her anger peaking. He smiled again and reminded her, "I hope you come to your senses soon. Perhaps you'll realize it after a while. See you later." With that, he quickly fled, leaving her startled. Zhang Gashu, if I had known you'd change like this, from an ordinary person to a ruthless, evil one. He had completely changed after nearly dying in the calamity fish's belly that day. If I chase him now, she recalled Kang Hansu's words. Don't worry about me, don't focus on anything else, just focus on gathering the materials. She hesitated, torn about whether to follow him or not. Eventually, she decided to continue with her task. Sorry, but I'll leave this to you. Meanwhile, in the Red Earth, someone was running desperately. It was Kang Hansu. He was running while looking around, searching for the necessary item to kill the calamity fish, the diffusion solution. The diffusion solution, crystallized knowledge of the sorcerer, is the perfect poison to fight the calamity fish. Suddenly, he spotted something and ran to a cave. First, one of the ingredients should be the foundation. I need to get the heart of the Ku-Ku-Jia. To find Kukunza, I need to locate a deep valley between the middle and end roots, probably. A cave where Kukunza hides, avoiding the calamity fish near the end roots. They dig holes in the roots and make nests inside. He observed the cave and nodded. Found it. He stepped forward slowly. In the strange purple water, he continued thinking about the other ingredients for the diffusion solution. But finding Ku-Kun Ra is difficult at the bottom, so it's best I go search for it. The water beneath him suddenly rippled. It's coming. Hansu reached behind for his weapon and used the dragon technique. His power grew stronger and his weapon transformed, turning gold, ready to unleash lightning. He activated an enhancement spell and the water in the cave began to boil. Suddenly, 7 Ku-Kun Ra emerged from the water. Without wasting a motion, Hansu charged directly at the 7 Ku-Kun Ra. A single slash came down mercilessly. One of them fell in agony. He continued leaping, cutting each one down one by one without pause. Not a single one escaped. He landed and looked at his broken axe. It seems the weapon with the powerful energy didn't last long. I need to attack while adjusting until I find a suitable weapon. But Kukunza played dirty, attacking from behind when I wasn't paying attention. But with his sharp senses, he noticed and threw the axe at Kukunza's head. With a solid blow, Kukunza fell. Another one, wearing horns, rushed in, unaware that Meng was controlling the axe above his head. It flashed. Once again, the axe struck the horned creature's head and returned to Meng's hand. The remaining Ku-Kun Ra, seeing they couldn't win in single combat, decided to gang up on him. They surrounded Meng, advancing at once. Their tails pushed them forward as they leaped directly toward Meng. Each one opened its mouth, trying to bite from above. Meng saw this and jumped, delivering several blows, taking them down one after another, cutting through them with just his axe. The landing was like a rain of fallen fruit, with the little Ku-Kunda dropping one after another behind him. Don't think too much about the ones you just defeated. They were just young Ku-Kunda. The grown ones are probably somewhere around here should I kill more. He picked up the red runes from the monster's corpse. Constantly using skills had drained his stamina and mana, but for now he needed to gather the runes. Picked them up and absorbed them, then gazed deeply at the tree discs. Suddenly, tree trunks flew toward him like a storm, forcing him to block them. He furrowed his brow, assessed the situation, and swung his axe to cut through the incoming attack, causing more scratches to appear on the axe in his hand. I used it too hastily when they were already weakened. Zhang Gashu, hands in his pockets, slowly approached him. "Oh, you blocked it." He revealed his true face, showing 3 eyes, and spoke gleefully. "I was going to stop if you died, but you're better than I thought. I didn't intend to fight, just testing you, don't be angry. Come to make a proposal." Hatsu gripped his weapon tightly, wary of this vile man. He continued, "Come with me to Quadratus, someone is keeping an eye on you." His expression was cold as he spoke. "This is a good proposal for you, just follow along." Before he could finish his sentence, he received a warning slash from him. Jiang Gashu froze, his eyes wide, not expecting to nearly meet his end. However, he had withdrawn his hand, so only a few strands of hair were lost. Furious, he shouted, You want to die." He glared at him with cold eyes, ready to let him feel the icy stare of the axe. Jiang Gashu, realizing he was about to take a blow, yelled out, "You think you're tough after completing the tutorial? You dare attack while I'm talking. You think that big target likes you, but me." Before he could finish his words, Kang Hansu splashed him with cold water and said, "You reject my proposal, damn it." He thought about the cult that worshipped the destructive creatures called Quadratus. He knew all too well their wickedness and depravity, but the most dangerous thing was their insane activities. These lunatics raised calamity fish, letting them loose on the land. Travelers in this red land had gradually disappeared as the madness began. Their main job was to observe the unfortunate souls that had been caught by these destructive creatures. The more brutal and horrific their actions, the more money they made. He promised to take down this mentally unstable organization as soon as possible and send every last one of them to the altar. With those thoughts, he contemptuously replied to Jiang Gashu that his business had nothing to do with him. Why should someone as useless as him be listened to? Hearing him belittle his so-called Superman persona, Jiang Gashu lost it and began screaming like a rooster. "What the hell are you talking about?" Soon after, he calmed down, smiled with a creepy voice, and discarded his man-in-a-dress attitude, saying he'd personally teach him a lesson. He then realized he had to bring him back to the madmen, or they would go berserk on him. Whether he liked it or not, he knew he had to bring him back. However, a few broken ribs or losing an arm or two wouldn't matter. He said this with a twisted, perverted smile, as if he were enjoying the thought. Hansu flashed a handsome, confident smile and said he and Jiang Gashu were quite the pair. Just like 49 meets 50, he also needed information from him. He then told Jiang Gashu that if he broke a few ribs or lost a limb or two, he'd still be able to spill the information. When Jiang Gashu heard this, he could no longer control himself. He drew his weapon and slashed at him, declaring that he'd see how long his mouth could bleed. A green thread shot out at lightning speed. The thread quickly approached Kang Hansu. He sidestepped, dodging the attack, but Jiang Gashu grinned, calling him a fool. Immediately, the thread struck his shoulder. A wound appeared on his right shoulder and blood sprayed out. Jiang Gashu then asked if he was ready to talk. However, in his heart, he thought he had intentionally struck quickly, hoping to take the arm. But for some reason, the cut was too shallow to achieve that goal. Maybe his strike wasn't strong enough, he didn't know. Then he smugly thought that if he crippled him, he'd lose all value. He reassured Kang Hansu not to worry too much because he'd make it quick. At this point, Kang Hansu held his shoulder to staunch the bleeding. He agreed with Jiang Gashu, admitting he had underestimated him and never fought him before. Jiang Gashu gritted his teeth, growling, asking if his brain was injured or if his head had hit the ground. Then he summoned the thread again, shouting excitedly that Kang Hansu just needed to shut up and stay down after this next attack. But life wasn't as simple as he hoped. Perhaps this time the one with a problem was Jiang Gashu, because just after he said that, Kang Hansu delivered a crushing punch to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Jiang Gashu was sent flying by the punch, but with his indomitable will, he still managed to sit up. Not letting him rest for a moment, Kang Hansu summoned a hammer stronger than Thor's to prepare for battle. Yet he still offered Jiang Gashu a chance, cooperate and provide the information, and he might live a little longer. At this point, Jiang Gashu was furious, mentally cursing Kang Hansu's ancestors. He feared that with both eyes still bright, he had failed to see the attack coming. He wondered if he was up against someone with an invisible Jun staff. He smirked and told Kang Hansu not to get too proud. He was only able to hit him because Jiang Gashu had let him. Before he could finish, Kang Hansu struck a pose, challenging him to see if he could survive another attack. At that moment, 5 runes appeared in Kang Hansu's hand. Jiang Gashu grew furious, shouting that with just a slight stat increase, he didn't expect Kang Hansu to boost his skill strength like this. But life wasn't as idealistic as he thought. The truth slapped him right in the face. Kang Hansu told him that for him, stats weren't everything. Strength alone could still crush a dozen like him. He tossed the hammer toward Jiang Gashu, who barely managed to scream before crashing to the ground. Shaking and grinding his teeth, Jiang Gashu couldn't believe how strong Kang Hansu was. In a fit of rage, he lunged at him like a moth to the flame. The thread on his hand transformed into a long sword. Kang Hansu wasn't foolish enough to stand still and take the hit. He used a secret technique with his ring, his bare hands poised to strike. Jiang Gashu thought that with his amazing superhuman skill, the sword would cut through everything, including Kang Hansu's hand. The moment the sword reached his neck, the power of Kang Hansu's Numaha ring activated. Jiang Gashu still thought he was going to win, but Kang Hansu blocked the attack with his bare hands. The sound of the sword breaking echoed, and Jiang Gashu couldn't believe his eyes. his great sword shattered. His strike was stopped by Kang Hansu with nothing but his bare hand. He kept trembling, realizing that even experts in algorithmic solving would find it difficult to break through techniques with such a high mana concentration. Before he could regain his composure after the shock, you had already stepped forward and grabbed him by the neck. With a sudden slam, he was thrown to the ground, his mouth spilling bright red syrup. At this point, you spoke to him, telling him not to play innocent, as you had already been very restrained when executing that strike. You moved closer, grabbing his shirt to lift him up, and he raised his hand to grab your arm. You couldn't help but admire his quick reaction. He used a defensive skill called John's Kill the Rope to defend against your attack. This skill limited his movement significantly, so he normally wouldn't want to use it, but this time it saved his life. He had no other option. If he wanted to escape your control, this was his only chance. While he was still thinking, you delivered a physical strike to his face. His face contorted as a result of your blow. At this moment, he was in shock, unable to believe that you could break through his defensive move. Then, a dramatic scene unfolded as you took action. You sat on top of him, delivering punch after punch without missing a single one. His once smug face was now unrecognizable, battered and distorted, much like his corrupted personality. At this point, he screamed at you, claiming that he would tell you everything you wanted to know. He said that he had no other choice as his business wasn't going well and he was just a follower, a loyal dog. He believed he was a good person because he hadn't harmed anyone. If you spared him, he would give you the skill run and tell you who ordered your capture. But at this point, you had run out of patience with him. What he was saying was just nonsense. Immediately, another punch landed on his face. You made it clear to him that he was nothing but an annoyance to you. In that moment, he cursed you inwardly, realizing that you were the one who had wanted to learn all of this, yet now. Gasu, with his face bruised and swollen from Hansu's punches, shouted loudly. So what? I've told you everything I know. Hansu looked at him with disdain. He continued, you beat me up and now what? I only know that much. Gasu, the terrified Gasu stammered. Quadratus is a cult from the past. And besides our usual business in the area, they also hire other factions. For other jobs, this time the contract was from Kang Hatsu, the one who completed the briefing. In my memory, the contractor was Kaz Morin from the Pathfinders. Pathfinders are an alliance of 6 factions who jointly manage the 6 roots of the world tree. The fact that they manage these roots proves they are the most powerful faction. Hatsu thought, the Pathfinders should have been under the control of Miyamoto, right? So more than one faction is involved in this. Spoke, asking Gasu if they were getting ready to leave now. The informant you got the information from, are they also from the help center? Gasu, trembling, replied, yes, some of the helpers are connected to this, and I got this information directly from Gazmore. As soon as he finished speaking, Gasu exuded a heavy, oppressive aura. You warned him, saying, you're useless now. Gasu hurriedly tried to defend himself. Wait, there's more, he proudly cursed Hansu, calling him a fool. You've been playing me all this time. Do you know what that eye on my forehead is? What you've done so far, Hansu replied. That's the celestial eye of one who harbors envy, right? Gasu was shocked and puzzled, wondering how you knew. Gasu hurriedly confirmed, yes. The celestial eye, I can share my vision with others. Your position has already been revealed, Hansu said mockingly, turning to leave. Scared, I should probably run now. Seeing your attitude, Gasu felt even more prideful and arrogant, claiming, Kaz Morin is the leader of the Pathfinder's forces. You think you can escape? The truth was, his arrogance only masked the fear and anxiety within him. After using the skill once, he had to wait for it to recharge. Now the connection had returned. Gasu spoke again, now you're like a fish on the chopping block. But before he could finish, Hansu delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The punch caused his body to falter, gradually losing consciousness. Before completely passing out, he weakly cursed, you're such a blockhead. Then Gasu collapsed at Hansu's feet. You sighed in exhaustion, muttering, acting like him is tired. Hansu held his sword and a glowing green gem in his hand, realizing his weapon was almost depleted. I need to find a new one, he thought. Forgotten relics. He has some good stuff, and I can make more copies of the mirror artifact. Not bad, he said to himself, when suddenly a white bird appeared in the sky, hovering nearby. Hansu looked up at the bird and sighed, realizing he'd been found again. Kaz Morin, I don't remember who he is, but he must be some insignificant person. What's troublesome is that I'm busy right now. From afar behind Hansu, the sounds of massive trees growling echoed. Inside, there were more of those monsters. It seems there's a pack of godas nearby, Hansu thought. All right, I'll deal with them before the reinforcements arrive. The sounds of beastly footsteps grew louder like thunder, signaling that not just one monster but many were coming. Their shapes resembled predatory dinosaurs with dark purple skin. Their eyes glowed in the forest's night, their sharp fangs bared and their bodies covered in spikes. The godas were a pack of monsters that hunted together. Godas were chasing 3 individuals in suspicious robes. One of them commanded, everyone use stealth. The 3 of them activated their stealth skills and hid in the trees to avoid the godas hunting them down. They panted, exhausted from the relentless chase. One of them, Chen Quadratus, spoke. Almost lost it, my feet were freezing, that's why I didn't want to make too much noise. One of the others asked, how many godas do we need to lure? Chen replied, as many as possible. They sat on the trees, trying to escape the monsters beneath them. However, since they had to hold their breath to maintain stealth, it was hard to keep it up for long. "Let's lure them to the valley, then we can rest before continuing," one of them said. Trang grumbled, "Why is that guy taking so long to bring that rookie? It's taking forever." Another person responded, "You mean Gazu, the one who accepted the contract." Trang sighed, "Yeah, he must be off somewhere playing around, while everyone else was working." Huh! He looked up at the sky, realizing that the pigeon they had seen earlier was now here. The pigeon landed on Trang's hand, bringing a message. "Only one person can manifest such a detailed pigeon," Trang muttered, realizing something serious. He ordered the others, "Let's go, we have an urgent message requesting us to go to Lake Kokojia." Gasu, barely regaining consciousness, heard Chen shout at him, "You really lost, you're a fool." Gasu sat up after some time, groaning. "At least I passed out where the poison level was low. My feet almost burned off." "What about him?" Chang answered. "He knocked you out. When I arrived, he was already gone." Chang scorned, "What, you, a fool who survived the belly of a cursed fish, failed to catch a weakling, and now we have to clean up your mess." Gasu cursed, "Damn it, my weapon. What the hell, why are the wounds like this?" Suddenly, a blurry memory appeared in his mind. Hansu holding a bundle of herbs, telling him, "Sleep some more. I'll gift you something, and in return I'll take your weapon." Trang was dazed, trying to remember. "Get up, we need to report," Trang urged. Gasu sat on the ground, holding his head, trying to recall something. "What did he say? I remember him mentioning something about Chen." Chen grew more frustrated and replied, "What about her? Are you addicted to poison now or something?" Ordered another person, "Carry him, we're heading back to the spaceship." Chen raised his hands, creating a pigeon, saying, "Just in case, I'll contact the commander nearby, and the contractor too." The green messenger pigeon was a support skill that allowed travelers to communicate with each other. As soon as Gasu heard the news, his heart sank. His expression darkened. He had to go back and report to the others, especially since there was no time to waste. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him as he slowly prepared to act. With a grim look, Gasu followed the others back to the spaceship. The weight of the failure hung over him, but he knew there was no turning back now. He would have to face the consequences of his failure, and with the pressure mounting, every step felt heavier than the last. His news transmission device could only send basic information, but it had to be precise. However, it seems that his bird delivered the message to the designated location only to be caught and brutally destroyed by that person, disappearing into nothingness. The foolish idiots were a pathetic sight. Morn coldly ordered, "Go ahead, follow me." In an instant, Morn appeared at Trang's location. Trang quickly exclaimed, "You arrived so fast, I just sent the message a moment ago." Morn coldly told him to move aside. He looked down disdainfully at Gasu, sitting on the ground, appearing utterly pathetic. "Not bad, John Gasu, you're brave to show your face here after being beaten by a rookie." Gasu accidentally blurted out his name, Kars Morn, the guide and leader of the forces. Unexpectedly, the man, furious, punched Gasu in the face, shouting, "Who do you think you are to dare speak my name?" Morn stomped on Gasu's body, remarking that he never expected Quadratus to turn out so useless. "What are you going to do about this trash?" he asked. The subordinate bowed their head in apology, saying, "We take full responsibility." One of the subordinates quickly discovered something and reported to Morn, "Trouble's coming. The Gurdas are gathering in the valley. Hundreds of them are breaking free and heading this way, tracking their scent. They are rapidly approaching Morn and his subordinates." How could this happen? Trang thought in panic, calculating that once the Gurdas start running, they wouldn't be able to change direction. "I've used that trait to lure them into the valley," Morn explained. They were both stunned and confused, wondering how the Gurdas managed to escape the valley just because we captured their offspring and headed this way. Morn thought for a moment and looked toward Gasu's bandaged, suspiciously purple wound. He cursed Gasu for being an idiot and attacked the fresh wound, catching Gasu off guard. Gasu screamed in pain, clutching his leg. Morn, furious, yelled, "You've just brought more trash into this." He drew the knife from Gasu's thigh. The blade was still stained with a packet of Gerda's blood that Hansu had held. "This will draw them here, and it also contains a toxin to amplify its effects. Without Erin's tracking ability, no one would have known." Morn silently assessed Hansu, a new soldier who had just arrived in the red zone, knowing the Gerda's behavior well enough to lure them here. He discovered something and laughed, saying, "This is interesting." Morn ordered, "Bring that Hansu here, I want to see his face." Chen anxiously and nervously looked down at the boat below, but there was a pack of Gerdas there. "The boat won't last much longer," he warned. Morn, in a fury, repeated to him, "Let me make this clear." His hand glowed with an eerie purple light as he declared, "I'll handle things here." Trang, worried, was suddenly grabbed by the collar by Morn, who threatened, "Don't make me repeat myself." The glow from his hand reached Trang's collar. In fear, Trang screamed, "Fire, please save me." Morn threatened, "Hurry and bring him here or I'll feed you to the Gerdas." With a cunning face and fierce aura that made his enemies tremble, Morn said he would handle things here, urging them to decide quickly. Then he threw a lemon to the ground, screaming. His entire body was enveloped in purple light with sparks flying. Channeling magic through both palms, Morn spoke, If you think this is enough to stop me, you're gravely mistaken. Pride and cunning twisted his face as he held a magical orb of his creation. I'll make you regret this. Without hesitation, Morn unleashed his spell at the screaming Gerdas. His magic caused an unprecedented explosion, scattering rocks and earth, igniting fierce flames. There was no chance any Gerdas would survive. Elsewhere, the massive blast reached Hansu's location. Judging from the scene, he guessed his trap had worked. Feeling triumphant, he thought, I've bought a little more time, I must keep moving. Hansu set down the vial and picked it up again. He frowned at it, thinking, is this dried bones for nutrition? Not eating for 2 days is exhausting. The colossal world trees were soaked in water, allowing nutrients to flow through them. Some absorbed the poisonous water while others filtered and expelled toxins. Hansu reminded himself to find those with nutrients, but since the world trees died, the supply had dwindled. He held a bag of food materials in his hand. I have nearly all the ingredients I need. The bag of a rich family is surprisingly useful. It'll be more effective if I leave soon. The only thing left is the deep pool in the tunnel where the military elder resides. Around Hansu were giant world trees. This was no shallow water structure. I have to build a bridge, holding black seed-like grains, the seeds of the heavens' law that absorb poisoned water to grow into giant leaves. He dropped them into the water. The seeds quickly sprouted, growing into enormous lotus-like leaves across the surface. Hansu jumped down, using the leaves to cross the river swiftly and safely. He drew his jade-green sword taken from Gatsu, considering it easier to guide it upward, but he decided to proceed alone. Suddenly, bull-headed beasts rose from the water to attack the leaves where Hansu stood. Let the hunt begin. Elsewhere, Morn stood amid chaos, surrounded by a sea of fire and the corpses of Gerdas he had destroyed. He asked the messenger, has the pigeon delivered the news? Then he turned to her, and she replied it was still en route. Morn shifted direction and spoke to Gasu, saying even the strongest scouting skill can only be used once a month, yet Hansu had wasted it. Gata grabbed Gasu's clothing and threatened that if he didn't guide them, they would have thrown him into the poisoned sea. Both Hansu and Quadratus were present. Morn stood and instructed the messenger, lead me to the final location. Vecho stood still and asked if he planned to go alone. Morn smirked cruelly, teasing, yes, hunting with my own hands is thrilling. Morn muttered to himself as a warning to Hansu. Hansu, you won't escape. Below, amidst the giant world trees, Hansu had created massive leaves. His face paled, breathing uneven, body staggering. Hansu reminded himself that his strength was nearly depleted. He fell, still gripping his sword tightly, but his weakening body couldn't hold it firmly. Seeing his trembling hands, he knew swinging the sword was becoming impossible. Looking at the colossal creature sprawled on the water, Hansu thought it was the last target he needed to defeat, unaware that an archer prepared to shoot him from afar. As the arrow was about to be fired, Hansu sensed danger from behind and quickly used his body to avoid it. The arrow grazed him, but he turned his head just in time. It struck the creature he had just slain. The arrow's immense power shattered the monster into pieces. It turned out the archer was Chang, angrily muttering, miss. Hansu evaluated the precision of Chang's skill and noted it was hard to evade. Before he could recover, Chang fired multiple powerful arrows. Hansu raised his sword, deflecting all arrows approaching him. The arrows still wounded his arm. Damn it. Blood flowed from the wound in thick drops, falling into the pool and creating a troublesome situation. Beasts went berserk, drawn to Hansu's blood, attacking him ferociously. His arm wound made dodging their strikes even more difficult. He realized they were frenzied by the scent of blood, extremely troublesome. Chang noticed the monsters were driven mad by Hansu's actions. Annoyed, he muttered, that cursed rat, the military beasts are making things difficult. He instructed his allies, we're here to help, go capture him. Ordered Miller, also of Quadratus, surprising her. What? She asked. I told you to capture Gyukunza from the swamp. The water will ruin my hair, she complained. Chang angrily scolded Miller, warning him the target might escape otherwise. They were only pursuing the bleeding man. What's there to fear? She was told, reluctantly obeying. All right, don't shout or you'll ruin your face, Chi reminded her. I'm sending the pigeon, handle him, understand? Must capture him alive. Miller descended onto the pool where Hansu struggled from his injury. Fine, capturing alive it is. She drew a sharp knife from her side. No joking, Hansu, you must entertain me until we're both exhausted. Seeing her ready to strike, Chi assisted, ensuring Miller's target wouldn't escape. Miller exuded intense combat energy, proving her seriousness in fighting Hansu. It's been a long time since I've had a proper battle like this. Swift as a spark, she lunged across the giant leaves toward Hansu with sheer excitement. Miller continuously struck while he maintained a solid defense. Suddenly, a monster attacked him. Hansu spun, raising his sword in defense, then moved to strike it down in a single blow. No sooner had he dealt with one threat than another appeared. Miller emerged from behind. Where are you looking, handsome? As her blade neared Hansu's face, he realized she was striking without mercy. He quickly dodged, then kicked toward Miller's side. The strike sent Miller flying, yet she remained capable of standing and quickly assuming a defensive stance, a formidable opponent even on the brink of collapse. She wiped blood from her mouth and haughtily said she would teach him a lesson for scarring her face. She had no intention of letting Hansu off. "I won't go easy on you even if you surrender." Hansu's face showed fatigue as he assessed Miller's every move. She approached whenever the Gyukunza went mad from blood. If he caused chaos, it would be very dangerous. He analyzed the current situation between himself and his opponent. The situation favored her. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Thinking differently, he devised an idea. Why not change things a bit? He gripped his sword tightly, holding it firm. Miller noticed the change in Hansu's movements and attitude. It turned out Hansu had extended his sword, transforming it into a whip that lashed out at Miller. Miller blocked the attack, astonished, thinking, "What? I thought he was smart, but he's not that impressive after all." She mocked him. "That formless sword is Gashu's weapon, is it? You shouldn't go around handling other people's weapons like that." Then she bent down to admire the wound on her hand, unaware that it was far more serious than she realized, leaving Miller shocked. "But the wound won't heal. Why is it growing bigger?" She didn't notice her own blood dripping into the water. Distracted by the wound, the monster leaped from the water to attack, catching her completely off guard. "No way!" she screamed in panic. Chen looked down from above, confused by Miller's actions, and urged, "What are you doing? Take the chance, it's just a little blood." But Miller was trapped, surrounded by the monsters with no escape. Fearful, he replied to Chen, "They're smelling my blood." Hansu smirked, holding a special power, the Ring of Numaha, the second ability, hemorrhage. Miller fought frantically against the monsters, unaware that his previous attack had triggered the second ability by enhancing his red stats. Don't think it's ordinary bleeding. Continuous blood loss in battle clouds the mind and drains the body. Hansu thought, maintaining hemorrhage consumes a lot of mana, so I want to avoid using it. But the monsters here were going berserk because of the blood, which was the current situation. Seeing Miller surrounded by monsters, Hansu turned and quickly left, thinking he could escape. Chen, noticing the danger, ordered his subordinates to hurry and assist, yelling, "You fools, go help her." Trang, trembling, raised her bow. "We lose track of him here, Casmoran won't forgive us. I can't face that again." Each magical arrow flew swiftly toward its target. Chang informed the others, "I'll deal with Kyukunza, so just focus on Hansu." Through Chang, all the subordinates charged at Hansu. He retrieved a mysterious item from his pouch, mocking the opponent. "Persistent, aren't you? I'll give you a gift." Nowhere, a monster's head fell, blocking the group from him. Miller slashed it off, still thinking it was Hansu. "Running won't help you." Looking back, she realized this was Gerda's head. Hansu reminded her, "You know, Gerda's blood is a perfect lure to drive Kyukunza crazy. They'll charge at you without hesitation." He continued, "Imagine what they'll do if your body is covered in Gerda's blood," before the monsters violently lunged at Miller. He and her subordinates froze in shock. Standing still, the insane Hansu looked down at them, confronting the monsters. "Have fun with them," he said, lightly touching a tree. He noticed the tree was also withered. Relying on his surroundings, he worried that if he saved this group, the area would dry up once reinforcements arrived. The spread was fast, so he would have to check above as well. Hansu saw the situation was grim. He sighed anxiously, hoping it wasn't too far, expecting things to be easier after the red zone. He continued checking the nearby area, cursing Kenian under his breath in case of trouble. Elsewhere, a group of bandits oppressed some pilgrims. Their leader shouted, "How many sky people are there? Don't let them fall in here." Foolish, this was their territory. A captured man pleaded for mercy. The resources below were depleted. "We can't take it anymore. Even the rescue supplies are gone. Please show mercy." Instead of listening, the bandits twisted the words back at them. "Why don't you manage your resources better? These resources belong to our guild." The leader brandished a knife, intimidating the group. "Newbies, do you dare take it from us?" he added. "Rookies should learn to endure hunger a bit." Everyone was dissatisfied, but none dared resist. In their thoughts, they recalled the struggle to reach this spot. A rotten world tree. Below offered no good nutrients, while above had plenty but was occupied by monsters. Every attempt to climb was blocked by a guild. Were they doomed to starve? Suddenly the leader shouted aggressively, "Who are you? When did you arrive?" drawing attention. He cursed his opponent and struck them in the abdomen. One pilgrim recognized the hero who saved them. "Sir, that man is Kang Hansu. He defeated the bandit leader." The bandits' underlings shouted at others to flee. Hansu had taken down the captain in a single strike. The pilgrims rejoiced and were relieved. "They've run off. We can finally collect the resources. I never thought I'd be grateful for this day." Together, they used their containers to gather water, eating quickly. Johan thanked Hansu for resolving the problem in one strike. While gathering nutrients, Hansu approached and asked Johan, "You are Kang Hansu, right? Long time no see." Hansu jumped down in front of Johan. Johan replied, "I remember, we even traveled on the same ship." He continued, "What have you been up to lately?" "This is the first time I've met you again since then," Johan said, grateful. "It doesn't matter, good to see you again, thank you, otherwise we'd all have starved." Hansu casually replied, "I also want to eat, so go ahead." Johan, seeing this, asked Hansu for a favor. Could I ask you for one more thing? You probably know already. Johan didn't say it aloud, sensing Hansu disliked involving himself in these matters. Johan's determined expression revealed, all paths are blocked, so we need the ship we used before. Before Johan finished, Hansu immediately refused. No. He turned and walked away, leaving Johan bewildered, explaining repeatedly that it wasn't just a simple request. The nutrients here could run out anytime, and disaster fish are destroying the external resources. Let's use the ship to move up, Hansu reassured him. Soon it won't be a problem. Everything will be fine. While breaking open a flower bud with his knife, he reminded Johan, "You'll be safer here, don't think about moving up." Johan, displeased, asked back, "What did you say?" Hansu threatened, "I'll kill you." Confidently, he declared, "I'll use the ship to kill the disaster fish attacking the world tree. I'll handle them myself so you don't need to worry about dying." Hansu's answer left Johan shocked. Chased after Hansu, asking, "What do you mean? Please explain clearly." Hansu collected fruits with frustration, thinking if the disasters vanished, the red zone would recover and everyone would be safe. He wasn't wrong. Johan anxiously followed. Johan said, "I don't understand your meaning, but you've done so many unbelievable things, so maybe it's true. I just want to ask one thing before you leave. Why do you try so hard to save everyone?" Johan's question made Hansu pause. Even he wondered himself, why? I need to save humanity, as many as possible, that's why I returned. After answering, he reflected and doubted himself, questioning if he truly wanted that. He asked himself again, do I really want this? I must save humanity, as many as I can, that's the reason I came back. After answering, he continued to reflect, questioning his own resolve. Johan saw him pause and asked tensely, "Hansu, why did you stop?" Hansu turned and tossed a stone to Johan. He explained it was a decoy stone, there were only a few, and told him to keep it before turning and walking away. Johan hurriedly called after him, "Hey!" Holding the stone Hansu gave him, Johan wondered why he had such an expression. Thinking it over, he realized Hansu was truly unbelievable, just like that time he got the ship for them. Back then they thought he only spoke of the impossible, but Hansu was the kind of person who could make those things happen. Deep down, Johan felt a thought stir, maybe this time it really could work. Hansu had given him hope. Hansu's hurried footsteps echoed. He ran while thinking, migration was natural for humans due to survival. So why did it feel strange? Focus on what needs to be done. Hansu ran to where Safia was standing and called out loudly, "Safia." Hansu landed where she stood. "You arrived early, do you have all the materials?" Safia replied they were still missing 2 items, but she came just in case. Hansu responded, "Not bad." Sophia, looking worried, asked if something was wrong. Hansu's face showed composure, yet he reassured her, "It's fine, a few are tailing us, did you notice?" Sophia placed her hand over her chest, anxious. "Yes, Quadratus, they're after you, which is also why they're after me." Hansu flinched and turned away. "Yeah, I ran into them, Kaz Morin came for me." Sophia, surprised, asked, "Morin, the officer leading the assault team," he explained. "I temporarily lost him, but he's skilled and will catch up soon." Sophia, a little anxious, warned Hansu he wasn't just an ordinary enemy. Even if he was strong, he couldn't face him one-on-one. Hansu, seeing her concern, raised his hand toward her with a proposal. "Then cooperate with me." He outlined the plan he had devised. One person would continue collecting materials while the other acted as bait for Kaz Morin. Sophia couldn't understand Hansu's thinking. "Don't you realize the Guide is part of one of the ruling factions in the Red Zone? That organization was not only large but filled with seasoned fighters who had survived long in the Red Zone, strong enough to leave it. Among them, the assault team was the most brutal. Kaz Morin was its commanding officer." Hansu turned his back to her. She tried to persuade him, "We must fight him together." Sophia, sharp as ever, suggested they gather materials quickly before being discovered. "We have to hurry." Hansu hesitated before replying. "It'll be difficult, I'll leave the artifact there, but given the current situation," according to his speculation, they had already picked up the trail. Elsewhere, Johan was threatened by someone grabbing him by the throat. It was Morin. The ground was littered with those he had attacked. Morin said, "I'll give you fools a choice, burn or die in pain." One hand squeezed Johan's throat, the other conjured fire magic, threatening him to reveal Hansu's location or meet a quick end. Johan clutched the hand on his neck, trembling. The stone Hansu gave him glowed inside his pants. He thought, how did he manage to bring so many here so fast? Around them, bodies were stacked in heaps. Terrified and shaking, Johan insisted, "We don't know who you are." He claimed Morin had the wrong person, but it only fueled his rage. Suddenly, Morin released Johan's neck, causing him to fall backward uncontrollably. Trying to catch his breath, Johan lay sprawling, coughing violently. Morin bent over and asked, "Your name is Johan, right?" Before he could answer, Morin grabbed his head with terrifying strength. He pressed Johan's head into the ground, mocking the young boy who understood nothing. Johan's head throbbed and bled like a stream. Morin cursed angrily, then pointed to his own nose, asking if Johan knew that lying made one's scent stink. "No, it passed through here, locating Aaron, and that's my tracking skill." Using Morin's ability, he detected Hansu's blue trace. It tried to mask it, but he could still smell the trail. Morin held up a blood-stained, tied-up package, saying it was Hansu's fault for leaving a trace despite trying to trap him. Johan, exhausted and terrified, watched as Morin tossed the package aside, demanding, "Where is Hansu?" Johan panicked, trembling under Morin's authority, yet insisted, "I really don't know." Morin knew he was lying, sensing the deceit. "Fine then," he said, casting fire with cruel eyes. "Better die." Morin raised his hand, ready to strike Johan. Suddenly he paused. Johan, trembling, watched as Morin laughed violently, then turned and looked elsewhere. "I smell him already." Afar, a tall figure appeared. It was Hansu. Morin grew excited. "So it's you." Hansu approached with a mocking smile. "Looking for me?" Morin kept his distance, confirming if this was indeed Hansu, though Hansu's body was transparent. Hansu challenged him, "Come and find me." As he spoke, Morin launched a straight kick at him. He stomped down, mocking it as mere wrestling, only to realize it was an illusion Hansu created, a simple decoy consuming the illusion stone, likely in Morin's hand. Morin grabbed the stone Johan held, confirming the fool had been robbed clean. He was stirred by Hansu's provocation, determined to pursue him despite the lingering scent. Meanwhile, Johan lay in agony on the ground, hearing Morin's words and fearing for Hansu. At the Kukunza breeding lake, a place created solely for reproduction, Hansu sat atop massive ancient trees. It had been created by uprooting the outer branches of world trees and filling them with nutrient-rich sap, almost balancing the upstream waters, even if toxic. Hansu examined his body. Appreciating the effects of the nutrients he drank earlier as his wounds had healed. He sensed something unusual. The illusion had vanished. "You're here already," he realized Morin had arrived, stepping forward provocatively. Morin held an insect in hand, mocking, "The cowardly rat finally shows its tail." Hansu retorted arrogantly, "You should be grateful. Your hunting sense is worse than I thought. Without me, you wouldn't have found me." Morin asked back, puzzled by his words. He laughed, then suddenly broke into a roar of amusement. Both hands conjured fire magic as he took stance. "You really are entertaining, very funny. Let's see if your skull is as hard as rumor." Morin assumed a ready stance, seemingly ready to strike any time. "Otherwise, you'll burn under my hands." Hansu accepted the challenge, reaching into his pocket to retrieve something. But suddenly he turned and ran, shouting back that today wasn't the time and that they could play hide-and-seek next time, catching him completely off guard. Morin flew into a rage, cursing the bastard. "You dare run right in front of me?" Instantly, he surged forward in pursuit. "You think I'll lose your trail?" He ran. Morin transformed his magic into a blazing red fireball and hurled it at Hansu. The powerful infernal flame slash surged forward at incredible speed, heading straight for him. Hansu quickly spun to dodge the devastating attack. He held the return seeds from his pouch, ready to counterattack Morin. Hansu threw the seeds into the water. Using the vermilion technique, the seeds quickly sprouted and grew into a massive leaf. He assessed the toxicity in the breeding pool as very low, so the plants wouldn't survive long. Hansu quickly stepped onto the leaves to escape, thinking he was safe as long as he entered the water. Morin chased him into the pool, assuming that diving into water would let Hansu get away. He continued hurling fireballs at Hansu, challenging him to step out and fight hand-to-hand. They raced across the water atop the giant leaves. Hansu saw Morin in pursuit and smirked. "He's fallen right into my trap." Then Hansu drew his green sword. He dipped the sword in Gurtat's blood and raised it to slash his own palm, intending to mix his blood in to amplify the scent. Each drop of Hansu's blood fell into the water, calculated to lure the stressed, breeding Kukunza creatures toward Morin. Immediately, the creatures hiding beneath the water surged upward. Hansu quickly dodged their attacks, knowing he could provoke their anger to direct them toward Morin, who was chasing him. Daring to invade their nest, Morin showed no fear and reacted instantly. "Is that all you've got? You think I'd be scared of Kukunza and stop chasing you?" Three creatures lunged at him, but Morin was ready, hurling fireballs in retaliation. He unleashed a barrage of infernal flame slashes at the monsters, smugly declaring, "I'll just burn them all and tear them apart." Monsters' flesh fell as Morin arrogantly sneered, "Didn't I tell you? I just need to eliminate them." Hansu remained calm, a look of triumph and disdain on his face. Morin stopped, pointing at Hansu. "It's your turn. Running won't change anything. Why won't you face me?" Hansu calmly replied, "I have my reasons." Morin was surprised. "Why are you acting so calm?" Hansu assessed the situation. In the water, no artifact was more effective than Ahun's breath. Morin would surely follow him into the pool. Hansu muttered a word of caution as he returned the items, "Take care." Then he plunged straight into the pool, leaving Morin unprepared. Morin underestimated Hansu, cursing the fool, thinking he wouldn't dare dive in. Morin unleashed fire magic, reasoning that Hansu would eventually surface for air, but he preferred hunting over waiting idly like a rabbit. Morn launched repeated strikes into the river to test Hansu's endurance. Hansu swam deeper, while Morn's fireballs sped straight toward him, unaffected by water resistance. Hansu realized Morn intended to attack recklessly until he surfaced. If he surfaced, he would likely be burned immediately. Hansu knew he couldn't use Dragon Chi since his mana was depleted, but he had prepared for this. He had an enham pouch storing air in a flower bud, ready to withstand the attack for a while. Two massive creatures emerged from the depths, roaring as they surged toward the surface. Hansu quickly dodged, aware of their characteristics and devising a new plan. The disaster fish weren't the only natural enemies of Kyukunza. Finding monsters repelled by a terrifying scent wasn't difficult. Hansu pulled out the enham pouch, a monster organ with a stench strong enough to repel Kyukunza. He crushed it, spreading the scent through the water. Creatures immediately detected the horrid smell and fled from Hansu's path. He had successfully removed the obstacle. Using his knowledge, Hansu swam swiftly toward their nest. He knew Kyukunza mixed toxins with nutrients during breeding, diluting them to form nests, all leading to the toxic sea. He needed to reach it quickly. From behind, Morn used a magic chain to form a protective circle around himself underwater. He launched a powerful attack at Hansu with no hindrance. Hansu, worried, saw the infernal flame slash clearly even underwater. The attack quickly injured Hansu's arm. He cried out in pain but realized it was also a chance to counterattack. Hansu spun and threw the green sword, elongated in shape, toward Morn. Morn recognized it as the artifact Gashu had used. Morn was shocked. "So you have the forgotten sword, that brat can't withstand it, but Tang will get it." Suddenly, he experienced irregular breathing, unable to adapt. He hadn't anticipated losing his breath. The artifact must be activating. Hansu seized the moment to swing at him. Suddenly, a chain appeared on Hansu's hand, stolen from the sword. While Morn was unguarded, Hansu had snatched his magic chain and placed it around his neck. Morn realized it. "You dare tamper with my artifact," Hansu retorted. "Didn't I warn you? Lucky you, almost dead." He gripped the green sword, confidently ready, saying arrogantly, "I'll trade you a surprise." The sword trembled violently, surging with aura, the second power of Numaha. Flexible like a cord, it shot forward like a lightning bolt. In an instant, Morn's arm was entangled, bleeding profusely. He gritted his teeth, face twitching in anger at the foolish move. At that moment, the Kyukunza roared behind Morn, forcing him to release and retreat instantly to avoid the suction. He spun, gathering spiritual energy into his remaining hand to counterattack. Morn slowly stopped to assess, clearly frustrated. The creatures in the nest were scattering. What a nuisance. He raised his hand slightly, gathering his spiritual power into a vortex. "Damn it, I have to retreat." Before disappearing, Morn clenched his fist, teeth grinding. "Not over yet, Hansu." Hansu calmly watched him vanish into the murky water, relieved he gave up early. At the bottom, luminescent stones shimmered gently. "Now, grab what I need and leave." He turned toward a hidden cave in the cliff. "She's probably been waiting a long time." Ahead, a hazy purple light dyed the rocks in mysterious hues. Long hair swayed in the cold wind, eyes calm and composed. She moved gracefully through the still space. "This seems to be the end of the trail. Come to think of it, this is where I first met Hansu." Her worried expression was clear in her gaze. Hands clenched instinctively, wondering when he would finally climb up. "I should have fought the guide, hope he's okay." Sophia adjusted her glasses, eyes scanning the area, but more importantly, where was the ship he mentioned? Nothing was visible around here. The dark cliff dropped into unnaturally calm waters below. Surely many would be searching for a ship with room for 500 people. If he can't climb up because he couldn't get the ship, well, that's just how it is. The water below suddenly surged violently like waves crashing, a hint of disappointment lingering. "But if I suggest a 30-person ship we have?" She turned her head, eyes immediately shifting to guard as a massive vessel, like a floating fortress, appeared. Sophia had to raise her hands to brace, stepping back half a pace to stay steady. She panicked, wondering where this ship had come from. At that moment, a figure slid across the deck. She arrived just in time to see Ha-Du leaning casually against the railing, exuding a calm, indifferent demeanor. "Climb aboard, we'll set sail soon." The enormous ship glided slowly. Dawn had risen, the first rays spilling across the horizon. Sophia stood quietly in a corner of the deck, observing the scene, incredulous that he had thought to hide the ship under such a poisonous sea, unaware of the other two geniuses. He turned, eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. "Where did you get all that ancient text?" He forced a smile, slightly reluctant. "Consider it from a friend, even if they weren't willing to help much. Thanks to them, my demonic tower reached its peak." Sophia spoke with subtle implication. Calmly, the question lingered, "How exactly did you do it?" Asu froze, eyes puzzled. "What do you mean?" Her long hair swayed in the cold breeze, her gaze steady. "I mean the method of using the seeds of quiche. The cranes of quiche are only found in Lake Kyukunza, making them hard to obtain." Sophia stared at him, voice heavy. "At first glance, no one could know they'd sprout in poisoned water, and you've only just entered the red zone." Glinted off her glasses as she spoke bluntly. How do you know so much about the monsters and ecosystem here? Moreover, the stats she observed through the librarian's eyes were clearly displayed by the system notification. Average red zone stats 13%, strength 14%, high for a first-year traveler but not enough. Sophia looked directly at Hansu, eyes slightly doubtful. Even red zone travelers wouldn't dare use such a collection of items. Stats were modest, but his knowledge was already. He became contemplative, hands gripping the crafted items. Crafting could strengthen an item or create something new. Hansu's sharp eyes met hers, voice cold and decisive. I want to refine the original item. System notifications instantly appeared. Red Zone Recipe 1614, crystallized inflammatory solution of the Artificer Kim, crafted for humanity. He then casually turned to face her. A faintly arrogant smirk, minimal expression, but countless ways to wield it, the key to confronting the Calamity Fish. She gasped, skepticism evident. Using poison on the Calamity Fish, that's the first I've heard. Adu paused, struck by her sharp observation. Even with the librarian's skill, she couldn't discern recipes at a glance. Asu, what are you hiding? His lips curved slightly, teasing tone. I wanted to ask you the same. She was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on her face. Why would someone needing to protect their position run out here for the Calamity Fish? Sophia hesitated, unable to speak. Why Hansu? She began. He stood up calmly, time up. His gaze met hers steadily, lips unmoving. It's here. The waters became unnaturally still. The massive vessel silently rose. The system displayed annihilate Calamity Fish. It silently tracked the ship from afar. The enormous ship glided slowly. Asu stood casually on deck, indifferent. She knew the way in. Sophia observed calmly. Yes, if nothing goes wrong, we can slip through its maw. His gaze sharpened, a glimmer of calculation flashing. They're almost here. Hansu's face grew serious. Warning tone, from now on, obey me absolutely or I'll leave you behind. Her back tensed slightly, contemplative. Fast, she said, don't worry, I won't be a burden. Sophia looked straight ahead, fists clenched. As long as they killed the Calamity Fish, who he is doesn't matter. Her eyes hardened, teasing tone, my goal is to eliminate the fish. I cooperate with you only for that. Hansu's lips curved slowly, proud. Good choice, don't worry. He replied firmly, eyes confident, I'll keep my word. Huge waves crashed against the ship. Hansu briefly contemplated. Start gradually changing the red zone to build a foundation for survival. No second chance, success must come now. The space was unnaturally still. Suddenly, a rain of arrows tore through the air toward the ship. The vessel rocked violently, waves roaring. On deck, Sophia struggled to maintain balance, body jolting. Arrows pierced the ship, leaving pink holes striking directly. At this rate, it would only lose. Morn stomped on the deck, voice threatening. You rats hiding on this fine ship. Cruel smile crossed his face, eyes blazing red. Rachel, bring that thing here. Sharp sounds clanged, infuriating. I've prepared a special weapon just for you. His expression fierce, arrogance clear. Let's see how long the ship can take. More arrows tore through the air, causing the ship to rock violently. Asu and Sophia braced themselves, struggling to stay balanced. He urgently exclaimed, pale with worry, we have to attack them. He decisively raised a hand, eyes resolute. No, wait. Sophia raised an eyebrow, questioning, did you hear what I said? If we wait, it'll be too late. Arrows continued to rain. Continuous attacks, even if it's a fairy, it's already damaged and we only produce leaves from the quiche seed. Her eyes panicked, murmuring, at this rate, Asu spoke calmly. The Calamity Fish is sensitive to magic. He slowly outlined a plan, eyes full of implication. A strike strong enough to sink the ship won't affect the fish. You see, it only reacts to magic or skill. The colossal Calamity Fish surfaced, violently churning the waters, likely reacting to the World Tree's magic. Even a small movement near it could be deadly. Hansu hesitated, we're at a disadvantage. Sophia panicked, what should we do? Her face pale, body tense. Did I come here for nothing? What else can we do? He quickly reassured, calm demeanor, don't worry, the disadvantage I mentioned. Adu rolled a large stone, confident. We lack the proper method to counter long-range enemies. Don't use skills. He swiftly intervened. If you can't manage yourself, call for help. He used another crafted item. The arrow storm continued relentlessly. Should I act as bait? Not necessary, just hold them off a bit. Shortly after, a faint smile appeared on his lips, confident. Now, let's go fish. She grew more confident, eyes resolute. I've decided to trust you, let's do it. By now, the ship had been utterly destroyed. Morn shouted arrogantly, surveying the scene, declaring fiercely that the ship would soon sink to the ocean floor, and that man was nothing. Bring out all the remaining crew, and I'll force him to jump into the sea. His eyes flickered with worry, his voice tense. But what exactly were they plotting over there? Wooden crates were thrown into the water one after another. A fleeting hint of doubt and unease crossed his face. Were they setting a trap? He barked an order with steely resolve. Never mind, destroy them all, smash everything blocking our way immediately. Crew echoed in unison, yes, Commander. The water surged violently. Two men on the overturned deck were pushed back, struggling to hold on. At that moment, an arrow pierced straight into one of the wooden crates. You exhaled lightly, a triumphant smile spreading across your face. It sensed the scent. The water trembled, and the predatory gaze of the disaster fish shifted. On this side, Morn stood on the overturned deck, shocked. The kraken, its massive tentacles encircling the ship, had trapped us. It's targeting us. The sound of violent collisions echoed. The water churned wildly. Morn's face paled as blue veins bulged in fear. A single kraken, it usually doesn't approach the surface. Gasu casually placed a hand on the deck, indifferent. If we don't handle it quickly, the disaster fish will dive back into the depths. I need to enter its stomach before that happens. The small ship drifted alone in the chaotic waters. If it kept going like this, we'd lose track entirely. Suddenly, a firm voice rang out, hands gripping a sword tightly. I'll handle things here. Rachel unleashed a flurry of attacks with a cold, precise demeanor. The sword sliced through the kraken with relentless speed. It thrashed in pain, sending massive waves rippling through the water. He stood proudly, issuing a sharp command to Rachel. If you're ready, then let's move. We've wasted enough time here. She replied steadily, understood. Orn's smile was chilling, his grip tightening as a warning. Stop being distracted. Focus on leading the way. Gasu's tone carried hidden meaning, cold and sharp. The sudden appearance of the kraken could not have been a coincidence. Kang Hansu, are you really planning to continue these sneaky games to the end? The sea surged higher. Alarmed shouts rang out. The disaster fish was diving, hold on tight. The water churned violently, but the ship remained steadfast. Orn muttered in awe, amazing. Even underwater, being inside the disaster fish's stomach kept us completely dry. Gasu's expression darkened as he spoke heavily. That's because the fish's interior is infused with a mysterious power. The ship slowly moves straight toward the passage within the disaster fish's stomach. He pondered briefly, eyes narrowing in assessment. I just need to follow this path straight down, right? He watched the massive flesh slowly shifting. The huge mass forming the entrance would move considerably before closing. We just need to watch carefully to avoid it. Behind him, Rachel spoke slowly, her tone heavy and advising. Commander Cass Morin, instead of chasing Kang Hanzo, we should prioritize this mission. Everyone froze, their faces showing a hint of shock. I'm sure you know we must pursue promising ventures toward Quadratus. Morn slammed his hand on the deck, voice sharp with displeasure. I know, no rush. Once we're inside the disaster fish, there's no way out anyway. Gasu slowly turned his head, eyes commanding. What can a man like that do without guidance? If we don't encounter him along the way, that would be unusual. Inside the disaster fish's stomach, the space was like a compact world. This is where all consumed prey accumulate, forming a vast island. The desolate scene resembled a dungeon. The group quickly moved ashore amid the wreckage. Morn's eyes scanned cautiously, sensing distorted magical currents, making tracking difficult. His face twisted with unease. He muttered in frustration, turning back. I still dislike this place. Behind, voices rose in complaint, noting the wreckage and decayed ship remains. We didn't pay to see this, did we? Gasu stood proudly, speaking calmly. You don't understand, this is a remarkable place, a blessing granted by the disaster fish itself. His steps were heavy as he advanced. The only thing truly absorbed in the fish's stomach was the resin of the World Tree. This was where the remnants of Elfenheim, the founders of the World Tree, gathered. Frightening skeletons littered the surroundings. A major treasure lay within the disaster fish. Gasu laughed abruptly, a wild gleam in his eyes. He looked madly excited. If that many people were buried here, imagine what happened to the artifacts they own. His chain shimmered, making everyone pause. Understandably, the only reason I survived this hell was because of the items found here. Want power. Everyone's eyes changed, a manic intensity taking over. If you're willing to face disaster as Quadratus members, all your desires will come true. The group shouted in unison, Long live Quadratus. He raised both hands high, voice laced with meaning. Thank the disaster fish for this blessing. Quadratus will always welcome you. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind. Do not use any attacks or loud noises. If they hear, they might strike back. Gasu remained absorbed in pride, smug. Just follow Quadratus' guidance and you may enjoy it. How loud is loud? He asked firmly. No need to worry, only a full explosion can wake them. Hearing this, Hansu smirked sarcastically. An explosion, huh? The ship immediately rocked violently, the water surging fiercely. You stood proudly, shouting like this, right? The vessel was under attack. Cracks began spreading. The crew panicked, struggling to maintain balance. Hansu smirked indifferently, perfect timing, Shakya. Gasu's eyes glowed red with frustration, rising to protest but restrained. This isn't good. Morn lost control, voice sharp with anger. He laughed arrogantly, proud. You finally brought destruction to meet your death at my hands. Morn scowled, frustrated. What are you doing? Leave. Panicked, he stumbled back. Damn it, it's moving. The sound of clashing weapons filled the air. The spellcasters rose suddenly, murderous intent radiating. The Galadrian army cautiously advanced, gripping weapons tightly as deadly edges began to move. Asu trembled violently, sweat pouring. So they've arrived, the elf and hem forces sent to defeat the disaster fish in the past. Each figure looked formidable, charging fiercely. The Galadrian army, spellcasters ready. Fear gripped everyone, freezing them in place. They attacked. He trembled, swinging his sword to defend. Anger filled the shouts. He only said he needed to retrieve artifacts from inside the disaster fish. The clash of metal rang painfully. Who mentioned such things? Suddenly the spellcaster was struck back, his body engulfed in flames. Morn coldly observed the fallen figure, smirking. Even cheap tricks require skill to wield. He waved his hand arrogantly, attacking, defeating the wandering spirits. In unison, the group shouted, "Yes, Commander." One spellcaster after another was defeated. Hands slowly gathered spiritual power into a swirling vortex. Morn laughed with delight. The vortex exploded violently. Intense flames instantly engulfed them, incinerating each one. My fire seal technique can burn everything. The crowd cheered with excitement, shouting loudly. The commander of the attack was the one leading them, and he defeated them with ease. Amid the crowd, he stood frozen, looking stunned. No, they won't lose so easily. Around the ruins, the necromancer knights silently moved. Asu's face immediately changed, his eyes filled with terror. These were the guards of this place, the disaster fish, and their heavy hands landed on their heads. The Galadrian army, who had been knocked down, slowly rose, their killing intent spreading. They possessed bodies that allowed them to fight forever. The roar that sent shivers down his spine made him shudder. As long as the disaster fish were alive, they would keep resurrecting. They stood proudly, facing them head-on. The group immediately became disorganized, panicking. The screams of terror echoed. "Wait, someone help!" Morn cursed in displeasure, his face twisted with anger. "Don't retreat, you fools, hold your position." Gasu, in shock, turned his head, cursing each word with frustration. "This is bad, but I can't risk my life here. I have to seize the chance to escape." He hesitated, his eyes scanning around. "Wait, where did that guy go? He caused trouble and then disappeared. If he came here with Sophia, then..." At that moment, Jesus darted like the wind, appearing and disappearing. Nearby, a fierce battle was raging, and an eye silently followed. Just as Kendian had said, things were unfolding as expected. He briefly fell into thought. His calculating gaze focused on the necromancer knights, the first line of defense for the disaster fish. "Busy, I've prepared that," and gave Sophia a special order. The disaster fish seemed to have changed, and Jesus' gaze became determined. He silently told himself that he would head to the next checkpoint. He stood frozen before the scene in front of him. The system alert rang, notifying of the disaster fish's inner core. The core glowed with a brilliant golden light, and spiritual energy emanated. The skin of the disaster fish couldn't be harmed by any attacks, but the core was different. Jesus gripped his sword tightly, his voice firm. "There's only one way to defeat the disaster fish. This is it." Suddenly, he swiftly dodged an attack from a nearby blind spot. Gasu screamed in frustration, his face twisted with anger. He swung his hand, sending rocks flying, causing a deafening shockwave. Jesus immediately turned around, his eyes sharp with caution. The sword, flexible as a string, flew forward like a lightning bolt. The sword tip was inches from Gasu. He gritted his teeth. Again, it's him. Gasu collapsed in pain as the cold tip of the sword pierced through. Furrowed his brow, his voice full of steel as he questioned, "Wasn't the last time fun enough?" Gasu remained resolute. Despite gripping the sword tighter, he grinned savagely. His crazy demeanor was unmistakable. "I know everything. I can't believe you targeted the disaster fish's core. It seems that Asobia told you to do this, but you're foolish. Yashmorin wants to kill you personally." But Jesus froze at these words, his eyes wide with shock. Gasu's face twisted in excitement, his laugh unsettling. "Anyone who dares offend the disaster fish will die. Chang this time, kill him for sure." Behind him, a bow silently drew. Sharp arrow gleamed brightly. His eyes gleamed with confidence as he grinned. "He's in my sights now, this time will be different. Try to resist." The 100-arrow technique activated. The arrow, slicing through the air, sped towards Jesus. It was so fast that Jesus was struck immediately, staggering back in confusion. He was hit. He struggled to get up, his smile flickering before fading. It wasn't so bad. Chen also stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was that? The wound was freezing up in an unbelievable way. Jesus stood proudly, indifferent, wasn't he unaffected? Wound slowly changed, long Qi-Gong dragon transformation. Jesus' whole body emitted golden light, strands of spiritual power swirling around him. Chen stumbled back, eyes filled with shock. Impossible. The penetrative power of that shot should have taken down anyone with a single blow. Gasu's face briefly changed, his voice trembling in fear. "That's the energy I saw before, but it's growing so fast." He immediately continued drawing the bow, his voice resolute. If one shot isn't enough, I'll shoot as many as I can. Heizu furrowed his brow, his mocking tone sending a chill down his spine. Even if you spare me. If you don't let me go, I have no choice. Heizu's hands turned into sharp claws. The long qigong I used has drained my energy, but I know how to deal with it now. His gaze shifted slightly. His demeanor became frantic. I won't hold back. Meanwhile, the battle with the necromancer knights continued fiercely. The skulls kept falling. Morn shouted, ordering urgently, "Keep attacking, don't let them regenerate." But the necromancer knights kept rising, attacking with renewed strength. Their regeneration speed continued to increase. "We can't keep up," the roar echoed, spine-chilling. Gasu gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fear and unease. "Emmett, if this continues, we'll run out of stamina and mana. We're fighting enemies that regenerate instantly, putting us at a disadvantage." Kang Heizu, how did you learn to use the disaster fish like this? Morn immediately shouted loudly, his voice booming. "If we die here, we'll meet the same end as the others, those struggling. Use the fur we brought." The system screen suddenly displayed information. The world tree fur could be used with a fragment of the world tree's leaf, a rare item that was hard to find. Once used, it would allow everyone around you to escape instantly. He lifted the fur in his hand, sweat dripping with anxiety. "No, we've been trying to escape, but it's not working." Sophia suddenly appeared, speaking calmly. "It's hopeless. You won't escape from the disaster fish's belly that easily." He spoke with a mocking tone. "Just like the Elfenheim's immortal knights, they are undying inside the disaster fish's stomach." Gasu immediately turned pale, his face contorted with fury. "You think I'll let you go after you've blocked my way? If the members of the Shadow Seven knew about this, then..." Sophia slowly smirked, her face full of arrogance. "You think those who aren't sitting by while I'm figuring out how to kill the disaster fish will interfere just because of you?" Morn and his companions froze, looking confused and anxious. Instead of complaining, she said, "Why don't you try to escape? The guild connection doesn't work here, does it?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with frustration. "Whether alive or dead, no one will know." Eyes darkened, a magic formation appearing in her hands. "I'll give you the final gift," Sophia said smugly, her voice casual. "I've gathered all the information I need." Morn stood there silently, his back filled with intense killing intent. "It seems that getting to know a new player has clouded your judgment. I'm the attack commander for the guide, trusted to manage." Gasu's hand quietly gathered spiritual power. His eyes turned red with anger as he charged forward. "I can take you down, you lowest of the Shadow Seven scum. You're finished." Sophia immediately retaliated, attacking relentlessly. He quickly dodged, his crazed demeanor evident. "You can't even hit the target in front of you. You're the one dishonoring the name of the Shadow Seven." She stepped back in shock before the powerful spiritual force coming towards her. Morn slammed his hand into the ground. The power erupted, a cloud of smoke filled the air. Sophia's voice was full of meaning. "I'm not targeting you." He paused, raising his head to survey the surrounding. The ground suddenly trembled. Everyone was in a state of confusion. "What's that? An earthquake inside the disaster fish's belly?" At that moment, the water surface shook violently. The disaster fish moved slowly, the entrance to its belly closing. The corner of Sophia's mouth lifted in a smug smile. "I had planned to use a library skill to end this battle." Morn froze, his face showing clear shock. "With this, I've finished my task." His entire body trembled, gritting his teeth in fury, that bastard. Sophia remained calm, coldly turning away. "I hope this is the last time we meet." Morn, dissatisfied, waved his hand, looking fierce. "What the hell are you doing? Start the ship. We'll get out of here ahead." Vecho paused, his eyes wide. "The spaceship we used had." His eyes immediately turned red with rage, his expression wild. "Where is Quadratus? Instead of guiding us, what the hell is Jingasu doing?" She gripped her sword, standing face to face with the undead knight, our undead knight once again. Morn turned around, fiercely declaring, "When we reach the mouth, we'll open it again. Just hold on until then, tie the rope. Support us, we need to create distance." The rope's face showed slight unease. "Yes, Commander." He became contemplative. Killing intent immediately erupted. "Sokia, I see you'll regret it the moment I leave here." Morn spun around, his other arm unleashing swirling spiritual energy, violently swinging to counterattack. "I, the commander of the guiding attack, will not fall here." Fireball technique, Chu Yao strike. The powerful spiritual energy blasted away each of the undead knights. He boldly led, his voice resolute, "Follow me." Morn suddenly paused, his eyes wide. Hanzu coldly appeared, his expression full of killing intent. "Hanzu," he roared in fury, questioning, "How dare you?" You calmly pulled Legasu, whose breath was faint, looking like a villain as you appeared at this moment. Hanzu decisively threw him down to the ground, warning, "That's how it is. If you're thinking of negotiating, I'm not listening." Morn's face twisted with dissatisfaction, his expression mad. "You arrogant bastard. You're a fool who isn't afraid of death." He resolutely stepped forward, his voice threatening. "I planned to take you down without any losses, but everything has changed. I've changed my mind." As soon as he finished speaking, you dashed forward in a flash. Your cold, murderous gaze erupted. No more nonsense. The sharp sword slashed decisively at Morin. He staggered back in pain, the ground shaking beneath him, creating a deep pit. Rachel hurriedly ran over, her voice anxious. Commander. His whole body trembling, Morin struggled to sit up. I was pushed back. Even though he had been running all this time, had he grown stronger by absorbing the ancient language of those quadratus. His hand clenched tightly, crushing the rubble. No, even so, he had no chance. Morin sprang up, his expression mad. You think you can stand against me just because you absorbed their ancient language? I'll watch you and take back Ahun's breath that you stole from me. She immediately assumed a ready stance, her eyes resolute. Commander Cass Morin, we will assist you. He immediately cut her off, his tone sharp. Get out of here, do you think I'm so weak I need help to take him down? Morin dashed forward in a flash, spiritual energy erupting. Hold off the undead knights. Yes, Commander, the corner of your mouth slowly curled into a proud smile. Don't worry, I intend to clean up everything here anyway. His face twisted with anger as he howled in madness. You're no different from a newborn puppy. Sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. From above, Morin swung his heavy sword, launching a surprise attack. He pressed his face near Hansu's, grinning wickedly. After all the nonsense, is this all you can do? At this moment you were exhausted, your body trembling as you resisted. Morin immediately laughed joyously, his expression smug. I knew it, he couldn't be stronger than me. There's no way I'll lose to a rookie like him. The sound of metal screeching, sparks flying. The battle raged on, the space trembling briefly. His eyes turned bloodshot with murderous intent, gritting his teeth. It's over. The sharp sword pointed directly at Hansu. Immediately the red light exploded, sending a chill down his spine. Morin coldly sneered, fool. If you had accepted my offer and agreed to be my subordinate, the sword would have pierced through your vital point and you could have survived. He laughed triumphantly, looking insane. The reason you're going to die is simple. Morin whispered softly, each word hissing through his teeth, because you're weaker than me. You whispered softly, your lips pale, is that so? Hansu's hand suddenly tightened around the sword. Yes, his face remained calm, sending a shiver down his spine. I'll return that to you. Hansu's gaze briefly faltered, his expression silent. Morin immediately dashed forward, his expression smug. This is the price for your arrogance. The corner of your mouth slowly lifted into a cold smile. I'll say it to you just like that. He stopped abruptly at the sound, his eyes wide. Hansu still calmly gripped the sword, softly murmuring, the knight's treasures are indeed extraordinary, sharp enough to break through the scales of the dragon's energy technique. His face shifted slightly, his eyes full of meaning. Thank you for the delivery, Morin roared in dissatisfaction. Cold sweat ran down his back. Impossible, I've destroyed your heart already. He recoiled in fear, his body shaking. Could it be that you've modified your body? Hansu's hand, like a sharp claw, prepared to strike. It was too late to realize now. You decisively pierced through Morin's body, blood immediately dripping from the wound, even if you changed races. Hansu stood calmly, his voice cold. Your heart was completely destroyed by the technique. He collapsed unconscious on the ground. After a while you tightened your grip on the sword, your face pale with pain. Then, Hansu pulled the sword out and swung it away. The wound quickly regenerated, healing. You stood silently, softly murmuring. I did this because I pushed myself to the limit, to create 3 dragon hearts. I'm lacking healing elixirs, but there's no choice now. The sound of a roaring explosion reverberated, the special ability of this technique. It's designed as a simulation from the master who created this martial art, Dragon Qigong, which actually borrows the power of dragon. Hansu's body slowly began to change, but it was his own body that was transforming. Compared to dragons, human bodies are too inefficient. The backlash from the transformation process was severe, and he still suffered injuries when using it. Tightened your sword, softly lamenting, my ancient language has only reached about 35%. After speaking, the corner of your mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Asu briefly pondered, his expression serious. I still lack experience, so maintaining this form is difficult. The power of the fist with spiritual energy erupting is now just a matter of time. Your gaze became determined, thinking surely if you don't act immediately you won't make it. Behind Hansu, Gasu continued to watch. He weakly collapsed, breathing heavily, his third eye immediately shifting, his blurry gaze fixed on you. A cold, vengeful thought crossed Gasu's mind before he collapsed unconscious. Damn you, Hansu, I'll remember this grudge. Hansu carefully observed the scene inside the disaster fish tank. They haven't arrived, this is my chance. With swift agility, you decisively leapt forward. Thanks to Sophia, I quickly got information about the disaster fish crystal. Up above, the crystal lay motionless at a single point. The disaster fish crystal was positioned high, making it hard for me to approach on my own. But a support platform will soon be prepared because it will soon react. The disaster lacks a defensive system to deal with external threats. However, it possesses an excellent internal defense mechanism for emergency. Hansu resolutely approached. His mind quickly calculated not only traps and many obstacles, but it was also a real defense system. Every approach to the disaster fish crystal was blocked by physical attacks from its swift agility. Slipped and evaded, it was simple but more effective than anything else. Hansu swung his sword, spiritual energy instantly exploding. I can defeat them. The slashes immediately healed, but considering the disaster fish's regeneration speed, simply cutting them down won't solve anything. Your gaze changed, calmly approaching to prevent regeneration. Hansu slowly pulled out a vial of liquid from his pouch. You forcefully swung your hand, throwing it far away. There was only one way left to let the team decide on the disaster fish. In the air, the jar shattered, causing the liquid to splash in all directions, while the sharp blade of the sword formed a perfect arc. The liquid immediately surrounded the disaster fish. The liquid's semi-solid state not only hardened everything but also solidified a large area it touched, blocking the regeneration process. Immediately, the cracked pieces fell apart. Hansu swiftly retracted his sword. His proud stance confirmed the effectiveness of the alchemy formulas. It truly worked, and now he had verified the result. The sword tip stabbed straight down, causing the jar to shatter. Drops of the liquid surrounded the sword's blade. His gaze remained determined in a ready stance, now only needing to reduce their numbers. With his agile movements, Hansu calmly approached the disaster fish. It suddenly surfaced, causing the space to shift violently. At this moment, Min Chun slowly spoke, asking what Ferris had said. Aaron Pat's face turned pale and he calmly responded. The nearby assistants must remain alert and on guard. He then spoke heavily. I've never seen the disaster fish cause such a ruckus. The disaster fish became uncontrollable, thrashing violently. What could have made it so agitated? Sophia, with a quiet expression, silently passed over the water's surface. It seemed as if it had swallowed fire and was now writhing in pain. Min Chun immediately widened his eyes, looking confused, then stopped. Something was approaching, and he waved his hand to signal them to stop. Now's not the time. We need to scout another area quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze when a loud collision sound echoed. We have no way out, Aaron. Aaron Pat was suddenly slammed down. She immediately sat up, her tone forced. Just a little longer, I almost died. Min Chun was stunned, hesitating to speak. Sophia Vara, where did you come from? Sophia quickly stood up, her face frantic. We don't have time, move quickly. What? He hesitated. Where to? The disaster fish surfaced ahead, looking crazed. The disaster fish was thrashing more violently than before. She briefly lowered her gaze, her eyes dimmed. I've never seen this before. The disaster fish is really in pain. Sophia quietly sensed each individual. It sounded like an absurd statement, one that would be regarded as a legendary tale by others. She clenched her fists, trembling with anger for not being able to do it herself. But then, Sophia immediately felt self-reproach. Silent tears fell. Finally, she could escape the feeling of guilt that had haunted her for so long. The image of Hansu flashed through her mind. She thought to herself, he really kept his word. The disaster fish opened its mouth, exposing sharp teeth looking infuriating. It writhed in pain, causing the ground to tremble. Min Chun turned around in shock as his collar was tight. The other side, Aaron Park was also being dragged away. The ground trembled violently and the sound of fury rang out. The two of them staggered back, their faces changing. Sophia forcefully pulled them towards the oncoming debris, her voice panicked and loud. What's happening? Is the disaster fish vomiting up what it ate? Why? He questioned loudly. What did you do? The corner of her mouth slowly lifted. We did it. Sophia smiled contentedly, her voice cracking. It worked. After speaking, she took on a serious tone, her expression urgent. We don't have time. We're going to be swept away. We need to get far away from here now. He hesitated, speaking up. Wait, let go. Michael suddenly raised his head, observing. His gaze shifted slightly, muttering to himself. Behind him, she spoke urgently, her voice filled with unease. Michael, if the disaster fish's rage worsens, the damage will spread to this area. Michael spoke gruffly. Did you send the report? The hesitant voice responded. I just sent a pigeon saying that we would monitor the disaster fish's condition. That's still not enough. He immediately turned around, his voice sharp. Send another one. Michael's face turned pale, his expression hesitant. This might. A sudden collision sound echoed. The space trembled. This was just the beginning. His cold, piercing gaze continued to watch the imbalance in the area that had been maintained until now. The membrane of the disaster fish suddenly shook, causing rocks to fall in all directions. Disaster fish's spirit crystal seemed to change. Heizu, exhausted, drove his sword straight into the ground. His face was pale and he sighed. Just as expected. Adu raised his head, his gaze resolute. Relying on human strength is too exhausting. He suddenly lowered his head, his expression pensive. The physical strain on his body was increasing due to the use of the dragon transformation technique. Adu sighed quietly, his thoughts flashing by. More importantly, the disaster fish's tentacles are still in their original form with the healing reduction technique. He immediately tightened his grip on the sword, his expression determined. However, with his quick reflexes, Hansu leapt into the air. A direct attack was the only way to overcome this. His claws immediately tore through the air, rushing forward. He decisively swung his sword, delivering a series of consecutive, rapid slashes. Hansu executed a series of techniques flawlessly. The sharp, powerful sword tip plunged down. As he saw it move, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "So, you also know pain." The water stains spread and he calmly spoke. The space forming the stomach collapsed as its core was destroyed. Red spiritual energy spread out. Seeing this, Hansu spoke firmly. The space trembled briefly and the cracks immediately dissolved. Now onto the next step. Moved slowly, silently calculating. The first method to kill the disaster fish was to destroy the demon core in its stomach. Hansu confidently approached the disaster fish's demon core. Ahead, a massive, bottomless pit appeared. The second method was to go through the veins connected to the demon core and attack its heart directly. A chain of light flashed. He tried to remain calm, his mind clear. In the end, this was the final method to end this disaster. "I'll expel the poison through the Dragon Chi technique. And I'll continue breathing here thanks to my calm focus." Hansu resolutely tightened his grip on the sword and prepared to attack. Everything couldn't be better for him right now. He quickly dodged the dangerous strikes coming toward him, his gaze becoming firm and sharp. Hansu launched a series of moves. The sword slashed through the air perfectly. Suddenly, a claw jabbed straight for his back. His face changed as he screamed in pain. His whole body felt as if it had been shocked. His heartbeat raced. "Damn it. My heart," Jesus stumbled, kneeling under the crushing weight. The disaster fish's demon core shook briefly, and he frowned, his breath becoming difficult and rapid. Jesus resolutely got back up, his sword slicing across. "I don't have time to recover. I need to hurry." He froze for a moment, his eyes wide with shock and fear. Ahead, a dense array of sharp claws appeared. There were far more traps than he had expected. Jesus decisively retreated, silently calculating. "I have to pull back." His face changed as his arm braced against the pressure. "Ridiculous. If I turn around, I'll just keep retreating." His gaze became sharp. His spiritual energy exploded violently and the sharp sword decisively slashed through. Hansu sped forward, resolutely telling himself, the only way left is to move forward. His actions became quicker, more decisive. He just needed to be a little faster. Continuous and rapid sword strikes formed perfect light streaks. The body of the vein seemed to transform. A burst of spiritual energy erupted violently. "I did it," Hansu thought. "This is the life source for the entire body of the disaster fish. Previously part of the world tree's foundation, it was now split into pieces and buried deep within the disaster." His expression turned cold, his look one of dissatisfaction. "You're really making things harder than they need to be." Jesus faltered, his gaze fixed intently. The space shook violently. The disaster fish seemed to still be moving, its sharp teeth bared toward him. Jesus tightened his grip on the sword, his voice cold as he warned, "So, you're going to fight to the end, aren't you?" His demeanor turned crazed, his eyes sharp and cold. "If that's the case, then I won't yield easily either." With swift agility, Jesus moved like the wind, his sharp sword slashing across the body. He continued with a series of precise movements. The body split into several parts. Suddenly, the tail wrapped tightly around his leg. Jesus looked down coldly, his eyes confused. When did that thing appear there? Froze for a moment, shock flashing across his face. In front of him, a series of disaster fishtails appeared. They surrounded him, coiling tightly around him. A brilliant light exploded suddenly, and pieces of water began to appear. Jesus coldly withdrew his sword, his eyes narrowing with arrogance. He muttered, "This won't stop me, you bastards." The two swords were firmly raised, aimed straight at the body's core. "Let's see how you fight when I drain all your energy." The swords collided forcefully, but nothing happened. Hansu's entire body suddenly changed. His spiritual power erupted. Until now, this was harder than anything he had faced. He immediately counterattacked, unleashing a series of continuous moves. "If a direct attack is too difficult, I'll aim for the veins instead. I'll just cut off the veins connecting the body to the disaster fish." The sharp wind howled through the air and his expression changed, a look of shock and horror on his face. Hansu's eyes turned pale, his expression wild. The inner core appeared, radiating a brilliant glow. He slowly reached out to touch it, sighing in wonder. "It's smaller than I thought, though it contains immense power to sustain the disaster fish." Hansu's mouth curled up with smug satisfaction. "Finally, I've got it." Suddenly, the space trembled violently, and because I had taken the core piece, the internal structure of the disaster fish was starting to collapse. A deep, mysterious pit appeared in front of him. "With this situation, I'll be pulled into the destruction." He slid, closing his eyes in meditation, his posture still. The disaster fish suddenly attacked, causing Hansu to stagger backward. His hand loosened and the inner core fell out. No, his breath grew weak, his eyes clouded and his body slowly sank into the water. Cold, cryptic voice slowly rang out. "That's his illness. They found Hansu, the one who defeated the disaster fish." The twilight had now fallen and the red water was rising gently. A subordinate reported Vice Commander Liu. "It's done. His commander is Liu Hong Hai Dang." He looked on to confirm, so it's true after all. Liu Hong observed, "This belongs to Kaz Morin, the attacking commander." He then raised a question. He was tasked with managing Quadratus. "So what exactly happened to him?" The subordinate reported, "We also found the bodies of other Quadratus members nearby. and it was confirmed that they were part of Cass Morin's unit. He added, just as you said. There are signs that all of them became victims of that person. Vice Commander, we should, Liu Hong interrupted. No, as you can see, the commander is gone now. We should make clear our roles. The subordinate was shocked. Commander Liu Hong said, that sounds good. He thought to himself, I'm different from Cass Morin, who easily reached the commander position just because he had been here longer than me. Liu Hong asked again, what about the other items you found? Were there any survivors? The subordinate responded, we are still actively investigating, but based on the wreckage, it seems there are no survivors. He added, additionally, we did not find any ancient texts, but we are collecting artifacts from inside the disaster fish. Liu Hong slowly spoke. Such a massive creature died without leaving any ancient texts behind. Considering the situation here, who knows how many intact items are left. He thrust his sword into the ground with force. More importantly, I don't know if he survived, but let's search for any traces of him, as much as we can. Liu Hong calculated that he would need to check the heavenly eye that person had implanted into Quadratus. At that moment he noticed something beneath his feet. Here, Liu Hong followed the edge of the abyss. This is where the heart of the disaster fish must have been. He looked at the scene before him, puzzled. Part of its body is decaying. What exactly happened here? Liu Hong wondered to himself, is Kang Hansu really strong enough that a subordinate would come rushing here in panic? The deputy commander, Liu Hong, spoke coldly. I am Commander Liu. What is it? The subordinate urgently reported, a large number of pilgrims are on their way here. Liu Hong asked, shouldn't we have executed the secrecy protocol long ago? Aren't we patrolling the outer areas? The subordinate replied anxiously, there are too many people for us to block. What should we do now? But Liu Hong thought, it's fine. I'm sure they are only coming to see that the disaster fish has died. He was very confident. There's no reason to cause a commotion here. As long as they stay away, let them be. At that moment, from another direction, someone's voice was heard. What's going on here? Are you telling me someone actually killed that monster? The subordinate confirmed, yes, that massive creature is dead. Sang Jin said in a low voice, I've heard that countless miraculous artifacts are hidden inside that disaster fish. Then he shouted, are you planning to hoard them all for yourself? You going to keep everything for yourself? Everyone was astonished. What artifacts? Hunting here is so difficult that we couldn't even find any ancient text. If I could get an artifact. Another group eagerly said, what are you doing? Just standing there? Go get some artifacts for yourselves. They all scrambled around. Right, we have the advantage in numbers. Liu Hong ordered, out of respect for that person's honor, I've let you be. Now go, this area is under our control, Haydang. He mobilized the entire army. What are you all doing? Handle them. The subordinates responded in unison, yes, Commander. And so the group charged forward, turning the place into a battlefield. From above, something was watching everything unfold. It was the eye of the gods, someone's treasured possession. The owner of the object reclaimed it. I had instructed everyone to gather around the disaster fish to attract Haydang's attention. Sophia observed the chaos below. They've really caused quite a mess, haven't they? He remembered clearly, I only asked them to spread a few rumors, and though I can't trust them, they are quite talented. Now, Sophia evaluated the situation seriously, but she realized they had intentionally stirred up the others. It made Sophia wonder who they were. She looked at the sinister group below. However, she thought, either way, this works to my advantage. It's good that they are distracted, but since they are up against Haydang, they won't last long. From here, she reminded herself, I must take this opportunity to search. I don't have much time. If one sphere isn't enough, I'll have to use more. The system notification in the Eye of the Gods created a white orb that shared vision with the user. The more orbs, the more magical power they consume. Sophia figured out the solution. Hard to control them all at once, but for a quiet search, I have no other choice, she sighed. 3 days have passed now. Sophia was resolute. This time I have to find Hansu. He won't die so easily. So I must find him, she was confident. I'm sure I'll find him. At this very moment, somewhere else, Hansu was still unconscious. He lay next to the Red Water River, his body severely injured. Fairy appeared out of nowhere. So this day has finally come. It gathered strength, raised its hand, and struck Hansu's face. Hey, Fairy called out, but when there was no response, it became frustrated. It then used its ultimate move. You don't wake up, I'll kiss you. Seeing Hansu suddenly sit up, Fairy pretended to be disappointed. You're awake, what a pity. Hansu looked at his current body. Looks like I managed to recover quickly before my transformation into a dragon was undone. He touched the stone fragment he had collected. Luckily, I have everything I need. Then Hansu turned to Fairy. You were the one who woke me up. Long time no see, do you remember me? He wondered. What are you doing in this area? Fairy smiled and said, that's terrifying, so you know we don't show up unless something extraordinary happens. It suddenly hugged Hansu. Yes, but I can't just sit and watch. Fairy then opened something. Do you see it? This is your exhaustion. It pointed out Hansu's accomplishment. You're the first traveler to ever kill that thing. You know, that's our rule. Big rewards for great achievements, Fairy said. Actually, that wasn't the target for hunting, so there's no reward available, but it would be a shame if there weren't one. Hansu felt, it's strange, if I were stronger it would seem dull to you. You know very well that you're all sadists, enjoying cruel situations. There's no way you came here with good intentions. Fairy replied, yes, that's why we've thought about it a lot. Now it eagerly asked, what can we do to make Lord Hansu here risk jumping into hell and struggling? Fairy spoke in a dangerous tone. We've thought a lot about that. Then said, so I'll make you an offer. It's not really a suggestion for you. Fairy slowly laid out the terms. If you accept the reward for killing the disaster fish right now, system notification, rank 8 skill, Lord of Soul. Hansu quietly evaluated it. A skill that allows you to turn the dead into ghosts and summon them. No, that's not all. You can see it also has a special effect of magical chi. I can't even imagine how powerful it is. Someone like you can only have 7 skills. This will be an incredibly useful reward. Fairy said, don't be too surprised just yet. It revealed more. This reward has a condition related to the other disasters. Hansu skeptically guessed those skill fragments are. Suddenly, he smiled faintly. Then he spoke, it's fine, this is enough. Fairy was confused, I haven't even explained it yet. Hansu firmly said, I don't need to hear any more, I'll choose the second offer. Fairy explained, unlike the first offer, the second one requires you to destroy all the disasters to receive the reward. If any are left, you'll get nothing. It asked again, will you still accept it? Hansu firmly replied, it's fine. He immediately jumped into the river, see you later. Fairy sighed. He accepted it without needing any explanation. Truly, you don't disappoint me. It was only testing resolve. If you had chosen the reward easily, I would have been disappointed. Fairy knew well that identifying all the calamities in that area was already difficult enough. I hoped you would struggle for a long time. Very long. The ancient tree swayed, shaking the entire space with its fury. Ancient tree spoke in a deep voice. I couldn't hear it, the voice of the calamity fish. Then it opened its foul-smelling mouth. The ancient tree erupted in anger, surging forward. The red river still flowed violently. The strongest one stepped through the river. Hansu brushed his hair back after emerging from underwater. He assessed himself. Even though he had accepted the fairy's proposal easily, the situation was truly complex. And Hansu realized the stark truth that his existence had accelerated the decay of the abyss. Then on, he reminded himself to finish everything faster than before. Hansu recalled Kang T's words. If we don't move using the Urkenian time-space crystal, even with Kang's future knowledge, the abyss's decay will accelerate. He'd stressed it particularly, so it's best to run as fast as possible. This is troublesome. I might return to the past, but I don't want Heizu to complain. It's annoying to have this forced on me, yet you must agree. Thinking back, I was indeed forced to accept this, really. Hansu instinctively raised his hand into the space and his beloved Kyriel appeared before him. But it was only an illusion he saw, and at this moment Kyriel was gradually fading. Heizu clenched his somewhat empty hand and scanned the surrounding. Then he reminded himself that, in this situation, every skill was a valuable asset. Hansu knew he hadn't expected any reward when killing the calamity fish initially. And he realized he would have to do it to maintain balance in the red zone and seek the next calamity. Hansu had calculated he could lure them with just a fragment of the calamity fish. He tucked the piece he had just picked into his pocket. Heizu compared, unlike before, he had killed the calamity fish, taken what he wanted, and settled the debt with Sophia. From here he found a path. He should meet Sophia but first go elsewhere. Just then 2 people rushed in. One last culprit was hiding here. What are you doing here? Immediately Hansu was surrounded, but he wasn't worried. Perfect timing. Heizu relaxed his body, wanting to confirm something. He charged forward in an instant, glad there were people he could question here. Leader Den was enraged at being attacked. You Hatsu, Hansu said lightly, don't worry, I'll make sure you can at least speak. Within minutes he handled them all, even carrying the leader in his hands. Hatsu instinctively looked aside. From this group he guessed 3 days had passed, meaning the other calamities had likely begun acting. Heizu sighed, terrible, I didn't expect to be unconscious for so long. Before him, he was worried he wouldn't seize the opportunity in time. Hansu suddenly ran forward. He looked at what had just fallen to the ground. Hansu then gazed ahead. A figure hovered in the air and spoke, it's you, isn't it? Michael appeared here from nowhere. Hansu tensed. He suddenly laughed in satisfaction. Hansu frowned, what do you want? I'm busy, I want to leave now. Yet Michael's entourage surrounded him. Aaron Pat stood beside him in thought. Sophia must have searched but couldn't find him, yet Michael did. Michael reminded him, Aaron Pat, I will make you accountable for aiding the orders of the 7 souls according to your wishes. Even as a Valkyrie supporter, don't act foolishly, he said, then leaped down. Michael landed powerfully. Handling Kang Hansu was his top priority. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. With one swing, the space was enveloped by Michael's magic. Sophia appeared suddenly, finally found him. She evaluated, he really always gets involved with all kinds of useless people. Sophia exhaled, at least he's okay. Michael wondered, Sophia, why would you, one of the 7 souls, help him? Said that she already knew everything happening here. Naturally, she also knew about her involvement. Sophia declared, I'm ready to face it if you try to stop Kang Hansu. Then she requested, Kang Hansu, go, I'll buy you time. You have other matters to attend. Michael wanted to explain, it seems we misunderstand each other, I just want to know. He asked gravely, are you truly the one who defeated that monster, the Calamity Fish? Hansu retorted, does it matter to you? Michael responded, I understand, in that case it was my only choice. Both Sophia and Hansu looked at the hand extended toward them. Those above watched without blinking, but Michael said, take my hand. Sophia wondered, what do you mean? Why do you want to cooperate with me? Heizu wanted to know, what do I gain by shaking hands with you? You shouldn't gain anything from this. Michael asserted, unlike Sophia standing beside you, I can ensure you receive direct support from the aides. This isn't a bad offer for you, he continued, I want this place to change. The red zone has never changed since I arrived. As one who could, Michael shared, I need a strong wind to stir this stagnant water. I need someone like you. Sophia remained somewhat skeptical. Sounds suspicious, but will you accept? Hansu exclaimed, so there are still those who desire change even now. And he agreed. Fine, Michael smiled, excellent, you've made a great decision. Then suddenly the entire space trembled. Panicked, he shouted, everyone get out. Wooden debris from the mountain fell like rain. A monster appeared from nowhere. Around it were thousands of sharp spikes. The ferocious monster threatened everyone. Seeing it, even Michael was horrified. Where did that come from? It's a false mouth. Heizu assessed, just the erupting body, one of the calamities, yet it could swallow almost everything around it. With an extremely durable body, random attacks couldn't faze it. He noticed especially that too many appeared at once. Everyone panicked, screaming and running. The brutal false mouth targeted individuals. A single strike could send someone away forever. Heizu questioned, normally isn't that a monster that rises fully to the surface? Why is it here? Someone's trembling hand raised, Commander, help. But in this situation, Michael didn't know what to do. He panicked, damn, if we stay here, everyone dies. We must run. Hansu tightly grasped Michael's hand. You said you wanted to help me, right? Then let's go together. Michael was doubtful, and where do you intend to go in this situation? This isn't the time to joke. Heizu affirmed, don't worry, we won't go far. Then he used magic to open an entrance in the false mouth's body. He called, here, go in. Michael was confused. Cutting it isn't so simple, how do we just go in? Hansu immediately pulled Michael along with a rope, and when they arrived, he gently landed. Hansu evaluated the situation, his voice calm. Inside, it looked exactly as he had predicted, but now Michael had just arrived. Hansu confronted him, saying he was rather poor at leading. Michael indignantly retorted, then who do you think is at fault? Who with a normal mind would drag others into something like this? Why am I being pulled in? Hansu reminded him of his earlier words. Didn't you say you would help me? Michael replied. This isn't the kind of help I expected. More importantly, what do you plan to do now that we're here? Hansu revealed, the liquid on the ground looks like a nutrient solution. He continued, all disasters share one thing in common. Do you know what it is? Michael repeated skeptically. A common point. Inside the abyssal maw, movement could be felt. Michael gasped, what? It's moving inside its mouth. Hansu showed no surprise. I guessed right, it's moving, get ready. So he and Michael stood in silence, observing. Streams of energy were flowing into the abyssal maw. Instantly, monsters began to appear. Michael closed his eyes in fear. All the monsters in the area were charging at them. He considered giving up. It's too dangerous to face so many monsters, I have to run. At that moment, Hansu spoke. Remember the common trait of all disasters. He gripped his sword tightly and released a surge of power. Dragon Chi activated. Hansu warned, when facing them, you must always look forward. There is no retreat. Without hesitation, he swung his sword powerfully at the monsters, unleashing a vast wave of magic. Michael watched in astonishment. How is he doing this? He was amazed. No matter how strong he is, how can he advance forward alone like that? Then Michael asked, aren't you afraid? A voice replied, you don't understand, accompanied by familiar magic. Sophia said, you've only just met Kang Hansu. She added, I can't believe you disappeared without a word. You think I would automatically follow you? Hansu replied. Sophia, I understand your character very well. You've only known me for a short while. Michael grew increasingly puzzled. How could these two speak so calmly? We have to leave now, Sophia emphasized. I came to help Kang Hansu to fight alongside him. She added, if you're afraid, just run. Michael wanted to curse. These lunatics, this place keeps spawning monsters from that area. This isn't something two people can handle alone. Hansu loudly warned, more monsters are coming, get ready. Sophia panicked when she realized the wind, it was the sacred relic defense. Summoning all his courage, Michael stood up to fight, no matter how foolish it seemed. I promised I'd help you, so now I'll stand by your side, she said eagerly. Sophia Vara, I will witness the true power of the Shadow 7, and above all, I will see the true strength of that man. Michael asserted he has already altered this area, so I expect more changes to come. Sophia quietly admitted, yes, even after a short conversation you can already sense it. Hansu has that kind of power. She understood the power to change and guide others. Then the group fought the monsters together. Michael continued to fight with all his strength. Later he wondered, we're holding on but being slowly pushed back. Is he just defending? Hansu explained. The number of monsters had significantly decreased, meaning the first wave was nearly over. He turned to ask Sophia's opinion. So, Sophia, do you see it? Sophia agreed. Yes, since I entered, I've been observing it through the scrying eye. She revealed, I roughly know its location, we just need to find it. Sophia used the scrying eyes, swiftly flying past each monster. The scrying eyes easily bypassed them. Sophia calculated that if it erupts easily, the next disaster would have a similar structure. Attacking from the outside would be pointless. She analyzed, the abyssal maw is basically the eruption's mouth. The only vulnerable spot is inside. The true body of the eruption lies beneath the world tree, hidden and hard to harm. Sophia realized one thing, however, entering the maw will create a hole from which monsters spill out. She focused through the scrying eyes and saw where the monsters appeared, the only weak point, the area connected to the inside. After a while, the scrying eyes returned and Sophia exclaimed in surprise, I've found it. She maneuvered the scrying eyes toward the exploited area. Sophia encountered difficulty. I found the location, but the monsters won't stop appearing, disrupting my connection. Moreover, it's too deep, we must get past all these monsters first. Hansu spoke gently, no problem. He boosted his power and declared, I just need a little time. His eyes glowed coldly. Both Sophia and Michael stared in awe. Sophia felt the embodiment of Hansu's dragon chi had grown stronger. Michael was truly curious. He also possessed chi skills and could even transform his body. Who was he? Sophia reminded, the dragon chi form won't last long, we need to finish quickly. No matter how strong he is, he can't handle all of them alone. Sophia stood firmly, I'll open the way for you. Michael instinctively closed his eyes. He said, I've sent a request for help to the Surface Guild. I don't know when they'll arrive. I can't just stand by and watch the two of you fight even if I'm unsure we can handle them. Monsters continued their ferocious charge. Hansu paused briefly, a nostalgic image of old comrades flickering in his mind. He smiled faintly, then spoke, wait, I'll use what I just received. Hansu drew it out, a surge of magical energy flowing upward. You guys at Gashu have sharp eyes. Hansu exclaimed, finally something useful. This is the Blade of Oblivion, a relic of Galadriel. Michael was astonished. Just one slash and it's that powerful? This was no ordinary weapon, the Gashu clan had carried it. Suddenly Hansu commanded, both of you draw your weapons. They obeyed, drawing their weapons and resonating magical energy together, a relic skill allowing one to borrow another's power. Hansu confirmed silently, this was the relic's primitive use. The relic of Galadriel was one of the last found forgotten relics in the region. Of course, it was useless without awakening from the fragment of the relic. Thanks to the magical resonance, they now had some advantage. Now, are you ready to die? The battle had raged for some time with no end in sight. Outside was chaotic. Don't fall back, more monsters will appear. I've never seen so many monsters appear at once. Heron Park asked, has the military academy arrived? He looked up in confusion. Is this Michael's carrier pigeon? Heron Park read its contents, requesting help. Liu Hong appeared from nowhere, crushing the bird, angering Heron Park. What are you doing? Liu Hong said calmly. I didn't know which rats were running wild in my area. Turns out it's you. Heron Park now recognized him, Liu Hong of the lighthouse. Liu Hong quickly grasped the situation. I'm sure I reminded you that we are here to find Kang Hansu. Heron Park couldn't argue. Liu Hong reminded him, this is the lighthouse's responsibility. Dealing with this disaster falls under their authority. Your support team should fall back. Heron Park protested, but we can't leave with monsters surrounding us like this. Liu Hong clarified, it seems you misunderstood. I said it's your job to deal with the rats on the surface. Your support team must retreat immediately. The disaster on the surface is not your concern. Heron Park reluctantly acknowledged, understanding Liu Hong's authority over the lighthouse's jurisdiction. He is cunning, but we have other matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Hong disappeared. Now that he had moved inside, Michael met with the first support team. Michael wondered, Liu Hong, what are you doing here? Liu Hong warned, if you dare act within my area, you will be held accountable for it. This is our territory. Stop what you're doing and get to the surface now. Michael retorted, you will regret this. Liu Hong reminded, there are limits to lying. The surrounding space suddenly shook violently and Liu Hong had to panic. What? The entrance is blocked. The wall is moving. He and the soldiers all looked up. Damn, I've never heard of monsters' mouths moving like this before. Michael warned, that's the problem. Using skills here is harder than outside. I never imagined that my courier message would call such an important person. If you want to get out alive, you must cooperate with us. Liu Hong became angry. I'll make you. Just then Hansu had just finished wiping out a bunch of monsters. The man over there, he warned, shut up. If you want to live, get to work. Liu Hong silently acknowledged, He is strong, I've never seen him before. Is he the one who took down the disaster, Hansu? He gritted his teeth in frustration. As long as the entrance remains closed, it's useless to exert power here. Then Liu Hong gave the order, no choice, move forward and defeat the monsters. He pulled out his messenger bird. I need to report to the one in charge here, deal with Kang Hansu as well. Even though he's a newcomer, he's a skilled warrior and grows stronger quickly. But that's all. Of course, he's stronger because of Sakya. One of the 7 shadows appeared unexpectedly behind, yet it was not enough. Liu Hong had ill intentions. If I can handle him, that person will surely promote me to commander. He asked, what do you mean by that? Hansu affirmed, you won't survive in this state. The beacon seems weaker than I remember. Liu Hong looked at the hand in front of him in confusion. Hansu squeezed the stone tightly in his palm. It controlled the weapon, leaving Liu Hong's men stunned. What's this? They were stunned as a surge of energy spread throughout their bodies. Everyone could clearly feel the source of that power. But Hansu had used quite a bit of strength. I knew it, dividing the magic power among so many people is difficult. His face gradually grew weary. Hansu focused, commanding. Focus on controlling the magic power while fighting. A tree was embedded in a mana stone and it was the powerful plant. The plant covered the stone. Someone exclaimed, not enough, I still can't control this many plants. The plants suddenly opened their eyes. The intruder Fabian was now appearing here. Battle raged on fiercely. Move forward, Liu Hong. He only laughed. The drama is always at its peak. He had just uncovered some secret. I've never felt so helpless as I do now. How interesting, Hansu, so you're hiding this power. Liu Hong had to admit, impressive. He was eager. I need to report this immediately. That person doesn't seem to know about Hansu's strength yet. Liu Hong believed that with that power, even if trapped in the demon's mouth with a magical barrier stronger than the outside, he could easily break through the wall surrounding us. He had an idea, if I can capture Kang Hansu, the one who has ventured deep inside, and then escape, that person will look at me very differently. I'm not like Kaz Morin, the one who died in vain. Liu Hong rushed forward, I'll handle it, but was stopped by a monster midway, damn it. Liu Hong was enraged. Why did the magical flow suddenly disappear like this? A strike at the monster saved him, and because of that Liu Hong safely landed. I won't help you anymore, so figure it out yourself. Liu Hong was disgusted. Never thought I'd need help from the most heretical one in the 7 shadows like her. He was irritated. Where is the attack team? Hold your position and deal with them immediately. Sophia silently turned away, a bit exhausted. She realized she truly couldn't help him anymore. The magic that Hansu shared with me has been slowly destabilizing since earlier. She looked around in confusion. What's going on inside? Hansu volunteered, I'll go inside. Sakya quickly stopped him. Wait, I've told you going inside before dealing with. The monsters in the passage will be very dangerous. It's fine, we can't drag this out any longer. The only option is to move deeper inside. Heizu replied, but I can't leave the enemy behind me, so I'll go in first. I'm counting on you to cover me. So, Sophia could only quietly respond, don't worry, I'll catch up with you soon. Inside the central area, Fabian was there. Soon, he sensed Hansu's presence. Just as expected, I knew you'd show yourself once I entered. Hansu ordered, activate the internal security system. He gripped his sword, his whole body brimming with killing intent. Hansu cast a sharp glance. The last of an extinct race, the only survivor of the Elfenheim army. He focused all his energy to prepare for an attack, while Fabian stood still like a statue. Hansu kept moving nimbly, while Fabian remained unaffected. Now, he slowly raised his massive hand, and Fabian struck at the spot where Hansu had just been. This forced Hansu to struggle to defend. Hansu poured all his strength into the sword to protect himself. He noticed that Fabian's movements were very different. He was still alive. If so, then Fabian still had control over Hansu under his palm. He had a plan. I'll prioritize using the power of Numaha over the other awakened artifacts with the holy stone fragments. And Hansu followed the plan. I can neutralize the defensive magic with that weak power. Seeing Fabian injured, he acknowledged the attack was effective. Hansu remained highly focused, but his wound was still too shallow. I need to focus more strength. Fabian's sharp claws scraped against the ground. On the other side, Hansu continued to strike, and Fabian raised his massive hand towards him. His hand sweeping through the air caused everything to tremble. Without much effort, Fabian knocked Hansu down again, the strike so strong it shattered the ground. The system announced, Echetran, Elfenheim's 5 great generals, Fabian, one of Elfenheim's 5 great generals. He said solemnly, just as expected, 2 of the 5 great generals of Elfenheim are dead. Hansu felt some regret. He could have dealt damage with the power he had just used, but they used artifacts to block it. He spoke, they are Elfenheim's protective devices, originally used to protect the tree. Elfenheim has long fallen, they still function. Hansu felt the pain, the power was truly overwhelming. Ordinary attacks would have no effect. My right hand broke after that last strike. Glanced at the development log, the growth rate wasn't bad. The content displayed, despite the low growth rate, strength 3.3%, physical stamina 31.5%, accuracy 35.3%, perception 33.9%, magic power 35.1%, physical resistance 31.1%, magic resistance 35.4%, long qigong skill level 3.5%. Based on that, he analyzed, even though the development rate has increased significantly along with the usage of the red stats, I still can't completely block the damage. Hansu connected. I left my power behind to clean up the rear. Everything is still going according to plan. If there's any change, it can only be one possibility. Certain, the Elfenheim generals are using very excellent artifacts. I awakened my artifact with the Holy Stone fragment, but using it perfectly is another matter. Hansu knew what he needed to do, to use as much power from the Holy Stone and the artifacts as possible. You made it clear, and your target isn't the general of Elfenheim, but the one behind them. The source of their power, the hands of those monsters rising up. Hansu cursed, damn, the second protective device has been activated. Right in front of him was the entire Galarian army. They were charging at Hansu like starving tigers. You weren't afraid at all. If you plan to crush me with your flesh, then I'm prepared. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Safia had arrived in time, even freezing the air around her. Meanwhile, the Galarian army aimed at her. You felt confused. What the hell is this? We just killed a bunch of bugs to get here, and now more zombies are showing up. They're too strong. Safia was stunned. The Galarian army was controlled by the cursed fish's belly. Originally, this army was meant to protect this place. Even Liu Hong had to fight hard. He couldn't help but be surprised. I thought the magic flow here was so strange. But who would have guessed a battle of this scale would break out here? At this rate, the plan is ruined. Kang Hansu, how long do you intend to keep fighting? Hansu swung his sword with all his might. He poured all his strength into attacking the monster. Its dark fluid shattered. A mana stone fell from above. Hansu sighed inwardly. I'm still dealing damage, but they heal too fast. He prepared for another strike. Hansu was annoyed. That guy who kept shooting was really annoying. Blood poured from his mouth. The more he used the dragon's chi and prolonged the fight, his body wouldn't hold up. He was forcing his body to recover using the dragon's power. While maximizing his magic, the veins in his body were on the verge of bursting. Hansu focused, aiming for just one thing. Everything else was fleeting, the core of the heart. The magic orb accumulated by the elven horde. According to their propaganda, the insect race once dominated the red region in the past. To control the ecosystem, they created magical creatures capable of movement, the World Tree, and something that was both the foundation of the World Tree and the source of all life in the red region. These things about the tree were incredibly unique. It was a living entity, a species they hid deep beneath the roots of the World Tree. Over time, the entity lost its function due to the intervention of disaster creatures. One of those was the poisonous root. It once had a purpose. Originally, it was created to support the entity. Now, everything had changed and it became a disaster. It caused the entity to fall into a state of chaos. However, due to lack of authority, all it could do was stall. From this, Hansu realized that it might be why the security system had been activated to delay the time. He analyzed, the Elven II army was more accurate. These were entities created solely to protect the entity. The 5 generals, through magical preservation placed upon the remains of Elven II, became an immortal army, still retaining their destructive power and regeneration ability from their peak. Elven II's physique was naturally tougher than humans, making them extremely difficult enemies. Furthermore, Hansu knew that if he activated his dragon form using dragon chi, he could create a momentary opening. From here, he concluded that the most troublesome thing was their regeneration ability. Magical energy from the entity continuously sustained its recovery mechanism through the central core. Hansu thought, it's like fighting an immortal zombie horde. If this continues, the fight will never end. He made sure of one thing. The 5 generals were just bait. His only goal was the Numaha Ring of Destruction. Hansu followed his plan. I'll activate my dragon form to maximize magical power and focus it all on a single point. He calculated, based on the original power of the ruins combined with the sacred stone. I'll stack additional magical energy into the Numaha Ring. Hansu prepared himself and gathered all his strength into one strike. He swung his sword fiercely at Echidron, who, enraged, was about to counterattack. But Hansu was confident in his decision, even if it was the Fabian armor made from the Galabrian ruins. He couldn't fully block the destructive power of the Numaha Ring, a unique item. He took a running leap and stayed still, letting it regenerate. Echidron was attacked so badly that he had no chance to counter. Hansu glanced back to see the result of his attack. At that moment, Echidron launched an unexpected strike. Hansu quickly responded. The seeds of Echidron, each having the same power level as the Fabian armor. In other words, I can destroy them. Assess the situation. If I increase my power, Hansu posed a question. I haven't even used my full strength. Yet it separated itself. But he felt something was off, this sly fox. Did he intentionally loosen the magical energy around the ruins to lure in an attack? That meant as long as the core wasn't harmed, the ruins would remain intact. Echidron's eyes glowed red, his hands filled with overflowing power. Hansu regained his strength and slashed through the flying objects. He struggled to dodge the obstacles. At this point, Hansu understood. Even if he cut off the shape of the ruins, the power within them remained undiminished. He cursed in frustration, damn it. Meanwhile, Michael's side was equally desperate. Everyone was exhausted to the point of running out of strength. Liu Hong's soldier helplessly repeated, "How many more times do we have to fight like this? We've been attacking non-stop, but their numbers haven't decreased at all." The monster was stabbed by several swords, but now it moved slowly. The subordinate, frustrated, yelled, "Commander, how much longer do we have to fight like this? We've attacked endlessly, but their numbers never decrease." He was squeezed by the monster's attack. Michael arrived in time to rescue him. "Don't slack off, they'll revive." Yet that guy blamed Michael's assistant. "This is all your fault." A voice rang out, complaining won't help, followed by small ice shards falling onto the monster. The man looked at the person in front of him, his cheeks flushed. "Sophia, Vara." Sophia sternly replied, "Put everything aside and focus on fighting the Galadrian army, or we will all die here." Liu Hong silently assessed, "I thought Sophia Vara was the one who defeated the hand it reached out. Now I acknowledge, but I've come to realize when observing her, I see who truly understands everything and acts decisively." Meanwhile, Liu Hong accepted the truth. "Moreover, Kang Hansu is much stronger than I thought. I must report this accurate information to them. The rest can wait as long as we leave here safely." At this moment, Hansu was still fiercely fighting Echidron, but the strike he unleashed was incredibly powerful. Currently, he was facing obstacles. "Damn it, block one attack, two more come at me. No matter what, I can't block all of them." Despite this, Hansu charged forward. If dodging was impossible, he angrily lunged at Echidron. Then he gathered his strength and kicked it hard. The consequences were terrible. His leg was torn apart. Hansu gritted his teeth and endured. His will never weaken. As if this minor injury wasn't enough, Hansu recklessly lunged forward again. "I'll use the rebound force to charge straight ahead, surrounded by magical stones near Echidron." As Hansu was about to reach him, he released his attack. He thought, "If I land a deadly blow, it will be worth it even if I get hurt." Suddenly, Echidron drew a magic formation, but everything had gone according to Hansu's calculations. Now, there's no time to defend. It was his turn to deliver a powerful attack. An instant, Hansu moved behind him. Echidron only then sensed and slowly turned around. But Hansu was focused on another target. He shouted, "I'm not aiming at you." The magical ice shards were being destroyed by Hansu. After a while, he landed. "I've spent too much time here already." Next, Hansu redirected his sword. Then he unleashed his strongest strike at Echidron. That's it. Meanwhile, Sophia was caught off guard, observing the scene around her. Suddenly, the knights froze in place. Sophia wondered why. They weren't recovering either. Their source energy had run out. A familiar voice echoed, "We're safe now." Sophia was startled. Hansu tensed and said, "But this is just the beginning. It's not over. We must move to the next position." Liu Hong announced this openly. "Wait, you intend to advance further? If so, we, the people of Beacon, will retreat." He confidently added, "We're not foolish enough to throw ourselves into a dead end. We followed you only because of the urgent situation. But don't mistake us, we don't obey your command," Liu Hong emphasized. "We are under no obligation to follow you. You agree, don't you?" Hansu nodded firmly. "Exactly." Liu Hong spoke cheerfully. "Each person will go their own way." I had to halt because of Hansu's sudden sword strike. "Why didn't I see that coming?" Liu Hong shouted. "How dare you attack me?" Hansu explained. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not attacking you." He revealed, "I'm merely opening the path I will take." "Right, but can you hold your breath now?" A massive torrent of water suddenly poured down. Liu Hong spun around in shock. Over there, a flood of red water surged forward. Liu Hong turned pale with fear. In just a second, it submerged everything. Liu Hong cursed. "That madman, some tried to swim through the dirt paths and..." He seethed with hatred, thinking, "That bastard intends to drown everyone here. I can't believe he'd do this." After we tried to escape, he unleashed it. He was filled with rage. "I didn't want to use this, but I have no choice now. All I want is to get out." But the system notified him, "Cannot use." This confused Liu Hong. "Cannot use a relic that can transport anywhere in the red zone, yet it's unusable." Hansu clarified, "It seems you still don't understand the red zone. You can't use it inside the disaster fish or the world tree." "To be precise, we're not in a dungeon. It won't work here," he said. "Ultimately, a fragment of the holy stone suppresses its function." Hansu knew this was where the eruption disk had nested within the world tree at the center of the red zone. He revealed, "We're approaching the room that holds the tree. I carry the relic of the 5 generals with me." Hansu explained that, according to the plan, he could awaken the relic using the fragment of the holy stone. He hadn't disclosed yet, but simply by increasing the number of relics he possessed, controlling the mana spilling from the fragment would become easier. Even without using much power, the fragment was immensely potent and should ideally be handled by a skilled relic user, or a potential candidate to fully harness it, Hansu believed, but things seemed easier now. Liu Hong still harbored resentment. "How dare you do such things and pretend nothing happened?" he demanded arrogantly. "Command of the first force should have been mine after I escaped here. As the leader of the guides, I cannot ignore this." Now Hansu explained, "I haven't told you yet. If you want to escape, following the trunk of the tree is the fastest route." He related it to the current situation. "Everyone here has high resistance, so you should be able to resist the poison too." Someone agreed, "That's true, better than being burned." Liu Hong retorted angrily, "Don't talk back to me. No one here has the right to command me." He turned around, "Do as you wish, I don't care. There's less danger here. Whether you follow me or not has nothing to do with me," he warned, "but if you do follow me, you can escape safely. That's all I'm saying." Adu shared his knowledge. The red zone would change in unprecedented ways. "Don't miss the chance to follow me." Michael hesitated. "The red zone will change," he praised. "I wished for a change here. Red zone had never altered itself since I arrived, yet you made it happen." Michael added, "I need someone who can change everything, someone like you," he suspected. "I guess this is why people always say to be careful with wishes." Michael declared that the guide would act independently. Liu Hong interrupted, "Even if you seek our help, it's too late. I'll make you regret underestimating me." Unexpectedly, Hansu confidently replied, "Of course, Liu Hong." Hansu clarified, "Even if I can't pull you along my path, I still intend to live up to heirs' expectations, though there are always exceptions." Liu Hong fumed, "You still underestimate the guy." Sophia suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, isn't something very strange happening?" She spoke urgently. Kang Hansu may have made a mistake this time. Sophia was using her divine eye and had noticed something. She urgently reported that her observation skill detected movement in the surrounding area. Through the divine eye, Sophia clearly saw the monsters. Hansu couldn't comprehend it. The malformed creatures, this tree had gone berserk. He examined them, they seemed incomplete. Surely they would die once their vitality ran out, but until then they appeared intent on devouring everything in sight. Is it because the erupting mass lost control over the tree? Hansu regained composure. "Do you think something random like that requires my attention?" Now the malformed monsters were defeated on the ground. Each unit reported. The units at the edges had completed their arrangements. The elite assault team and support units reported. Another group requested more supplies. Someone called, "Johan, bring the rations here." He responded immediately. Johan carried the crates over, exhaling deeply. The past few days had descended into chaos. He thought it was a joke. Johan was exhausted, but it seemed what he'd heard had become reality. Old images resurfaced in his mind. Even now, recalling the first encounter with the disaster fish made his hands tremble. Johan asked instinctively, "But when did Hansu start planning to wipe out these disaster fish?" Someone in a cloak overheard. "What did you just say?" the person asked. "Have you met Hansu before?" Johan assessed quietly. He looked formidable. Was he part of the first group to enter the red zone? He wondered if some force was actually behind him. Surely at that time they were pursuing him. Johan felt fear, thinking, "Damn, I don't even know where he is." Later Johan asked, "Who are you? I have nothing to say to strangers." Johan warned, "There are many rear forces nearby, so threatening me isn't wise." The other spoke softly to explain. "Oh, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Sorry, I didn't mean that." Then he removed his hood. Sang-jin hesitated. "Sorry for not introducing myself. I'm Choi Sang-jin. I'm just curious because I'm a friend of Hansu." He confided, "I thought it wouldn't take much time, but it seems you've finally made it here thanks to Hansu. I also had help from many others." Johan responded, "I know he's changed a lot since he pulled that boat, but let me ask you one thing. What is Kang Hansu targeting?" Sang-jin hesitated. "If you mean this specific thing, then I..." Johan immediately interrupted, "Didn't you say you were his friend?" Sang-jin had no way to argue anymore. He struggled to explain. Hansu usually keeps his plans secret, and he's not the type to explain the little things even if you ask him. More importantly, I can still read Johan's expression. Sang-jin had no words left. "What's with him?" He interrupted, "Never mind, it doesn't matter. Whatever happens, I will make my own decisions," Sang-jin said seriously. "Use me, Hansu, I have always been grateful. I have also been saved by Hansu." Sang-jin thought to himself, with Hansu right in front of him looking at his palm. "So I've decided to walk the same path as Hansu." Sang-jin believed that he would need me. He had a conviction. The key was whether I could catch up to him. The reason he didn't seek me in the red zone was because I was too weak. Just then, some teammates called out, "Sang-jin, let's go." Sang-jin resolutely turned around. "I have to go now, thanks for telling me." Before leaving, he smiled, "If you ever meet Hansu, but don't say it." "Ah, never mind, I'll do it myself." If it's Hansu, he would do the same. Sang Jin reminded himself, I'm still far behind Hansu. I need to work harder. He added, I guess he's probably fighting hard right now. Meanwhile, in another location, water was being shot out. Then it gathered into a crystal ball. Currently, Hansu was controlling it. He was seriously practicing. I'm using the magical energy from the Saint Stone fragment to sustain myself, so I need to focus more on my strength than on maintaining my stamina. The water formed into spheres and arranged around Hansu. Liu Hong had been watching all this, astonished. This is impossible. I knew he was strong, but he was shocked. Didn't he get this strong in such a short time? That person didn't say anything about this. He be as strong as Casman? Heizu repeated. Listen, I'm telling you, there's nothing waiting for you on the way back except a poisonous waterfall ahead. And he said his final words, good luck. Then he quickly flew off. I'll push the speed up ahead. Rest if you need to, but feel free to follow me if you want. The subordinate was worried. Sir, only he knows the way out of here. We should follow him, Liu Hong emphasized. We must follow, the subordinate was frustrated, sorry. Liu Hong ordered, if we want to survive, we need to hurry up and follow him. Everyone responded in unison, understood. Someone inside shouted, it's almost done. A finished product made from part of a tree. This is a perfect way to gain the power I desire. From there, I created Alpha. He quietly recited a spell, wake up. The sound echoed as the living form that had maintained the red zone, Alpha, began to break through the outer shell. Before long, the membrane shattered. Praise. Good job, Alpha, listen to my orders. He commanded, you need to hurry up, eliminate the invaders. One of my instincts should not be following orders from someone like you, Alpha said, strangely. Ruth was furious. How dare you? I created you, I am your master. You're nothing but a clone I made. Alpha wasn't afraid to retort. You dare claim you created me. Enraged man charged at Ruth. Alpha burrowed deep into the tree. It's best if it stays here. Ruth was still stunned by this action. Alpha spoke loudly, the key to the armor, give it to me. His gaze darkened, you dare. He screamed, you dare attack me? Alpha showed no fear. Foolish. He retorted, think about the current situation. Idiot, Alpha declared, I'll turn the tide of the battle. Ruth silently confirmed. I was caught off guard by the surprise attack, but it seems it's still following my orders. So I responded, fine. Then it quickly enveloped his hand. It gave him something important. Take it, feel what you need, Alpha smiled. Not in vain for him to search, so it was here. Suddenly, Alpha grinned wickedly. He cunningly squeezed what was inside. Ruth screamed in pain. What? He tried to stop it. What are you doing? That's the Saint Stone. Stop. Ruth was now helpless, only able to scream in agony. Meanwhile, Alpha was thoroughly satisfied with his action. Then he forcefully pulled the Saint Stone out. This caused Ruth to writhe in continuous pain. Alpha whispered. Be afraid, he deviously affirmed, I will keep my promise and resolve this. Right now, the monsters are still attacking. Liu Hong had to use all his strength to fight them off. Sophia was also fighting fiercely. Michael encouraged, hold on just a little longer, we're almost there. These monsters must have an end. In that moment of urgency, tree roots suddenly burst up from the ground, shocking everyone. What's going on? Hundreds of thousands of roots surrounded them. Everyone was in panic. Everyone be careful. Someone's footsteps charged forward. Hansu quickly tried to attack the monster. Liu Hong was now being controlled and couldn't do anything. Hansu rushed forward, cutting the roots to rescue him. He seriously observed the situation. He realized the roots had surged up to ambush him, but Hansu managed to turn around in time and cut through a few of them. In front of him now was a heap of monsters. At this moment, Hansu used the water spheres he had just created. They flew powerfully through the monsters, but Hansu still didn't have time to rest, as the roots kept charging toward him. But Hansu could feel the internal defense system weakening compared to the disaster fish, and the monsters were also weaker. His sharp eyes scanned the situation, but most of the others had already lost a lot of strength. After all, they were weakening. Only Sophia was still fighting at full strength. Hansu wondered, is it because she's being pushed hard? He hesitated. If so, should I go straight to the target now? Someone suddenly said, is it because of him? Everyone was confused. The smaller roots seemed to have stopped. Sophia immediately looked at Hansu. No way, she screamed in fear, Kang Hansu. But now, he had already moved to another position. Hansu moved deeper into the tree's core and he could sense the strong energy source below. This was the source of the tree's energy, but now it was gradually draining. Hansu speculated the tree has cut off the energy. Then, a sudden voice echoed from behind him, down here. Hansu quickly looked down into the chasm. Below was someone. Without hesitation, he jumped. He believed that this person was likely the one who took the Saint fragment. Hansu was puzzled. Who could it be? Aside from us, no one should have been able to reach the center of the eruption. At that moment, Alpha appeared, different from the insects, smarter. Hansu's gaze toward him was full of hatred. Alpha had figured out the situation. Looks like the one using the key properly, even though they aren't from our race. He sneered, should we have a little chat? And Alpha knew something about the key you hold. Some information about these items, the real names of the 5 artifacts owned by the 5 great generals. The reason they are called that is quite simple, according to a hypothesis. Someone collects all the artifacts, they will have total control over the power of the world tree. Jesus stood silently facing Alpha. He focused on every word. That man, he just mentioned the artifacts as if they were keys. And Hansu remembered only those from Elven 2 whom I met in hell referred to them this way. Only one being could speak of such miracles. However, those people shouldn't be here. From here, he was about to come to a conclusion. It means that Hasu is certain. So you're a copy? Anfa responds, you figured it out. He continues to reveal. Not only are you using a key, but you also know its origin. Hasu says, I've heard a little about it. You wonder. Then what do you want to say to me? Anfa slowly speaks. The key you possess. He arrogantly demands, give it to me and leave. Even worse, he looks down on you, a mere bug unworthy of possessing it. Hasu smiles faintly, then I'll make a suggestion of my own. You make a condition, be quiet and hand me the fragment of the holy stone. Hansu asserts, an imitation like you is not worthy of it. His words make Anfa hesitate, then he grins, showing his amusement. Anfa suddenly bursts into laughter, not just a laugh, but a raucous, clownish laugh. He mocks, you don't even know your place, a bug like you thinking you can kill me. Meanwhile, every word Hansu speaks is serious. Anfa prepares to strike. Left me with no choice. He channels his magic. Immediately it transforms into a sword. The blue orb turns red and Hasu is astounded. Now Alpha has created a black hole. Hasu is horrified, the attack could kill thousands of elite soldiers. Do you know its name? Death Cipher. Anfa screams, I'll show you your place. From the black hole, several more magic orbs float out. Now struggle with all the power you have. He still scorns the lowly one. The orbs rain down like a storm aimed at Hasu. He pulls out several of his own water orbs and as they attack, Hasu's powerful energy from his orbs blocks them. Alpha can recognize the sacred ice orbs, indeed, no surprise from the weapons of the 5 generals. However, what if I do this? This time, Anfa doubles the magic power. It darts like a sharp needle toward Hasu. You just stand and watch. Hasu chooses to use his sword to strike them all. Turns out, he found the weakness. Each ice orb is very fragile. They are like the reduced version of Ekaran relics that warriors often use. Hasu's eyes focus all his strength, however, he clearly sees their movement. The magic attacks from Anfa are falling to the ground. Hasu rolls continuously, but they still have the ability to damage 1,000 warriors. Numbers are indeed overwhelming. The orbs take turns charging. Hasu wraps himself in water, moving faster. Now it's like a chase on the battlefield and he's constantly alert. This time, Hasu decides to swing his sword so an imitation is using recreated weapon. Hasu grips his magic tightly, I'll use that method then. And he turns Anfa's magic into his own. The orbs start to change direction. The magic sphere on Anfa's sword stops working. At this moment, Hasu has controlled it all. The other orbs stop flying and hover in midair. Anfa stares up in disbelief. What? He yells, no way, I can't control the sacred ice orbs anymore. Anfa is furious, damn it, his death cipher isn't working as he intended. The magic he uses to control the sacred ice orbs is fading away. He shouts in anger, you, impossible. Anfa is confused, you know the magic code. Hasu slowly speaks, I told you already. Then he channels all his magic towards him. Hasu continues, I've heard a bit about it. He stays silent for a moment, watching Anfa. Hasu praises, I'm quite surprised. You're a copy, yet you can summon an army of ice orbs. Immediately, he launches the orbs to destroy Anfa. And Hasu emphasizes, however, a good weapon is only truly shown in the hands of a skilled person. Then he leaps high into the air. Hasu concentrates to finish Anfa. Is this all you have? His face turns completely serious. Now Anfa can only grit his teeth and endure. Finally, Hasu strikes down with his sword. Anfa exclaims, then this is the end. Hasu's magic sword touches Anfa's body. He curses, this damn bastard, then uses all his remaining strength to retaliate, die. Hasu watches every movement with full concentration, and then he rushes toward Anfa. Hasu's gaze carries determination and he strikes Anfa with his elbow. Anfa is forced to retreat a considerable distance, but Hasu shows no intention of stopping. He delivers a stunning slash. This time, Anfa is truly weakened by the pain. Hasu boldly assesses, you're still too weak. Anfa struggles to get up and move further away. Hasu raises his hand toward him. He asserts, I won't let you escape. Hasu immediately sends several water orbs in Anfa's direction. They relentlessly attack, preventing him from escaping. So, Anfa decides to jump high and the holy stone fragment falls from his hand. Hasu directs it toward himself. Anfa eats another bitter pill, damn it, now he has to admit. Hasu's control over magic is truly amazing. Alpha has lost much strength. He can control them perfectly without effort. Anfa doesn't want to accept the truth, even if he possesses the holy stone fragment. It's still absurd. Anfa thinks that he's trained in magic for decades, so if only considering magic control he might be slightly better. But upon further reflection, Anfa grits his teeth and admits, no, he's far surpassing me. Now Hasu charges forward again. Anfa is powerless. No, he could easily. He stands still watching Hasu. In his mind he has accepted the truth. I will die like this. His eyes stare deeply ahead. Anfa is desperate. I haven't even achieved my goal yet. Something urges him. No, Anfa is determined. I can't fail. From there he draws his sword to block. I must survive. Anfa screams, I can't die here. The two magical swords clash. Hasu is stunned. I missed, but something is flying in midair. Hasu freezes this form. It prevents me from attacking. But Hasu is very certain in his guess. It can't be wrong. Anfa has transformed into the Celestial Warrior armor. Hasu knows about this. The Celestial Warrior armor is an invincible suit of armor capable of devouring all types of weapons. Weapons absorbed by it will provide additional power. Hasu understands the troublesome situation now. Hasu speaks sternly, now I have a legitimate reason to kill you. And thus the battle continues. Hasu says, no wonder you're my opponent. Both sides are now evenly matched. This makes Hasu admit you are strong. Anfa braces himself to fight, although it doesn't absorb all the damage. Still blocks a lot, and he knows he's in danger. Anfa assesses the situation. That means for now I can't use my weaponry. If I activate it alongside the Celestial Warrior armor, I'm sure to win. He thinks, how should I deal with this? Him getting through my defense is just a matter of time. A moment later, an idea appears in Anfa's mind. He smiles slyly, I have a way. Anfa recalls something, the weapons in the vault, I just couldn't use them due to the magic conflict, but they still exist. With that, he gains more confidence to continue fighting. Anfa wonders, if I let the Celestial Warrior armor absorb them, what then? Hasu is curious, what are you planning? You can't use the weapons, can you? Just then, Hasu realizes, wait, the weapons are flying out. Anfa used the move, consuming the weapon. He was very proud of his strategy, and Anfa laughed aloud. Now you finally realize, huh? Too late, I'll show you my true power. His expression suddenly changed. Anfa could feel it clearly. The armor was struggling to contain itself after consuming so many weapons at once. It wouldn't be able to endure much longer. Thinking of the immediate results, he felt somewhat relieved. But so would he. Anfa felt slightly helpless. Moreover, there was nothing he could do. He was scheming. Then all I need to do is. Anfa shouted, you want this too, don't you? The pressure from the magical strike hit Hansu. Anfa was confident. Let's see if you can withstand it. Hansu gripped his glowing sword and poured all his strength into his body. The illusion of the Celestial Warrior slowly appeared with immense force. He shouted, then I will transfer control of the Celestial Warrior armor to you. On Hansu's face, pieces of flesh began to separate, his eyes widening fully. Heizu tore away the outer layer to reveal the grand body of the Celestial Warrior. Electric sparks erupted fiercely. Watching Hansu strain to transform, Anfa calmly said, useless. The chance of surviving while controlling the Celestial Warrior armor is 9 out of 10 you'll die. Excited, he laughed and said, the zombie was impossible from the start. But after nurturing the Celestial Warrior armor with all the weapons in the arsenal, the inheritance challenge becomes even harder. A fleeting look of thought crossed Anfa's face. He thought, I expected him to be devoured immediately by the Celestial Warrior armor, but he's resisting quite well. Looking at the massive body of the Celestial Warrior, Anfa analyzed that even if he dies, I won't be able to use the Celestial Warrior armor. I'll leave him here and head to the World Tree first. With that thought, he turned and left. As he left, he didn't forget to say, I'll come back for you when you die. At this moment, Hansu, inside the Celestial Warrior, was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in pain. Unable to bear it, the Celestial Warrior staggered as if about to collapse. He gasped, the pressure is unbearable. In his mind, could he transfer power because of this? By now, the Celestial Warrior completely faltered in pain. He reminded himself, this is dangerous, one wrong move and I could die. Hansu gritted his teeth, trying to endure. He considered that if he pushed the 9-dragon Qi Gong to its peak, he could certainly overcome it, but that would risk his life. Suddenly, as the Celestial Warrior fell, his body ignited with fierce flames, a surge of power erupting, and he resolutely thought, even so, now is not the time to think about that. Heizu returned to human form but did not stop. His body seemed about to undergo another transformation, as streams of celestial fire and electricity surged violently. The layers began to consume Hansu's face, forcing him to grit his teeth against bone-deep pain. His feet stomped hard, shaking the ground violently. Now he had transformed into a powerful new form, his body clad in solid armor. Hansu swung his arm forcefully, the armor fragments detaching with lightning tearing through the air. In their place, Hansu emerged with widespread wings, radiating energy. Afterwards, pieces of iron armor fell scattered on the ground. Hansu gradually returned to human form, his body battered and barely able to stand. Unable to bear it, he collapsed with a thud, the space falling silent. After a while, he struggled to get up, his body trembling weakly. Step by step, Hansu pushed up with his hands despite the pain. He tried to move but couldn't lift his feet, as if an invisible force held him down. Frowning, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood onto the ground. quiet space, Hansu froze before the blood pool, silently thinking, this is truly dangerous. Covering his mouth, he stared at the blood on his hand and realized using the full 9 Dragon Qi Gong was beyond his capacity. He stood lost in thought, just using a little placed such a heavy burden on his body. I haven't yet reached the level to freely use it. Hansu's face now looked pale and frail. Decided that for now he would have to seal it. Hansu looked back and muttered it seemed he had really fled. While speculating, Hansu wiped the blood from his mouth, assuming he had used teleportation to escape. Seeing a shining saint stone at his feet, he said, otherwise he wouldn't have left it. Hansu picked up the saint stone, its light dazzling, and muttered, let's see. His lips moved as the celestial warrior armor's illusions began to appear from his hand. Next, a complete hand with long, sharp claws formed. Finally, the faint yet imposing image of the celestial warrior appeared, filling the space. Hansu stood within the massive body of the celestial warrior. He looked at the clenched hand of the celestial warrior and thought with satisfaction, I like it. It moves entirely according to my will. Thinking this, he quickly stored the saint stone in the celestial warrior armor. Beyond consuming weapons, it had another excellent ability. Izu stood within the illusion of the celestial warrior, his face showing an unusual calm, his thoughts wandering. It displayed a defense far stronger against weapons of the same type it had previously consumed. He looked up at the complete body of the celestial warrior and determined the celestial warrior armor had finished its red evolution. Hansu envisioned the multitude of high-grade weapons appearing like a storm and guessed it must have absorbed all the weapons in the arsenal. In a silent atmosphere, he stood beneath the celestial warrior illusion, fists clenched, radiating extraordinary calm. After a while, Hansu retracted the celestial warrior into the ring on his hand and muttered, it probably doesn't need more sustenance now. Looking ahead, Hansu said, it seems the monster won't appear anymore. Elsewhere, Michael asked, where did Hansu go? Hearing this, Sophia's expression darkened. She stammered, I saw him rush off earlier. But before she could finish, someone stepped forward and asked, did he abandon her? Liu Hong stepped out arrogantly, saying he told us to follow, yet he left. What an irresponsible man. Hearing this, Michael replied sarcastically, Beacon did quite well following him. Liu Hong awkwardly said, we simply had no choice. He continued, if he hadn't trapped us in that poisonous water, we could have left. Beacon intended to retreat from the start. Hearing this, Sophia and Michael stood silently, saying nothing. Liu Hong smugly asked again, did I say something wrong? If you want to say anything, go ahead. He didn't realize Hansu had appeared behind him. Seeing him, Michael asked, where did Hansu go? Liu Hong was startled and turned around to see Hansu approaching. Panicking, he exclaimed, when did you come back? Hansu replied calmly, I went to destroy the main body. Hearing this, Michael asked in surprise, so you've destroyed it? Hansu glided past Liu Hong, leaving a veil of mist, and said bluntly, not me. He forced a smile and asked, then who? Hansu said nothing. In my opinion, I will take you to the surface. Michael quickly agreed. All right. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng stood frozen in place. Looking at him, Hansu calmly said, you may not listen to me, but I have never given you an order. He said sternly, I hope you don't make me repeat myself. Hearing this, Lu Cheng's face darkened and he clenched his fists. He looked at Michael, who was also staring at him. Michael's eyes slowly opened, carrying a cold, sharp glint. The teasing expression, he mimicked Lu Cheng's startled reaction when he saw Hansu suddenly appear. When did you come back? This act reminded Lu Cheng of that moment and made him feel embarrassed, cursing under his breath, that bastard. While Lu Cheng was still angry from the mockery, Hansu was lost in thought. His original body had been destroyed and he had obtained a piece of the Saint Stone. But there was one thing that worried him. He thought about the grotesque figure of Alpha holding up a weapon. With bolts of lightning continuously crackling around him, Hansu uneasily thought, that clone seems to have the potential to wield all the king's power. At this thought, his face darkened. If that's true, everything would become much worse. Image of a dim place with a small amount of light shining through appeared, showing the giant monster wriggling on the tree. Hansu speculated, he's probably heading directly to the flower now. In a place tucked away among thick and gloomy trees, the cold air enveloped the area. Just as he had predicted, and Fa had returned to the flower. He triumphantly said, finally, sacrificing the celestial soldier armor was worth it. I will fully possess the king's authority. At this point, Fa gritted his teeth and wondered to himself, but why can't I suppress my rage? He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and screamed. After you've granted me all the authority, why is your true body still asleep? At this moment, the flower began to stir lightly from across the lake, and Fa's voice echoed, the world tree has withered and Elven too is no more. But beneath this are humans, the ones who will replace them. Standing before the flower in the center of the rippling lake, he spoke to himself. Now I will correct the mistakes of the past. All of this is to resurrect my people. And Fa's face grew slightly contemplative. He gazed far into the distance, as if pondering a future that was about to unfold across all of Acheron. The atmosphere around the flower suddenly fell into silence, with smoke swirling around. After a moment of reflection, Fa turned and muttered, I have failed to save my people, failed to protect Elvin too. And finally, even he himself lost the timid king from where you stand. Watch closely. I will do everything, remembering the cold image of Hanzu, his calculating claws. First is the key that person possesses. I must reclaim Galerian's sword, Echidron's bead chain, and Fabian's bracelet. Thinking of this, he recalled Fabian's image and silently resolved, Echidron and Fabian are one and the same, so he must also be holding Fabian's bracelet. Alpha stepped forward confidently, thinking, after reclaiming the authority of the false administrator, I must move into the fray. Sitting tall before the circle of light, he had his own calculations which required great and overwhelming power, not some ordinary trick. Alpha paused thoughtfully and then smiled sinisterly. The light reflected on his face, making him appear even more cruel. The sky above was extremely gloomy. Dark clouds churned like a massive vortex. He looked down at the tree trunk, tightly wrapped by a giant beast, and resolutely thought of how he would use it. What Alpha referred to was Ouroboros, lying dormant, its body covered in sharp, layered scales. At this moment, he was clinging to a branch, preparing to jump down. Alpha swung back with force to gain momentum for the landing. Finally, he let go, leaping straight down with a cold expression. Alpha quickly landed on a nearby branch. He gazed blankly to one side, observing his surroundings. Then Alpha stood up, carefully surveying the terrain and calculating each step. Without hesitation, he darted downward with the speed of the wind. He leaped effortlessly across the branches, his feet finally touching the ground. Last, he reached Ouroboros's body. Within the intense circle of light, Alpha's gaze fell upon Ouroboros. He leaned in, examining every layer of its enormous scales, thousands of glowing eyes staring back, terrifyingly vivid. Alpha commanded coldly, Move, do you dare bare your fangs at your creator? At his command, the swarm of parasitic locusts immediately surged forth, their terrifying cries echoing. Alpha stood amidst them with calm composure, looked inside the scales and grinned with satisfaction. That's more like it, he thought. Alpha silently observed the floating swarm, reflecting that the original had ultimately failed. He stepped slowly among the reverent gazes, inwardly pleased. Without his clan, the original held no authority. Alpha bared his sharp teeth and laughed loudly, silently affirming, therefore, now I am the original. Very well, Alpha declared, smugly grinning, from now on I am Tekern. Scene shifts to where Hansu is standing. He gazed thoughtfully at the gloomy expanse, watching people gather around. Some were walking anxiously, others laughing cheerfully. Sophia's thoughts wandered. I thought you were dead and didn't even have time to struggle, but who knew you could return from there? After a while of contemplation, she stood silently, staring into the distance. Seeing this, Michael approached and asked, What are you thinking, Sophia? But before she could answer, he smiled and said, Never mind, I'm sure we're thinking the same thing, so asking is pointless. Two of them watched Hansu steady back and whispered, He killed the calamity with ease. Since that person appeared, the red zone has changed greatly. Michael squinted and said, To be honest, I almost gave up. Michael recalled the time he revered a figure, and even that person said it was impossible, and he himself couldn't imagine defeating one of the calamities. Lost in memory, Michael looked at Hansu's serious face and spoke softly. But in the end, he did it alone. He continued firmly, I'm sure that person also has instincts guiding him. He will likely pass through the orange zone smoothly as well. Meanwhile, Sophia listened quietly. Then she thought, from now on, the red zone will become a safer place. This means more people under guidance will survive. Thinking this, Sophia clenched her fists, calculating inwardly. If that happens, my brothers and sisters will also survive in the red zone. Sophia remained deep in thought, planning to save 1 billion lives. But looking ahead, Hansu had already removed his jacket and round shirt without her noticing. At this moment, her lips curved into a slight smile and her cheeks blushed. Then she covered her mouth, laughing aloud. Seeing this, Michael casually asked, Why are you laughing? Sophia laughed so hard her eyes squinted and struggled to speak. It's just that I feel like something completely impossible is about to come true. Hearing this, he didn't ask further, only gently said, I understand. Suddenly, a pigeon descended from above, glowing blue, spreading its wings as it flew down. A girl looked up curious and asked, What is that? Other replied, It looks like a messenger pigeon. Everyone froze, watching the pigeons swoop over the hill, murmuring in surprise. But why are there so many? Back at Tekern's hideout, the air was eerily silent. Suddenly, someone was running desperately as if fleeing something. He ran with his teammates, constantly glancing back to assess the situation. But he tripped over a rock in the path. By instinct, he fell. Seeing this, his teammates turned in shock. He lay on the ground, reaching out, crying nonstop, Help me. Two teammates, seeing this, broke into a sweat, torn between turning back to help or fleeing. But in panic, they cruelly ran, ignoring his desperate cries, Please, don't leave me behind. but it was too late. He was struck by a force and spat blood. Locust had delivered a deadly strike, leaving only screams echoing through the space. Its sharp gaze lifted as strange sounds continuously emanated. In the dark forest, that unlucky youth was torn apart piece by piece in a tragedy never seen before. From afar, it saw Hansu's group advancing. The parasitic locust had carefully observed his face. It then turned its gaze to Sophia, talking with Hansu. Once it understood the situation, the locust bared its sharp teeth in a grotesque grin. It recalled Taekurn's command, prevent humans from escaping. Locust pictured Taekurn's malicious expression and words in its mind. Until I have full control over Ouroboros, you must ensure they cannot leave this place. That will be your duty. At that moment, Taekurn's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he cast a cold, resolute gaze while giving orders. Stop them from entering the orange zone. The Ouroboros was wrapped tightly around the tree. It did not move, merely silent as if listening to its prey's breath. In the gloomy red zone forest, deadly sounds echoed horrifically. Sensing the danger, everyone's faces turned pale in fear. Someone shouted a warning, it's coming. As the chilling breaths grew louder, screams rang out. It was the parasitic locust. Before their eyes, a frenzied swarm of locusts charged as if attacking at any moment. Each locust moved rapidly toward the fleeing camp. Ferris saw this and quickly commanded everyone, get ready, we must stop them right here. Aaron, Pat, and Min Chun assumed battle stances, her voice continuing, if they break through, the red zone will be annihilated. Other members gripped their weapons tightly, faces betraying fear. Meanwhile, Ferris kept urging them on. At all costs, we must defend this place. Johan couldn't hide his fear, his face pale. Ferris's voice rang out, hold on until reinforcements from other clans arrive. Aaron Passett gripped his weapon tightly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Sweat poured down Aaron Patton's face like rain as he gritted his teeth and spoke each word. We have to stop them with only this few of us. By then, the swarm of locusts had arrived in droves, stretching out into an endless black mass. At this mirror on Hansu's side, the blue aura flew over to report the information. Hovered in front of Michael, radiating streams of ethereal blue light. He opened his eyes slightly and said gravely, the report states that all the parasitic locusts within Ouroboros have appeared. Amid Sophia's shock and Hansu's calm, Michael continued, their numbers exceed 100 million. Hearing this, everyone felt fear. He continued in a low voice, even if we gathered all the clans together, we could not withstand them. This is absurd, Jesus said, folding his arms and thinking. The parasitic locusts are supposed to be dormant. Why this sudden surge? The image of the locust swarm formed in his mind. Parasitic locusts are the guardians within Ouroboros, gatekeepers who block anything attempting to break through Ouroboros's scale. Thinking of Ouroboros tightly coiled around the tree trunk, Hansu analyzed silently. Therefore, they cannot act without reason. And right now, Ouroboros, the only one who can command them, is focused on drinking the poisoned water. It has no reason to issue such an order at this moment. In the past 500 years, and even in his previous life, this has never happened. Thinking this, he furrowed his brow, eyes glinting with suspicion. So that means Taekurn's image is laughing in murderous delight. He hesitated before speaking. Hansu stood still, knowing his speculation was correct. I predicted he would become a wild card, but this situation is truly troublesome. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out. The tension made Hansu turn. Behind him, Liu Hong rushed over, exclaiming nonsense about the parasitic locusts of Ouroboros going berserk because of him. Startled, Hansu asked, what are you talking about? Liu Hong replied vaguely, don't play dumb. He scolded Hansu without pause. If you hadn't started hunting the calamities, this wouldn't have happened. How do you intend to take responsibility? Michael, hearing this, spoke indignantly. Don't spout nonsense. These events have no causal connection. Ignoring Liu Hong's words, he continued. Hansu turned to Sophia and said, Sophia, can you use your librarian's skill to calculate how much time until it descends? She paused and asked, you mean the time for all the parasitic locusts to pour down? But he quickly replied, not them, pointing sharply forward and saying clearly, Ouroboros. Hearing this, both Michael and Sophia froze, only able to utter, what? Hansu gazed into the distance, thinking, this won't stop with the locusts descending. Speaking of the two forms of Taekurn, Hansu confirmed internally. He is a copy, possessing part of the king's power. Therefore, he can command the locusts to act. When Hansu thought of Ouroboros opening its eyes as if awakening, he quickly concluded that Taekurn would try to control Ouroboros. Hansu calculated as Ouroboros began to awaken. It crawled down rapidly, bearing sharp fangs as if ready to devour its prey. Of course, fully controlling Ouroboros would take time. After all, it is one of the 4 calamities. But once he held its reins, he would immediately bring it to the ground. Hansu summarized the matter. Therefore, calculating the exact timing is the most important task now. Ending his thought, Hansu called out, "Sophia, hurry." In his mind, he calculated that the longer Ouroboros took to descend, the more time they had to prepare. Deep in Sophia's eyes was the image of Ouroboros's lair. She paused, then spoke. "About 2 weeks." Liu Hong and his team froze at these words. Liu Hong gritted his teeth, thinking, it's over. The capture order of Hansu no longer matters. He immediately turned and loudly ordered his subordinates, "The entire red zone is in danger. Squad 1 and 2 report to Miyamoto, the rest follow me." Seeing this, Sophia asked, "Where are you going? We need to work together to stop it." Liu Hong's gaze was cold and he said, "Why should we?" While she worried, Liu Hong continued, "The mirror is about to open. All we need to do is escape at that moment." Sophia thought the time to open the mirror had come. The image of a deep blue lake appeared. It was the mirror, a gigantic lake surrounded by 6 towering pillars. In sacred red zone, it was the path to the next area, but the gate opened only once a month. A foot pressed on the lake's surface, and when the water became as smooth as glass, one could step inside. Hansu had stepped across the lake and moved elsewhere, proving that the unworthy could not enter, but those qualified could. Sophia pondered, realizing it was obvious. All members of the clan were high-level travelers. The mirror opened, they would surely succeed in entering. After a moment of thought, she asked, "You mean all clan members will escape through the mirror when it opens, right?" Liu Hong spoke selfishly. "Yes, we have no reason to die here in vain, right?" Hearing this, Sophia flew into a rage and shouted, "What about Lord Ayres and Lord Miyamoto? What will you do with those still on their way?" Yet he remained calm, asking as if obvious, "Isn't it clear?" as his lips formed an indifferent line. "They will die under the claws of the parasitic locusts." The image of the bloodthirsty swarm appeared vividly. Liu Hong did not stop there, thinking of the horrific image of Ouroboros and saying gravely, "Or they will be devoured by Ouroboros." He gestured casually, speaking coldly, "Why should I care about an order from 20 years ago?" Each word from Liu Hong angered Sophia, who gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Seeing this, he ignored her and walked away, waving his hand. "Don't glare at me like that." Not only them, the other clan members were thinking the same. Before leaving completely, Liu Hong turned back arrogantly. If the order had been established, things might have been different. But humans speak of justice only in heaven, not in hell. Sophia could not respond. She stepped forward to follow him, but then paused, troubled, thinking silently. In the situation, all remaining travelers could be slaughtered. Thinking this, Sophia's eyes widened in fear as she murmured, "And if we're not careful, the seal might be broken." In her imagination, a pair of eyes gleamed in the darkness. Seeing this, Hansu spoke to reassure her. "Don't worry, 2 weeks is enough." He extended his hand forward with a confident expression, saying, "If we meet certain conditions, defeating Ouroboros will no longer be a pipe dream." Sophia still looked uncertain and asked again, "Impossible? Are you talking about the method used with the falconfish and the eruptions?" Michael, hearing the conversation, spoke, "That's impossible. The parasitic locusts guarding Ouroboros internally are pouring down now." Explained slowly, the gatekeepers are no longer performing their duties, meaning it has completely sealed itself from any external intrusion. Using the old method is impossible. Then Michael raised 2 fingers, presenting a solution. "That's why we need to satisfy certain conditions." He illustrated the members fighting together against the locust. "The first condition is to gather all the clans to confront the descending locust." Michael continued, "The second condition is to receive assistance from the strongest figures in the red zone, the 7 race." When mentioned it, Sophia thought of John Sang and the other teammates. After hearing Hansu's reasoning, Michael also spoke up to object, saying it wasn't impossible. He then started scanning the dense treetops where Ouroboros was hiding. Next came the image of it coiling its massive body through the quiet night. Ouroboros was ferociously biting the tree trunk with its sharp teeth. Gathering these images, Hansu affirmed that this was the way to defeat Ouroboros. After he finished speaking, the 3 of them stood silently for a long moment. Michael asked, "You just said you want to unite all the different factions to stop those parasitic locusts." The image of Ouroboros growling fiercely appears in my mind. Even though Ouroboros will soon crush the mortals and destroy everything it sees. Heizu remained standing with his arms crossed, listening to every word Michael said. He continued, "That's impossible. Those factions won't follow your orders." Hearing this, Sophia hesitated but spoke doubtfully. "Until now, I've always followed your plan, and I've seen that you've realized things I thought were impossible. Even so, I have always trusted you completely, even now." Still, she tried to add, "However, I believe you've also realized why the members of the 7th Shadow cannot leave their stronghold. Even if they wanted to, they can't come here." Hearing this, Heizu clenched his fists and spoke firmly, "Of course I know that, and that's why I'm preparing to deal with it. I will eliminate the reason why the 7th Shadow is tied to one place." Hansu's words left Sophia flustered, and she hesitated, saying, "No way you intend." She hadn't finished speaking before he transmitted his words. But first he fixed his determined gaze on Sophia and continued, Uniting the factions and dealing with the parasitic locusts is our top priority. We don't have time. Image of Ouroboros clamping onto the tree trunk gradually appeared, followed by its glaring, bright eye. This was the Ouroboros central nervous system. At its hiding place, Taekern silently observed everything at Hansu's location through the spatial screen. First came the image of a member struggling to resist an attack from the parasitic locust. Then came the scene of Min Chun fighting desperately while loudly scolding his teammates. You must maintain distance while keeping the information flowing. From the observation screens, a golden voice echoed, "When will the reinforcements arrive?" Meanwhile, Taekern sat calmly, arms crossed, observing the situation. He began stroking his chin and sighed deeply, evaluating, "They are resisting better than I expected." The girl looked up at the screen, seeing members gradually tiring from resisting the overwhelming number of locusts, then smugly said, "In the end, it's all meaningless. The parasitic locusts have a numerical advantage. Crushing them is only a matter of time." After pondering, Taekern muttered, "Even so, I can't let them kill too many humans. Each of them is an extremely valuable resource. We still need a significant number of survivors." But his eyes twitched when he noticed something deep in his gaze. A ghostly figure of Liu Hong appeared. Taekern exclaimed, "I knew it." Through the sharp eyes of the locust, Liu Hong's group was slowly moving, carefully treading, observed by the locusts from the bushes. Taekern continued muttering, "It seems a large group intends to move to the next zone, and that's really what led to this." Saying this, he rested his hands and evaluated, "Killing relatives to survive, they aren't virtuous either." Taekern gave a malicious smile and said with delight, "This is divine punishment." Watching Liu Hong through the screen, Taekern coldly said to the parasitic worms at this red zone. He also felt uneasy and froze for a moment. After a long trek, Liu Hong and his teammates finally reached the deep blue lake known as the Mirror. He exclaimed with exhilaration, "Look where we are." Liu Hong surveyed each person, then looked at a mischievous man and slowly said, "People from the Celestial Alliance." He glanced at the other members, muttering, "6 strangers." Finally, Liu Hong turned his gaze to the prankster and said, "Including the monarch of the Haikurim faction." He frowned and pondered. "What about the other Valkyrie members who blocked the parasitic locusts? Have they gathered here as well? Considering even the strongest have arrived to escape, it seems my judgment was correct." With this thought, Liu Hong turned to order his subordinates, "Now seize the nearby points so we can start as soon as the mirror opens." The subordinate replied, "Yes." On the Jokma side, he suddenly noticed something. Seeing Liu Hong, Jokma excitedly shouted, "Look who it is." He taunted, "If this isn't the one who stole the throne from the deceased, who else could it be?" This was Jogma, the leader of the Haikurim faction. Liu Hong didn't respond. Jogma continued, "Has he granted someone permission to leave already?" Realizing it, he slowly said, "Jogma, stand before me." Liu Hong replied coldly, "I have no reason to tell you." Hearing this, he laughed loudly and mocked, "What a shame. I thought I'd get to see them at least once. They seem too busy for me to even remember what they look like." Hearing this, he sweated and awkwardly said, "Unlike other faction leaders, he's performing his duties well, so it's natural." At this, Liu Hong's eyes widened and he let out a gasp. From the shared sky, ethereal paper fragments fluttered, leaving Liu Hong slightly astonished. The image of Hansu slowly appeared, clearly stating, "The 6 major factions will arrive here soon." Seeing Hansu, Han gritted his teeth angrily. "What the hell are you doing here?" At the same time, Michael and Sophia arrived to witness this. Liu Hong roared even louder, rushing to Hansu, pointing and shouting, "You came to block us." Unfazed, Hansu calmly replied, "I'm not here for that, I'm here for my own plan." In front of the factions, he spoke, "It's simple. The 6 major factions will block the parasitic locusts." Hansu continued laying out the plan. "Meanwhile, I'll hold off Ouroboros." Hearing this, Jokma nodded in agreement. Members of other factions whispered among themselves, "He wants us to block the parasitic locusts. He said he'll take down Ouroboros himself. Is he crazy?" Seeing this, Michael placed a hand on Hansu's shoulder and gently said, "I told you no one will follow your plan." At this, Sophia slowly spoke in reproach. "Why are you so irresponsible?" She paused, then continued, "Aren't we experienced and members of the 7th Shadow?" Sophia recalled Junish's image and placed her hand on her chest, speaking timidly, "We have a duty to protect the red zone according to the will of heirs and Miyamoto." Heizu looked at her and pondered, thinking, "So it's all for Miyamoto, isn't it?" Remembering Junish's back, Heizu quietly reflected, "Even though he died in hell back then. Until now, he has helped everyone here, that's what he has always done." Liu Hong at this moment spoke sharply, "Don't cross the line." He frowned, casting a cold gaze at Sophia and whispered, "Even if you are one of the 7th Shadow, that doesn't mean you have the right to call out his name here, Michael." Hearing Liu Hong's words, Yu Kang wondered, wasn't he the one who ran off after hearing the name? But Hansu spoke bluntly, wasn't he the one who abandoned Miyamoto's words and ran? Hearing this, Michael pointed at him and gasped as if if Hansu had voiced his own thoughts. Observing for a moment, Jokma chuckled and exclaimed, "You people are crazier than I thought," walking as he asked, "Are you Hansu?" "I'll give you a piece of advice," Jokma said frankly in front of Hansu. "I admit you defeated Calamity. It's humiliating for me to act this way without fighting, but it benefits my guild." Then he continued coldly, "If we hold out here for 2 days and can enter the orange zone, why risk our lives? This is everyone's personal choice. I don't think you should interfere." Hearing this, Hansu remained silent, standing still for a moment. Then Hansu spoke with a sigh, "I know you can't be persuaded." He gazed into the distance, issuing a wide warning. "They're coming. It's just better if you start experiencing how brutal this world is when they arrive." As Hansu finished, the ground suddenly shook violently. The tremors were so strong that no one could remain standing. Jokma shouted, "The ground is shaking." Looking at the panicked members, he barked angrily, "Don't panic, it's only 2 days. We can hold the locusts back during that time," he continued. Facing the chaos, Hadu calmly said, "It's not them. The ground is trembling much more violently than that," his expression serious as he analyzed. Only one creature could generate such tremors in the red zone. Staring at the distant origin of the parasitic locusts, he confirmed, "Ouroboros." At that moment, Ouroboros slowly descended to the ground, undulating powerfully and thrashing its tail, shaking the entire space. Its massive tail stretched as if to cover the entire sky. Everyone watching was stunned. Liu Hong looked up in panic, shouting, "Why is this happening? Wasn't Ouroboros supposed to descend in 2 weeks?" Sophia broke into a cold sweat, mumbling in fear, "No, Ouroboros hasn't descended yet." Its gigantic tail nearly touched the mirror's surface. She tried to reassure herself, right now it's only wagging its tail. All the guild members were terrified, faces pale. The ground was shaking from just a tail wag. If it actually descended, Heizu furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, "Of course it's trying to block the mirror." As he spoke, Ouroboros' tail nearly touched the mirror. Its massive shadow seemed to engulf the light. Everyone witnessing the horror could barely stand and shouted, "It's coming down." Without hesitation, Ouroboros smashed its tail into the mirror, creating a towering wave. Everyone scattered in panic, warnings echoing, "Move, everyone." Sophia quickly activated a formation. Hansu calmly said, "I have another request." She replied, "All right." Sophia instantly created multiple formations across the mirror. Within the formation, the raging water could not break through. Everyone's lives were temporarily safe. From Ouroboros' hidden vantage, its writhing tail struck the mirror's center. The tremors subsided slightly. Liu Hong grasped the situation and sighed in frustration. "This is bad." He looked at the stationary tail blocking the mirror and thought helplessly, "Now we can't advance to the orange zone." Suddenly, his subordinate pointed upward and shouted, "Commander Liu above through the layers." A swarm of parasitic locusts descended, eyes gleaming menacingly. Witnessing the horror, their legs trembled. Other members were frozen by the sudden event, thinking, "This is insane, there must be a limit." Immediately, Liu Hong ordered, "Retreat now as far as possible." A member of the Heavenly Guild said, "We have to go too." Other guild members quickly fled, shouting as they ran, "Us too, move faster." Despite the tension, Jokma remained calm, not moving. His subordinate shouted, "Lord Jokma, please give an order. What should we do?" Jokma remained silent, stroking his chin in thought. Ouroboros' tail blocked the mirror and countless parasitic locusts were diving from above. To reach the next zone, we must kill them all. Watching the frenzied swarm, he wondered, is it even possible with this number? Thinking this, Jokma forced a smile, bitterly thinking, there's really nothing more we can do. Suddenly, Liu Hong's voice shouted, "What are you all doing?" Startling him, he pointed skyward and screamed. He was pointing at the sharp ice pillars being erected. He continued shouting, "Sophia, act now." Sophia heard her name and quickly responded, "We know we have no escape. We must hold the locusts if we want to survive." She kept urging, "In 2 weeks when Ouroboros descends, we'll die anyway." Liu Hong gritted his teeth in anger. His subordinate hurriedly shouted, "Emergency situation." From afar, the swarm approached at the speed of wind. A warning echoed, "The parasitic locusts are behind us." The locusts leapt into the air to attack. A bloodthirsty one dived from above toward its prey, facing imminent danger. Everyone could only raise their hands in fear. Just as it seemed they would be overwhelmed, Hansu flew from behind, raising his gleaming sword to strike. The locust's head was severed cleanly by his strike. Ending, he saw Liu Hong standing there. Hadu said coldly, "Stick to the original plan." He wiped blood from his face and continued, "If we do this, we'll all survive." Hearing this, Liu Hong was terrified, exclaiming, "You're insane, I can't believe you said that." Then Liu Hong pointed at Hansu and shouted, "Do you think you're a hero? Look at the situation. You think you can defeat Ouroboros, but it's completely different from other calamities." Hansu remained calm and replied solemnly, "So you intend to tail off and run?" In the chaos, Hansu emphasized his point, even if doing so meant missing the only way to survive. From the beginning, Jokma had been listening quietly. Hansu spoke again, "The mirror will open in 2 days." Ignoring Liu Hong's anger, Hansu continued, However, as long as Ouroboros' tail still covers the lake, we have no choice but to wait 2 weeks. Members of the Heavenly Guild listened attentively as Hansu decisively said, "Choose," he continued, offering a choice. "Fight the calamity together and survive." Observing from above, Sophia and Michael both looked worried. Hansu paused briefly, then glanced at the fierce locust swarm and continued, "Or follow the temptation. Focus on the red zone." Jesus spoke with a confident tone, his voice buried under the ground. As you pulled back, the grasshopper dashed forward furiously. The situation became increasingly dangerous, yet Jokma remained still, seemingly lost in thought. Behind Jokma, the remaining members gripped their weapons tightly, ready for a bloody confrontation as the creatures closed in. Despite this, he remained unmoving, enveloped in silence. His subordinates yelled, "Please run, Lord Jokma." The grasshopper slammed into the ground with tremendous force, launching itself into the air. Immediately, the massive figure of the grasshopper jumped behind Jokma. Seeing the critical situation, the urging voice rang out again, "Please run, Lord Jokma." At this, he broke into a wide grin, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he spoke. "I like you now, Kang Han-su." He then raised his hand and summoned his hammer, crackling with lightning. Instantly, he lifted the hammer high, preparing to strike a fatal blow on the grasshopper. Powerful swing, Jokma delivered a blow that the grasshopper couldn't resist. It was sent flying several meters away. He then lowered his hammer and clearly announced, "Everyone, listen up." The demon lord pointed the hammer forward, his voice booming with confidence. "From now on, we must make sure these parasitic grasshoppers do not escape from here." He ordered, "All of you grab your weapons, we will fight and bring back the spoils of war." Jokma's subordinates questioned, "Are we going to fight the grasshoppers until Ouroboros is destroyed?" "Please," he replied, "do you think I would actually do that?" Jokma then spoke slowly, "Though we fight, we will be ready to retreat the moment the opportunity presents itself. It will be more beneficial if we fight together with the 6 major factions here." His subordinates listened intently. He continued, "If he cannot defeat Ouroboros, we cannot proceed to the Orange Zone as he said. Even the 6 factions know that." Looking at Hansu, Jokma spoke confidently, "If anything goes wrong, I will hold him accountable." After all, he said he would defeat Ouroboros with the help of the 7 shadows. Hansu's face was solemn until Jokma's words rang out, "There's nothing more to lose now." At this moment, Ouroboros stood still, its tail still embedded in the mirror. Members from all factions raised their weapons, ready to charge into the battle. 7 grasshoppers were equally ferocious, raising their pincers to prepare for the final strike. As both sides collided, the battle grew intense. On the side of Lu Hong's forces, they stood motionless, observing. There was hesitation on their faces as they looked at each other, unsure. Do we really have to fight the parasitic grasshoppers? Even other factions have joined in. Shouldn't we fight as well? One of Lu Hong's subordinates hastily turned to ask, "Commander Liu, what should we do?" When they looked back, he had disappeared. He muttered to himself, "Commander." Over here, Liu Hong was cowardly fleeing. As he ran, he thought, "If I had known things would turn out this way, I would have gathered more loot." Liu Hong's eyes darted around in the wind. Those fools, they're all losing their minds. Meanwhile, in the midst of the battle, relentless attacks continued, while his thoughts wandered. How could they possibly stop the endless attacks of the parasitic grasshoppers? And could they really hold on until Ouroboros was destroyed? As Jokma continued to strike down grasshoppers, Liu Hong's mind firmly concluded, "That's completely impossible. No way a plan like that could succeed." He then recalled Hansu's determined appearance and hesitated. But the image of Hansu in dragon-scale armor appeared in his mind. Liu Hong asked himself, what if it were him? Hansu delivered sweet, precise sword strikes, slaying dozens of grasshoppers in an instant. Even though the battle was as tense as a drawn bowstring, his composure remained unshaken. Back to Liu Hong, as he thought about all this, his expression darkened. He quickly rejected the idea, muttering, "No, that plan clearly has too many flaws." With that thought, Liu Hong quickly ran off, quietly saying to himself, "For now, I should go back to that person. I can just tell them I needed more time to gather information about Kang Han-soo." Meanwhile, Michael seemed to sense something and stood still, gazing off into the distance. Sophia noticed and asked him, "Is something going on?" Michael responded, "Nothing at all." After a moment of fighting, Han-soo returned to Sophia's side, the lingering aura of spiritual energy still surrounding him. Seeing Han-soo, Michael smiled broadly and spoke gently. "After the Haikarim clan made their move, the other factions followed the plan. Because of that, I was able to delay the grasshoppers' parasitic invasion." Han-soo replied, "Michael, I leave the rear guard to you." Michael chuckled awkwardly at the comment. Soon after, Han-soo's armor dissolved. He brushed off his shoulders and spoke slowly, "I've finished everything I needed to do here. Now I must go persuade the 7 lost souls." His voice was firm as he added, "Miyamoto, it's time to meet him." Sophia, hearing this, appeared worried. Michael asked in confusion, "But by leaving the rear guard to me, does that mean you want me to stay behind?" Han-soo quickly responded, "Exactly." He repeated Michael's words, "I remember you said you would ensure I receive support from your team, right?" Hearing this, Michael recalled their previous conversation and let out a confirming sound. Hansu firmly stated, "Then I'll leave this to you." Michael was left in confusion. He hesitated before saying, "All right." Scene transitions to the beacon headquarters. Beck's voice could be heard reporting, "The parasitic grasshoppers have occupied the mirror. The current force holding them back are the 6 major factions, with Jogma of the Haikarim clan leading the charge." At beacon headquarters, after the Vankiri clan completely wiped out the first grasshopper, they began moving towards the mirror. "Now, we must make a decision," he asked. "Should we hide in the seal to avoid the fight with the parasitic grasshoppers and wait for the path to open? Or should we continue protecting the seal as we are now?" As the souls spoke, Dweck replied solemnly, "Our mission is to protect the seal." Marion Tuck, the 4th soul, responded with a question. "Wouldn't it be better to hide near the seal and wait for things to pass? The situation isn't quite as dangerous yet." The 3rd soul, Bok Run Sang, agreed. "I also agree with hiding the seal. Neither the grasshoppers nor Ouroboros can breach it, and we have no way to stop Ouroboros from descending in 2 weeks." This, the 6th soul, Latina Chalice, slammed her fist on the table and stood up. "What about the remaining travelers if we choose to hide?" The 2nd soul, Killer Cooper, also voiced his objection. "I disagree. We have a responsibility to protect the seal. Isn't that to save more lives?" Each person had a different view and the conversation grew heated. "We must at least survive. A few travelers don't matter." "What are you saying? How can you say that about others? The red zone will collapse if Ouroboros appears. Regardless, what's in the seal will be gone. That thing, it's on a completely different level. It could even surpass the lower realms and cross into others." Hearing the argument, Junichi lowered his head in helplessness. His lips moved slightly and he cleared his throat. Slowly, Junichi spoke, "Everyone, we cannot afford internal conflicts." Clarify, he was Miyamoto Junichi, the 1st soul and the leader of the Beacon clan. Hearing his reminder, Cooper and Charlize looked down in confusion. Junichi continued, "It's good to discuss different viewpoints." Jun Sang and Axe expressions were also not much better. He continued explaining, "But we cannot create divisions." The room fell into silence and everyone respectfully spoke up. "I apologize, Mr. Miyamoto," Junichi calmly replied. "No need to apologize." With a gentle smile, he slowly spoke, "The current situation is making everyone uneasy. I completely understand, but precisely because of this situation, we must remain calm. We are all souls, aren't we?" Nishi stroked his chin, then began to plan. "First, we must find the cause of the current situation in the red zone." But as he was speaking, he suddenly noticed something. It was Liu Hong, who had just arrived, panting heavily. "So it was pouring down like rain?" Junichi asked suspiciously. "Liu, calm down." Liu Hong spoke sternly, "Mr. Miyamoto, I have urgent news to report." Upon hearing this, Cooper spoke up to stop him. "Liu Hong, the souls are meeting, you can't." But Mr. Chen intervened. "It's fine." Junichi slowly stood up and called, "Ah, Liu Hong." He smiled lightly and praised him. "You did very well taking over the assault commander position after Cass Morin withdrew." Grateful for the praise, Liu Hong immediately bowed deeply and respectfully replied, "I'm very grateful." Junichi approached and placed a hand on Liu Hong's shoulder, speaking slowly. "So, what brings you here in such a hurry?" When asked, Liu Hong proudly placed his hand on his chest and spoke loudly, "The 6 major families are blocking the locusts from infesting the mirror. It's all Kang Hansu's fault. What's more, he proposed a crazy plan to personally eliminate Ouroboros. I came to report everything to you, Mr. Miyamoto." But in contrast to Liu Hong's urgency, Junichi simply responded, "I see," then paused, a bit shocked before affirming, "Really?" Then widened his eyes, exuding an intimidating presence as he asked gravely, "But how did you make it to the mirror?" Realizing he'd been caught, Liu Hong looked panicked and stammered, "What?" At this, Chalice and Cooper shot Liu Hong a cold look. Junichi's voice echoed flatly, "You don't need to explain. The fact that you made it to the mirror means you were trying to escape to the orange zone." At this, the other souls expressed their frustration. Junichi continued, "But while we, the souls, are gathered here to determine the future of the red zone, your actions are nothing but a betrayal of our efforts." Those words seemed to rile Liu Hong up and he helplessly shouted, "But I was only following your orders, sir." Upon hearing this, Junichi glared angrily and repeated, "My orders." Seeing Junichi's rare angry expression, Liu Hong started sweating profusely. He immediately bowed his head and stammered, "No, I'm sorry." But Junichi did not want to complicate things further. He shook his head and gently said, "Let's stop here for now. We will discuss this later." Outside the beacon, the sky had turned a purple hue of twilight. Sitting inside and looking at Junichi's silhouette, Chalice spoke up. "Liu Hong ran off, how disappointing." Junichi, hearing this, responded kindly, "Even so, when thinking of the enormous Ouroboros coming down, his actions are somewhat understandable." At this moment, Axoa sighed, exhaling a breath and muttering, "Never mind, let's put that aside. That man Kang Hansu is truly causing a ruckus." Junichi laughed and said, "But I truly want to meet him at least once." He chuckled lightly and said gravely, "Who knows?" Junichi's eyes glinted with hope as he offered his opinion, Perhaps he's a rational person who could be of great help to the Red Zone. Meanwhile, one of his subordinates leaned in to report something. Upon hearing it, he raised his hand and called out, "Mr. Miyamoto." His voice rang out, "Right now, Kang Hansu is here." At this moment, Hansu was still attentively observing the situation ahead. Hearing this, Junichi glanced over, a slight pause, and then spoke with suspicion. "Kang Hansu, what did you say?" The sky turning twilight, Junichi's voice echoed flatly, "I don't know if Sophia has said anything about me, so let me introduce myself first." At this moment, he stood before Hansu, placing his hand on his chest and clearly said, "I am one of the Seven Shadows, the protector of the Red Zone and the current leader of the Beacon, Miyamoto." In response to Junichi's cheerful demeanor, Hansu merely grunted nonchalantly, "Nice to meet you." His attitude shocked Sakya. Before the attentive ears of Junichi and the souls, Hansu loudly declared, "In the urgent situation, I will get straight to the point." Hansu looked ahead and continued, "I will go and eliminate Ouroboros. Help me." Hearing this, the atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Junsang angrily shouted, "What a mess, you're not even worthy to speak with us." Aksoa, hearing this, also showed disdain and remarked, "What a lunatic." Chalice, standing behind, added, "Agreed." At this moment, Junichi finally chuckled and softly said, "You're truly a straightforward man." Sharp eyes narrowed as he spoke. "However, we cannot help you. Even if you say you can eliminate Ouroboros, we still have reasons not to leave this place." Hansu, hearing these words, smirked slightly and replied, "I understand. You're referring to Akuma." Meanwhile, Hayatun's sweat poured down in fear. Hansu, however, continued with determination, "As I have always done, I will replace you and defeat him." His voice then grew somber, "So, unseal him." Suddenly, a strong force shot up from the ground, and in a flash, swords gleamed before Hansu's neck. However, his face showed no fear. The sword tips were mere inches from his neck, threatening without words. Junichi, hearing that name, gently stroked his chin and spoke in a low voice. "Interesting," he then asked, "how do you know Akuma when you don't show any signs of fear?" Akuma's existence was a mystery, with 4 infamous figures in the Red Zone that every traveler knew. First, there was the one who erupts easily, a beastly figure with lifeless blue eyes. Next was Ouroboros with sharp, bloodthirsty fangs. Then there was the Queen Bee, a monster whose damage output was not to be underestimated. Then came the Calamity Fish. It took the form of a grotesque creature with sharp teeth. But there was another calamity hidden from the tourists. It always lurked in the shadows, revealing only its gleaming eyes filled with murderous intent. That was the 5th calamity, Akuma, whose seal was in place. The members of the Suicide Squad found him. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Everyone realized Akuma had to be kept secret. At this point, an image of his dwelling appeared, surrounded by chains with remnants of a hunting spree. Akuma had taken countless lives. In the place where he was held, countless bones lay scattered. He was far more dangerous than any other calamity, and it was clear he could become a being capable of destroying the Red Zone. As a result, the existence of Akuma had been kept secret. The only ones who knew this secret were Miyamoto and the 7 Shadows who shared his will. At this moment, Junichi asked sternly, "Kang Hansu, do you still insist on unsealing him, knowing what could happen?" Standing amid the swords near his neck, Hansu didn't falter and quickly replied, "Yes, because of the artifact in his hand." The shape of the trident and chains instantly reminded him of the Golden Frog's chains and Kagan's spear. "To subdue Ouroboros, I need those artifacts." Hearing this, Junichi glanced over, then looked at Sophia, speaking in a low voice. "Sophia, what did you say to him?" She stammered, crossing her arms and muttering, "Nothing, he figured it out on his own." Junichi placed his hand on his temple and muttered, "Everything is getting stranger. You just arrived in the Red Zone not long ago. Yet you know specific details about Akuma." Meanwhile, where Hansu is being suppressed, Chalice continued to forcefully push the sword against the flow of spiritual energy, loudly wondering how he knew this information, which wasn't important. "Lord Miyamoto," she then looked coldly at Hansu and firmly said, "We must eliminate him immediately." You glanced over at Cooper as Chalice's voice continued. His goal is clearly the reward for obtaining the artifact and defeating Akuma. As Hansu cast a glance at Jun Sang and the sharp blade, the girl kept talking. "His greed has clouded his judgment to the point where he ignores all dangers. I'm sure that's why he's targeting the other 4 rebellious hands." Seeing the situation becoming more tense, Sophia, standing behind, spoke up, "Please calm down, he's not like that." Chalice suddenly turned and asked, "Sophia, do you trust him?" She clasped her hands together and spoke softly. "At first, no, I thought he was a madman, especially when he said he could eliminate the calamity." Sophia recalled the time when Hansu had fought it and continued, "But he really did it." She remembered when he handled the erupting monster and added, "He even destroyed the erupting monster all on his own." Saying this, Sophia looked at Hansu, standing still with calm composure. She confirmed, anyone who saw his achievements would believe him when he says he can defeat Akuma. Those miracles could become reality because that's Kang Hansu. Hearing this, Junichi's voice deepened. "I see." He then ordered, "Everyone, lower your sword." the sword tip slowly lower. Junichi stood with his hands behind his back, his voice was hoarse. I understand what you're saying. He thought of Akuma's hiding place and continued speaking. However, what remained of the slaughtered people told me. They spoke of his terrifying, destructive power. He bluntly asked, do you have something we do? For Hansu's body, an electric surge erupted, sending everyone flying back. Drake was pushed back, propping himself up with one hand to maintain his balance, and exclaimed, what? At that moment, a celestial soldier illusion appeared. Hansu coldly said, look for yourself. Standing before the imposing celestial soldier illusion, he confidently declared, I will prove that I can defeat Akuma. Hansu raised his glowing sword and loudly proclaimed, come with me. Junsang, seeing this, was displeased and exclaimed, just showing off. After speaking, Junsang pointed his sword at him and challenged, then let's see how capable you are. Junichi and Ak were both somewhat surprised. He shouted, that's without hesitation. Junsang led the charge, with Cooper and Chalice leaping towards Hansu. He skillfully flipped his sword in his hand. A slash aimed at Hansu, but with his agility, Hansu managed to block it in time. The sword's trajectory left behind a faint green streak. At that moment, Cooper and Chalice descended from above, aiming to attack directly. The swords of Junsang and Hansu clashed, producing a deafening sound. Junsang sneered close to his face and said, we are the Seven Shadows, while Junsang remained dismissive, saying, the one who claimed he could take us all down, the protectors of the Red Zone. Cooper and Chalice had now moved closer to Hansu. His voice, filled with disdain, rang out, nothing but arrogance, just as Chalice launched her sword towards him. Just a hair's breadth from the celestial soldier. Hansu blocked Junsang's sword and spoke casually. He's certainly stronger than the other visitors, very deserving of being the leader of the Seven Shadows. His voice was sharp, perfect. Hearing this, Junsang's voice grew serious. What do you mean by that? Meanwhile, the celestial soldier began gathering internal energy from within his body, unleashing powerful lightning strikes. The celestial soldier looked up at the sky and swung his hands, sending out fierce shockwaves. Cooper and Chalice stood dumbfounded, exclaiming in amazement. But as if guided by some force, the celestial soldier's hands reached high into the sky. In an instant, Chalice and Cooper were captured. Hansu continued to push Junsang's sword away while looking at the celestial soldier. He arrogantly spoke, perfect for testing the celestial soldier's armor. Going back in time, the members of the Suicide Squad were sitting together for a meeting. Hansu spoke up, asking, what kind of person is Miyamoto? Ayers responded, why do you ask that? He quickly answered, I've heard that he's the one managing the Red Zone. He died shortly after the abyss opened. One of us is bound to run into him, so I wanted to hear your thoughts about him. She exhaled, then spoke in a low voice, he's not like the other leaders. First, he doesn't show off to everyone in the sect. The skill I understand from him is defensive and buffing, but he also has some debuff skills. But more importantly, she began to delve deeper into the matter. She remembered Junichi's image as he watched everyone gradually leave and softly said, while everyone chases after rewards, building personal reputation, even rushing into the orange zone for countless reasons, he stayed behind in the red zone. A strong figure appeared in Air's mind. She continued, he stayed because his will told him to. Miyamoto said he would guard Akuma's seal. Hansu listened carefully to her every word. He chose to abandon opportunities, sacrificing himself. Air smiled, confirming, if you intend to meet Miyamoto, I think you can trust him. She added, he's a person who believes in justice unconditionally, more than any other traveler in this red zone. Kenyon, standing beside her, folded his arms, deep in thought. Back in the present, Junichi suddenly shouted, enough, what are you all doing? He scolded loudly, even if we combine our forces, our strength still isn't enough. He looked over at Cooper and Chalice, who were being held by the celestial soldier, and continued yelling, in 2 weeks, Ouroboros will spread across the world. Why are you wasting your strength like this? Cooper, hearing this, lowered his head and softly apologized. Junichi raised his hand to his mouth, clearing his throat to regain his composure. Then, Junichi turned to speak to Hansu. I understand you are strong, Sir Hansu, however, I ask that you put away your deadly weapon. He extended his hand, his tone calm. Instead, why don't we discuss this a bit? After all, at this point, the number of casualties is still significant. The atmosphere outside the camp remained quiet, the evening sunlight softly streaming inside. Inside the tent, everyone sat down to discuss. Junichi spoke up, you Hansu, I admire your strength. In response to Hansu's calm demeanor, he continued, however, I cannot unseal the seal for that reason alone. The scene at Akuma's sealed place appeared blurry. Junichi's voice echoed, who knows what will happen once the seal is broken? Akuma's seal should never have been opened. Next came the terrifying image of his blood-red eyes. He deduced, just approaching it alone. It already made people recoil from his power. Junichi asked Hansu, do you have a definite plan to defeat Akuma? Hansu confidently replied, I do. He thought of the weapons he possessed and said clearly. Of the 5 elfin relics still in existence, 2 have been used to seal Akuma. The remaining 3 are in my possession. With just 2 relics I can overpower Akuma's strength. So if I possess all 5, defeating him will be entirely possible. Su asked in a serious tone, I believe this is enough to open up an opportunity for us. What do you think? He did not respond immediately but silently exclaimed in his mind, so similar, as he looked at the calm demeanor of the young man. Inside, Junichi silently praised him. The young man carried a great responsibility on his shoulders and was willing to lay down his life for it. He showed no sign of fear. His sharp gaze returned and he silently wondered, in the 20 years I've been here, has any other traveler appeared like him? Now, I understand. He saw the shadow of heirs in Hansu and quietly thought, it's heirs. Seeing Junichi lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, Sir Miyamoto. Wondering what was wrong with him, he waved his hand to call him Sir Miyamoto. Despite the repeated calls, Junichi slowly reached for the glass of water on the table. He raised it to his mouth, drank, and calmly said, I was just reminiscing a little about the past. I cannot make decisive decisions like you, Kang Hansu. In return, I am someone who tends to hesitate, Junichi said. He then asked, Kang Hansu, let me say a few words before I answer your question. Hatsu quickly responded, sure. He lightly moved his finger across the table and spoke in a low voice. Let's say we follow your suggestion, releasing the seal of Akuma to defeat him. The atmosphere was tense, but everyone remained focused. Junichi presented a different scenario. What if we fail? What happens then? He imagined the tragic scene caused by Akuma where many would lose their lives and posed a hypothesis. I like you want a full-scale battle against the disaster, but I've already discarded that thought. Just imagine the number of lives that would be lost. Ouroboros is already taking action. If Akuma plans to help him, what do you think will happen to this red zone? Those words caused Hansu to pause for a moment. Junichi continued, it's not that I don't trust you, Hansu. You've faced both mystical demons and even defeated 2 disasters. He spoke practically, but every plan has variables and the more favorable it seems, the more we need to be cautious. Under Hansu's cold gaze, Junichi laid out his plan. That's why I considered this approach. Considering your achievements, he suggested, why not use the accomplishments you've gained? Junichi smiled and continued to solidify the seal. As he thought about how the accomplishments would form a powerful formation, he confidently said, if we do this, won't the seal become even stronger? There won't be anything left to worry about, even if Ouroboros has such power and destroys the red zone. He painted a vision of locusts being defeated in the red zone. Junichi added, and with that our mystical demons will be free to act. Moreover, we can deal with the locusts that are occupying the mirror. Then, images of the members being granted weapons appeared. Next, we'll help all the travelers in the red zone, at least help them pass the mirror. As the beautiful vision emerged, everyone moved towards the mirror. He said in a deep voice, before Ouroboros makes a move, we'll bring everyone to the orange zone. Upon hearing the plan, Cooper excitedly laughed. That's the Miyamoto I know. I can't believe you came up with such a brilliant strategy. Junichi humbly responded, you flatter me. He asked Hansu, what do you think? Doesn't this plan make more sense? Hansu slowly spoke, in terms of logic it seems plausible. Junichi quickly responded, if that's the case then, but before he could finish, Hansu interrupted, but I refuse. With a serious expression he continued, the relics were not meant to be used in such a way. Upon hearing this, Junichi's eyes briefly darkened. Junichi asked directly, isn't it because of your selfish desires, your personal ambition? Hansu paid no attention to that remark and replied coldly, the relics must be used once again in another place. The tense situation made Sophia sweat. Upon hearing this, Junichi let out a heavy sigh and asked, can you tell me where that place is? But Hansu didn't answer, instead calmly reassuring him, isn't it enough for me to defeat Akuma? I'll be quick so you don't need to worry. Junichi's gaze turned cold as if he were plotting something. Hansu's gaze was just as steely. Finally, Junichi slowly stood up and concluded, all right, let's end the discussion here. Sophia, startled, exclaimed, so we have no choice but to trust him? Junichi answered gently, we have no other choice but to trust him, with a warm smile. Spoke to Hansu, I place my unwavering loyalty in your hands, Kang Hansu. As he passed by Hansu, Junichi softly said, come with me, I will lead you to where Akuma's seal is. He suddenly remembered something and his eyes brightened. Junichi suggested, first let's change your clothes. Your fighting style is focused on speed, so I'm sure these will suit you. Both Hatsu and Sophia appeared curious. Later, everyone entered the area where Akuma's seal was. The atmosphere here was incredibly gloomy. Hatsu sighed deeply. Donned in the new attire, Hatsu marveled, this outfit is really nice. The information about the outfit appeared. Gerda's battle armor lightweight and helps reduce resistance. He touched the outfit and thought, I guess I'll only be wearing this here. At that moment, Sophia spoke from behind, you seem much more at ease, Hansu. She watched Junichi's back as he walked ahead and continued, it's wonderful that in the end Sir Miyamoto chose to trust you. Sophia added, now all that's left is to defeat Akuma just as planned. Hearing this, Hatsu muttered, just as planned. He recalled Junichi's words from the meeting, I was just reminiscing a little about the past. Junichi had then placed the glass of water down firmly and said, I can't make decisive decisions like you, Kang Hansu. Instead, I am someone who hesitates. That moment Hansu silently observed him with a cold gaze. The glass of water had been crushed ever since Junichi placed it on the table. Suddenly, Hansu called out, "Sophia, I need to discuss something," returning to 20 years ago at the place where Akuma was sealed. Heirs, witnessing the horrifying scene before her, covered her mouth and hesitated. What is this place? Ahead of them was a devastating scene, with bodies scattered across the ground, covering the area. She continued, "What in the world happened here?" Kenyan approached each body to inspect it, making his observation. "Looking at the number of people turned to stone, I can tell exactly what happened. These are all victims of a supreme attack," Kenyan deduced. "It came from something." "Look," he said, gazing at the gigantic egg and the tightly coiled chains. "This is what's been sealed here, a dangerous existence that must never be awakened." As he observed the strange energy radiating from it, Kenyan remarked, "The traces of this strange power are still present everywhere." At this moment, Kang Ti spoke in a low voice, "But it's still sealed. As long as we don't interfere, everything should be fine, right?" Kenyan pushed up his glasses and retorted, "No, you're wrong." He looked towards where Akuma was sealed and said with certainty, "The seal is weakening." Seeing the seal beginning to crack, Kenyan continued, "It's still held here, but that's only because it's tightly chained. The seal will eventually lose its effectiveness." Air spoke up, "So it's like a ticking time bomb?" He immediately replied, "Exactly." Meanwhile, Junichi stood silently observing the egg. His hand lightly touched its surface, and Kenyan's voice rang out, "It seems we need to make a plan to deal with this." While he was still speaking, Junichi suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming as if he had come up with an idea. Junichi's eyes sparkled as though an idea had just formed in his mind. "Let's prepare, we don't have much time," he murmured, his voice resolute. Suddenly he shouted, "I have an idea." Hearing this, everyone looked at him with curious expression. Junichi looked at the sealing barrier emitting violet air, his face lighting up with a glimmer of hope. He then raised his hand and the ring on his finger began to glow, emitting a faint mist. Junichi wondered, "Do I have to risk everything and summon it again?" Immediately the real weapon of death appeared, securing the egg. He thought to himself, "Here, my real weapon of death is the strongest." Ayres, seeing this, was also a bit stunned. Standing in front of the real weapon of death, which was holding the trident firmly, Junichi fell into deep thought. "But once we move to the next area, I'll have to start over," he mused. Kenyan, seeing this, asked, "Are you planning to use the real weapon of death to hold the seal in place?" While he was lost in thought, wondering how much longer he would have to keep doing this, he questioned, "Will this ever end?" He quickly replied, "My real weapon of death will reinforce the current seal. Only then will it be impossible for him to break free." Ayres looked at Junichi and softly said, "But in return, you'll have to stay in this red zone to maintain the real weapon of death." He calmly responded, "I have my ways." Junichi placed his hand on his chest and declared, "If it's for the greater good of humanity, then I will not give up." As he said this, his thoughts wandered. "Yes, it would be better if I..." But then he spoke again to reassure everyone, "Don't worry, I will stay in the red zone to protect the seal." Returning to the present moment, Junichi stood frozen, still lost in his contemplation. Looking at the scene before him, where Akuma was sealed with bodies scattered all around, he felt as if the past was repeating itself. At this moment, Cooper called out from behind, "Lord Miyamoto?" Hearing the call, Junichi shook his head lightly to snap out of it. He softly said, "I'm drifting into memories of the past again." Hansu hurriedly said, "Miyamoto, let's start, we don't have time anymore." Sohia muttered, "Why is Lord Miyamoto acting so casually?" Glanced at her and then spoke, "Right, we must begin." Gently touching the glowing ring on his finger, Junichi announced, "Now I'll begin the seal release." He extended his hand towards the real weapon of death and its soul began to move violently. Observing from the side, Hansu analyzed the situation. "It looks like he's allowed his real weapon of death to absorb a large amount of weaponry. Although it's weaker than the heavenly armored soldier, its power is no joke." Looking at the restless spirits, he continued thinking, "This means the duty of the dark sorcerers is simply to buy and sell weapons." He thought of the real weapon of death and the weapons scattered across the ground, then concluded, "Since Miyamoto must maintain the real weapon of death, everything he does and doesn't do is extremely restricted. This means the dark sorcerers are forced to buy the weapons that the real weapon of death demands on his behalf." Thinking this, Hansu raised his hand to his chin, feeling doubt rising. Still, something didn't seem right. Glancing at Junichi's back, he silently sighed, "Something I can't comprehend." After a moment, the real weapon of death was retracted into the ring, and the sealing barrier began to shift violently. The trident fell powerless to the ground, and the thick chains all snapped, causing the earth to tremble violently. The barrier cracked into pieces, releasing a wave of red toxic air. A huge shockwave erupted, and the terrifying image of Akuma appeared, accompanied by a surge of electricity. Everyone stared at him, filled with an indescribable sense of dread. Now Akuma had been freed from the seal. He stood proudly, his monstrous body twisted and grotesque. Alice stared intently at Akuma, thinking to herself, my body can't move. He's only released killing intent, but even so, it already feels incredibly dangerous. As she looked more closely at his horrifying form with sharp, jagged teeth, she quietly confirmed without a doubt that is a monster. Her train of thought was interrupted as Akuma suddenly stood right in front of her. Chalice, covered by his immense shadow, froze in place, only able to utter in fear, since when did it? Seeing this, Hansu quickly drew the holy sword from his side and leapt into the air. Just in time, Hansu blocked Akuma's attack aimed at Chalice. The two clashed fiercely, causing the earth to quake violently. Shockwave spread out, forcing Sophia and Cooper to cover their faces. Akuma flicked his tongue and then began his relentless assault on Hansu. Hansu was desperately trying to hold off his violent killing spree. With a decisive swing, he used his sword to force Akuma back. Hansu then spun, gathering momentum for a direct strike. Without hesitation, he launched a rapid kick straight to Akuma's face. Caught off guard, Akuma was sent flying, sliding a meter away. Hansu shouted, "Everyone, listen closely." At this point, Akuma struggled to stand, holding his head as dizziness still clouded his mind from the blow. Hansu's face began to show signs of strain. He spoke with a firm tone, "Protect yourselves well. As for me, I'll fulfill the duty I've committed to." Hansu stood tall and confidently declared, "I'll fight him alone." With that, he rushed toward Akuma, raising his sword high, his face filled with unshakable confidence. Akuma, seeing this, grew more vigilant, funneling all his inner energy into his body. Then unleashed a shockwave toward Heizu, creating a massive shockwave. Akuma, feeling exhilarated, let out a strange roar. Heizu swiftly dodged the attack, and the situation grew even more tense as both sides charged at each other. The true battle had just begun. Back outside the red zone, the ground shook slightly. The demon, carrying a massive hammer on his shoulder, spoke, "The ground is trembling." One of his subordinates asked suspiciously, "Is it caused by the cattle?" The demon furrowed his brows, his face tense as he replied, "No, it's coming from below." He continued, "It's coming from beneath us." His words coincided with the moment when Hansu and Akuma clashed fiercely, neither side willing to back down. The intense movements caused the earth to crack and debris flew from the shockwaves, forcing Cooper to shield himself. He assessed the situation. This is a battle between two monsters. In the fight, Akuma continuously attacked Hansu with lightning-fast strikes, but with his quick reflexes, Hansu easily avoided them. Akuma swung his fist to strike Hansu, but he immediately crouched to dodge the blow. Hansu, now focusing on his holy weapon, sent a barrage of energy spheres towards Akuma. Instantly, one sphere shot forward, but Akuma skillfully dodged it. Seeing this, Hansu's expression grew more tense. Suddenly, Akuma raised his fist high, surprising Hansu. He then slammed it into the ground, sending a violent shockwave towards Hansu. Recognizing the danger, Heizu swiftly leapt backward. Suddenly, Akuma disappeared into a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke began to dissipate, Akuma rushed forward with insane speed. Seeing this, Hansu assumed a defensive stance, gathering spiritual power into his fist. The phantom image of the heavenly soldier's fist began to form, crackling with power. Seeing this, Akuma's bloodshot eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, Hansu slammed his fist down toward Akuma, but his eyes widened in shock when he didn't see him there anymore. To his astonishment, Akuma had disappeared and reappeared behind him, his sudden appearance throwing Hansu into a state of alarm. Akuma ferociously struck down, aiming to finish him off, but something intercepted the blow, causing Akuma's eyes to widen. It was Hansu's counterattack. He had sensed Akuma's movements and turned in time to land a powerful punch on him. However, Akuma quickly evaded. Akuma quickly retreated, and Hansu wondered to himself, did he dodge it? He stood still, casting a glance toward Cooper and Beck. Both were tense, watching the situation closely. As the clash between Hansu and Akuma raged on, Cooper made an assessment. This isn't something we can interfere with. Speed and strength, they far surpass us. The boy frowned, beads of sweat dotting his face, nervously saying, just like he said. His gaze locked onto Hansu, and Cooper concluded, we can only leave it all to him. Back in the battle, he observed Akuma and silently assessed him. He was much faster than expected. If he tried to summon the celestial armor in haste, it wouldn't hold. The ring on Hansu's hand began to activate, releasing streams of energy gradually. He thought that if an attack missed, it would be pointless. He would only recover it when he was sure of hitting. After a moment of contemplation, he silently decided it was time to use them. Heizu looked at the two items that had fallen to the ground after Akuma's seal was broken. The golden frog chain and Kagan's staff. Suddenly, the sound of Akuma's intermittent screaming filled his ears. He trembled violently, babbling incessantly. His twisted, deformed face looked even more terrifying as he screamed, "Kill me." Heizu paused, observing him for a long moment. Then Hansu spoke slowly, "All right, I intended to do that anyway." As he uttered the words, Akuma charged madly. He slammed his fist into the ground, but luckily Hansu dodged in time. Heizu swiftly struck Akuma in the chest, causing him to stagger back a few beats. Akuma then recalled the moment Hansu had hurled the sacred relic directly at him. Now he was slightly off balance and Heizu immediately leapt down. Hansu held up the golden frog chain, extending his body to release more chains. After a moment, Hansu spoke gravely, "There, the chain is working." Suddenly, Akuma lunged forward. Seeing this, Heizu continued to release even more chains. Without hesitation, Heizu sent the chains flying in a spiraling arc. Immediately, Akuma was tightly bound, unable to resist. Heizu scanned Akuma and silently thought, "I've trapped him with the golden frog chain." But he escaped fairly easily. Lost in thought, he raised the glowing trident, determined to end Akuma before things got out of control. Yet Hansu's body froze, unable to move. His entire body was enveloped in blue energy. Hansu muttered in disbelief, "What? My body won't move as I wish." A faint energy emanated around him, making him feel as though something was pulling him down. Looking at Akuma, still tightly bound, Heizu wondered if it could be Akuma's skill. His expression remained focused and he muttered repeatedly, "Impossible. From what I know, Akuma has no skill that restricts movement." Hansu suddenly turned around, sensing something was wrong. "So this is someone else's doing? Who did this?" At that moment, Heizu began to feel uneasy, sweat forming on his face. In the vast scene, on one side was Junichi with shadowy figures, on the other was him struggling against Akuma. He focused on Junichi. He seemed to radiate an indescribable aura. Junichi stood still, his face showing subtle signs of cunning. His eyes opened wide, carrying a terrifying intent, hidden behind the previously feigned kindness. Witnessing this, Hansu exclaimed, "Damn it, impossible." Facing Akuma while weakened, he could only shout, "Miyamoto." At the same time, Akuma moved behind Hansu and attacked. After knocking him back, Akuma lightly landed on the ground, then bent slightly, tensing his body. He quickly broke free from the chains, and the dust in the indentation left by his attack gradually dispersed. Heizu slowly stood, thinking briefly. "Now I finally understand what's wrong here." He recalled Junichi's previous actions, how he maintained the demon's seal. Heizu contemplated silently. On top of that, a significant amount of weapons had disappeared, leading him to suspect that Junichi had concealed his weakened skill. Then Hansu reached a conclusion. Miyamoto was trying to protect the demon, and the consequences of this were too severe. Heirs, Miyamoto is truly useless. You were silently thinking when you suddenly opened your eyes. Right above you, Akuma charged to attack, and Heizu immediately blocked the strike with his sword. You swung the sword to counter Akuma's blow, forcing him to quickly retreat and maintain distance. Heizu suddenly realized that his speed had increased. Akuma charged again to attack Hansu, who barely managed to dodge the blow and realized that it wasn't that he had gotten faster, it was just that you were slowing down. Hansu and Akuma continued their relentless clash, but the current situation seemed to favor Akuma. Junichi, standing nearby, smirked. Meanwhile, Hansu hesitated during the battle. He thought to himself, "Just not again." At that moment, as Hansu lost focus, Akuma struck once more, sending him flying. Hatsu staggered to his feet, thinking to himself, "This is troublesome. The longer this drags on, the more Miyamoto's weakened abilities affect me." Felt slightly tired and calculated that you needed to find a way out quickly. Nearby, Sophia observed the fight, growing concerned. She quietly muttered, "What's happening here?" Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by the demon. If this continues, Sophia frowned, realizing something was wrong. She thought to herself, just a few minutes ago, he could easily defeat the demon. Now he suddenly stopped moving, or rather, he's moving very slowly and keeps getting attacked by the demon. Sophia broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe it. Back in the past, Hansu called out Sophia. He spoke sternly, "If I can't counterattack and am overwhelmed by the demon, this is risky, but draw his attention even if it's just a little." Heizu added a plan for Sophia and then remembered something, causing her to tighten her grip. Sophia turned to Junichi and said, "Lord Miyamoto, we must help Kang Hansu now." He looked back, asking, "Do you mean all of us?" Junichi quickly opposed, saying, "No, but Kang Hansu, we have no way of defeating the demon. If we blindly attack the demon just to help Kang Hansu, it's like walking into a lion's den unarmed." He gently reminded, "Will only hinder Kang Hansu." Junichi then reassured them. "That's why we should trust Kang Hansu and watch him fight the demon alone." Sophia disagreed, saying, "But watching like this is too dangerous." She shuddered and said, "If Kang Hansu loses, we're doomed. Not just us, all the explorers in the red zone will be too." "Don't tell me, Lord Miyamoto." Sophia snapped, asking, "Are you trying to kill Kang Hansu?" The guards quickly grabbed her to stop her, warning, "Be careful with your words." "Sophia, those words went too far." Meanwhile, Junichi spoke up, "I trust Kang Hansu." He said with confidence, he said he could defeat the demon by himself. Sophia, still worried, was about to say something, but Junichi interrupted, "I know what you're worried about." Sophia, given the current situation, he firmly said, "That's why we mustn't help Kang Hansu." Junichi spoke as if reminding her, "We must prepare for the worst." If Kang Hansu loses to the demon, he confidently stated, "I will use my power and the sacred artifact to seal the demon again." Then, Junichi turned to Sophia and asked, "Do you have a better plan?" She paused, unable to answer. Sophia recalled Hansu's words, "If I'm at a disadvantage, keep an eye on Miyamoto. He had once said Miyamoto might try to stop me from defeating the demon. Back then, Safia had found it hard to believe. Hansu had continued, and he might say the demon should be sealed again. If I fail, only then will he act. Safia asked, are you sure? Hatsu replied softly, it's not what I want, but if it's Miyamoto, I've seen him with my own eyes. He will certainly betray us. Sophia now fully understood Hansu's words. She thought to herself, he's right, but what Hansu said, from trying to protect the demon's seal to Kang Hansu suddenly being overwhelmed. Sakia glanced at Junishi's expression. She thought to herself, Miyamoto, he's preparing to kill Kang Hansu. At the same time, Junichi also glanced at Hansu, thinking, you think the demon is a disaster that must be eradicated. He thought to himself, you're wrong. Only when you see the demon as an enemy that must be destroyed does that make sense. However, that is unnecessary. Junichi felt somewhat satisfied, thinking as long as the seal is maintained properly, the demon is no different from a monster trapped inside. He coldly calculated, Kang Hansu, if we can subdue this monster, there are countless ways we can use him. With the demon, controlling the red zone becomes easy. Suddenly, Junichi, observing Hansu's fight, was taken aback. Below, Hansu's sword-wielding arm suddenly shook. He gritted his teeth and said, Kang Hansu. Hansu quickly attacked Akuma. And he immediately retreated to keep his distance. At the same time, Akuma, who had been attacked, was sent flying. On Hansu's side, he too was injured by a few of Akuma's strikes. Junichi, watching this scene, felt uneasy and thought, I've already cursed him with every negative effect. That should put him at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth, glaring in anger, then asked himself, why isn't he falling? Why hasn't he failed yet? He silently growled, Kang Hansu. On the other side, after a battle, Hansu was exhausted, breathing heavily. Akuma, thrown back, quickly recovered and moved toward Hansu. Akuma threw a punch, preparing to strike him. Suddenly, his foot was trapped by an ice block. Akuma, caught off guard, looked down at his foot. From behind, Sophia had used her ice powers to trap him. She exhaled softly, then seriously set up a formation to restrain Akuma. Junichi, anxious, shouted, what do you think you're doing? He yelled. Sophia, quickly turning, said, we might end up trapped. That's why I said let Hansu handle Akuma on his own. He repeatedly questioned, why won't you listen? Sophia replied coldly, I'm very disappointed in you, Lord Miyamoto. She glared at Junichi angrily. You should be the one to take the risk to protect the entire red zone, even our zone, with your strength that could withstand the smallest attacks from Akuma. Refusing to step up just because you don't want to face danger, Sophia sarcastically asked. Are you ashamed? Junichi immediately grew angry. What? On the other side, Akuma, noticing Sophia was distracted, quickly broke free from the ice holding him and charged toward Junichi's group. Akuma, alarmed, quickly warned everyone, damn it, it noticed us. Sophia quickly signaled everyone, get ready. Junichi, though angry at her for ruining things, quickly pretended to join in with the others. Sophia, Akuma is charging towards us. Sophia, startled by Hansu's voice, paused, don't get distracted. Behind him, Hansu charged to attack. I'm still your opponent. He quickly struck Akuma in the back of the neck, and Akuma immediately cried out in pain. Akuma quickly turned, glaring at Hansu. Sophia, seeing the situation, immediately grew worried. She shouted towards Hansu, Hansu. At the same time, Akuma had grabbed his arm, lifting it. He then threw Hansu backward. Hansu was sent flying and groaned in pain. On the other side, Sophia urgently used her magic. She summoned energy shields to lift Hansu, who was falling. He smiled lightly, praising good support Sophia. Hansu pushed with his legs, preparing to rise. Then he continued to rush toward Akuma, and when Hansu looked toward him, he was startled. Below, Akuma was holding several sharp stones in his hands. The next moment, he quickly hurled those stones toward Hansu. Cooper nearby looked on in shock and exclaimed loudly, can he attack like this? Meanwhile, Hansu was moving toward Akuma with support orbs that Sakia had provided. The stones Akuma threw were flying swiftly toward him. The support orbs moved quickly to block them. Akuma looked up and saw this, growling with anger. He didn't notice the chains that were slowly wrapping around his feet. At the same time, a soft sound of the system echoed as the mana was being transferred, and the golden frog chains were recovering. Shortly after, several chains suddenly shot up. They swiftly wrapped around, restraining Akuma. Heizu quietly called, Akuma, then softly spoke while summoning the spear. Hold on just a little longer, everything will end soon. He raised the spear high, then immediately struck it down toward Akuma. He was hit. His body was pinned to the ground. Akuma screamed in pain. Two people, Beck and the others nearby, watched in shock. Among them, one muttered, incredible, he's really defeating Akuma. Nishi behind them was furious, gritting his teeth. No, he thought angrily, if this continues, Akuma will die. Junichi glared, his eyes full of rage, until Akuma moved again. He silently thought, I need to stall Hansu. Then Junichi stared at Hansu, but suddenly Hansu turned around and used his power to destroy something behind him. Junichi watched in astonishment. What's this? Has it been destroyed? Hatsu called out, Miyamoto, leave, I won't spare you any longer. He ordered sternly, wait a moment, this is the first thing. Junichi, hearing this, became pale with fear. He clenched his teeth in anger. Because of that guy, I remember now, the feeling I had long forgot. Junichi looked at Hansu from a distance, silently thinking, I admire him. He recalled the past. He remembered the first time he saw Heirs, her dignified and heroic figure that had haunted him ever since. Now, looking at Hansu, Kizunichi suddenly realized it had been 20 years. He thought, I never truly forgot. He gritted his teeth in anger, still holding on to it in his heart. Junichi sighed, gazing at Hansu with envy. Back in the past, Junichi had faced a monster. Overcome by fear, he had dropped his weapon. Junichi anxiously looked up at the beast. It was roaring loudly as it lifted its two front legs, preparing to attack. Junichi, frightened, squeezed his eyes shut and covered his face. Minutes passed, and when he felt no pain, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Heirs had appeared, using her power to stop the beast. She turned to Junichi and comforted him. It's okay now. He looked at Heirs, thinking to himself, Heirs. Junichi quickly recognized her as the one who had mastered the strange arts, the most respected one. He stood from afar, watching her surrounded by others, and thought about the people in the red zone. Junichi felt discomfort, thinking, I admire her. He secretly envied her. I cursed a person like her. He hated her. Those things should have been mine. After some time, Junichi realized something, and then the opportunity for disaster arrived. He quickly recognized the potential of that thing. Demon could maintain the seal with just a small amount of mana, but I lied to everyone so I could stay in the red zone. Junichi thought excitedly. For my own safety and pride. Back in the present, sadly, all his illusions were shattered. Junichi stared intensely at Hansu ahead. He clenched his fists in anger and muttered, How dare you? He shouted and released a wave of energy toward Hansu. How dare someone like you? Hansu subtly raised his hand to block the attack. At the same time, a magic formation under his feet activated. Moments later, an explosion erupted where Hansu stood. Everyone behind them was shocked by Junichi's action. He was pleased, thinking to himself, You fool. Junichi still secretly felt self-satisfied. I don't know how you deactivated the magic, but that last attack should have worked. Junichi froze, stunned. He couldn't believe it as his gaze drifted to the blade that had just brushed against his neck. Heizu angrily thought, Don't hesitate, kill him. He recalled Kenyan's instructions, eliminate anything that gets in the way. They only harm humanity, don't pity them. Heizu thought for a moment, then realized, yes, he's still thinking but hasn't acted yet. This man is the enemy. He'll ruin my plans. I have to kill him right here. Suddenly, Air's voice rang out. Forget about unnecessary kindness. She had once said, The hope of humanity is in your hands, so protect as many as you can, even if they're evil. Air's reminder caused Hansu to hesitate, thinking, Please. He reflected on Kenyan's words. For humanity, evil must be eliminated. The only redemption for them is death. At the same time, he thought of Air's words. For the safety of humanity, give the evildoers a chance. Through your mercy, they can repent and change. Kenyan continued, Humans never change. Heirs countered, Humans can change, so please. Both voices rang out together. They must die, they must live. After struggling, Heizu seemed to make a decision. He swung his sword, cutting off one of Junichi's arms. Junichi stood frozen for a moment, stunned by Hansu's action. Then he glanced at the spot where his arm had been. Now Junichi fell to his knees, groaning in pain. Hansu spoke softly, This is my final opportunity and mercy for you. He asked firmly, Will you continue? Junichi gritted his teeth in anger. Hansu, you bastard. He turned around, shouting, What are you all doing? Attack him now. Junichi arrogantly said, Don't just stand there like fools, act now. He kept shouting, Follow my orders. Sophia interrupted, Shut up. Miyamoto, she angrily warned, We are not your subordinates. Junichi's anger grew and he screamed, Sophia, you damn brat, how dare you defy my orders? Sophia sternly reminded, Don't delude yourself, we act to protect the red zone. We won't follow the orders of a traitor like you. We won't follow you anymore. The group behind Cooper lowered their heads in silence, agreeing. The two others quickly advanced. Junichi was stunned, his eyes wide. Now everyone from the team had switched sides to Hansu. Our mission is to protect the red zone. We only followed you to complete that mission. The boy spoke with some hesitation, but now your actions have crossed the line. As Sophia said, we won't follow you anymore. Cooper spoke softly. We are disappointed in you, Miyamoto. Junichi, hearing this, held his wounded arm, trembling slightly. He stared at Hansu's group in front of him. Junichi briefly remembered Heirs from the past. Then he clicked his tongue and smirked. Junichi suddenly started laughing loudly, crazily. He mocked, Protect the red zone? Fine, let's see how it turns out. Heizu angrily interrupted, I told you it's useless. Suddenly, Hansu sensed something odd. It was different now. This attack wasn't aimed at him. At the same time, Akuma was pulling the spear out of his body. Hansu immediately realized that Akuma was breaking free. That was the release of Akuma's power. On the other side, Akuma threw the spear away forcefully. He angrily slammed his foot down, roaring. Evil men were terrified upon seeing this. A moment later, Akuma threw his weapon quickly towards them. The group scrambled to avoid it in panic. They thought in fear, what kind of attack was that? Dodging it was impossible. Akuma screamed angrily and the group shouted in warning. He's about to attack again, be careful. At that moment both Liu Cheng and Cooper took defensive stances, suddenly holding back. Akuma, meanwhile, howled as he unexpectedly slammed his head onto the ground. Everyone watched in shock. What? Why did he do that? Sophia then remembered Junichi was here earlier and quickly turned to look for him. She saw him walking into the teleportation gate and shouted loudly, Miyamoto is running away. Angrily cursed Miyamoto, that bastard. John heard her and immediately tried to chase after him. We need to stop him now. Akuma's side rushed to hold him back, but what about Akuma? Damn it, what do we do now? Hansu calmly spoke in a low voice, stay calm. He quickly ordered everyone, leave Akuma to me, the rest chase after Miyamoto. Cooper, worried, asked, is that okay? Hansu nodded confidently. Yes, because I promise. Group quickly chased after Junichi and followed him into the teleportation gate. After they had all gone, Hansu quietly said she could stay with the other spirits. Sophia replied, you need to contact them first, then you can join them. She then whispered, I want to see his death with my own eyes. Sophia, astonished, replied, Miyamoto's buff turned Akuma into an even bigger monster. How could he do that? What is he going to do to deal with that monster? She worriedly asked herself. Hansu, can you defeat him? On the other side, Hansu suddenly lowered his weapon. Sophia, surprised, asked, what are you doing? She quickly asked, why are you doing that? Hansu reassured her, don't worry. He firmly said as he stepped toward Akuma, I no longer need it. Over there, Akuma, in pain, repeatedly slammed his head with his wounds immediately healing. Hansu thought briefly, a support buff accelerating the regeneration process. He speculated that with this buff, Akuma would continue to fight. Hansu, watching Akuma hurting himself, thought to himself, even if he's almost out of energy, he will never stop. Suddenly, Akuma charged towards him. If that's the case, Hansu swiftly dodged the attack. He swung his fist and struck Akuma, who immediately collapsed, lying exhausted on the ground. Hansu bent down and gently touched him. Akuma, you transferred your energy, then softly said, break free. Akuma, lying on the ground, began to change shape into Sane. He cried while staring up at Hansu. Sane whispered, who are you? Hansu quietly thought, just as I suspected. He silently thought, I wasn't wrong, Akuma is not a mindless monster. He's just been consumed by endless rage. Hansu quietly recalled, but because of Miyamoto's regeneration buff, Akuma's mind, trapped in rage, had healed. He thought to himself, ironically, the rage that pushed Akuma towards self-destruction has now given him a final chance. And the true identity of this child is, Hansu softly called, Akuma, do you remember your father? He muttered, father. Sane recalled the scene of being forced into a corner by his entire clan. Taekyon had once ordered everyone to kill him. Die, he whispered, my son. Sane screamed in pain, asking, what did I do wrong? Why is my father tormenting me like this? Why? Sane transformed back into Akuma. He shouted, don't attack, I don't want to kill him. He agonized, saying, it hurts so much, why does everyone hate me? Akuma shouted loudly while attacking Hansu. Stay away, leave me alone. He roared angrily, I can't take it anymore. Hansu attacked, quickly flew back. He sat up, stunned. Hansu recalled Taekyern's confession, for the greater good I killed my own child, but I regret that decision. Meanwhile, Akuma, in a frenzy, attacked wildly around him. Sophia tried to hold him off while calling out Hansu. She quickly shouted, Akuma, he's attacking again. Hansu closed his eyes tiredly but immediately stood up again. Calmly, he passed through every attack and moved closer to Akuma, despite his body being covered in wounds. Sophia worriedly called out Hansu. Hansu softly responded, I'm fine. He pressed Akuma down, then said, your father Taekyern did this and the demon Akuma destroyed this place. He gently reassured him, none of this is your fault. Hansu continued softly, you've been suffering alone for too long. Transferred energy to Akuma, returning him to his previous form and said, now rest. A little while later, Sane slowly regained consciousness. He looked at his arm in surprise. Ah, Sane trembled in fear, my body. Hansu, beside him, spoke, don't worry. He quickly explained, I've deactivated your rage state. From now on, you'll be able to move freely. Sane, in shock, asked, am I okay now? Hansu shook his head and replied, no, after some time you'll return to your old state. He continued softly, because I didn't completely erase your anger. Sane trembled at that and stammered, no. He fearfully murmured, I don't want to return to that state. Sane shed tears, saying, I don't want to hurt anyone anymore, I don't want to be hated. Hansu, hearing this, remained silent. After a moment he extended his hand and said, work with me. Hansu made his offer, the plan has completely gone off track, I need your help. He added softly, I'll help you regain your sanity whenever your anger rises, but you have to follow my plan. Hansu softly asked, will you accept? Sane hesitated in silence. A moment later he grabbed Hansu's hand. Suddenly Fairy's voice echoed, no, it laughed mischievously, commenting this ending is too boring. Fairy laughed as it said, it's so nice to see you again. Every time I see you, my heart beats wildly with excitement. Sophia, seeing this, worriedly thought, asking for help. Over there, Fairy casually asked, and what about you? Do you feel happy when we meet? Hansu cut it off, shut up, just say what you want. He asked directly, "What do you want?" Fairy briefly froze, then glared at Hansu. After that, it cheerfully replied, "Oh, you're so cold, I don't like this coldness." Fairy snapped its fingers and said, "Never mind. The reason I'm here is very simple." Immediately, a surge of power slammed into Sane's body. He bent over in pain, falling to the ground. Fairy approached Hansu, ordering, "Kill that thing." Excitedly continued, "Actually, I've been watching your entire battle with Akuma." Fairy laughed loudly, saying, "The bloodshed, the betrayal, the life-threatening crises, and the moments of despair. But in the end, you still won." That was really entertaining. I couldn't take my eyes off for a second. But then, it suddenly grew haughty, but an ending like this is just too boring. Fairy continued complaining, "No matter how strong you are, this time, you really disappointed me." Hatsu angrily said, "So that's why you intervened." Fairy smiled and winked. "Exactly, we wanted to see the scene we had staged." It happily said, "We've set things up so that you can easily kill him. He's in a state where he can't resist." Even a single finger was too much. Fairy offered a few suggestions. "You could behead him in one stroke, or you could sever his limbs before killing him," he said with delight. "We prefer a flashy execution with plenty of torture." Hansu shot Fairy an angry glare. Seeing this, Fairy paused for a moment. "You do like it? Then we have no choice but to follow the rules." Fairy smiled brightly. "We must eliminate all threats." He subtly reminded Hansu, "If you leave even one alive, you won't get anything." Fairy took out a few ancient tokens and asked, "Do you remember the reward we promised?" Feigning annoyance, he added, "To be precise, you haven't eradicated them completely, have you? So, technically, you failed and we cannot give you the reward. What a shame." Then Fairy smiled again, "But we're giving you another chance. If you kill Akuma, we'll consider the threat eradicated." He repeated the order, "Choose." Fairy gave Hansu two options, the promised reward or Akuma. He coldly asked, "What will you do?" Hansu silently clenched his fist. Moments later, he moved toward where Sane lay on the ground. Sane looked up at him. Hansu glanced down at him. Sane shuddered in pain. "Yes, of course you'll do it," he said weakly. "I understand. I would do the same if I were you." Sane remembered the gaze of his kin and the suffering that followed. "Someone like me deserves to die," he muttered. Hansu quickly bent down to sit across from him. Sane immediately closed his eyes, awaiting his end. Suddenly, he heard Hansu whisper, "Listen carefully." He leaned closer to Sane and whispered, "Son of Tekgern, first prince of Elven Ai and rightful heir." Hansu softly called out, "Sane." Sane was startled and disbelieving. "How do you know my name?" he asked. Hansu whispered, "The information CI received surprised me." Just moments later, Hansu quickly neutralized CI Sohia gasped, covering her mouth in fear. Fairy, standing nearby, burst into laughter. "Exactly," he said. "This is what we wanted." He looked at Hansu holding the broken body of Sane with amusement. "You never disappoint us, Hansu." Sane, who had just been slain, struggled to lift his head, trying to speak before closing his eyes for the final time. "I will wait." Soon after, Sane's body transformed into countless ancient tokens. Fairy, seeing this, became excited. So many ancient tokens, as expected of a hidden threat, a delicious reward. He happily asked Hansu, "Honestly, you were hoping for this, weren't you? With a reward this big, you must have been planning to kill him." Hansu didn't respond but quietly took the fragment of Sane's memory. Fairy, puzzled, asked, "Is that all you're taking? Don't you want the rest?" Hansu nodded. "Yes," he said, staring intently at the memory fragment. At the same time, the system displayed the information. "Memory fragment, a small piece containing the precious memories of someone." Hansu quietly said, "This is enough." He stood inside a cave surrounded by jewels. Fairy floated above him, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're so patient," Fairy remarked. Seeing Hansu still focused, he couldn't help but call out to him, "Hansu, is everything all right?" Hansu, preparing to answer Sophia's question, turned to face her. Hansu's face was filled with pride, and it was impossible to read his emotions. "No problem," he said. "That was the plan all along." Finally, he turned and walked into the cave. "I'll gather the relics, wait here for a moment." Sophia watched him walk further in, her expression full of worry. "I wonder if Hansu is really all right." Fairy, seeing him disappear deeper into the cave, smiled sinisterly. "There won't be a problem, I'm just making the best choice." Hansu seemed to be thinking of the worst-case scenario, his lips pressed tight. "If I encounter those who try to stop me along the way, if one day I'm forced to make a choice like that, it will be hard for me," Hansu thought to himself. Fairy's mocking voice interrupted his thoughts. "So you followed me in. This isn't like you." Fairy wasn't frightened by Hansu's cold glare. If anything, it only made him tease him further. "You're worried this will keep happening?" he taunted. But Hansu, hearing this challenge, calmly replied, "Don't worry." He turned to face Fairy, his voice steady. His eyes glinted with resolve. "I'll show you something interesting soon enough." His gaze turned to hate, aimed directly at Fairy. "Just wait." The two faced each other in a tense standoff, the air thick with anticipation. Time seemed to freeze. Fairy waited for what felt like an eternity before hearing the response he was waiting for. "All right, Hansu," Fairy said, satisfied. "That's more like you. Now I'm not disappointed anymore." In no time, Hansu had gathered all 5 relics. As he looked at the items scattered at his feet, they grew more numerous. Chains began to form a powerful surge of green energy. Turned out Hansu was using his power to connect the relics on the ground. As the process neared its end, his hand no longer emitted the powerful sparks. The administrator's mark had been completed. A memory fragment appeared in Hansu's mind. The reason he could control Ouroboros was likely because he had gained new power. The mark on Hansu's hand was striking, but he found it unusual, unlike what the Elvenheim tribe had described. A message appeared before him, stating, "Temporary administrator rights activated. Permissions are limited." Seeing it, Hansu understood the mystery. "I see." The vision in his mind showed the story of the Elvenheim tribe. Only they could hold full administrative rights, but as a human, he only had temporary powers here. Around Hansu, the energy he had connected with the weapons swirled. "Such a pity, I didn't expect such limits." Hansu's face was that of a victor, though there was a trace of joy. "But this is enough," he thought. He could feel his power increasing, now on par with the others. Sophia stood outside, waiting. A pigeon arrived, Hansu's pigeon, delivering a message. "Hansu, we received a message from Red. The battle outside is fierce. They're still engaged with Miyamoto. They say they've caught up with him and we should join them." After hearing the message, Hansu pondered for a while, considering his next move. He turned to Sophia and said, "I have something to do first." He didn't explain further but subtly mouthed the words so she would understand. Sophia looked at him, bewildered, but didn't press the issue. "All right, I understand." Sophia felt a surge of hope. He will succeed, she thought. The scene shifted to a loud voice pleading for mercy. "Please spare me." It was Junichi, bowing on the ground in earnest repentance. "I lost my senses for a moment and did something terrible." Those around him were shocked by his confession. "It's all my fault," he said. When no one responded, he continued to beg, "Please remember the time we spent together." Junichi kept his head pressed to the ground, pleading for forgiveness. A voice interrupted, "Enough, I understand. Stop." She approached and helped him up, her face battered with wounds. "We've known each other for a long time, so I understand everything now." Junichi could only mumble, "Thank you, thank you." Chalice, watching the scene, looked worried about what might happen next. No one knew what would happen next, but to prevent any future problems, Chalice thought, he might still be deceiving us. Her face was grave, but she dared only to speculate. "Do you really believe he's not lying, even after seeing his begging? Miyamoto's will broke after what happened before." Teammates listened intently to her reasoning. "Let Kang Hansu decide Miyamoto's fate," she concluded. As soon as the words left her mouth, blood suddenly spewed from Junichi, his eyes turning white. Around them, a current of energy surged, causing those nearby to scream in pain. "Mary, my body," John Sang was gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Everyone caught in the formation was writhing in pain. Miyamoto. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted from the ground. Fragments of pink diamond-like rock scattered across the ground. Someone emerged from the explosion, fangs bared in a sinister smile. Junichi was the cause, leaving the ground littered with the fallen. His gaze was terrifyingly intense. "Even though you have destroyed everything I had, I will survive until the end." A battle scene was unfolding dramatically, a fight where neither side yielded. Michael coughed dryly as he fought, glancing back at the battlefield. He couldn't continue, he couldn't hold the line any longer. Seeing the monsters multiplying instead of decreasing, and their numbers of parasites unchanged, Michael clenched his eyes shut in anger, unwilling to think any further. What on earth is Kang Hansu doing now? Hansu's blue doves filled the sky, pausing the ongoing battle. Each dove landed on a person's hand, one after another, carrying messages. All the messenger doves perched on everyone's hands. Michael's eyes widened in surprise as he received the message, his lips curling cunningly, unable to believe it. Who exactly is Hansu? How is this possible? Turning to Sangjin, the monsters were closing in. Then he sensed it and raised his sword after reading the message. Sangjin struck fiercely at the insects. "How could I ever give up?" The system appeared. "We are ready to eliminate Ouroboros." "Don't give up, Kang Hansu." A golden dove appeared on Sangjin's hand. "Understood, Hansu." His voice full of determination, "I will not give up." Darkness was falling. Sophia in front was panicked and terrified at the scene before her. What happened? She couldn't help but collapse to her knees, staring at the corpses on the ground. "Everyone is dead." Sophia's hands and legs shook uncontrollably, overwhelmed. She wept madly, unable to stop her tears. Miyamoto and Hansu remained behind, expressionless. Hansu didn't want to waste time with either of them, breaking the tension. "I will never forgive him. We must move past Miyamoto." Sophia's emotions surged, moving rapidly. "Hansu, what are you saying? We must find Miyamoto as soon as possible." Sophia couldn't help but freeze, staring at Hansu. She couldn't read his expression clearly. Hansu turned away coldly, without a trace of sentimentality. "Don't forget what truly matters." Sophia's tears fell as she realized he had walked a far tougher path. Feeling her own sorrow, Sophia spoke strongly. "You're right, Hansu. Now tell us what you intend to do next." His voice icy and sharp. "We will return with that mirror." Hansu's gaze burned with anger and determination to follow this path. They would wait for him there, as arranged. Their allies would join them against the raging battle. The teammates reached the battlefield, standing at a distance. Anchi watched for a while, unable to hold back. Are we really okay just observing? What if the parasites surround us? Sangjin hesitated before deciding, no, we cannot leave, we must wait here. Unchi panicked, what? But Sangjin, face cold, threatened, we promised Hansu. We agreed to meet here before. Unchi angrily refused to hear more. Seriously, can you stop talking about Hansu? My head hurts. The twins couldn't resist teasing her. Since Sangjin ignored her, Unchi pouted, blushing. Stop it, twins, I heard everything. Who's pouting? Unchi, angry and red-faced, pointed at them. You ever dated anyone? Please don't hate us, this is all your fault. If you like Hansu so much, just be with him. Her scolding intensified. Sangjin listened, accustomed to the scene, but Yu looked puzzled, asking why she was so angry. Unchi couldn't hold back. Seriously, this is maddening. One person joined in, making her even angrier. She angrily denied it, panicked. It's not like that. Everyone else stopped playing and listened carefully. I think they've surrounded us. Around them, the insects were closing in. Or they could react, an insect lunged at them. Sangjin couldn't stay still and charged. The creature opened its jaws, meeting him head-on. Sangjin, full of heroic courage, rushed forward. Suddenly someone appeared wielding a sword, striking decisively. Sangjin froze, astonished. Hansu had arrived to help. Seeing him silent, he asked, are you all right? Sangjin's face lit up with joy, of course. Sophia followed behind. It had been long since meeting Hansu. Sangjin was thrilled. Meeting Hansu again, he seemed even stronger than before. Seeing Sangjin's enthusiasm, Hansu quietly admired, you haven't changed at all. Sangjin's mischievous smile appeared as he met Hansu. Still, we must meet as promised. A voice cut through, making him pause for a moment. At the peak, Sangjin hadn't noticed, arms outstretched in joy. I'm truly glad because I've always wished for this. The moment you need me, I've always wanted to be the silent teammate who helps. I am always ready. Hansu, please use me as you see fit. Hearing such loyalty, Hansu reminded him, prepare yourself. Sangjin's eyes widened in shock beside him. Recognizing a familiar figure should surprise him. The Dark King, Li Gongyi. Recalling past battles, it seemed Gongyang had resurrected, using the holy cross on the third floor of the tower island. Hansu looked coldly, unamused. Should we deal with him again? Someone fell in front of him and Kaiyang panicked, looking toward him. He turned, face terrified, ready to help. Oh no, what do we do? Is its leg broken? Sojong tried to comfort. It's not that bad, you're fine, father. But his father's expression looked terrifying. Hansu silently observed the two. It seemed unnecessary. Unchi suddenly appeared, breaking the tense atmosphere. It's you, you're Kang Hansu, the one Sangjin kept jumping about. Hansu saw Unchi, confused by her words. Do you know how annoying that is? Unchi asked a ridiculously strange question. Hey, do you have a sister? Hansu's face was resigned as he answered. Only now did he start observing everyone around him. He had met all the others at least once. Hansu's gaze swept over them, as if assessing whether they were ready, though he knew they would be fine. Sangjin looked completely unamused, standing before him. So, what do you want us to do? Hansu decided to get straight to the point. I'll explain. Tell everyone about the plan. From now on, you will join me to kill Ouroboros. Everyone was utterly shocked. What? But Hansu didn't want to waste more time and decided to postpone details. I'll explain everything when we reach the mirror, that's all. No one had any questions for him. Unchi, who had been holding back, finally lost her temper. That's it. That insane bastard, what kind of plan is this? She snapped. Seeing no one else spoke up, she couldn't help but turn to Sangjin. Say something, your friend just left. Contrary to Unchi's frustration, Sangjin was thrilled by the plan. Perfect, leave it to us. Hansu will do our best to meet your expectations. Unchi, unable to contain her disappointment, landed a strong punch on his face. Useless bastard. Twin held Unchi back to prevent her from striking again. You've definitely lost your mind, haven't you? Huh, crazy right. Sangjin stayed on the ground, taking her punch lightly. He was clearly playing the victim. Do you think you are ignoring our opinions? Sophia looked anxious watching the scene. Hansu, are you sure this is okay? He remained calm, his gaze steady and unshaken. Before him stood a team at odds, reminding Hansu of his previous formation. Seeing it all fall into place like before, he felt certain everything would be fine. A strand of hair flew in the wind. Yamihi had appeared unnoticed. She arrived with the breeze, a shy smile on her face. Long time no see, Hansu. Everyone had gathered fully, chatting and laughing. Mihai, though just appearing, joined the conversation easily. Unchi kept hitting Sangjin while also talking with Mihai. Heizu observed from afar, watching the members replace the gathered shadows. His eyes scanned over, seeing the place he and his teammates would soon face. His face was calculating, eager to complete the plan quickly. Once they found the treasure, Ouroboros would be dealt with. Someone was watching Hansu's every move, disbelief in his gaze. Through a screen, a voice full of anger revealed sharp fangs. Did he really have administrator privileges? Tekkurn could not tolerate it. His power flared in rage, screaming, and he wasn't even from Elvenham. Familiar scenes replayed in his mind. He couldn't believe he had endured inheriting the power of the heavenly armor. Having collected all 5 keys, he became an administrator. Taekyeon watched the team through the screen, seeing them all in motion. How dare a pathetic bug act like this? Taekyeon trembled with rage. He would not forgive this. But his emotions quickly stabilized, filled with hostility. He was the sole administrator of the red zone, and only he. The battle raged fiercely. Everyone at the camp tried, uniting to hold their ground. Everyone prepare to fight, take your positions, get ready. If you want to live, you must fight. From afar, someone watched inside. Liu Hong struggled to hide from those outside. To survive, he needed to escape. He saw the camp members laboring to move supplies. 2 guild members were at the base. If they fought them, death was certain. Seeing everyone battle the parasitic bugs, Liu Hong wanted to act, using the opportunity to move to safety. But before he could escape, a voice startled him. Captain Liu. The approaching figure spoke before anyone asked. No, don't be suspicious, I just need to go to the bath briefly. The soldier ignored him, noting an urgent matter. Liu Hong hadn't realized the soldier intended to lead him. Follow me. Once there, a severely injured man lay before him. Sir Miyamoto. He sat motionless, his body covered in wounds, in critical condition. Liu Hong rushed over upon hearing the diagnosis. Junichi saw him enter, trying to endure the pain. Liu Hong noticed the suffering in Junichi's eyes. What the hell happened? Who did this? And what about the ghosts? Hansu, that bastard, where is he now? The man was too weak to answer Liu Hong's questions. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Junichi ordered, everyone except Liu Hong get out. Everyone hesitated, unsure what he meant. He insisted he was fine. Go out, it's nothing. The soldier still tried to stay, but who was gravely injured. If they didn't treat him immediately, Junichi had no patience left. He shouted angrily, don't you hear me? Shut up and get out. Everyone stayed back silently, then all left, leaving Liu Hong and Junichi alone. Once outside, Junichi grabbed Liu Hong's hand. Look closely. He pulled Liu Hong toward him, furious. This is what Kang Hansu did to me, that bastard. He made me like this. Junichi's face, full of hatred, had lost all kindness, radiating malice. We cannot forgive him. We must kill him no matter what. Do you understand, Liu Hong? He ordered Liu Hong to go kill Kang Hansu, but Liu Hong hesitated, his eyes slightly avoiding. Feeling guilty, Liu Hong dared not meet Junichi's gaze. But is that even possible? I have to admit, Kang Hansu has surpassed me. I'm not on his level. Junichi seemed to know the answer in advance and calmly patted his shoulder. It's fine. Junichi's eyes were ruthless and cunning as he formulated a plan. I'll tell you. I will reveal the location of the treasure. I have to secure the summoned seal of the lighthouse and return stronger. Liu Hong was stunned, speechless. Then came a loud laugh. Indeed, he always had a plan, seeing victory easily. Liu Hong obeyed, ready to follow orders, but he secretly harbored contempt. Good, very good. With this method, I'll be strong enough. Once Hansu is dealt with, he'll be next. Liu Hong's face twisted at the thought of becoming the victor, Miyamoto. The sun sank behind the mountains as a monster appeared, its head split in 2 by someone's sword. Hansu was using his sword to eliminate the monsters. All the monsters lay defeated on the ground, with the path cleared. Hansu turned to the group behind him. We're almost there, move quickly. Unchi peeked from behind a tree, responding swiftly. Understood. Seeing the sun setting, they had to move before Miyamoto acted. Unchi's face was grim. Got it. Jumihi shot arrows with precision at the monsters ahead. Others used their powers to finish off remaining monsters and clear the path. Sang-jin rushed forward with his sword, striking down a foe. Unchi observed her teammates from a distance. Time was running out. Everyone was exhausted, sitting on the ground after the long battle. We're dead, so tired. Unchi was also exhausted and unable to say a word. A voice suddenly broke the silence. As expected, this situation was not right. It turned out that Unchi was the one speaking, apologizing, but we are planning to withdraw. 4 of them remained silent, listening to her words. The 4 truly possessed remarkable skills. Perhaps they were among the few elites in the red zone. Unchi clenched her hand, trying not to tremble, and continued speaking. You all may have avoided death. That's why you don't understand. She could no longer hold back her shaking and hugged herself. People like us, ordinary adventurers, just want to survive. Everyone behind her was tired. All we wanted was to survive. Unchi felt incredibly sad, thinking that this choice was correct. Teaming up with Sang-jin and following him was because we thought we'd have a higher chance of survival. But at this rate, we could die at any moment. We can't continue anymore. Sang-jin, red with anger, pointed at her and reminded her, hey, what kind of weak talk is that? Hansu says he's taking you along, you should be happy and follow him. Unchi ignored his tone and rushed to punch Sang-jin. Shut up, she shouted. They were now in a battle of words. Again, you're acting like this. Why are you so thoughtless? Participate when needed, withdraw when the time comes, you troublesome idiot. Sophia was shocked seeing them fight. She was restless, having never been physically confronted before. Sophia sighed quietly. With that level of power, I think she might be able to survive. Mihai couldn't watch anymore and called out. Heizu, she said, not wanting to linger and reminding him, let's keep going. Mihai advised from behind. Ultimately, whether you come or not, it's your choice. Hanzu immediately refused. No, he said, his face filled with determination. Definitely, just follow me, trust me. Unchi, confused, directly asked Hanzu, why? She was furious, thinking this was not right. Only you are enough to win. Why would you want to drag along weaklings like us? He already decided to reveal the truth about the journey. It's to save people, Hansu continued explaining to Unchi about the battle. Once I confront Ouroboros, everything around will be blown away. So to save as many people as possible, I need you all by my side. Unchi, still confused, asked, so you mean we'll be your rescuers? She began to understand the situation. Exactly, we'll be rescuers. We can save dozens of people. Hansu's explanation left Unchi stunned, including you all. Hansu turned his face away, concealing his emotion. Of course this won't be free, I'll make all of you stronger. He turned back as if expecting a response from her. Unchi still didn't respond, so Hansu took the final step. However, if anyone wants to turn back, I won't stop you. His words surprised everyone. In this world, each person is responsible for their own survival, so I will respect your decision. Hansu's eyes revealed trust and conviction. A leader's determination. If you trust me and follow me, you won't regret it. Hansu turned and walked away, leaving Unchi's group deep in thought. A mocking smile appeared on her face. My God, I thought you were just a madman. Unchi secretly thought about Hansu's words. Looking back, he really was mad, but in a good way. Sangjin's face was pale and his voice cold as he said, Hansu is gone. The three of them remained silent, seeing his attitude. In the end, everyone decided to follow Hansu. I can't believe it. My Hansu has really changed. If it were the old Hansu, he would never have said anything like that. Sangjin couldn't believe the words that came out of Hansu's mouth. It must be true, I'm sure of it. The sword he drew because of doubts, he was sure that this man was an imposter pretending to be Hansu. Sophia reminded Sangjin to calm down. Calm down, you're being paranoid. Sophia then turned to ask those around her. So Mihai and Sangjin, right? You two are Hansu's teammates from the tutorial, correct? Mihai avoided eye contact, answering, teammates sounds nice, but I'm not sure. After the tutorial, everyone went separate ways, so calling us college buddies is more accurate. Mihai turned to ask Sophia, so you're currently Hansu's teammate, right? I heard that ever since he entered the red zone, you two have been together. Sophia paused, her memory not quite catching up. I'm not sure either. Calling us teammates is a bit forced. It's more accurate to say we're collaborating. She imagined Hansu as a dangerous, cold-blooded person. From the beginning, he was a lone wolf, and she understood that. The two of them, naturally gossiping, awkwardly looked at each other. They both burst into laughter. I think we all see Hansu the same way. I agree. Mihai couldn't wait and turned to Sophia. If you don't mind, could you tell me what happened to Hansu? Their lively conversation grew darker. Sangjin finally spoke up. That sounds like Hansu, all right. His hands couldn't stop moving as he mimicked. A beast devouring flesh, a cursed fish, and even poisonous spitting. Who knows when he started gathering information, but he keeps moving forward relentlessly. That's what a true hero looks like. Mihai's gaze was somewhat evasive. A voice interrupted their conversation. I think Hansu is a very difficult person to understand. Has a goal, something he hasn't shared with us, a goal we might never understand. That's why he always keeps his distance from us. We can follow him, but we can't cross that gap. Imagining Hansu's true strength, Mihai continued, there's an invisible wall between us, but the decision is still yours. Thinking back, Hansu, a man who offered advice, had changed. Because you're still weak, you can't follow me on your own. Trust me and follow me until the end. Dozens of lives will be saved, including yours. They saw Hansu's figure in the distance. He's no longer the same, Mihai added. Now I'm starting to understand him a little more. Cutting off her sentence, someone spoke, we've arrived. Hansu was standing on the land, probing the area. His gaze was thoughtful as he placed his hand on the land, using the power, the first ability of the Numaha. A large area of land was covered by Hansu's power, a destructive force. The people around them were overwhelmed by the wind pressure. Seen before Sophia's eyes was shocking. Behind Hansu, a new path had opened, a secret entrance. He hadn't said anything, only recalling the scene when he had spoken before. Do you know why I'm called the one who collects artifacts? I've hidden a large number of useful items in various places. If we have to start over, I'd rather make things easier. When you return to the past, you'll understand. These will be a great help to you. The pain was unbearable as he pointed straight at them and scolded. Exactly, this is extremely, extremely important. There's a skill I've never mentioned to Miyamoto, a very rare item. Even in the upper levels, it can't be found. I'm only telling you because it's for you. Everyone had entered the cave. The scene before them left Sangjin and Sophia astonished. Facing a room full of treasure, Mihai spoke up, breaking the tension. It was unbelievable. Sophia looked at the artifacts below, seeing a massive collection of runes and relics. Both sets of twins were overjoyed. "Oh my god, this is amazing. This is mine. I can boost my stats significantly." She recalled what Hansu had said. She was certain she wouldn't regret it. So he was telling the truth. Her hands were equipped. The system notification appeared. Rare gloves 623 increased strength, dexterity, and stamina by 10% each. In attacks, it dealt an extra 3-digit missing fire damage. Seeing the gloves on her hands radiating power, she gasped in disbelief. Could there really be such an overpowered relic here? How did Kang Hansu even know about this place? Who exactly is he? Sang Jin glanced around, sensing something. Wait, thinking back, he couldn't find the person he was looking for. Where was Hansu? Instead of exploring the treasures, Sang Jin went searching for Hansu. There was no way he would leave them here. Was he going this way? A voice called out to him. Sang Jin turned and saw the person he had been seeking. Hansu held something in his hand that sparkled like a diamond. What is that? Hansu didn't know what he was being asked. This! A notification appeared. An unparalleled skill. I had to come back to obtain Skill 8, Lord of the Dead. Hansu wasn't outwardly thrilled but thought to himself, I didn't expect to see this here. Damn it. Single-digit skill like this would be an invaluable asset for me. Seeing Fairy hold the item he had just handled, he realized refusing the Immortal's offer had been the right choice. He pondered silently for a few moments. However, considering the skill's activation conditions, it wasn't entirely suitable for him. Hansu handed the item he was holding to Sang Jin. You take it. Tossing it to him startled Sang Jin. What? Hansu calmly replied, this skill will become a great source of power for you. Sang Jin took it in astonishment. Hansu, thank you. I will protect this skill carefully for life. No, use it right now. Everyone was choosing their own items. Sophia and Mihai had received theirs too. They were far superior to what she had before. Really? Sophia realized something and rushed forward, preparing to attack. Unleashed a spell, causing an explosion. Everyone looked on in surprise. Ambush. Sophia was shocked to see someone familiar, Liu Hong. Liu Hong's army had arrived to confront Sophia. Mihai asked, Sophia, do you know that person? Sophia helplessly replied, I wish I didn't. Liu Hong was furious at her words. Sophia Vara, traitor, he demanded. Dares touch Lord Miyamoto's treasure? Sophia didn't understand. What? Liu Hong pointed to his troops, issuing orders. This is the perfect chance. We'll eliminate them before Kang Hansu arrives. The group charged, claiming Lord Miyamoto's treasure as theirs. Both sides clashed. Mihai raised her bow, ready to shoot. Unchi stood still, unsure, but the item on her hand radiated a fighting power. The battle raged intensely. Mihai lifted her bow to shoot. The attackers were hit, sustaining chest wounds. They're strong, Liu Hong seethed, seeing his comrades struck. Not letting them fight further, he lunged at Sophia. Unchi trembled in fear at the scene. Aim for the back, take out the weak ones first. Mihai saw her standing still and shouted, be careful. Seeing her still unmoving, Mihai panicked as Liu Hong targeted Unchi. As Liu Hong prepared to strike her, the twins yelled, Miss Unkai, don't stand still, move. But she remained rooted, extremely dangerous. Memory of past battles flashed in her mind. Those wars had killed everyone. Unchi had no strength, kneeling before enemies too weak. Her face looked pitiful. The only reason she was alive now was sheer luck. A sword was poised to strike her. Death seemed inevitable. Unchi endured the strike. Remembering Hansu's words, follow me, trust me, another hand rested on her shoulder, encouraging her. All right, I'll trust you. She realized she had been guided and was no longer afraid. The power in Unchi's hand radiated an invisible pressure. Her eyes returned to themselves, no longer trapped in memory. A punch immediately struck the man's face. I am no longer who I was that day. The strength from her hand inflicted pain on him. Another punch from Unchi hit him. He was slammed against the wall. Her teammates' faces showed shock. Both Mihai and Sophia were stunned. Someone behind attempted a sneak attack on Unchi, but she grabbed the sword with her hand. The sword aimed at her. Without looking, she punched the man accurately. Unable to bear the pressure, he spewed blood. The ground cracked from Unchi's blow. Everyone watched him crawl across the ground from the strike. She saw the weapon's power and reminded everyone, believe in yourself. She inspired them, transmitting her strength. We are strong now. Hansu watched in admiration. Impressive. The others were defeated in moments. Didn't expect this situation, Mihai said, worried. Sophia and I hadn't intervened yet. Hearing Mihai, Unkai had already handled most of it. Her punch killed instantly, surprising the twins, teasing Unchi. Her punch killed instantly, her punch killed instantly. I told you to stop. Hansu looked at the fallen, seeing them defeated yet unharmed despite being outnumbered. Have you collected all the relics and artifacts? Unchi looked shy but happy with today's results. Hansu silently praised her. He prepared to act. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in Hansu's hand. We should end this. Liu Hong lay defeated, frightened by Hansu's weapon. Hansu asked coldly, Liu Hong, answer me, did Miyamoto mention the treasure's location? Liu Hong trembled, begging him to stop, but Hansu leapt forward. He stomped on Liu Hong, who lay on the ground, his face full of worry. I'll ask one last time. Hansu's gaze was icy, impatient, demanding Miyamoto's location. Liu Hong couldn't withstand it and finally gave in. All right, I'll tell you, Kang Hansu was serious. Another stomp forced Liu Hong to reveal everything. The Lighthouse Clan's headquarters, he's badly injured but still there. Everyone was astonished. Miyamoto, leader of the Lighthouse Clan. Sophia was irritated hearing the name again. That bastard, I thought he had fled. Who knew he returned to the base? Hansu was surprised by the name Miyamoto. Pushed by everything, he realized something. I understand now, Yun Shen said, his hand gripping the other man's neck tightly. Liu Hong wanted to ask about his lingering doubts. He must have planned to return for supplies to restore his strength. To interfere with my plans, that's all. Liu Hong was too weak to resist, only able to plead. It's a misunderstanding, I swear. He tried to earn Yun Shen's trust, saying, I'm also an enemy of Miyamoto. Seeing this feigned display only made Yun Shen angrier. Sophia watched the scene and muttered, what nonsense is Liu Hong spouting now? Yun Shen's grip tightened further, forcing Liu Hong to confess that he had once been praised here. But then Yun Shen crushed him, right? I realized I could no longer follow him. But Liu Hong's words only fueled Yun Shen's rage. Isn't the underworld a place where power is everything? If you let me take the remaining relics and artifacts here, return to base and personally kill Miyamoto, Unchi asked, confused. So, he's begging for his life by promising to betray Miyamoto. She had never seen anyone like that in real life, and Yun Shen answered her question. Seems so, Sophia said, unable to hold back, scolding Liu Hong. Pathetic, don't spout nonsense just to survive. Liu Hong, the man is sincerely begging. No, I mean it, I really don't trust Miyamoto anymore. Please believe me, Liu Hong said. Yun Shen's anger only grew at such words, yet the explanation left everyone stunned. Sounds reasonable, Sophia muttered, unable to hold back. Do you really trust him? Yun Shen reminded Sophia, if he takes down Miyamoto, it would be like removing a potential obstacle. The words forced a strained smile onto Liu Hong's face. It might not be a bad choice. Sweat poured from his face as he struggled to endure. So it is indeed an appealing offer, Liu Hong said. Then release me first and we can make a proper plan. It seemed he might be able to wriggle free through his words. A strong squeeze left Liu Hong gasping for air and screaming, but seeing Yun Shen unmoved, he had no choice but to buy time. Wait, why? Yun Shen released him and advised, go back and tell Miyamoto. Liu Hong's face turned pale and he collapsed. Seeing him fall was a warning and his gaze fell on the pile of bodies below. I will never trust a traitor. The bodies sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds and blood. Darkness enveloped the scene. Liu Hong touched his neck, grimacing from discomfort, letting out a soft groan. He sat upright, rubbing his head and cursing, damn it, Yun Shen. The battlefield was littered with bodies, all motionless after the fight. You left not a single survivor. Liu Hong braced himself with one hand on his thigh, the other clutching his chest, struggling to breathe. Yun Shen, you must go to hell. He gritted his teeth and stood up. His face twisted with anger and pain, eyes wide, teeth clenched. Just wait, I will never forget what you've done to me. Ouroboros writhed violently under the distant sunset, dyeing the sky red. Chaos erupted as everyone fought, faces widened with fear. Michael shouted in anger, his face tense and drenched in sweat. Yun Shen, when will you get here? The locusts charged down aggressively, moving like a firestorm. He swung his arms wildly at the cursed bugs. I beg you, give me some space to breathe. Their screeching filled the air, flying at terrifying speed, slicing through the wind to catch their prey. From above, a figure shot down like a sharp arrow, forming a dense streak of blue light. The beast's eyes followed the motion in the sky, where a warrior descended. An explosion of fire erupted, golden flames surging as if to consume the entire sky. Michael raised his arm to shield himself from the dust, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Adu stood tall after defeating a monster, praising, you pinned it perfectly. Sweat poured from his face in confusion, yet he forced a resigned smile. You know, I almost died because of you, Michael said reproachfully. You're too late, Yun Shen. Yun Shen watched confidently, a gentle smile forming. He asked teasingly, how many have you taken down? Michael shrugged, waving his hand. I'm not sure, a few, maybe tens of thousands. I see no reason to count, but keeping track isn't easy. He explained why retreat was sometimes necessary. That's why it's inevitable for the defensive lines to be pushed back. The parasitic locusts also exploit gaps to swarm everywhere. Michael closed his eyes and exhaled, feeling some relief. Anyway, everything seems stable now. Return proves you've brought reinforcements, right? The companions fighting alongside them became clearly visible, all radiating heroic energy. He laughed loudly, clenching his fists strongly. They are the strongest force in the region, ghosts against Miyamoto. Yun Shen's eyes glinted coldly as he stared ahead. Miyamoto and his ghosts were absent. Silence filled the air, broken only by the whistling wind and flying dust. Michael grimaced, his face twisted in disbelief, shouting, "What?" Shoulders tense, panic rising. "What did you say? Without them, how are we supposed to handle this?" He crossed his arms with a victorious expression. "Don't worry, just watch. I've brought tens of thousands of reinforcements." He gripped his weapon tightly, swinging down with immense force, shattering the monster before him. He slung his weapon onto his shoulder with force, his expression stern, eyes focused ahead. The bowstring was drawn tight, the arrow sharp, brimming with energy, ready to release. The battlefield erupted as monsters charged at terrifying speed. Amid the chaos under the sunset, everyone reappeared. A massive magical formation appeared in the crimson sky like a portal of light. An-Chi moved at incredible speed, her body shrouded in golden-orange sparks, radiating battle intent. Michael froze, eyes wide with shock, unable to speak. The warriors formed a solid formation. They were the key force arriving to turn the tide. He was stunned, panicked, sweat dripping down his temples, hands trembling. They appeared formidable, but where were the tens of thousands of reinforcements? Had they come from the guidance area? Sang Jin smirked in the shadows, the light just enough to reveal a sharp curve at his lips and a strong chin. Who did he think he was, daring to challenge Yun Shen? He smiled coldly, the tension so thick you could hear hearts beating. Yun Shen said calmly, "Believe what I say, understood?" Michael froze as Sang Jin pressed his sword against his neck, a threatening voice echoing. "What's that look? Why are you looking at me like that? Got a problem?" Yun Shen turned his back, calm yet commanding. "Enough, Sang Jin," he said, springing up, raising his hand in a commanding gesture. "Yes, Yun Shen," Michael replied. "You called out my name, Michael," Yun Shen said sharply, his voice calm but powerful. He was slightly startled by what had just happened. Hansu placed a hand on Michael's shoulder, a faint curve at the corner of his lips, eyes sharp yet warm in his own way, doing it well. He spoke clearly and confidently, leaving no room for doubt. The rest would be handled by them. He froze, eyes wide, face a mix of surprise and confusion. Michael and Sangjin met each other's gaze and flinched slightly. He widened his eyes, scanning coldly, raising both hands to his eyes as a warning. An-Chi, seeing this, clenched her fists and punched Sangjin on the head angrily. "Stop pretending, hurry up." He looked on, puzzled. Why was she treating Sangjin like that? Because he was special. She shouted in fury, "Be quiet." Michael crossed his arms, smiling cheerfully with anticipation. He really had brought along a strange group. But if he trusted them, then he would trust them too. "Good luck." Hansu tensed. The two giant monsters charged at each other with terrifying speed. Impact shook the surrounding. A horde of massive monsters surged forward, crescent-shaped horns slicing down from above, making it feel as if the sky itself was being torn apart. Hansu's eyes turned cold and resolute as he surveyed everything, shouting the rallying cry, "Let's begin, everyone." A powerful strike descended, the sharp cut ripping through the monsters' bodies. He looked down with a cold, determined gaze, standing upright and confident. Evening was approaching. Follow the plan and eliminate as many parasitic locusts as possible. Sangjin lunged forward, face tense, brow furrowed. He quickly slashed precise lines at the charging beasts. Mihai drew her bow, closing one eye to aim accurately. The arrow, glowing with golden energy, flew straight toward the locusts. However, another appeared beside her. Someone shouted a warning, "Left side, be careful." John Sang fought while quickly alerting others. "They're attacking from the right too." The rest grimaced at the relentless assault from the locusts. Their attacks never ceased. There were too many. An-Chi was so irritated she nearly snapped. Instead of complaining, use the time to eliminate another larva. Heizu tried to calm everyone under the current situation, just a bit more. A surge of energy erupted from the ground. "We just need to hold on a little longer until nightfall." Sophia reported with extreme tension, "Hansu, this is dangerous. If we stay here, we'll be trapped." Her eyes were sharp, brows furrowed, showing the situation was critical as the sky gradually darkened. Night stretched over the sky, faintly lit by the setting sun. At this moment, Hansu seriously called out Sang Jin's name and he immediately turned to look. He spoke a cryptic line to Sang Jin, "It's time, you remember, right?" Hansu glanced at him, giving a subtle smile, then gestured with his strength, "Go." Sang Jin understood and returned the smile as if they had already made a silent agreement. Nodding, he pressed his hands firmly onto the weapon. Sang Jin knelt on one knee, leaning forward as if pouring all his strength and will into the action. Energy flared brightly with a white core, while purple shockwaves radiated outward like blades slicing the air. The locusts lay shattered on the ground, their bodies broken into pieces. Suddenly, a glint of life flickered in one's eyes. Miraculously, the locust rose, defying its previous collapse. The squad of warriors, full of momentum, finally reached the decisive moment. facing tens of thousands of reinforcements. Sang Jin's lips curled into a smile, arrogant yet anticipating something exciting. "I've been waiting," he said, his face icy and sharp, standing straight, composed in a strange calm. Something colossal rose from the ground, the scene chilling and terrifying. Giant locusts with hardened bone armor surrounded Sang Jin, gripping their shining weapons tightly. He leaned forward. A purple aura emanated from behind him, mystical and powerful. "Go!" They surged forward like a wave, sweeping the battlefield with tremendous speed. All the locusts leapt, bodies coiling violently. Jaws widened, revealing rows of sharp, blade-like teeth. One monster was struck with immense force, sending its body flying backward. It crashed with such impact that the ground shook. Sang Jin raised his hand, a glowing mark appearing from the energy surrounding it. "Awaken!" The locust's eyes blazed fiercely, fighting until their last breath. System notification, Skill 8, Lord of the Dead. At night, you can revive the dead into immortals and command them to fight endlessly. The locusts tore at each other under this control. They pierced each other's bodies, monsters exploding into pieces, shattered beyond recognition. Two locusts panicked, their normally ferocious red eyes widened in terror. A surge of strong purple energy enveloped the monsters from above. A black mass rose, its texture like stone scales or interwoven mesh. Sang Jin's gaze, filled with determination and resolve, widened. "It's done, everything went according to plan." Hansu moved. Hansu smiled confidently, half his face revealing his current attitude. "Well done." At that moment he swiftly moved from his position. The group surged forward at high speed. His face exuded confidence, sharp, dangerous, and decisive. "Let's go," Hansu reminded strategically. "We must kill as many parasitic locusts as possible before nightfall. Then, I'll use Sang Jin's skill to revive them and make them fight the rest. Doing so, we can advance to the lake where Ouroboros' tail lies." Calm but authoritative, he rested a hand on the sword. "Also, Sophia, guide me to the strongest source of mana. Alpha will definitely be there." Her face full of worry and confusion, sweat beading on her cheeks. "But how do we get up there?" Hansu's eyes were sharp and confident, a faint smile playing on his lips as if he had a plan. "Simple, we'll use your descent skill to climb onto him." Layered fragments reflected light, giving a soft yet mysterious impression. The figure stepped down lightly, standing firm, nose pointed forward. His face showed slight unease, sweat dripping from his cheeks. Eyes wide in disbelief at what he saw. Kai stood below, feeling the smallness of humans before the dizzying height. Sang Jin looked down, worried. A fall from here would be fatal. Unchi glanced sharply, urging focus. "Don't stumble," the group observed, the surface harder and flatter than expected. "Luckily," one said. Hansu's calm but serious tone reminded the group to stay alert. Expression was cold yet decisive, eyes reflecting the dim light sharply. "From now on, I'll lead the way. Follow me." Sophia's eyes were sharp, hair flying in the wind, gaze alert and vigilant. Ulchia's face glimmered with confidence and playfulness, ready for battle. Don Sang exuded calm sharpness, eyes narrowed, cold but hiding a trace of worry. Naya smiled gently, but her gaze betrayed slight confusion. They descended at extreme speed like arrows shot from above. "Let's move up." In moments they reached the spot, the air tense, urgent, and charged with energy. The girl closed her eyes, face calm but focused. A locust with blazing red eyes shone fiercely beneath a bone mask, radiating wrath and dominance. They leapt at incredible speed, shockwaves spreading, debris flying in all directions. She plummeted with terrifying speed, delivering a powerful spinning strike to the monster's body. Don Sang rushed ahead, covering the rear. "We'll block them here, clear the path." Mai spun, raising a long staff behind to block incoming monsters. "Leave the rest to us." Hansu's eyes were sharp as blades, radiating confident danger. On the curved surface, like a massive arena, layers of parasitic monsters crowded densely. Unchi's face was focused, eyes locking onto the target ahead. He clenched his teeth, tense with determination, charging at terrifying speed. Hansu's gaze was sharp, cold, as if piercing through space. Golden sparks flashed around. He used Dragon Chi, swinging the sword that glowed brilliantly, golden light blinding as if tearing the sky apart. Unchi watched in awe, mouth agape, hands clenched in astonishment. Heizu turned, eyes sharp yet calm, fully in control of the situation. "This way, everyone." Sophia's wide eyes reflected shock and worry. Her voice trembled. "What is this?" They formed a semicircle around the huge black pit that had appeared, the space beneath the scales revealing another dimension. He quickly explained, "This is the entry to the neural core, containing Ouroboros core. The neural core is a structure of neurons outside the brain or spinal cord, part of the peripheral nervous system. Ouroboros has 3 cores." Heizu explained carefully, "If we destroy all 3, we can kill it." Then he presented a glass vial containing a substance. "Take this." Hansu's hand clenched tightly. "This item is designed to destroy the cores." The system displayed the detailed crafting formula, Red Zone 1650 explosive. Once it enters the neural core, it can wait about 30 minutes to reach the nucleus. Yun Shen thought to himself, so this is what he had mistakenly been crafting before. His face was serious, eyes intensely focused on everyone. We will split into teams, 1 core per team. Heizu looked at Yun Shen and the other 2, they were Team 1. Then he looked to the other side, the rest formed Team 2. Heizu hugged Shopya firmly, finally it was our turn, Team 3. He pointed in a direction, Yun Shen, your team will go this way. She gasped in surprise, what we go first. Hansu spoke seriously, don't argue about the order, each entrance is in a different location. Therefore, each team must take its own path. Yun Shen nodded slightly, accepting the command. She stood straight with hands on her hips. Confident expression mixed with a hint of mischief. Then we go first. Yun Shen jumped into the pit, hands clenched to maintain balance upon landing. Heizu turned and instructed, Sop Hia, block the entrance, don't let any parasitic grasshoppers slip through. She was serious but highly focused, forming a solid ice block over the pit entrance to cover it. He bowed his head slightly, his face no longer tense. Done, now we just move up to the upper entrance. The grasshoppers shrieked wildly, eyes blazing with aggression. Mihai's eyes widened in shock. So many, he frowned with tension, they reproduce like single-celled bacteria. Yun Shen thrust his sword downward. No matter how many there were, it didn't matter. Then he lifted the sword forward, expression full of confidence. Let's go, below no light penetrates, the depths are filled with darkness. Yun Shen's eyes widened in surprise, slightly furrowing his brow. Ahead was a large, glowing crystal. A neural core, a giant grasshopper blocked the path right in front of them. Hanzu swung a long strike, the light from the slash blazing brightly. His attack stance was powerful and confident, swiftly defeating it. Hanzu's gaze was cold, unwavering as he looked forward. Assess the situation, this was the second entrance. Then Hanzu looked back at Team 2, your turn. He commanded, enter immediately. 5 minutes had passed since Team 1 went in. Once inside, wait the allotted time and then throw the item into the core. Don concentrated, acknowledged the order. They quickly moved toward the second gate ahead. Mihai suddenly paused, looking back at him. Heizu met her gaze, slightly confused. He asked, what's wrong? She stared at him, startling herself. The problem is, Mihai stammered but said nothing. The two just stood looking at each other. A moment later, she forced a shy smile. Sorry, I forgot to say what I meant. Heizu paused, eyes opening slightly with suspicion. Oh, Mihai stepped forward decisively, posture straight and strong. Voice serious and urging. Don't worry, Hanzu, let's move quickly. She glanced back while moving, long hair flowing lightly in the wind, soft yet resolute. This matter won't wait for further discussion. Mihai jumped down without hesitation, raising her hands to maintain balance. His gaze lowered, deep in thought but silent. Hanzu seriously reminded, remember to activate it exactly at half an hour. Sakya focused but responded politely. Yes, I remember. She looked down with slightly sad eyes, lips pressed lightly, expression calm yet detached. Mihai. Safia thought with deep understanding, a silent empathy, sorrowful yet gentle, feeling his mood. The vast space was filled with starlight and floating pale purple glimmer. He dashed forward at extreme speed, golden sword sweeping close to the ground, creating a wind trail. I immediately sensed the energy of that detestable alpha. Both paused. Heizu stood in front, blocking the path. Giant monster appeared, eyes glowing fiercely. She widened her eyes, expression panicked and tense. What is this? Clearly sensing Alpha's energy. But his gaze was sharp, inner mind analyzing the threat. He assessed it had only recently awakened. A strong red energy radiated from the monster, yet it had set traps. Being a temporary administrator was no joke. A voice rang out, so you seek me. The sound drew Hanzu's attention. Tekkurn appeared above the monster, knowing they would appear immediately. The man's face was terrifying with sharp teeth. Long time no see, my opponent. Tekkurn exuded a cold, ruthless aura. Using weaklings to break the core, that's not your style at all, too crude a scheme. He was calm but cold toward the opponent. Wait, finish speaking. The man arrogantly crossed his arms, prideful to the point of recklessness, which would be his downfall. Hanzu swung his sword into the sky, striking with such force it created a massive column of light. The monster was sliced to pieces. The remaining body collapsed with multiple wounds. Safia reported anxiously, if Tekkurn isn't here, he's targeting another team. Is this okay? His face calm, so we must destroy the core quickly and move immediately. Heizu focused, composed as if the events just past were trivial. We have opened the neural center, let's proceed. She looked at him seriously but with slight worry. Understood. Yun Shen raised his head looking surprised. Here ahead was a glowing crystal. Neural core Team 1, initial report. Kai's expression was both tense and amazed. This area is much larger than I expected, she objected. Not too big, he said cautiously, pointing forward. Ultia over there. Ultia followed the direction, eyes fully focused. I see it, a massive crystal radiating cold blue light like Ouroboros void. They gasped in astonishment, truly enormous, fitting Ouroboros scale. Yun Shen held the vial, expression serious and determined. Everyone, prepare the item. Hanzu must destroy the core exactly in 30 minutes. He suddenly froze, eyes wide with suspicion. Did you hear that? Everyone felt uneasy, faces showing panic. Hear what? From the deep abyss below, a muffled sound echoed. No one could stand on the ground, it shook violently. Yun Shen looked up, alarmed, sweat poured from his face. She warned, look above. From above, the grasshoppers appeared. They were surrounded by monsters. Yun Shen turned cautiously, gaze sharp but tinged with worry. The grasshoppers charged together, moving incredibly fast. She looked straight ahead, eyes sharp and determined. Exactly, they let us have enough time. This time they brought the whole crowd. They appeared densely, red eyes glowing in the purple haze. Two warriors hurried to take combat positions. Take your positions, you two on the left and right, I'll take the center. Unchi instructed. Don't hold back on the arrows. Kai, focusing on drawing his bow, responded. There, the group of warriors is holding off a massive horde of monsters. She reassured, we just need to hold out for 30 minutes. Understood, 30 minutes. The giant grasshopper advanced, its massive form looking incredibly terrifying. Unchi spun around quickly, her body tilting sharply due to the momentum. Launched a powerful punch from above, her entire body surrounded by an orange-yellow flame. They struggled to fend off the monsters. 28 minutes left. A sharp weapon flew towards a gap. 20 minutes left. Unchi grimaced from the strain. She turned to reassure everyone. Hold the line, no retreat. They were surrounded by thousands of monsters. We must endure, only 15 minutes left before the next wave. On the other side, Hatsu and Sophia stood before the giant monsters. She closed her eyes as if preparing to use her unique technique. Sophia opened her eyes, her gaze becoming serious and focused. The three-gem Xuan Guang pearl seal lit up. The monsters, their eyes glowing red, charged from the shadows, rushing forward. His gaze was cold, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile that was half amused, half challenging. Now, they were no different from sitting ducks. Heizu spoke quickly before leaping high with incredible speed. He slashed his sword relentlessly at the monster. Hansu's sword blazed with a blinding green light. His movements were decisive, attacking without hesitation. Every sword strike Hansu made was filled with unstoppable force. In no time, the grasshoppers were defeated. Few others stood above the gap, peering out. Hansu looked up with a scrutinizing gaze, but the parasitic grasshoppers merely watched, unwilling to leap down. He then turned his gaze toward the status board. We just need to hold out for 30 more minutes, everything will be fine. Yet I still can't believe he abandoned the core first. Heizu assessed the situation. It seems Tekgern used an illusion as a bait. Back then, he said, however, the strategy of sending such a weakling to break the core was reckless. Not like you at all, he realized. You deliberately avoided me to protect another core. Heizu frowned so deeply that his wrinkles were visible. I'll make him regret choosing this path. Sophia rushed over, warning him about her concerns. The whole situation feels off, it must be a trap. If not, why are they just standing there observing? He agreed. She's right. Soph, think for a moment. He paused before making a decision. Cancel the plan to break the core after 30 minutes. I'll destroy it now, then continue eliminating the remaining cores. She looked visibly tense and worried. Is the situation so dire that you have to break the core yourself now? Breaking it without explanation, wouldn't it just cause more chaos? Heizu grabbed the glass vial, his gaze serious and focused. If it was just the grasshoppers, I wouldn't be worried. But Tekgern, the one who appeared in the illusion, is now in Ouroboros. I have to face him myself. Sophia hastily asked, sounding frantic. If we break the Ouroboros core, will it begin to act? Is Tekgern even more dangerous than Ouroboros? Contrary to her concern, he calmly closed his eyes. He's dangerous, but Ouroboros is far superior. Sophia felt something was wrong. He spoke vaguely. Should we just trust them for once? Heizu confidently replied, it's not that I don't trust them, I have my own plan. She lowered her eyes, anxious. He still hasn't told me everything. I thought he trusted me. But the information system, the shattered soul fragments, separates the user's soul and allows for communication, granting control over the mind of the soul bearer. Junish's expression was terrifying, his eyes wide. I'll take over your body. Boppai, her eyes widened as she realized something, then slowly closed them as if accepting it. Inside Unchi's body is his soul. Do you think I can die so easily? Kang Hansu, whether you believe it or not, you must trust this woman. You dare to turn your back on her. Nishi held his bloody shoulder, his face filled with menace. You will pay for what you've done to me. Heizu held the vial confidently, his hand on his hip, showing no fear. His gaze was sharp, his brow furrowed. I'm waiting for you, Miyamoto. Heizu charged towards her, grabbing her shoulder before she could react. The ring on his finger, the powerful Namaha ring of destruction, began to glow. Sophia's body was flooded with energy, radiating out around her, her eyes distant. He caught her, closing his eyes in frustration. After recalling, my allies have turned into enemies and enemies have become allies. Heizu responded coldly. As long as he wants to drag me down, I won't let him live. I've located you. The queen bees must be starving. The system notification granted temporary administrator access to the world tree. After capturing Miyamoto, transfer him to the queen bee's nest. At the cliff, light shone from within. Junichi, severely injured, his clothes tattered, stood in the center of a glowing magic circle. What's this? A gigantic formation carved with countless circles, characters, and intricate lines. The blinding light was overwhelming. A swarm of giant insect-like monsters charged down from above. His face twisted with fear, his eyes wide, sweat dripping. Junichi stared, eyes bulging with panic, his emotions a chaotic mix of dread and despair. This place impossible. Red light enveloped the scene, turning everything a blood-red hue. His face was covered in blood and wounds, his eyes wide with fear, mouth agape as though screaming in pain. The ruler of the red zone, how could this be? Heizu embraced Sophia's body. The soul fragment skill seemed to have faded. Now the queen bees had a feast of magic power. They must be excited. The nerve core began to crack, energy bursting outward. He took notice, looking upward with a calm yet tense expression. We don't have much time left. He looked down at her face pale with her eyes closed. If only she would wake up now, we could leave. But it seems difficult. The celestial armor provides some protection. However, the system notification stated that Kang Hansu now has less than 50% of his mana. Would you like to use the world tree's mana? He stared ahead, his face solemn, his gaze sharp with determination. If it comes down to it, the world tree might die. I'll need to control it very carefully. Hansu lowered his head slightly. A subtle smile formed on his lips. Sorry, world tree. The system notification for using the world tree's mana was approved. In fact, Kang Hansu had connected to the world tree's mana flow. The energy enveloped both of them. With this mana, I can use it freely. In a moment, Heizu donned a celestial armor, looking incredibly powerful. He steadied his gun, preparing to move. Heizu jumped with great force. There was now only a gap left in that position. He soared upward, his eyes filled with determination and strength. Cracks appeared more and more in the nerve core. Ouroboros enveloped the area, its blue light spreading across the scene. A powerful explosion of light erupted, golden rays bursting outward like twisting vines or coiling tree trunks, giving the impression that a creature had been struck down or severed. The massive monster opened its bloodied jaws wide, threw back its head, screaming in agony. Ouroboros' green eyes widened, sharp and cold like a giant predatory beast. Its vertical slit eyes glowed as intense blue light flared, sketch lines stretching outward. The colossal Ouroboros lunged through the torrential rain, its fierce green eyes blazing and jaws gaping in a terrifying roar. Heizu looked up at the massive dragon body before him, calm but vigilant. It seemed to move without awareness, otherwise it would have attacked him immediately. His gaze was stern and calculating. Right now, instead of destroying T-Kyron, he needed to focus on restraining him. System notification. Temporary administrator command for the world tree has been confirmed. The world tree's branches began to move. A massive portion of Ouroboros coiled around the cliff, its jaws stretched wide to reveal razor-sharp fangs, roaring violently with ferocity and rage. The entire colossal body of Ouroboros wound around the ancient tree, each coil tightening until the bark cracked and splintered. Heizu hovered under the full moon in the night sky. He looked down with calm yet serious, contemplative eyes. Soon, we will meet again, old friend. Taekyeon's face remained calm and cold, exuding overwhelming power. It was time to awaken, Taekyeon Elven 2. The wind you summon will follow my path. Heizu tilted his head slightly, eyes sharp and confident. Wait for me at the royal path, I will come to you soon. Ouroboros, its dark blue scales stretching like a living wall, twisted space as it constricted. The crimson-eyed grasshopper lit up in the darkness, charging with terrifying speed. It was struck down, its body collapsing to the ground, red eyes still glowing before fading. Hansu stood in the night, eerie purple energy radiating from his palms, making his face even colder and more somber. The Lord of Lost Souls issued a cold command, summoning a divine warrior to enter the battle. He also advanced to the battlefield. The scene was dark and foreboding. Hansu faced a horde of colossal monsters. His body emitted a calm, magical purple light, determined and resolute. We truly have a chance to win, we just need to hold out until dawn. A purple explosion flared, magical energy bursting with tremendous force. Massive insect-like monsters lifted their heads, seemingly drawn to something above. They charged forward, leaving red trails in their wake. Moving in unison, they felt like a wave of attacks spreading outward. Sangjin turned, tense and alert. What was that explosion? What was happening with him? His face was a mix of anxiety and resolve. Whatever it was, Hansu would be in danger if they climbed up. He had to stop them with his spear. Sangjin tightened his grip under the cold blue moonlight. His decision was clear. His face twisted with anger, eyes wide with murderous intent. As their master, he commanded the summoned creatures, destroy the parasitic grasshoppers climbing upward, stop them immediately. Sangjin plunged down at incredible speed. Sorry, Hansu, I have to kill them all. I didn't think I could stop them all. He stood in front to protect Sophia. The tension in the air was thick with danger. Hansu looked at her, eyes closed. Her breath was shallow, exhaustion visible on her face. The aftershocks from Miyamoto's skill were worse than expected. He thought she would recover soon, but in her current state, she couldn't join. Hansu's gaze was eerily calm, piercing as a hawk. System notification, temporary administrator rights of the world tree activated. Sophia's entity was transferred to Michael. Blue light surrounded Hansu's hands, veins and scales prominent. He stood in the dark, face cold and responsible. Transfer successful. I entrust Sophia to you, Michael. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Stand back, vile insect. Hansu turned, eyes sharp yet calm. Sang-jin faced the horde, voice challenging, fearless. Don't run, come fight me, you pest. Smirked confidently, eyes sharp yet calm, perfect timing, Sang-jin. Hansu dove from above, claws extended, wings spreading powerfully. Both moved, one from the sky, the other charging straight, converging on a single point. Sang-jin looked up and realized it was Hansu. He raised his brow to see clearly. Had he come to save him? No. More importantly, why did he look like that? Hansu swung his hand, striking downward with immense force. Monsters fell, panicked. The energy was so strong that Sang-jin had to raise his hand to block the wind. Hansu rested his hands on his hips, eyes calm. Sang-jin was shocked to see Hansu. What was happening? Wings and horns, his gaze responded coldly. I'll explain later, now there's something you must do. Sang-jin smiled gently, delighted. What do you want me to do? Hansu's face was serious, issuing a command. Unchee's team is in danger, help them destroy the core. Sang-jin lowered his head, eyes half closed, contemplative. Not like him at all, yet he acted decisively. Then he opened his eyes, expression serious but softened at the corners. I told you, act as I wish, just follow my orders. Hansu smiled faintly, full of meaning. Slightly arrogant, teasing, he extended his hand as if using his power. I'll send you straight to Team 1, I entrust them to you. Hansu's blue eyes gleamed with confidence and a hint of mischief. Don't die, that's an order. Sang-jin smiled confidently. Don't worry, the Lord of Lost Souls doesn't die easily. A massive magic circle glowed in the air. Complex layered patterns spun. Hansu lowered his gaze, expression contemplative yet proud. Indeed, entrusting the Lord of Lost Souls to Sang-jin was the right choice. I'll take you to the next area, Sang-jin. Large wings cut through the wind. He couldn't stay still after seeing Hansu's resolve. Hansu dashed forward at terrifying speed. I'll support immediately. Team 2, you must survive. Elsewhere, one Kyung stood ready with his weapon. Taekyern's eyes were sharp as blades, expression both gentle and amused. Why haven't you given up? Look at your people lying behind you. You think you can do anything alone? He smiled painfully but firmly, fearless. Did you think we would die easily? He gave a crooked, mocking smile. Strange, why are you all so loyal? You think someone like Kang Hansu would care to save you? You've been abandoned. Taekyern lowered his hand, commanding, smugly, instead of giving loyalty to a king like that. Why not serve me and obey me? One Kyung smiled challengingly, radiating resilience. A sharp tongue indeed. Are you really afraid of Kang Hansu? He gritted his teeth angrily, eyes burning with indignation. Lowly scum like you only drive me mad. Taekyern raised his hand with authority, crimson energy wrapping his sword like frenzied wires. He lunged forward at extreme speed. So eager to die, let me help. One Kyung widened one eye, pupils trembling in shock. He clenched his jaw tightly. His lips curved into a mix of anger and challenge. One Kyung roared, instantly spinning, weapon raised high. He was utterly stunned, eyes wide, pupils shrinking, sweat pouring down his temples. Soldier's lips tightened, his teeth grinding so hard that his facial muscles twitched. He swung his weapon with immense force, his body spinning in a wide arc. The strikes blocked Taekyern's attacks. Furious, he gritted his teeth, blocking every move in front to protect his comrades behind him, a noble act of defense. Taekyern's gaze was sharp, his spirit alone worthy of praise. He could no longer wait, but he knew he couldn't waste more time fighting with you. Sorry for having to resort to such vile methods to defeat a warrior like you. The face of Kyung, bloodied, suddenly paled at the current situation. Dozens of swords stabbed directly into his body, and Kyung's eyes widened in shock. Kyung's blood began to clot, his eyes dimming from the heavy injury. He thrust his sword downward, creating a crack in the ground. Kyung collapsed, unable to remain standing after such an attack. Taekyern raised his hand. I've seen you try to protect your comrades. Out of respect for that nobility, I'll end this myself. Suddenly, a sound from behind indicated someone was approaching rapidly. It was Hansu, his face filled with a cold fierceness as he attacked. You were as swift as a strong, sharp wind, like a blade. Taekyern was struck and fell to the ground in pain. Hansu seemed somewhat regretful. Looks like I'm late. Rest now, I'll take care of the rest. He stood amid a swarm of grasshoppers, all waiting for an opportunity to strike. As expected, less than a second later, they all opened their mouths in unison and screamed. Hansu's hand opened, a beam of light shooting out from his finger. It suddenly transformed into a delicate sword tip. He swung his arm, striking forward with pressure. The magic circles caused the swarm of grasshoppers to retreat. Moments later, only their corpses and scattered skulls remained on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Kyung stared, stunned. What kind of destructive power is this? Hansu turned his head, his gaze calmly focused on him. He moved toward Kaiyang and the sword in his hand slowly disappeared. Then he conjured a large stone and handed it to Kaiyang. "You're severely wounded, take this." He extended his hand and Kaiyang took it. It was absurd. "I will repay this kindness." The moment the stone touched Kaiyang's hand, a brilliant light erupted, and at the same time the wound on his stomach began to glow. The flesh began to close up. Meanwhile, the vision of another person began to clear after a brief unconsciousness. Hansu Zimihi snapped back to her senses, looking confused at the current situation. Her face grew weak, unable to hide her disappointment as she fainted in this situation. "Clearly armed, yet here I am." Zimihi bowed her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Sorry, I've become a burden again." Hansu didn't seem to mind and comforted her. "Don't worry. It's my fault for not confirming Taekyern's presence here." Next, he conjured a magical feather and instructed, "Inside Ouroboros, I can't use the power of the world tree. You need to go outside and use the feather to move." Kaiyang's rough hand reached out to grab it. "All right, let's do it." Before leaving, Zimi handed the vial of liquid back to Hansu. "Here, take this back." He reassured her, "You've done enough just by not breaking the vial. Once Team 1 successfully destroys the core, I'll join you all." Though she wasn't blamed, Zimihi couldn't lift her head, burdened by guilt. "Yes," Zimihi softly replied, walking past him. Taekyern, meanwhile, was silently observing the scene from afar. "King Hansu, not yet your time here, right? Is it that transformation?" His brows furrowed as his eyes slowly turned malicious. "Let's put that aside, I know exactly how much you value them." He raised his hand, summoning a line of magic fire. "I'll kill them for you." The magical sphere in Taekyern's hands curled tighter. Once it reached full potency, he shot it straight forward. Hansu's cold eyes narrowed. Without fear or hesitation, the ring on his left index finger began to glow. Then, an invisible soul armor emerged, protecting Hansu from the opponent's attack. Taekyern's technique was deflected to the side, striking the ground. Kaiyang, holding the woman in his arms, stayed a moment in urgency to speak. "I owe you much. I'll leave here as fast as I can." Hansu glanced at him and reminded him, "After surviving for so long, dying over this would be a waste. You have much to do ahead, so you must survive." Kaiyang and Zimihi passed him, nodding. "Thank you for that. I'll meet you below." Once they left, only Hansu and Taekyern remained in the space. Taekyern, stunned, couldn't believe what had just happened. "That attack was my full strength, yet you didn't even flinch when it hit." Immediately, he grew furious. "Hansu, how much longer will you continue to insult me? I am a warrior of Akarin, the last hope of my people." Hansu's expression remained calm, unfazed. "Don't make me laugh. Hope. What hope, you worthless imitation?" Each word was a provocation, striking at Taekyern's pride, making him lose control. "Shut up, what do you know to say such nonsense?" Hansu carefully observed his opponent's every move. Taekyern was charging with incredible speed. Hansu calculated. He could withstand it head-on, no problem. Just then, Taekyern's thunderous punch slammed into him. Hansu remained unharmed. Taekyern was now in a state of utter confusion. "Impossible, this is our tribe's secret technique." Gritting his teeth, Taekyern glared at Hansu's shield, which hadn't even left a scratch. "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, Hansu's mind was filled with a new thought. It was not easy to control his strength in this transformed state. Hansu calculated the situation. An idea emerged. Killing Taekyern wasn't hard, but if he went all out, it would certainly lead to consequences. If he killed him without controlling his power, he would have ruined his own body, which was meant to be a vessel for the spirit. But he couldn't just freely unleash his dragon demon chi. This was the first time he used his transformation to this extent. He didn't know the consequences of removing it. If he fainted, the entire plan would be ruined. After thinking it through, Hansu helplessly muttered, "Really complicate everything." A surge of energy rose from him. The power of the celestial armor was too weak, but in his current state it was all he could do. Taekyern froze, looking up at the giant invisible armor before him. His iron fist clenched, holding immense hidden power. Suddenly, Taekyern was seized, struggling to breathe. His face contorted as the celestial armor effortlessly lifted Taekyern's body high into the air. Hansu stood firm, unmovable as if a mountain. "It's time to clear out the trash." Not stopping there, the celestial armor struck again. Taekyern, unable to steady himself, was blasted away by a punch. Severely injured, Taekyern spat out a mouthful of blood. Hansu showed clear disdain for Taekyern's combat ability. "You're easily blown away like that. So much for your true form. Even though you just woke up, you're still too weak compared to the demon." Hansu moved forward. "I should hand this body over to the spirit as soon as possible." Just then, the entire space shook. Hansu stopped, a look of surprise crossing his face. "That sound," he turned around. A look of relief and joy appeared in his eyes. "You did it," sang Jin. Meanwhile, Taekyern, still lost in thought, wondered, "I even used my tribe's secret technique, so why am I still no match for him?" He trembled as he reached out his hand. I only dreamed of the revival of my race. Where did I go wrong?" Taekyern used the last bit of his strength and willpower, trying to push away bit by bit. "All for the sake of a lower-class, inferior being, my dream. Yes." His skeletal hand rested on a nearby glowing stone. He kept his thoughts to himself, tense. Hansu, because you took everything from me, I will take something precious from you. This action startled Hansu. Wait, what is he doing? Don't tell me. He shouted urgently, trying to wake him up. Stop, Taekyeon. Are you really going to throw everything away for this? But Taekyeon's half-body had already fused with the stone, truly a bastard, but it no longer mattered. A wild thought appeared in his mind. If the core is destroyed, then I will become the core. Taekyeon's lips curled into a faint smile. Let's see how you react when this falls on you. Kang Hansu. With that, he completely disappeared into the stone, creating a powerful surge of light. Hansu stood motionless, watching the glowing stone that had swallowed Taekyeon. Witnessing this, you were silent for a moment. Taekyeon, I heard you were very hot-headed in your youth. And indeed, that was true. You thought defeating me was more important than the prosperity of your own people. The stone absorbed another surge of energy. The chunks of rock began to peel away and the cave shook violently. From the corner, strange green liquid appeared. Outer armor of the heavenly warrior's armor was gradually being overwhelmed. In the face of this situation, you remained calm. If you're going to create that monster, you should at least do it at the right age. Your cold eyes further highlighted Hansu's difficult nature. Because you made it too young, it only knows how to make me frustrated. At that moment, a creature with a long, winding body appeared on the rocky wall, slithering around. Unchi anxiously called out, "What is that? Why is it moving?" Choi Sangjin, standing nearby, spoke calmly. You're not a child, but still, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Can you be so calm? Falling from this height would kill us. He smiled with full confidence. Because I have something to rely on. Look up. Unchi reluctantly opened her eyes and looked up. What is that? Immediately her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Hansu above. Unchi was astonished. Hansu, how are you floating in midair? The information system displayed. The temporary administrator of the world tree is using authority, transferring entities. Unchi, Choi Sangjin, Li Qizhang, Li Tihun, and Li Tijun are being transferred to entity Michael. A magical circle appeared beneath her body, and the two of them were heading toward your position. In the dark space, a few glowing figures stood out. From afar, it looked like a group of people watching intently as events unfolded at the cold. Michael stood, his hand on his hip, thinking. Kang Hansu, what do you want from me? I understand Sophia, but Wonkyung, Mihai, even Sajong. After dumping everything onto my head, he sounded a little helpless. If you're going to command me, at least explain things to me before giving orders. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Michael turned, surprised. You're awake? Sophia weakly asked, how long was I unconscious? He shrugged and answered, not too long. By the way, what is happening up there? Rubbed her head, looking very uncomfortable. I don't know either. I fainted in the middle of the battlefield. My memory is blurry. Michael rubbed his temple. I see. I'm also frustrated because I have no idea what's going on. He then issued a command. Ouroboros is moving now. It's dangerous here. We should retreat for now. Sophia immediately agreed. You're right, I'll contact the Hayden clan. A magical circle appeared behind him. Then I'm worried about the demon clan and ours. Both of them were taken aback by this powerful aura. What is this magic? Soon after, Unchi, Sangjin, and their team were transferred. He felt helpless. Am I a nanny now? You've sent everyone here. What am I supposed to do? Michael's gaze shifted into the distance. Well, that's his decision. I'll trust him, but if he dumps everything on me and dies alone, it will be troublesome. He silently wished, since my life is also at stake in this battle, please win. Then I'll complain for sure. At that moment, Hansu was facing the enormous monster alone. It stared at him, silently calling his name. Kang Hansu. Suddenly, the creature became furious. No matter who you are, you can't avoid this attack. It shut its mouth, paused for a second. Then the creature opened its mouth and unleashed a massive fiery attack. Although Hansu dodged, he wasn't too proud. If I had taken that hit, I wouldn't have survived. I can dodge, but the damage would be too great. He decided to use the forbidden technique as there was no other choice. The system displayed a message. Confirming the summoning of the Echetlin Orb. Confirming the adjustment of the defense position of the Heavenly Warrior armor. Adjusting defense position to the Echidron Orb equipment. Seeing his actions, the monster seemed to have predicted this. Just as I thought, you're going to fight back. Two sides fought fiercely, but you overlooked one thing. Even if you block the fireball, it's still a technique that will drain your life force. At that moment, a flash of light appeared between the intersecting forces of magic. Hansu's face changed slightly. Before he could react, a huge explosion occurred. Meteorites carrying the scent of fire shot out everywhere. He struggled to protect himself from being harmed. The large wings enveloped his body. The meteorites rained down on the forest. After a while, he couldn't avoid getting injured. His body was covered in burn marks. Hansu coughed up a small mouthful of blood. He narrowed his eyes and glanced below. The ground there was scorched with no trees left. Not only the trees, but even the people had been burned to ash. Hansu's hand tightened, trembling. If I give it my all right now, the losses would be too great. There's no other choice. I must push myself to the limit and exhaust all my magic power. The system displayed. The temporary administrator of the World Tree is using its authority for a total of 469,011 people. It continued to warn. Personnel confirmed. Warning, transferring lightly and critically injured individuals will consume more magic power. You want to include them. Enzu responded without hesitation. Yes, everyone, transfer all of them, don't leave anyone behind. The system quickly responded. The temporary administrator of the World Tree has approved the authority, transferring all personnel to the crossroads. In silence of the group, the system spoke. Everyone listen. From now on, you will be transferred to the crossroads. You are free to leave there. If you stay around Ouroboros, you will definitely die. With that, the magic circle expanded and covered everything, shifting from the red zone to the cross zone to the harbor. Then from the red zone to the cross zone, the residential area, the harbor, the red zone shifted to the cross zone, the Haydang clan. After some adjustments, the system reported a total of 469,011 people. Transfer complete. It warned Hansu, alerting that the excessive use of magic power had reduced the remaining magic power of the World Tree by 40%. The monster witnessed everything from start to finish. It roared in fury. You waste magic power just to save those useless people. You still plan to face me, the one who merged with Ouroboros. You weakly sneered, just wait and see. Hansu's hand subtly raised, creating a small flame. To kill that giant monster, I need a fatal blow, a weapon containing the power of the king, but to get it, I have to meet Taekyeon on the king's path. But I can't leave right now. If I go without defeating him, humanity will be exterminated. Hansu squinted his wounded eye, telling himself there's no other way. I must gamble everything here. System displayed a message activating Kang Hansu's 7-star skill, a skill of the entity Hansu's Chi Longma, which had reached maximum proficiency and could evolve. Do you wish to upgrade? The corner of Hansu's mouth lifted slightly, just in time. He gave the command, proceed. Immediately the message appeared, equipped, heavenly general armor, currently using Longma Chi. It will merge and upgrade into the divine body of the dragon god, creating an indestructible form. The ring on his finger suddenly glowed. Hansu's body immediately underwent abnormal changes. The system announcement continued. The divine dragon's body, heavenly spear, has been activated. The dragon's form replaced the current dragon transformation state. Hansu had entered an entirely different state. His body was covered in hard dragon scales, and the system kept updating the new form's detail. Advanced skill was created under the form of the divine dragon, Phoenix Heaven, the divine dragon's holy form. It ignited, unleashing a massive amount of magical energy to explode inside the target's body to suppress them. The divine dragon's form, the blazing comet, created a vast volcanic-like region in the sky, burning everything. The divine dragon's form, the armor fused with the heavenly general armor, created an energy shield. Taekyeon was nearly driven mad. Damn it, you're still hiding skills, huh? But he was confident in his monstrous size. But if I swallow you up, it will all be meaningless. The monster opened its mouth, facing off with Hansu's small body. But Hansu didn't step back. He extended his hand, blocking the attack. Taekyeon's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he block it with just his bare hands? Hansu muttered, ignite, and in an instant everything froze. Flames erupted, transforming into a monstrous beast wrapped in fire, confronting the dragon beast. Its power was so great that the aftershock reached the mouth of the cave, the safe haven of the others. When everything settled down, Hansu's group gathered together. Michael looked at the scene before him in disbelief. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Is he even human? Unchi shrugged. I don't understand why he brought me here when our abilities are so different. If he could do this alone from the start, I really don't get him. Sophia spoke up. He tried to keep us out of this, and Ouroboros was only temporarily knocked out. The group received shocking news, staring intently at Sophia, who held a book in her hands. Mihai looked worried. If Hansu keeps attacking like before, he'll definitely. She was interrupted by Sophia. No, I don't think he can use that skill again. She analyzed. Right, doesn't Hansu have a way to kill it? If he keeps attacking like before, he'll definitely. Hansu's long chi skill, the divine dragon's form, causes the user to transform and consumes an enormous amount of magical power. He had nearly exhausted all his magical power with that attack. As she spoke, Sophia showed a worried expression. Also, he didn't rest at all on the way here, not even a sip of water. With his current state, it's nothing. She suddenly rushed forward. Wait, what will we do then? If he can't do it alone, why move all of us? Sophia replied nonchalantly, to keep us safe. Of course, Sangjin wasn't happy with this kind of conversation. Irritated, he glanced behind. Listen to you all, he puts all his trust in Hansu. No, Hansu has never failed, he never has, and he definitely won't fail. The monster, after taking the full hit, remained motionless for a while. At the moment when everyone was most cautious, the monster bared its sharp teeth. It wasn't dead, its counterattack was quick and vicious. The system detected something bad and immediately issued a warning. Excessive magic use. The world tree's magical reserve is at 17%. Hansu knew this too. I've prolonged it, but there's no more time. System displayed another warning. If the world tree's magical reserve drops below 5%, the magical link will automatically sever and the world tree will wither. Hansu furrowed his brows. I must end this with a final blow. Hang in there until then, world tree. Flew along the giant body of the monster, searching for something. Hansu spotted some grasshoppers gathered together. He zoomed past them, knowing that the target was close. The appearance of the grasshoppers here meant the path of the grasshopper king was near. Hansu glanced back. Silently calculating something, he realized the state of the grasshoppers earlier. Only the dying grasshoppers remained. There should have been at least 10 billion of them. But as the world tree weakened, it seemed its power had diminished as well. Another one of the dying grasshoppers appeared out of nowhere. It rushed straight at Hansu from behind. The monster's claws slashed a long line down Hansu's spine, but Hansu seemed unaffected. He slowly turned to face it. Coldly, he said, I guess you didn't like the meal I prepared for you. Monster responded, a disaster. I've tasted countless humans, but this one full of magic power is the best. With that, the old warrior looked up to the sky. I'm truly grateful, he stated the difficulties ahead. However, human warrior, the world tree's magic is nearly depleted. If it runs out completely, the red zone will fall into destruction. He lowered his head, curiosity in his eyes. You intend to destroy the red zone? Hansu spoke with no emotion. I don't intend that. On the contrary, I intend to save it. I need to reach the path of the grasshopper king 1 second earlier. So if you intend to fight, start now. The monster smirked. You're really funny, human warrior. Even if it's only temporary, you're still an administrator, aren't you? Does an old warrior on his deathbed really deserve to be your opponent? Hansu bluntly replied, even so, you really did land a devastating blow. The monster immediately admitted his mistake. That, I'm at fault. I got too excited. I want to see the hidden skill behind the fatal blow aimed at your mortal enemy. He then turned away. We don't have time. I've talked too long. Sorry for dragging this out. I'll lead you to the Elven King. Aye, follow me. With that, Kaoba led the way, followed by Hansu and a group of worker bees deep inside the world tree. They stopped in front of a white cocoon on the king's path. Ba said, this is the residence of the king. The last time he showed himself was 500 years ago, so I'm not sure if he'll answer you. Hansu replied indifferently, don't worry about that, I have a plan. He thought to himself, I came to fulfill my promise. He then stepped forward and said, we don't have time, so hurry and use the mind's eye. Hearing this, Kaoba immediately became anxious. Mind's eye, a skill of the king that allows him to see into another's inner world with permission. He even knew how it worked. This human warrior must be someone special. Hansu opened the system panel, silently calculating. It seemed the monster still didn't trust him. Hansu sighed. I have no other choice, I have to show him. He placed his hand on the giant cocoon, his gaze firm, reading the prepared line. Tekarun, your son is waiting, so if you want to bring him back, answer me now. The cocoon immediately emitted a light in response, and a message appeared. Entity, Tekarun's mind's eye skill has been activated. In an instant, thousands of images flooded Hansu's mind. A bottomless abyss appeared, with people falling into chaos, rampant looting. Hansu saw Sane sitting, clutching his head in panic. Hansu bowed his head, reaching out to him. Suddenly, the scene changed, and an image of him and Tekarun appeared, standing face to face. Hansu spoke first. Even the gods can't interfere in another's inner world, so I'll be direct. He quickly summarized the situation. A boundary has appeared in the red zone, and in 15 years the abyss will open. You said that to fight the abyss, we would need an army. Here, Hansu suggested forming a grand alliance of all species, humans, and every other race. To make that happen, I need your help, Tekker. Now the old man across from him finally spoke. I see. I have confirmed that you are not lying. He muttered, if you want to destroy Ouroboros, you will need a powerful weapon, one that will grow with you, a weapon that can demonstrate its strength even in the upper realms. Heizu nodded, then parted his lips. Yes, I need the Thunder Cleaver, give it to me. Tekkern's demeanor shifted slightly, as you could see. The water below rippled softly, turning the entire space into a white expanse. Calmly said, I do not know if you are being influenced by someone else. So how can I entrust my race's legacy to you? This made Hansu uneasy. It was a harsh question. Do you think I am being controlled by someone else? Tekkern seemed indifferent. Exactly from what I see in memory. He said in a firm voice, you were once a vanguard of the Vankiri tribe and a hero of the abyss. If the future must be entrusted, it should be to a hero. I cannot trust a deceiver. Tekkern nodded, yes, that is my hypothesis. But answer me, since coming to this world, have you ever truly rested? He frowned and said, in my eyes, you are like a mad beast running endlessly. In that state, you will collapse soon. Such a future, how could I dare hand the Thunder Beast to you? Heizu closed his eyes slightly, his face reflecting a new realization. So everyone has been looking at me like this, and I never even noticed. He spoke sincerely, considerate, heartfelt advice from an old man. You want me to lift the sealing vow for you, right? Let's begin. You replied, yes, let's start. Then Taekyeon clasped his hands and slowly murmured, call your name once more. May your majestic aura awaken within. His breath manifested. The water behind him rippled gently, accompanied by a stream of light along his hands, forming energy around you. Then, above Taekyeon's head, a massive sphere of light appeared with concentric layers stacking upon each other. During the ritual, Taekyeon could not help recalling the past. You are blending the rites of Akarin and Elven II, only I noticed. Kenyon, though I have not met you in person, I still wanted to see you once. Hansu showed impatience. What are we waiting for? Time's up. If you want to break it, hurry. He said leisurely, don't rush. I have confirmed that this vow was intentionally made to be solvable, so now I will remove it completely. He spread his hands, reading each prepared line. A breath that breaks all chains, now cut these chains. At the crucial moment, Taekyeon shouted, release. Just then, Hansu felt his heart shatter. Returning to reality, someone in rage screamed continuously. Hansu, get up, now is not the time to lie there. Do you want to waste the sacrifice of 6 billion people? Hansu remained motionless, showing no sign of waking. Taekyeon spoke urgently, something is wrong, the light in his eyes is gone. This directly made the enraged one clench his teeth. He is not the only one who lost loved ones. So why is he still lying there? Kenyon activated the ring on his hand, eyes full of determination. Sorry, Kang Hansu, what we need now is a warrior. Almost immediately, Hansu opened his eyes, slowly sitting up, a shadowy aura surrounding him. In the mind world, Heizu was unaware of the chaos outside. He was immersed in his thoughts. He spoke correctly. If it were me back then, I certainly could not have continued fighting, not recognizing Kyriel's sacrifice to save me. Kenyon, adjusting his glasses, said, my thoughts can reach you, meaning you have always persisted in pursuing your goal. The surprise was he appeared in the mind world, clad in golden armor, wielding a great staff. Heizu exclaimed. Kenyon, Taekyeon nodded. So you are the sage? Unexpectedly I get to meet you so soon. Kenyon smiled softly, replying politely. He was once the king of both Elven II and Akarin. Solving the vow truly requires great magic. Taekyeon's expression changed, his tone slightly sarcastic. Enough praise is enough. Aren't you the one who created the vow using our art? He seemed indifferent, slightly bowed in greeting. Yes, I designed it so that only you could break it. Now the vow is lifted and I can convey my message. Just want to thank you, Taekyeon. He smiled and said, then I accept. It is an honor to witness such a beautiful spell. Hansu added a few words, surprised you can also give praise. Your personality changed after becoming a conscious form. Kenyon spoke with gratitude. I appreciate that you executed my plan without prior explanation. You must understand, I could not send you back to the past without tying you beforehand. Hearing this, Hansu remarked, his tone equally sarcastic. The conditions you set were inherently contradictory. Save everyone but kill if they block your path. I always thought it was a paradox. Kenyon tilted his head. If you are too extreme, it will fail. If you save too many, it will also fail. All part of the plan. I hope you understand. Heizu was no longer formal. You said at times you have been too indifferent to others, but now you have appeared. So I can proceed my way, right? He nodded. Yes, you have carried the plan this far. Now I trust you. Kenyon emphasized, but you still must prepare for that day. Don't worry about uniting the hearts of all humanity. Hansu replied lightly, don't worry, from now on, I will follow my own path. The mind space could no longer hold, beginning to crack. The cracks spread to the position of the three. Taekyeon spoke his final word. Time is short, there's no time for nostalgia. Speak your final word. Hansu turned to Kendine, smiling slightly. Wait for me, I will return, restore everything as before. Kendine also bowed, his face showing a trace of trust. Yes, just like before. Returning to reality, Heizu stood before the white cocoon, now blossomed. Taekyeon sat in the center. He reached out his hand. Light immediately appeared around it. Taekyeon summoned the tribe's treasure. This is the Thunder Beast. I entrust the rest of my life to you. Hansu immediately took it. The system updated the weapon ownership information. The Thunder Beast's ownership transferred from Taekyeon to Kang Hansu. Taekyeon asked, the Thunder Beast's intensity depends on the user's endurance. If you charge it in your current state, Divine Tree will die. How do you plan to handle that? You answered without hesitation, I will use the Divine Tree's magic to sustain the Divine Dragon's body. And for charging energy, I will use my own life combined with the Holy Crystal Shard. Gaoba finally spoke, do not use your life. They seemed to remember his existence, immediately turning to look at him. Gaoba continued, if there is enough magic, Ouroboros can be destroyed. In that case, use the Holy Crystal Shard within me. If still insufficient, let the remaining 600,000 of our tribe also sacrifice themselves. Heizu wondered, why would you go that far? Do you want to sacrifice your entire race just to kill Ouroboros? He shook his head, no, it's the opposite. Heizu frowned, the opposite? I don't understand, what do you mean? He said, hoping that he could see hope in you. Gaoba explained that the Divine Tree was withering. Its sap was running out, and without sap, there would be no nutrients, and without nutrients, our queen cannot lay eggs. We attack humans just to make up for the missing magic power. Voice became heavy. but we discovered that the one consuming the most sap was Ouroboros. He slowly became immersed in his anger. We fought Ouroboros to protect the sap of the divine tree. In that battle, we lost our queen. And though that day we sacrificed everything we could do, Heizu listened, unsure of what to say. Galba explained that it was only to put Ouroboros to sleep. Before she died, the queen gave me one final hope. A fragment of sacred crystal, a symbol of catastrophe, but with the divine tree depleted and lacking sap, detonating it was impossible. Hearing this, you nodded, signaling understanding. I understand now. If we can eliminate Ouroboros and restore the divine tree, a new queen will be born. Galba spoke solemnly. 500 years ago, we failed to protect our queen and let her die, so please let us become the foundation for the new queen's rebirth. He suddenly shouted, help us fulfill our mission. Then he directly knelt in front of Hansu. Galba's voice echoed with regret. We failed in our duty and sacrificed for our queen. Please use us so we can complete our obligation. Heizu nodded in agreement. All right, I will ensure that your new queen is born. Mark on your gloves glowed, accompanied by a system notification. Entity, King Bee Command. Galba, 578.418 King Bee entities, except for the fragment of sacred crystal, will be converted into energy for the Thunder Division beast. The entire bee army behind you emitted a faint golden light, gradually converting into energy. Galba thought to himself, I let the nurse do as he pleased. I thought he was just a warrior, but he's quite meticulous. Then he turned and exchanged a few last words. Tekern, my friend, it's so good to see you again. And you too, young human warrior. I will entrust the queen and our people's future to you. Heizu immediately responded, don't worry, I always keep my promises. Tekern spoke up, you need not worry. Galba is probably stubborn to the point of frustration. He will make your greatest wish come true. Galba nodded. She has awakened, hasn't she? I have no doubts, I'll leave the rest to you. Light gathered on the weapon. Heizu thought to himself, thank you, Galba, thanks to you I'll save a lot of time. The system voice rang out, the king bee has been subdued as the king bee with the sacred crystal fragment has died. King bees were considered subdued and the Thunder Division beast's energy reached 98%. The Thunder Division beast's skill, Thunderstorm, is now available for use. You didn't turn around, speaking to Tekern. Tekern, leave the queen's legacy to me for a while. He nodded, I understand, do as you wish. You activated several lines with your newly acquired weapon. Silently calling on the system, the area-wide announcement played. I will kill Ouroboros right now. Your form shifted and the properties of the bee manifested. The system reminded, prepare for the consequences. The sharp tip of the thunder slash aimed down and cracked, and several energy tendrils surrounded it. Hansu thought to himself, an unimaginable regret. I clearly understand the deep hatred toward Ouroboros. The pain of losing something precious, I understand that too. You proclaimed firmly, future queen, take a good look. This assault holds the power of our entire species. You swung your hand and the tremendous energy from the thunder slash shot out, aiming accurately at Ouroboros in front of all the creatures on the battlefield. The force of the technique radiated out, causing a massive shockwave. Ouroboros was no longer moving. Its body was struck by the thunder slash and burned black. Its massive form vanished, leaving behind a huge sacred stone. The stone hovered in the air for a moment before falling straight to the ground. The moment it hit the ground, the figure of someone inside the stone began to emerge. The system's voice sounded, Ouroboros has been subdued. All disasters in the area have been eliminated with just one move, but it drained all of Hansu's energy. Tekern's voice came in admiration. Must have been in a hurry, I didn't expect you to even destroy the king's area. You weakly replied, I needed to end it as soon as possible. Please understand that. He tilted his head, I understand, but now that you've taken down Ouroboros, why not take a break? Assessment is a technique only those unaffected by physical enhancement can use. Enduring it offers no benefit to yourself. You had no intention of resting. You continued to speak with difficulty, I still have work to do. There's time before the lake opens, so I will rest until then. Heizu stepped toward the cliff's edge, preparing to jump down somewhere. Tekern watched his disappearing figure, sighing. No matter how many skills he has to help, that body of his must be in unbearable pain. Even though the seal was lifted, what is he going to do by going to the corpse? He murmured, I must follow him. Hansu walked toward the sacred stone, examining the situation for a while. When you touched it, the system's voice sounded, no life detected. You frowned. If I use medicine, I could easily break the core, but if I do that, Tekern's body will be ejected. So I have no choice but to proceed slowly. Used energy containing the divine dragon, applying the star flame nebula. The divine stone broke off in chunks as you created an opening inside the body. Heizu smiled faintly. This is enough. You reached for the body, pulling it out of the stone with great force. Hansu took out the memory shard, thinking, with this I will be able to keep my promise to him. You pressed the memory shard to the left side of the body's chest, and the two items immediately merged. The memory shard responded to Tekern's entity. Heizu breathed a sigh of relief. I have successfully planted Sane's soul. Now I just need to keep my promise to the Lord. Body quickly regained consciousness. Its first words were, "You have kept your promise." You nodded slightly. "I know you must be confused, but I have successfully preserved your soul. So don't worry, I will take you to meet your father. Now just rest." At this moment, Hansu's heart alarmed and blood poured from his mouth in shock. Sane, witnessing the scene, was equally alarmed. "Sir, you're bleeding." The system quickly appeared, starting the recovery of the world tree magic, linking the magic to the entity. Kang Hansu temporarily disconnected. Time remaining until the magic link is restored. 23:59:59. Hansu's body returned to normal. He coughed violently, blood flowing uncontrollably. Due to the lack of magic, the divine dragon container would be destroyed. Sane fumbled. "Hey, what's happening?" Hansu covered his mouth. "I knew it. Now that the magic link is severed, the backlash is unbearable. You immediately collapse to the ground, but now I won't be able to keep my promise to the Lord." Sane rushed over, panicked, shaking Hansu's body. "Sir, hold on, you said we would move forward together. So what now? Are you going to leave me?" At this moment, Tekern appeared. He shouted, "Agneston!" A glowing sword flew straight towards Sane, forcing him to retreat. Several swords flew towards them, separating Sane from Hansu. Tekern looked down from above, his tone full of disdain. "Get out of the way, filthy beast," he shouted furiously. "Man is the savior of the world. If you intend to seek revenge, he will kill you." Just those few words sent Sane into deep despair. He cried. Tekern acted as if he didn't see it, continuing his hostile tone, "Despite having granted you control over Ouroboros. And yet you dare use Ouroboros to destroy the Red Region." He showed no restraint, uttering a single line, "You disgust me." Below the ground, the printing press kneels, staring blankly at Hansu lying motionless in front of him. Tears kept falling, each drop drifting with the sound of desperate sobs. "I have waited for so long in the dark where no one is around." He cried louder, the sorrow pouring out. "One day he would surely come to take me away. In darkness I kept waiting for him to save me. Yet, now that I've found him, I sneer. Is he going to kill me too?" He held his head, looking disbelieving. "I thought when he met me again, he would call out and say sweet words. Turns out I was wrong." Hearing such pain, Tekern began to waver. Now sane, suddenly he embraced Hansu, his face showing no passion. It didn't matter what happened to him, but spare him. Tekern also cried. He tried to suppress his sobs, whispering to his son, "I have wronged you." Father failed to recognize his own child. He approached the two of them and gently comforted him. "You don't have to hold me so tight, I will heal you, don't worry." Tekern reached out his hand, speaking softly, "Circle of life, Elysian." Sane thought there would be no miracles left, yet now he stood there, murmuring softly. "Ah," Tekern's voice echoed, filled with guilt. "Your own child. As a parent, how could you let your child feel disgusted?" He touched his son's tear-streaked face. "I'm truly sorry," Tekern whispered, pulling him into an embrace. Whispering the love that had been hidden in his heart for so long, "I must say this. Your mother and I love you more than all the words in the world combined." Tekern spoke gently. "I miss you so much, my son." At this moment, Sane seemed to release all the burden. He hugged Tekern tightly, crying like a child, "Father." Outside the forest, the sky gradually darkened. Hansu was taken into the hut and remained unconscious for a long time. He slowly regained consciousness, his eyes still a little dazed. Hansu sat up, showing no emotion on his face. He gently moved his hand, checking his condition for a while. His magical connection had stabilized and recovered. At this point, he could move immediately. He got off the bed, quickly put on his shoes, ready to leave at any time, then muttered, "No, you're here." His expression indicated he'd anticipated it. "Come out, immortal." Barry grinned, showing his sharp teeth. "As expected, you're very perceptive." It acted concerned, seeing him lying for so long it had been worried. "I didn't expect you to still be fine." Heizu cast a contemptuous glance, then coldly said, "Worrying? How ridiculous. Didn't those people want me to suffer? I've wiped out the disaster. Now give me the reward you're holding." "Deep Zero seems fine. I heard the target was achieved." Barry's face lit up. "As expected, you're our hope. You know exactly what you want." Immediately offered the reward as he had made an effort to entertain them. "I will make an exception in this trial. What do you want?" He skimmed through the skills and commented that you had chosen the skill that once devastated the world. Barry leapt up, laughing loudly, eyes filled with excitement. As if from the orange zone onward, he intended to unleash even greater violence. Heizu showed irritation, insisting that how he used his skills and freedom was no one else's concern. Despite this annoyance, Fairy remained unfazed, even more thrilled than before. He understood. Suddenly, he charged forward, seemingly intent on a mass slaughter. And Fairy shifted to a mocking tone, saying Hansu was progressing too calmly, which would displease his superiors if he showed more excitement. Fairy promised his full support. Hansu didn't care, speaking evenly to announce his decision. "I have no intention of mass slaughter. Imposing it on the traveler, does that violate the rules?" Fairy didn't like that answer, grimacing with displeasure, turning away as if uninterested. "I said it only out of concern for Hansu." Disappointed, I had already given the reward. Hatsu's report was perfunctory, up to you. With that, Fairy disappeared, leaving you alone in the hut. Hatsu fell into silence. Indeed, Div 0 was a skill suited for mass slaughter. But when focused on weaknesses, it was a damage-dealing skill. You sat on the bed, quietly analyzing. In the orange zone, without the world tree's mana and with scarce resources, using the divine dragon body carried a high risk of collapse. Looked at the stone in your hand, but with D0 everything was different. It already had a skill to effectively finish with mana. From the orange zone onward, I would take the shortest path. At that moment, Hansu received a message from Tekirn. Can we talk for a moment? I have matters concerning our kin. Immediately focused on the word kin and nodded in agreement. In the luminous space, surrounded by starlight, Heizu and Tekirn faced each other. Tekirn spoke first, hesitant, as previous urgency had left many details unspoken. In your memory, I briefly saw Akarin's figure. Are our kin still alive in the orange zone? That replied, yes, Akarin is alive there. However, Nagaharu's Valley tribe could not adapt to the desertified orange zone. Hearing the news he hoped for, tears streamed down the elder's face. It was true, our kin, Akarin, still lived. You also posed your own question. Previously, little information had been provided. What ultimately happened? Why did Akarin become Elven II? He continued hesitantly. Those before me didn't tell me. I will tell you everything without hiding anything. He recounted how one day, the Golden Lion granted us land, then disaster struck, turning the forests that nurtured us into a wasteland. Each sentence transported back to a distant memory, when the Golden Lion's grace vanished and countless tribes starved. He continued, saying that to preserve hope for the dying kin, he decided to use a soul transfer device to another world to resurrect Akarin's soul. Tekirn's voice softened. Fortunately, the device worked properly and I was reborn as Prince Elven II. He recalled the days spent studying by lamplight. Though my body was Elven II, my spirit remained Akarin. Tekirn appeared, inserting Akarin's soul into Elven II's body. That was my heartfelt wish and Tekirn fulfilled it. His voice brightened. When he heard of Akarin's extinction, I chose to live as Elven II. As we know, disaster came, the world tree fell ill, even Elven II was doomed. Guilt overwhelmed me, abandoning my son twice, unable to save any tribe, nothing but failure. That was my life. He bowed, saying the one who appeared helped me regain everything and confirmed that Akarin's kin still lived. Gratitude beyond measure. Izu was indifferent. If it's thanks, say it after saving all of Akarin's kin. Tekirn was stunned. What? Save the kin? You nodded. Yes, there's a way, but it requires your knowledge, the ruin's location, and the soul transfer device's site. He was troubled. I know the device's location, but the main issue is Lazar is ill. How will you handle it? Hansu understood. Yes, I plan to heal La Jiang, but time is short. 2 years, High Priest Graz will bring a cataclysm. Then the Orange Zone and his kin will be doomed. Tekirn looked more panicked. What? Why High Priest? He protects the Orange Zone. Why would High Priest bring disaster to the Orange Zone? Hansu lowered his head. All who knew the full story were dead, leaving only certainty that it must be stopped. Tekirn gradually accepted the truth, incredulous. But since it comes from you, it must be correct. I will go to the Orange Zone. You nodded. Yes, I thought you would. Thanks to you, the remaining tasks must be completed. Where to start? He asked. At the Queen Hive, shall we go? You agreed. Yes, lead the way. Soon after, the two arrived at the Queen Hive. Sane, seeing a familiar face, was overjoyed. Father, he can walk now. Hansu replied warmly. Yes, he's fine now. You smiled slightly. Perhaps you had transferred mana to me first. Good work, Zin. But if everything were solved easily, Hansu lightly moved, announcing, World Tree Manager Hansu, specializing in mana for the Queen of the Hive. In an instant, the eggshell shattered and the Hive Lord leapt out. She landed and immediately showed respect. Lord Manager, I express my gratitude. Then she bowed gently, tone calm, as if we had the chance to rise again. The name of Gao Ba, your enemy, is now our enemy. The Hive Lord of the world will crush all foes. Hansu nodded in approval. Yes, with shared goals, communication is easier. You thought silently, he's approaching human form, perhaps during hatching my mana merged with him. Then you turned to Sane. Sane, I have a personal task for you. Sane was surprised. Under Hansu's command, a system notification appeared. Galadriel's sword, crimson with gold, transferred to Sen. Echelon bead, Hun fence, transferred. Fabian ring also transferred. Once done, you spoke. From now on, you are the administrator. Help the Queen Bee make humans stronger. Sane noticed something else. Uncle, are you really leaving? If Tekirn's remnants remain, they could be cruel to humans. That be okay? You said calmly. That's exactly what I expect. Even in the next layer, make them strong warriors who can endure. Sane immediately resolved, yes, uncle, I'll do my best. At this moment, the Queen Bee spoke. Hansu, I have something for you. The bee flew over, dropping a sparkling ruby into your hand. Information about the gem appeared immediately. Fragment of 7 souls. Heizu was surprised as he looked at the gem. This was the legacy left behind by Miyamoto after his death. He had planned to retrieve it before setting off, but fortunately, he hadn't gotten the chance yet. He thought quietly to himself. If he uploaded this to the vehicle, it would allow for contact from the Orange region, which would be much more convenient. But if Techkern was taken to the Orange region, it would ruin the father-son reunion after 500 years. He had already verbally expressed wanting to go. Although he had said that, it was clear he wasn't happy. He looked at Sane's troubled expression and felt guilty. But the portal was about to open, and if there was anything to say, it had to be now. Seeing Hansu's unease, Sane approached and asked, "Han, why do you look so troubled? Is something wrong?" Hansu replied, "Apart from transferring the administrator rights to Sane, there's something else I need to discuss." He tilted his head. "The disaster is over now, isn't it? Is there still something serious, uncle?" Hansu hesitated. "Yes, Sane, I truly apologize. But to end the disaster in the Orange region, I really need your father's help. Can I take him with me?" Sane sighed softly. "So that's it, you're taking my father to the Orange region." He quickly found a way to reassure Sane. "It won't be forever. If you accept this shard, I can still contact you from the upper levels. I'll keep you updated about him, you just need to accept this property." Ayan smiled lightly. "I regret having to part so soon, but if it means I can receive updates about my father, I'm willing to accept." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for understanding. It won't be long, the two of you will reunite." Sane smiled faintly. "It's okay, uncle, I've been waiting for 500 years. The system notified that 7 soul shards had been engraved on Sane. Hansu decided to use the remaining time for the father and son. Then Techkern, once everything is ready, call me at the lake. Until then, I won't disturb your time together." Techkern expressed his gratitude. "Your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated." He suggested, "I will take you to a place with humans, it will be more convenient for you." Hansu nodded. "That's right." Heizu was taken back to the previous hut. He immediately issued a summoning spell and a small bird flew and perched on his hand, delivering the message to Sangjin, Wangkyung, Sakya, Mihai, Unchi, and Michael. "Meet at the front of the training area at 6 o'clock. I have something to say." Once the message was delivered, the bird flew away. When everyone had gathered, Heizu stood in the center and spoke. "Michael, thank you for mediating between me and the tribes. First, I must acknowledge your great contribution. Without you, many travelers in the Red region would have died. Continue assisting humanity as an ally of the Red region. Think about it, from the time you were guiding us, I've observed your progress. You've grown at more than twice the rate of other travelers. Keep going, and you'll become a powerhouse that can stand up to anyone. I hope that in the end, you will grow to become a monarch among monarchs." After addressing this person, he moved on to another. "Ulsha, without your tribe's help, I would not have been able to destroy the core. The credit for capturing Ouroboros belongs to your tribe. Now you are a monarch, make your tribe strong and help Mihai so she can continue to advance." Hansu looked toward the 3 standing together. "Safia, Sang Jin, One Kaiung, I know you intend to follow me upward, but from the Orange region onward, it's a place where death can come at any moment. Therefore, you are to act only according to my instructions. I will not accept any questions or objections. If you agree, do you still want to follow?" Sang Jin chuckled. "Of course, if it's your order, I'm always ready to obey." Safia answered matter-of-factly, "Hasn't it always been like this? To allow my brother to pass the first level with ease, I want to clear the path, so I'll go up with you." Wang Kyung didn't hesitate. "Me too. I want to go ahead so my daughter can pass the first level easily." Hansu smiled slightly. "Since you've all decided, then it's settled. Tomorrow we will head to the Orange region, but for now, rest." Wang Kyung turned to hand over responsibility to those staying behind. "Then Michael, please look after her." Michael sighed. "If everyone wants this, then I have no choice." Safia also wished for safety. "Dad, be careful." At the time of departure, surrounded by the crowd seeing them off, the 4 of Hansu were ready. Techkern greeted them. "You are Kang Hansu's companions, right? It's nice to meet you, I look forward to helping." Wonkyung was the first to panic. "That's Hansu," he hurried forward to explain. "He's the guide of the Orange region, you can consider him a companion, so don't worry." Realizing his mistake, he scratched his head. "Ah, I see, understood." However, what had just occurred made him feel a bit regretful. It seemed he had a bad connection with the clone. Though he wasn't sure what happened here, he apologized. Hansu didn't let the chat last any longer. "Enough small talk, let's explain things to the others. As soon as the portal opens, we move in." Techkern spoke. "Everyone prepare to go," and then he stopped speaking, focusing on the task at hand. The law of the kingdom, the massive portal opened before them, and Heizu led the way. "Let's go to the Orange region." The portal transported everyone to the barren desert land of the Orange region. Portal first took Heizu and the others followed, one by one, falling into the giant mouth awaiting its prey below. Heizu immediately gave the command. "Safia, use the flying heaven path to shield us. Falling into the snow's mouth would be disastrous." Safia hastily obeyed. "Understood." Flying heaven path activated in time, saving everyone from becoming food. Just that one swing was enough to turn the tide. The monster chose Hansu's strike. Each slash was deep enough to tear its flesh open, with blood splattering everywhere. The final blow severed its massive tongue, which fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He furrowed his brow, reflecting on the battle just fought. As expected, we've just arrived, so I couldn't deal enough damage. But this is enough for the experiment. Hansu thought to himself. If I can make Magos lose its tongue, then based on the travelers of the Orange region, this is considered moderate damage. Magos, wounded, went into a berserk rage, howling like it could shake the heavens. Its roar successfully attracted a few more monsters. Sophia yelled, "This is bad, Hansu, what are you doing? Hurry up, no matter how strong you are, that monster is still too much right now." He understood that as well. Correct judgment, Sophia. As expected, the skill performance of the library is truly reliable. One monster is nothing, but 5 would be too much. He quickly made a decision. We'll deal with the Magos after the physical enhancement spell is complete. Then he called out, "For now, let them live, Magos." Hansu flew higher, closely observing the giant Magos sinking into its madness. Its hand lifted slightly before it suddenly swung, attacking Hansu's position. He swiftly dodged, remaining calm. Sophia raised the flying heaven path to 1 km height for reconnaissance, he commanded. Go up high to scout, quickly. Sophia clearly heard and immediately acted. Understood, let's go. Hansu flew higher, out of reach of the Magos below, now entering the Orange region. Previous actions had been witnessed by someone else from beginning to end. Had the souls risen again? No, wait. The one holding binoculars had been lost in thought. Apart from Sophia, these things had never been seen in the Red region before. Could it be related to the fact that no travelers had come here in a long time? It was Samura Ken, the scout leader of Area 12-1, who now looked contemplative. Once he confirmed Sophia's identity, his mission wouldn't end simply. But aside from Sophia, it seemed he didn't recognize anyone else. Ken wondered about Hansu's actions, unable to understand how a newcomer could grasp the rules of Magos and its blind spots. He questioned how he could manage such a feat. Faced with this puzzling situation, Ken decided to act quickly. Never mind, wipe them out, just capture Sophia and we're done, he said to the person behind him. Hey, hand me the Spectre gun, I'll handle these guys. The other watched the captain's unusual behavior with curiosity. Yes, but we're abandoning the scouting mission to hunt her resources. Seems Sophia has reached here. Previously, the team leader confessed but was outright rejected. Now he wants revenge, right? Ken snapped, snatching the gun. So annoying, want to die first? His target was very clear. Will all the men capture that Sakya woman? He told the man and hurried off. Once this is done, I'll give you a chance. Keep your mouth shut this time, don't leak it like before. The man responded excitedly. Thank you, I'll follow you for life. Ken loaded the gun expertly, thinking silently. 1 month in the orange zone equals a year in the red zone. He aimed at his target, confident in his abilities. I've spent a year in the orange zone while the travelers in the red zone. Ken eyed the Spectre gun, ready to take down Magos with a single shot. Suddenly, he was startled to see Hansu staring straight at him. Crazy, how long have you been lurking here? Over 700 meters away, how? Ken was surprised. Never mind, if you can't attack, why are you even looking? Hansu pointed at Ken, leaving him confused. What are you doing now? Hansu said, Div 0, clench your fists and activate your ability. Black smoke seeped through his fingers. At the same time, black smoke enveloped Ken, causing him to panic. His body began to disintegrate, leaving only the gun and a few crystal shards. Then Ken vanished completely, leaving only fragments behind. Hansu remained silent, showing contempt. Useless fools daring to use a gun to kill Magos to shoot others. Apia turned to ask, Hansu, what happened? Hansu shook his head. Nothing, let's move on. Hansu's group continued their journey. Magos probably lost our trail, he told Tekirn. Use Tekirn frosting. Tekirn replied, understood. The formation was quickly activated. Bopia looked at it with surprise. Why didn't you use this skill sooner? Tekirn explained, my skill isn't something you can use at will like hers. As a library user, you should understand, don't complain too much. He found his target inside. Here's my homeland. Once a vast forest, now a barren desert, truly regrettable. Sophia asked in surprise, Han, your homeland is in the orange zone? Tekirn nodded. Yes. He pointed into the distance. Do you see it? Sophia was confused. Isn't it just a desert? Tekirn smiled. Those who don't know my homeland would see it like that, but what you see isn't everything. Then he turned to Hansu. Hansu, we've returned home. I want to observe Lazet a bit. Can you rise to about 10 km altitude? Hansu nodded. Understood. I also need to locate the position. The flying ship ascended rapidly, the pressure and speed making the group dizzy. Tekirn remained calm, introducing, this is my homeland. Tekirn whispered, bringing memories from distant days, the land of La Giant. One Kaiyung spoke, that vast desert, all creatures. Sophia was amazed. So the horizon we saw earlier, could that be its tail? Angjin couldn't believe it. So huge that from up here you only see the lower half of it. One Kaiyung thought, I've seen crazy giant snakes climbing trees, but this is astonishing. Tekirn chuckled softly, still far smaller than Ouroboros. He lowered his head, sorrowful. The golden lion Lazarus. That's the name of the divine beast supporting this land, drinking the Hiringshan lava sea to form its body. Tekkyern reminisced, transforming Hiringshan lava into immense energy, blessing countless creatures including Akarin. He looked back at the harsh reality, but now it's all a dry desert. Tekkyern said sadly, I wonder how long Lazarus' blessing can sustain this land. Hansu comforted him, I brought you here to handle that. We know how, so don't worry, you just guide, I'll handle the rest. Tekkyern replied, how could I doubt you? Of course I trust you, it's just painful to see my homeland change. He pointed to a distant fortress. There's a city over there, it's not our architecture, but is it a human city? Hansu nodded. That city is our target. Then give the order, descend. Tekkyern replied, understood. The group descended near the fortress. As they landed, Hansu assigned the next task. For the next 6 hours, focus on Pham Jun. The monsters to be eliminated are designated by me. You Lao go ahead, continuously cutting down the giant scorpions while I take out Scorpius around the city. Each monster fell under powerful strikes. He shouted, kill the basilisk. Sang Jin punched the monster's head hard, the force causing it to collapse immediately. The three coordinated to defeat the long basilisks. Hansu finished his work and reached the gathering point. Everyone was exhausted after 6 hours of combat. He said, we've gathered enough runes to equip in the city, rest today, depart tomorrow. The group looked at him in surprise. Hansu didn't understand and asked, why are you all staring? Say it if you have something to say. Tekkyern spoke, I was surprised to hear you say rest. Even I thought you would insist on a rapid march. He explained, with no variables I won't force anyone beyond their limits. Tekkyern laughed, exactly. People say the more hurried, the more you need to go around. He changed the subject. That's why I mentioned Akarin has secret recipes passed down generations. Basilisk meat is special. If you like, I'll prepare dinner. Hansu didn't object. Fine, thank you. The group returned to the basilisks, beginning to rest and regain strength. At the wind base Tanas, things were not so peaceful. The group arrived under the base. Sophia shouted, Red Zone illusion, Sophia has arrived. Open the gate. The wall sentry was surprised. What, it's really Sophia? Another asked. How did an illusion from the red zone get here? After a moment, the sentry called down. Wait, we're still busy, can't open the gate immediately. We'll report to the clan leader and then relay the message. Stay silent and do nothing. After that, there was no further movement. This scene made Hansu think, how strange, the guards who were supposed to assist us are now just guarding the base. He started noticing strange things along the way. Normally, they would stop the Mago's traveler hunts, but now these bastards of the clan are happily hunting travelers. From his past life memories, the Larorin clan shouldn't even exist. Now they've formed and are hunting us. He frowned. It seemed his reincarnation had accelerated the timeline. It's unclear how far the decay has spread, but he needed to confirm. Someone in the base had received information and immediately moved towards the city wall. Magos crashed into the city wall, pulling Hansu back to the present. Oh, a spirited girl stood on the city wall, a bright smile like a flower. Wasn't it Sakhya? Sakhya looked at the familiar face, Envy Aaron. Heizu also knew her. Envy Aaron, the Punisher of Heirs, a comrade from 50 years ago. Now she was the clan leader of the Guard clan, commander of the Thanos Guard city. She was chatting happily with Sophia after a long time apart. It's been a while, by the way, how's your little brother? Have you met him? Sophia smiled lightly and patiently replied to each question. Not yet, but I've taken care of all the red zone's mirror hands first so her path would be easier. Hearing this, Aaron looked alarmed. What? Wait, you've killed them all, how could you? Sophia seemed a little confused. It's a long story, hard to explain here. More importantly, why the tension? Is something wrong? Aaron stared at her, feeling disheartened. Don't you know the situation? To put it simply, the Larorin clan was founded by a bastard. He recruited nothing but killers, using them to attack our city nonstop. Aaron's voice gradually became helpless. Their forces have expanded terrifyingly in just a year, leaving us only able to defend ourselves now. Erin held her head, even feeling guilty for the clan's exhaustion. We should have maintained Heir's rules. I'm sorry you came from the red zone, but we, a Guard clan, couldn't offer any help. Izu understood everything now, so that's why they attacked us. If security is unstable, traveling together is dangerous. He immediately outlined the next strategy, trying to ensure the safety of the whole group. Sangjin, Wonkyung, and Safia should stay here to train Tekarun, and I'll go to the temple. Aaron sighed, anyway, I'm glad you all made it here. If a whole group of travelers came from the red zone right now, it would be a nightmare. Sophia pointed at Hansu standing silently behind. Actually, it's thanks to Hansu handling all the disasters alone here that things have been smooth. Aaron stared at him for a while with a doubtful gaze. Sophia's words confirmed her suspicion. She ordered, I sensed unusual aura, but it seems you're even more powerful than I thought. So, shall we have a match? Heizu had no intention of picking a fight and immediately refused. I just came from the red zone yesterday, not worthy of being an opponent. Hansu's reaction disappointed Aaron a little. I thought you were the kind of person who fought to defeat all enemies, wasn't that right? He explained. I'm not the type to fight when I know I'll lose. Then he changed the subject. How's the dungeon in the town? When he mentioned the dungeon, Aaron's expression darkened. I don't know how you found out, but occasionally a few locusts show up. We don't pay attention to them. She briefly talked about their range of activity. Well, now that you're in the orange zone, you're free to explore it. Feel free to use it. Heizu looked visibly pleased. Thanks for letting me use it so quickly. Aaron chuckled lightly. It's nothing. If you're Sophia's teammate, then you're also my teammate. Let me know if you need help. Of course. He didn't miss the opportunity. Yeah, I'll need something. While they exchanged a few words, a small bird with a strange blue color flew toward them. It landed on Aaron's hand and she immediately understood. Wait, there's a message, clan leader. A voice rang out. Kyle Dawson's location has been identified. Coordinates. As soon as she heard it, her expression changed. Aaron gritted her teeth. I'll go now. Wait for me. She no longer kept the friendly demeanor from before, her cold face signaling bad news. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say a farewell. Sorry, I have urgent business. We'll talk later. Sakia replied, yes. Aaron leapt over the city wall, shouting orders to the guards. Open the gate and escort them to the guest room. These are my guests. Treat them with care. One of the guards shouted the announcement as required. Sophia and her team were welcomed to Tana's, honored to be received. Soon after, the iron gate leading into the city slowly opened, and the group passed through Tana's, the city's large commercial district. News spread fast as the wind, and they even met an old acquaintance in the orange zone, a girl who looked at Sophia with sparkling eyes. Before they could speak under the red zone, nice to meet you. Sophia shyly turned her face away. Yes, likewise. Adu walked closer, asking about the location they needed to go. The guest room is near the central temple, right? The girl nodded. Yes, did you already know? He waved to her, asking for help. Good, since we're already in the market area, I'd like to buy new equipment first. Could you guide us or at least lend us a map? The girl immediately rummaged through her bag. Of course, wait a moment. She then handed him a device smaller than her hand, which contained the map. Here you go. Hansu took it, thanking her. This is very helpful. The girl clasped her hands together and bowed slightly. Enjoy your shopping, hope to see you again. Heizu politely responded, if fate allows, we will meet again. He turned to the others. Now, everyone gear up. We'll meet by the abandoned dungeon at 5 p.m. Everyone understood their mission. After they all said in unison, got it, okay, each person scattered to prepare their own gear. Sophia went with the girl they had just met. Sangjin went to a few swordsmith shops. Wang Kyung hesitated in front of a dark energy-infused sword. Heizu also went to prepare his gear, stopping by a clothing store. Each item he wore came with a system notification. Flying boots, a magical item that allows flight by channeling internal energy into the feet. The stormproof cloak, a cloak designed to shield against sandstorms, and then the new large gloves that assist in the transport of internal energy. Heizu chuckled lightly, clearly satisfied. Quite complete, this should be enough. He stepped outside, looking quite different from his usual appearance. Taekyeon observed for a moment, commenting, I've never seen such items under the red zone. Do humans really trade such things? Heizu explained the question. Of course, before coming to this otherworld, it was quite normal. Perhaps you didn't see this lifestyle down there due to Miyamoto's influence. Even now, he still hasn't fully adapted to the current state of the orange zone. It's still strange, one of the 10 holy halls turned into a city of mortals, Hansu said indifferently, showing that there were even more surprising things to come. Don't be so easily amazed, the effort we've put into humanizing it, you'll see it crumble in a moment. Taekyeon nodded, understanding the intent and promised to be cautious. Then, he asked the innkeeper about the total cost. Initially, the old man seemed dismissive while inspecting the equipment, remarking that newcomers from the red zone might not have enough funds. Hansu didn't hesitate, pulling out a bag of crystals and spilling them onto the table. The innkeeper immediately changed his posture, focusing intently on the pile of crystals. Hansu asked, is this enough for us? The innkeeper's attitude shifted instantly, thanking them warmly and hoping for their return. It was late and they stood by the beach leading to the dungeon. Hansu and Taekyeon waited for the others. Hansu looked up, seeing them arrive. The others approached. Sangjin spoke first. You called us here because this is a simple dungeon, right? We're ready whenever, just give the order. Hansu smiled, a simple dungeon. Didn't elaborate further, walking inside. Hansu and Taekyeon moved closer to the three others. He turned to Taekyeon. Tell him, Taekyeon, I'll start explaining. Let them see the items I've prepared. Taekyeon nodded, understood. He raised his hand and light instantly radiated around them. Electronic light hovered in the air. Hansu slowly explained that when they entered the dungeon, a type of monster called Baladi would appear. He emphasized that compared to the parasites in the red zone, they were slightly more dangerous. However, their numbers were not large, so they wouldn't be much of an obstacle. He explained step by step. After dealing with the Baladi and advancing about 500 meters, he would reach a large room starting from the center. Hansu changed his tone. The 21st tile is the entrance to the secret dungeon. Once inside, a wave of Baladi will emerge. He looked at Sangjin. This is where you come in, Sangjin. He laid out the next strategy. You'll use the death god technique to control the dead Baladi, and within 3 days you'll collect about 30% of the Jun needed. Hansu continued. Once you reach the 30%, head deeper into the central room of the dungeon and eliminate the Baladi king. He added, after that the dungeon will be under your control. You can manage the Baladi, making hunting and harvesting Jun much easier. Hansu stressed. However, if you lack the insect extermination skill, it will be nearly impossible to defeat the Baladi king before reaching the 30%. So don't engage with it until the conditions are met. He slightly bowed his head, encouraging the group. With all that, I trust you understand. The next plan will be delivered via messenger bird at the appropriate time. Until then, just focus on gathering Jun. Sophia noticed something. From what you said, you're not going with us. Sangjin replied. That's Hansu. He must have something urgent. Hansu nodded. That's right, I'm not going with you. Sangjin said. I have matters to attend to. He handed out food bags to everyone. With these, preparing food will be easier. He explained. Of course, it's not free. Sangjin understood. I see, the deal is clear. Hansu nodded. Yes, I won't let you work for nothing. While you gather Jun, I'll provide information and these special food bags. However, Wonkyung had a different thought. He wondered, isn't following the rules a bit rigid, considering what you did in the red zone? We wouldn't mind if we didn't get anything in return. Hansu made his point clear. Following the rules is crucial, especially as we ascend to higher levels. Without rules, the community's order will collapse. Sophia seemed a bit concerned, but Hansu, your Jun count is almost 0. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay and gather a bit while we go? It seemed Hansu didn't care much about collecting Jun. He replied indifferently. I assume you've seen the guards' guns. When they have magic weapons, hunting for Jun just doesn't compare. I can gather the necessary amount of Jun during the fight. No need for too much in the near future. Sangjin quickly grasped the information, taking the bag Hansu handed him and responded, Got it, Hansu. I'll collect so much Jun you'll be surprised. Hansu chuckled at this. All right, I'll wait and see. Hansu left with the final words, see you then, good luck. He then turned to Taekyern, starting on his own tasks. A moment later, Hansu and Taekyern sat on a magic array, flying toward their designated destination. Taekyern asked, the nearest bone temple to the city is to the east. Should we head that way? Hansu replied. It doesn't matter. Taekyern seemed worried. We'll need 2 bishops to obtain physical enhancement techniques, but this is a small temple. There's a chance there won't be any bishops there. If that's the case, the trip would be pointless. Hansu looked slightly puzzled. I know that already. Besides, we don't need 2 bishops. You were a bishop once, just finding one more person will be enough. Taekyern lowered his head, sounding apologetic. I appreciate your trust. But it's been 500 years. I don't know if the clan still accepts me as a bishop. Hansu reassured him. Don't worry, you've seen my memories. Even in the abyss, the clan remembers and still has faith in you. Taekyern smiled. I see. He seemed a bit nostalgic, his eyes sad. The thought of meeting his clan again after 500 years moved him. Hansu quietly reflected. I understand how you feel. I lived 60 years in another world. Overthinking is poison. Hansu reminded him, I hope you focus on the goal ahead. Taekyern nodded. You're right, thinking alone won't help. I'll do my best to support you. Hansu smiled. Good, I'm counting on you. Hansu stopped chatting with Taekyern, focusing on the upcoming challenge. The sacred ground near the Zolian Arranger clan was the base of the Lerelrin clan. He reviewed the situation, noting that the leader of Lerelrin had quickly gathered power and taken control using physical enhancement techniques. There's still some issues that bothered him, but he wondered why the Akarin bishop had approached him in the first place. Hansu frowned. No one can explain the reason, so finding even the smallest clue is worth it. Suddenly he saw something strange on the ground, 2 figures moving swiftly. The one in the lead held something, its feet had claws and a tail could be seen. The little girl stumbled and fell. In her hand, a glowing green gem flickered. The little girl cried out, Mom, Dad. She remembered the image of a woman pushing her child behind her, screaming desperately, Ellen, take that and run. Your father and I will stop them. You shouldn't follow. She cried, I shouldn't have followed them, Mom, Dad. The one chasing behind laughed maliciously, making the girl tense up. Do you want to see your parents again? She turned and glared at him with rage. He held several heads, his other hand raised a knife aimed straight at the girl, his gaze full of malice. He swung his arm, tossing the heads forward, 2 of them rolling right in front of her. The girl covered her mouth, horrified, crying out, Mom, Dad. She crawled over, touching the cold severed heads. When the girl touched her father's head, her spirit immediately collapsed. She choked on her sobs and whispered, questioning why this was happening and whether they had done something wrong. The man standing nearby saw this scene and smiled with satisfaction. You understand? I just want to see you, the nobles cry. I want to savor your despair. He extended his hand, speaking in a calm tone. Your expression is perfect. Little one, what should I do to make you sink deeper into despair? Her moment of despair, Ellen could only hold the green gem tightly in her hand, praying for a miracle. "Oh, great Tekirna, Kalusi, my blood kin, please save your descendant from danger, I beg you." Just then, a sword fell from the sky. The sword struck the evil beastman, piercing through his back. Blood stained the snow-covered ground, and he looked up in shock, not understanding what was happening, shouting, "What is this? Who is it?" As he looked up, a series of swords descended, piercing through his body. When everything ended, Ellen saw a figure floating in the moonlight. Two figures gradually descended from the night sky, along with the wounded. Tekirna quickly approached to check the wounds, while Hansu stood with his arms crossed, ready for any danger. Ellen looked at the green gem in her hand, moved, wondering if her prayer had truly been answered. Tekirna looked at Ellen with a sorrowful gaze. Ellen clutched the gem as if it were a treasure. Below them, two bodies lay motionless, perhaps no longer alive. Tekirna said nothing, gently placing his hand on one of them. And Tekirna extended his hand toward Ellen, emitting a strange light. He stared at the light inside. "Akarin's child, I am sorry. I should have found you sooner." Ellen trembled, crying uncontrollably, and said, "Do not save me. If you came because of my prayer, I have one request." "My parents' duty, my duty." Tekirna did not ask further, only gently comforting her. "Rest first, I will listen to you afterward." Ellen gripped the gem tightly, then shouted, "No, I can't. My parents failed to complete their mission because of me." Tekirna looked at the girl, his expression full of sadness, extending his hand as if to soothe her. Ellen grasped his hand and pleaded, "Please take me to the Creole Canyon." Tekirna looked at her, surprised, and asked, "Creole Canyon?" Then he realized this girl was carrying out a mission as a pope. Tekirna took Ellen's hand, a burst of green energy radiating from them, and the moonlight surrounded them. The girl calmed down, her eyes droopy. Tekirna gently embraced her and said, "Do not worry, dream sweet dreams. What you wish for will be granted." Ellen responded, "No, Akarin's prayers have brought me here. I have crossed 500 years for this." Izu watched and thought, "Creole Canyon, the situation at the temple is clear. Now we must help this child. But first I must deal with those chasing us." From afar, shadows were moving. Heizu looked and thought, 6 of them perfect for testing the divine dragon jar. With a calm expression, Heizu turned and announced, "We have uninvited guests, prepare yourselves." Tekirna approached and said, "All right, I see them now." He gritted his teeth, furious. "The Rashi clan, they have done something the Akarin people should never do." Without saying more, Tekirna drew the Agnesar sword, his anger clear. Heizu threw his weapon over his shoulder and assigned tasks, 3 Akarin and 3 commoners. "You handle the 2 in front, I'll deal with the ones behind." Heizu quickly agreed, "Understood, as you say." In the blink of an eye, Hansu had transformed and charged into the battle. The enemies showed no fear, aggressively rushing forward. One of them asked, "That skill looked like Agnestin." One replied, "Impossible, those noble popes never leave their sanctuaries." The leader continued analyzing, "Definitely not a pope. If so many have fallen, forget it. The canyon must have been destroyed." Suddenly, he widened his eyes, realizing something was still off. He muttered, "I need to confirm again." Ahead, a group of green lights approached the team. Hansu quickly closed in and took down one of them. The other looked on in shock and asked, "What is that?" Hansu continued eliminating the enemies. Only Taras was able to block his attacks. Hansu looked at Taras with cold eyes and thought, "This man, he certainly." The spiked parts of Hansu's weapon seemed to want to pierce Taras's throat. After a moment's hesitation, Hansu decided not to strike. Taras, spared, sat down on the ground, confused, wondering, where did someone like him come from? Heizu returned to his normal state and ordered, "Go, do what you must." Taras looked back, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Hansu looked at him and said, "Don't make me repeat myself, go." Taras immediately stood up, leapt over the rocks, and disappeared. Heizu threw his weapon over his shoulder, looking at Taras and thinking, "My enemies have now become allies, while my allies have turned into enemies." Taras was running away in panic, but Heizu quickly realized, Taras, a spy placed by Envy Aaron. Your part? Over at Gungu's side, many had fallen, but a giant monster was advancing. It was Magos, a creature that dominated the area, known as Magos level, with power far exceeding that of a normal traveler. Gungu stood facing Magos without fear, immediately assuming a combat stance. Magos stomped hard on the ground, but Gungu managed to block with his shield. They continued to fight, and Gungu used the Basilisk Eye move. Magos froze as if his heart had been gripped. Seizing the opportunity while Magos was stunned, Gungu quickly appeared behind it and drove his sword into its body. He then used the poisoned blood move, allowing the poison to leak from his sword, staining the monster's blood. Magos howled in pain, creating violent gusts of wind. Gungu sat down, not in a rush to pull his sword out. Just then, 2 hands reached out from somewhere and a voice rang out, just as expected from Gungu. Gungu, tired, turned and looked at Coffin. Coffin clapped his hands and said, "A real Magos, you've taken it down." But just then, Magos opened its eyes and roared. Coffin saw this, pulled a weapon from his back, and prepared to face it. After aiming precisely at Magos's throat, Coffin easily took him down, leaving a wound large enough to be a small cave. Coffin stood there, holding his gun, surveying the result. After a moment, a figure appeared nearby. The figure walked behind Coffin, knelt, and said, "Leader, I have something to report." As the sun began to set, Coffin asked, "Is there anyone like that?" Amid the sand strewn with the bodies of defeated monsters. Coffin's voice deepened. "This hunt seems quite interesting." Jesus didn't hesitate to drop the blue crystal below. In an instant, it fell, creating ripples. Suddenly, a strange blue light flared up, illuminating the entire river. Ellen whispered her thanks. "Truly, thank you, even though my parents—" Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, comforting her. "The mission is complete. They can rest in peace." Taekyeon also looked saddened. "Their sacrifice to protect the laser lands will be remembered forever," he said slowly. "Perhaps your parents undertook this mission regularly. Even if only a temporary measure, it allowed laser to survive until now." Su still wondered. "By the way, Taekyeon, were the Gracia always our enemies?" He immediately denied it. "No, they were originally commoners, maintaining balance. They are not our enemies." At that, Taekyeon's face showed clear resentment. "But since they dared to kill children, I can no longer consider them kin. If they continue, their extermination is justified." Ellen suddenly broke into a sweat. Kin? Could this old man really be? He couldn't help but tug his sleeve, asking, "Sir, are you really Taekyeon, the one who left another world to save Acheron back then?" Taekyeon turned, smiling gently. "Ah yes, I forgot to introduce myself. Taekyeon Akaru, that is my name. And yet people here still remember me." Ellen suddenly felt a thrill. She recalled her mother's words. "My mother always said that the ancestors' spirits would protect us, and one day you would return with salvation. And now you have appeared before me." Ellen couldn't hold back tears. "I truly thank you for coming to us." Taekyeon gently comforted her. "It's all right. From now on, everything will be fine." Taekyeon smiled benevolently and asked, "I've introduced myself. Now I want to know your name." "What is it?" Eland answered sincerely. "Eland Akaru, descendant of Malong Akaru." Taekyeon suddenly looked astonished. "What? Malong Akaru?" He suddenly clutched his head, trembling. "So it is true, my lineage continues." Taekyeon looked at the 2 stone graves. "Are the children in these graves also my descendants?" He continued to the girl. "Thank you for growing up so well. I returned to restore the laser lands. From now on, you need not worry." Ellen smiled happily. "Thank you, sir." Yet Taekyeon wanted to keep his identity secret. "In the village, can you keep that I am Taekyeon a secret?" The girl obediently agreed. "Yes, I will." Meanwhile, Hansu stood aside, observing everything. Taekyeon meeting a lively descendant, huh? His eyes hid cunning thoughts. "At least, Eland has been saved. Nagaha tribe will surely welcome us." Hansu also felt somewhat satisfied with the outcome. Although a bit roundabout, the starting orange zone wasn't bad. Meanwhile, at the Ben Cross house, only 3 people remained in a meeting. "Why is the meeting empty?" Everyone went to scout the Larolrin. Anna spoke first. "They've depleted our reconnaissance personnel. Now they're even bringing monsters to attack the walls. Security is chaotic." Aaron calmly replied, "Monsters, just stand on the wall and shoot magic bullets. What's the worry?" Bai immediately objected. "We don't have excess magic bullets. If we use them all, handling Margit later will be problematic." He added more potential dangers. "Moreover, criminals fleeing from other villages to Larolrin are the real problem. If this continues, our guild's influence will be shaken." Aaron scratched his head, showing frustration. "Such a headache. Why not just rush in and clean them out? They're all criminals anyway." He continued the meeting calmly. "The chief knows rules prevent us. Only when the chief demands peace can we truly act." She still wanted to take a risk. "We won't know until we try. If we fight seriously, we can win." Anna quickly rejected the idea. "Who knows if those criminals will fight properly one-on-one?" Bai also disagreed with Aaron. "If you plan to go alone, give up. Fighting requires certainty of victory. At least we need sufficient information." She suddenly stood excitedly, pounding the table. "Information, enough info solves everything. Sophia's library skill can easily gather it." Aaron looked around for Sophia, but where is Sophia? Not in the resting room. He quickly reported, "I heard she entered the abandoned dungeon." Aaron was slightly surprised. 5 people went together. "What's there for 5 to farm?" She cheerfully said goodbye. "I'll go meet Sophia first." "Everyone stay on guard." He wasn't willing, again, leaving everything to us while going alone. She simply replied, "I'm not good at thinking. Luckily you are smart. Now shouting over documents won't make us listen." Yet the 2 couldn't keep Aaron there. Meanwhile, inside the secret solo ritual ruins, Sophia continuously unleashed attacks at the monsters. In a short time, several monsters were destroyed. She was beginning to tire. They just keep appearing. Sangjin's hands shook as he held off the monsters. Instead of complaining, "Use your magic." He immediately leapt to a distance. Then, Sangjin rushed forward again, quickly finishing them off with his skills. Hachla Wonkyung, while fighting, asked, "Sangjin, can you use your skill now?" Sangjin replied worriedly, "Not yet, 1 more hour." He was exhausted and considered retreating. One more hour. Maybe I should temporarily withdraw and return later. Sophia shared the same intention. No, we retreat for now and come back in an hour. Meanwhile, the monsters kept appearing. Suddenly, one stomped hard on a floor tile. Immediately, the tile beneath them disappeared. She didn't have time to react. Damn, these bugs triggered a trap. Sot cut the teleport trap straight to the boss room. Sophia felt deep unease. I sensed something wrong. The boss room now is the worst scenario. Fortunately, someone activated a skill, the Celestial March. She frantically searched for an escape. We must get out fast. The bugs above stared at them. Then the exit was also sealed. Sophia began to lose hope. This is a disaster. She immediately warned her teammates, be careful, this is the boss room. We don't know from where it will attack, stay alert. Suddenly, Sophia's eyes widened in terror. The boss has appeared. King Validie is a strange boss created from the cannibalism of other Validie. If it has weak magic resistance, it can use its tentacles to transmit nerve toxins and cause severe injury. The boss King Validie is waiting below, and when it senses an intruder, it immediately attacks. The three quickly react to defend against the attack, but the sword of Kaiyung's soldiers is no match for it. In an instant, the sword is broken in two, to his astonishment. Wang Qiang sees the boss charging toward him and exclaims, damn it. He is immediately struck by a powerful blow that leaves him in agony. King Validie's head continues to press Wang Qiang down onto the ground. He uses all his strength to push back against the head. It's at this moment that Wang Qiang remembers Hansu's warning. Now I understand why Kang Hansu said not to face it unless we have at least 30% of our strength. Sang Jin keeps dodging and feels frustrated. He thinks to himself, damn it, running away like this won't solve anything. He focuses on the core of King Validie and realizes that he must destroy its core to end it. He quickly counters the head attacking him and uses a distraction technique, pierce through the darkness. He immediately targets the core of King Validie and stabs downward, but his knife breaks as soon as it makes contact with the boss's body. Validie roars, causing him to be thrown back. It also destroys Sang Jin's clone. He worries, thinking to himself, that should have been the finishing blow, why didn't it take any damage? Sophia immediately shouts, are you still with us? With these stats, how can we win? Find a way to escape. King Validie suddenly opens its mouth, and immediately a mass of thorny vines targets the two people in the air. Wang Qiang encourages himself, thinking, I promised to clear the path for the girl, what am I doing now? One Kaiyung shouts loudly, hold on, no matter what. Suddenly, a mark from the awakening of the monarch appears on his hand, activating a unique trait. He unleashes his strength, increasing his stats by 25% due to strong emotion. He immediately tears apart the head attacking him and continues to punch the vines attacking the others. Wang Qiang doesn't stop attacking them and shouts, I'll stop it at all costs. Sophia, use the library to find a way out. Sophia quickly flips through the pages of the book, saying, got it. One Kaiyung continues to motivate himself, just hold on a little longer. King Validie roars and continues to launch its attacks. In an instant, King Validie pierces through Sang Jin. Both of them are drained of strength and fall to the ground. King Validie turns around and approaches them with the intent to finish them off. Sophia is horrified and cannot accept the situation. She searches desperately while praying, if it continues like this, we'll all die. Please, anything will do. Sophia urgently prays, give me a miracle to change the situation. Suddenly, a sound comes from the stone door. Aaron appears saying, I found it. She smiles upon seeing Sophia. Sophia, you're hiding here. Sophia is surprised. Aaron, why are you here? Validie unexpectedly attacks Aaron, but she does not hesitate and continues charging forward. Aaron smiles, activates the death dance skill, and slices through the tentacles aimed at her, creating a shadow barrier. Aaron continues using Blood Sarabander and quickly closes the distance to King Validie's core. In an instant, she appears behind the boss and strikes its body with a series of slashes. Aaron nonchalantly ignores the dismembered body of King Validie. The announcement sound rings out. King Validie has been destroyed. Control of the Validie lair is now in Aaron's hands. Dan Jin's master privilege allows them to adjust the number of Validie at will. Kaiyung clutches his chest and sighs, this is definitely a foe that even Kang Hansu couldn't deal with. Sang Jin agrees, yeah, taking down that monster was easy. At that moment, a rare crystal appears next to King Validie's corpse. Aaron walks over and asks, how did you all find this place? Sophia happily thanks her, thanks Aaron, we survived because of you. Aaron smiles, it's nothing. Aaron continues, by the way, Sophia, can you help me with something? Sophia is surprised, what do you need help with? Aaron explains, my clan is lacking scouts. With your library skill, gathering information will be easier. I want you to assist as a scout. Sophia agrees, it's not that hard. Sang Jin speaks up, but if we go now, we could be crushed. Even the boss you defeated easily, we wouldn't stand a chance. Aaron hesitates for a moment and then offers a plan. That's true, but I have a plan. Aaron says, Danjian has just been formed and you discovered it. I'll use the clan leader's privilege to give you exclusive rights to mine it for a week. That way you can grow stronger, right? I'm sure you didn't come here without a plan. Sophia suggests to farm effectively we need control of the dungeon. Can you transfer the dungeon master rights for a week? Aaron agrees. If needed, I'll give it, but the deal must be clear. After farming, make sure to help me scout thoroughly. Meanwhile, Hansu is observing from afar, seeing a small village bathed in the afternoon sunlight with dilapidated houses. The Akaran must love their homeland to endure leaving it under such dire circumstances. Ellen is sitting on a floating magic platform in the sky, pointing down and saying, "That's my house." She points to a simple house where a girl is reaching out anxiously toward an old man sitting on the ground. Village chief says, "We must leave immediately. All the warriors in the village have gathered for battle. We can't stay any longer." Old Yuzo asks, "I've sent my son, then my grandson to the battlefield. How can I abandon this village?" At that moment the door opens and the child Io runs happily toward him, shouting, "Grandpa." She jumps into the village chief's arms, stunning him, and then cries out in joy upon seeing her granddaughter return. Village chief cries and hugs Ellen tightly. "Thank the heavens, you're alive. I've been waiting forever with no news. I thought I'd lost you." Ellen smiles and looks toward Hansu and Taekyeon. The village chief panics and points at Hansu and Taekyeon. "They're humans, how can they?" Io quickly speaks up. "It's fine, Grandpa, they're good people." The village chief understands and says, "Thank you for saving my granddaughter. I'd love to throw a thank you feast, but under the current situation, we can't." He wipes his tears and sincerely thanks them. Izu speaks up, "We didn't come for a feast. I understand your situation, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to ask about the body enhancement ritual." The village chief does not hesitate and is ready to answer. The elder honestly said that he didn't understand how a person could know the secret technique of his clan, but everything related to the ritual had to be discussed with the elders. Hansu looked at him coldly, showing no emotion, making it clear that someone could guide him to meet the elder. "I want to meet him immediately because we need to evacuate soon." The village chief understood your urgency, but he had his own concerns. "First, I will send Ilan with the evacuation group. Please wait a moment." At this point, Tekarun stood beside Hansu and said kindly, "If you're worried about leaving your granddaughter behind, I will stay behind. I've already brought her here safely. You can trust me." Hearing this, Iolan looked up at her grandfather in agreement. "Grandpa, don't worry, he's as strong as him." The elder was stunned by her words and asked again, "What, as strong as him?" The girl eagerly responded, "Yes, exactly." However, the elder still harbored doubts, not believing that even if he was strong, it couldn't compare to the third seat of the great holy temple's guard, Gade Baron. Elder lowered his gaze with sadness, realizing the girl was just trying to reassure him, but he still stood up and patted her head. "All right, I'll be back soon, wait for me here." Ellen obediently replied, "Yes, Grandpa." The elder then looked at Hansu. "Then, please follow me." Hansu replied coldly, "All right." In a room, the three of them, the elder, the village chief, and Hansu sat facing each other. The elder then spoke up. "You say you want to undergo the body enhancement ritual, but humans are kidnapping and attacking our clan. How can I trust you in this situation?" Hansu had already anticipated this, knowing that the kidnappers of the clan were controlled by the monster and intended to eliminate it. "When the monster is gone, humans will have no reason to attack our clan." After hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment. "So that's the case. If the monster is eliminated, I will agree to your ritual. With my recommendation, the great holy temple won't make it difficult." The elder slowly narrowed his eyes. "I want to ask one thing. Why are you so determined to undergo the enhancement ritual?" Hansu honestly expressed his long-standing intention. "The Chu clan has undergone the ritual from the Grass clan to face the one with that power, and I need it too. The Chu clan has allied with the Grass clan for their own reasons, but that's a matter of humans. Anyway, helping me will bring benefits to the clan." The elder nodded in approval. "I don't see any deception in your eyes. Fine, I'll request a meeting with the elder." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed outside the door and all three turned their heads. Even the village chief anxiously asked the elder, "What is happening?" The old woman quickly placed one hand on the crack. Mong Lung replied, "I'm not sure. Let's go out and check." The elder quickly responded. They stood outside the room and looked up to see bright streaks falling from the sky. Village chief leaned on the door and asked, "What's that?" The elder looked up and recognized the Agnes spear of the high priest, along with some numbers, but didn't know who it was. Below them, countless people were scattered across the ground. The area was dyed red with fire and there were screams of panic. Seeing this, Hansu clenched his fists and rushed forward without hesitation. Everything happened faster than expected. Perhaps the reincarnation had altered the entire course of events. "I'll need to adjust the whole plan." Jun's growth since leaving had averaged around 20%. The information panel of Hansu's strength appeared. Strength 22%, stamina 25%, agility 23%, armor resistance 11%, magic power 17%, physical resistance 13%, magic resistance 18%. Hansu dashed forward at an incredible speed, grinding his teeth as he realized his physical and magic resistance were too low to fight comprehensively if he wanted to defeat them all. Determination in his eyes, he knew he had to surpass his own limits. 30 minutes earlier, under the towering old tree, the woman who had advised the village chief stood there. The holy tree Jagnar was in this direction. Yolan asked confusedly, "Grandpa, do you really want to see this tree again?" Tekern, holding her hand, replied, "It's a sacred tree that has lived for 3,000 years. I want to see it once more." They all looked up at the trunk of the tree. The elder's eyes were filled with nostalgia and a vague sorrow from ancient times. "I thought everything had changed, but Vapnesh is still the same." Hearing this, Ellen opened her eyes wide at Tekern. "This tree existed before I was born. Don't tell me it's been here since you were a child." Tekern smiled. "Yes, when I was young, I often ran around here. Back then, the tree bore fruit, bright blue fruits, very delicious." Yolan stopped looking at the tree and softly said, "The blue fruits of Wagner, I really wish I could taste them once." After saying that, she turned and spoke to him. "By the way, if you heal, will we be able to see Vapnat's fruit again?" Tekern placed his hand on his chest and predicted, "Of course. You'll see many of them. I hope that day comes soon." Ellen joyfully clasped her hands in prayer. "Yes, I hope it comes quickly too." However, she didn't realize that the sky above suddenly emitted blinding light. Tekern widened his eyes in disbelief. Above, thousands of sharp, fiery arrows fell. Tekern and the woman quickly cast magic to protect Ellen. "Ellen, get down now." Fortunately, just as the arrows were about to fall, his protective magic shielded the three of them. However, the ancient tree and the houses behind were quickly engulfed in flames. Looking at the scene, Tekern gritted his teeth. "They're back again, those damned grass people." From the tree canopy, hundreds of thousands of people, unknown to them, descended. The one giving orders for the fire attack was Wei Jun, commanding his people to capture anyone they could, kill the resistors, and focus their strength on the evacuees. His shout, the grass people and humans rushed to the crude village below. "We have Wei Jun, a Magos-level mage with us, clear them all out." Each person ruthlessly killed the evacuees and then flew them up into the sky. The whole village was now reduced to ruins, and they quickly surrounded Eolan. One of them, wielding a broadsword, threatened, "Hey, old man, you'd better hand over the women quietly, unless you want to lose your head." Tekern, now filled with fury, said, "You bastards, how dare you cause chaos here? Do you even know where you are?" He then cast magic. Golden-bladed Agnestin swords appeared around Tekern. In the blink of an eye, the swords shot forward at his command, before they even understood what was happening. One of them was struck by an attack from him, leaving his body in tatters. The remaining ones grew cautious. "What? That's a high priest's skill. How can an old man who's not even from Akarin use that skill?" Tekern ground his teeth in anger. "None of you will leave here alive. I will make you pay for the crimes you've committed against this village." No sooner had he finished speaking than another figure suddenly landed on the open ground before him. Wei Jun smirked disdainfully, showing no respect. "Hey, old man, I'll kill you myself." Tekern recognized him at a glance. He gripped his staff in fury. This was a high-level Magos. Right in front of him, Wei Jun calmly shed his cumbersome outfit and faced hundreds, even thousands, of swords flying at him. Using only his bare hands, Wei Jun easily deflected all the weapons Tekern had summoned. He kicked Tekern, sending him flying. Tekern hit the ground face first, pain radiating through his body. He gritted his teeth, his ribs were broken. Wei Jun relished the sight with satisfaction. Wei Jun sneered, "What's still alive after that hit? Not bad, old man." He commanded the figure behind him, "Take the two prey in the back forward." The subordinate replied, "Yes." They immediately surrounded Ellen. Used by the trembling pair, Wei Jun remarked, "I need to see how that old man managed to use the sacred needle Agnes." Fueled by rage, Tekern shouted, "How dare you touch them?" In an instant, he unleashed a terrifying surge of power. Tekern summoned hundreds of sharp weapons of all kinds. "The travelers I've met are righteous," he nearly shouted, "but you scum are different. Nothing but filth steeped in greed and cruelty." Wei Jun laughed, his eyes growing more maniacal. Wei Jun chuckled coldly. "Righteous travelers, the old man lost it. Those kinds of travelers have all perished long ago." Suddenly his tone grew sinister. "Besides, aren't you trying to save the hostages? Randomly attacking like that will kill them." But Tekern remained unshaken. "I just need to adjust so I don't hit them. Do you think I lack that skill?" Without hesitation, he sent his weapons hurtling toward the enemy. Wei Jun immediately braced to defend. The system received the signal and instantly activated. Primitive guard skill, hardening and boosting both physical and magical defense. The one standing next to Ellen was pierced repeatedly. The other fared no better. Wei Jun remained unhindered. He thought to himself, "Indeed, something strange. It looks flashy but is insignificant." Seeing his opponent was not as strong as expected, he yelled with glee, "Ancient bloodline." Tekern frowned, ancient bloodline, and even using a Magos-class skill. Though temporary, his defense and attack had certainly increased. Wei Jun's body began to change slightly as he advanced slowly toward Tekern. "Hey, old man, your attacks are useless now." Tekern smiled faintly. "Yes, with his current attack power, I can't harm you. he said, but I only need to erode your magic resistance. Taekyeon relentlessly assaulted Wei Jun, throwing every weapon at his disposal, no matter how many times they were repelled. Some weapons were flung back toward him, embedding in the ground at his feet. Taekyeon thought, mana is running low, but this should have eroded a fair amount of his magic resistance. Wei Jin reacted continuously without changing his expression, showing the old man's mana was truly formidable. He lunged straight at Taekyeon, vanished unexpectedly, and reappeared right in front of him, gripping Taekyeon's neck tightly. He gave the old man no time to react, knocking him to the ground with a loud laugh. "Got you, old man," he said. "Hey, old man, why would a traveler like you wield the sacred needle Agnes?" Taekyeon ignored him, still smiling provocatively. Even on the brink of death, he was curious. "I have nothing to say to trash like you," he replied. Wei Jin's anger blinded him, preventing him from noticing an object hurtling from above. Taekyeon exhaled in relief as the object struck, severing Wei Jin's right hand. He screamed in pain. "My hand!" Wei Jin shouted. Hansu arrived, taking on his dragon form. He swooped down, delivering another kick that sent Wei Jin flying, dust scattering everywhere. Hansu didn't stop, continuing his assault, and within moments, Wei Jin had passed out. Hansu looked around, frowning. The travelers following Wei Jin had been dealt with. The scene was desolate and reeked of blood. She and Ellen clung to each other, horrified. Taekyeon stood and said, "I've worn down his magical resistance. He's a Mago's class, he won't die easily," Taekyeon said. Hansu nodded. "Understood, I'll handle the rest." He raised his hand, activating a void pursuit, drawing energy from Wei Jin's body. He was drained to the point he could no longer maintain his ancient bloodline form, his body beginning to dissipate. Hansu watched the remains, noticing several travelers had fallen, realizing many had been killed. Few more were approaching. One bandit said, "We can't let the vanguard take them all, we need to check quickly." They helped Taekyeon up. "Are you all right?" they asked. "Thanks, I used a healing spell, I'm fine." Hansu looked skyward, unimpressed. "Only 20 reinforcements, they need to train their senses." Suddenly his expression turned serious, spotting someone rushing forward with a fierce aura. He realized a dragon was approaching, another rider on its back. A traveler noticed, panicked, "Gat Baron." The companion looked equally alarmed. "What, who is that? Is he that strong?" The traveler recognized him but had no time to explain, only managing, "This isn't good, we retreat." This action enraged Barong. He gritted his teeth, daring to turn and flee before a warrior. "You think I'll let traitorous trash escape?" He tightened his grip on his spear. "Because you cornered my tribe, I know well." Barong roared, "For trash who even harvest children's essence, there's no mercy. Your kind doesn't deserve to be remembered." He thrust his spear into the travelers. The white tiger struck violently, crushing them. Everyone was hit, either pinned or severely injured. The wounded travelers fell. Hansu observed, realizing this aura was no ordinary power. This strength, Barong had arrived. He leapt from the dragon to the ground in a spectacular pose. Ellen screamed, "Big brother, no." Baron interrupted. "Ellen, you're safe, that's enough." Baron ruffled her hair, then looked at Hansu. "Wait a moment, I have a few questions. You, the horned human, why help us?" Hansu answered honestly, "I wanted to undergo body enhancement and heal Laza, I needed your help." He thought, "This one means no harm." Stammering slightly, "I respect the will of the high priest," but clenched his fist. Couldn't believe someone only concerned with salvation. "Prove it, show you are a hero." Baron crouched into a battle stance. "Demonstrate your will." Heizu braced herself, thinking. Facing him carelessly could mean death. Hansu quickly moved, currents of electricity striking Barong. He recalled the high priest's prophecy, "The horned one will be the savior." Barong muttered, "You mean that one? Fine, I'll see what kind of person you are." Hansu lunged, swinging. Barong defended and countered, noting his combat skill was solid. But it wasn't enough. Barong swung his weapon powerfully, sending Hansu flying. Before he could react, Barong attacked relentlessly, forcing him back. Barong asked, "What's your name, human?" Hansu replied coldly, tense, "Hansu." He introduced politely, "I am Gat Baron," then added, "I would have stopped at this level, but for you I can raise the stakes." A shout suddenly stopped them. The village chief ran up. "If Lord Taro is serious, does that mean he believes it?" The dragon responded indifferently, "Belief isn't important. He's just testing the high priest's prophecy about the horned savior." He added he had never intended to kill him. Hansu thought, savior? In his past life, no savior ever existed. He wondered who had helped him. An image flashed in his mind. Was it Ken Dion? He felt anxious. Hansu reassured himself it was a good thing anyway. The village chief asked Barong, "You came to take him?" He nodded. "Yes, ma'am." The dragon pointed to Taekyeon, "And someone else can use magic too." He asked Taekyeon, "How can you use magic without Akarin?" Taekyeon was supported by a companion, replying, "Even if I told the truth, you'd hardly believe it. Once inside the temple, all will be clear. Put aside your doubts," the village chief said lightly. "If you say so, I won't question." Not waiting long, Barong spoke, "Who knows when we might be attacked again?" Then everyone, quickly on the move, I'll escort you to the temple. The chief replied, all right, dragon lady, sorry to trouble you. She turned to Hansu. Hansu, if you want the body enhancement, come with me. He obeyed, understood. Evening fell as Hansu and Taekyeon sat on the magic circle. A pigeon delivered a message to him. He asked, routine contact, any news? Hansu replied, Wonkyung has awakened as the monarch. Safia took the scouting mission. Sangjin is still lost in mischief. Average Jun index surpassed 50% as predicted. Taekyeon lowered his head, realizing the truth, and felt ashamed of his ability. Although his teammates were fine, Taekyeon was worried that if this continued, he would become a burden, as his current strength was less than 10% of its peak. He anxiously said they needed to gather relics in the Grand Cathedral. Taekyeon was about to calculate the timing. You stopped him, reminding that he could use the time during his enhancement to regain his strength. Taekyeon expressed difficulty because the important staff was hidden in the Ganji forest. That place was dangerous and it would be hard to regain strength with his current power, but Heizu had prepared a thorough plan. She said, don't worry, I've called Sangjin to the Grand Cathedral. It will be fine if we go together. Taekyeon finally agreed and continued to ask questions. Understood and wanted to contact Sin to report the situation. You quickly agreed. All right, let's try to connect. The scene shifted to the magnificent mansion of the Cross family, where Aaron lived. Inside the mansion, everyone had gathered. Aaron squinted, feeling strange. Has it reached this level in just a week? Normally, 30% takes over a year. Sophia smiled faintly, emphasizing, it's over 50% now. Aladi run was hard to increase, but now the dungeon ownership could be transferred. Aaron lowered his head, confirming with experience, a run over 50% is hard to increase. It took me a long time to reach 95%. Aaron suggested, once it's over 50%, we can challenge Magos. We call it the Magos level on our side. Want to try hunting Magos? Sangjin declined. I already have an appointment, so I'll pass. Kaiyoung also declined. I still owe a debt to Kang Hansu. I want to focus on farming runs, so I won't join. Sophia expressed, didn't he have his own matters to attend to? I want to handle it first. Aaron respected everyone's opinion. Understood, I respect everyone's views. Then Sophia, you'll join me in the intelligence team. She smiled. Will I be able to complete the mission? Aaron replied kindly, don't worry. Everyone trusted each other. Outside, pigeons continuously flew in. One Kaiyoung was startled when a pigeon landed on his hand. She asked, I've never seen you so startled. What's going on? He exhaled, hesitating. Be quiet and listen carefully. Tatsu instructed him to infiltrate the Liro tribe to rescue a member. The other three stood silent. Aaron burst into laughter. Rescue a tribe member, huh? This was a challenge between the Asian lords, an unreasonable request. One Kaiyoung emphasized. Aaron, this isn't a joke. They asked me for help, so I can't stand by. Wiped her tears and asked, sorry, is there anything I can help with? Aaron reminded her. This will get us hunted, is that all right? He looked uncomfortable and tired. I don't know. Although embarrassed, orders must be followed. Sangjin teased, it's probably because your face looks the most intimidating. Aaron remained enthusiastic. Either way, I'll help. They would go to Liro to find Thes, with spies providing support. One Kaiyoung sighed, frustrated but reluctantly asked her, I'm not sure if we'll succeed, but I'm counting on you. His face was drenched in sweat and he was still hesitant. One Kaiyoung had no way out, focusing on the task. Aaron stood atop a high building, shouting, there's an intruder, the tribe's vault has been raided. Everyone who heard him was serious. The battle began. One Kaiyoung held his weapon, guessing its durability had worn down, preparing for the final blow. He swung the weapon powerfully, causing a massive explosion at the spot.